Chapter 1. For half an hour, Lin Tian lay motionless on the ground. Had this been on the street, passers-by would have long since summoned an ambulance to rush him to the hospital. However, at this moment, no one came to his aid. Though the corridor outside his dormitory echoed with a cacophony of noise, within his room, he was utterly alone. It's not a dream after all, it seems luck has finally graced me. Lin Tian opened his eyes, disregarding the pain from his head hitting the floor, and hastily raised his left hand. The ring on his middle finger, gleaming with a silvery light, momentarily stunned him before a wave of elation surged within him. The ring has changed. This must mean it has recognized its master, right? After a while, Lin Tian managed to calm his racing thoughts. Although he was certain everything was real, he still felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Lin Tian was a freshman at Haitan University, possessing an unremarkable appearance, one of those individuals who could easily be lost in a crowd. For 19 years, the only notable aspect of his life had been a stroke of luck during the college entrance examination, which allowed him to gain admission to this prestigious institution. Initially, he thought his life would continue in a mundane fashion. However, 3 days ago, a seemingly innocuous purchase of heirloom for a mere 10 yuan altered his fate entirely. Just 3 days prior, Lin Tian had acquired that ring, but upon bringing it home, he had carelessly tossed it into a drawer, deeming it too dull to wear. Had it not been for today's unfortunate incident where blood inadvertently stained a ring, who knows how long it would have remained forgotten in that drawer. Wang Hao, should I thank you or resent you? Lin Tian lay on his bed, caressing the ring as memories of the strange occurrences following the bloodstaining flooded his mind. A fated person, congratulations. You have obtained the star ring I left behind. By the way, I have scanned your memories, I trust you won't mind? Lin Tian's consciousness found itself in an expansive space. Before him hovered a sphere approximately 1 meter in diameter, radiating with a mesmerizing glow that obscured its contents. Momentarily bewildered, Lin Tian struggled to comprehend how he had transitioned from his dormitory to this peculiar location. Fated one, this is the space within the star ring. You are now a consciousness. As for me, you may call me the Nameless Elder. I am merely a remnant of my true self. A figure clad in a black robe, seemingly aware of Lin Tian's confusion, spoke softly. Nameless Elder, why am I here? What is the Star Realm? Lin Tian regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the elder. The elder's voice became ethereal. For over 50 billion years, my power has reached the limits of this realm. 300 years ago, my true self departed from this existence. When crossing dimensions, I could take nothing with me. I possessed very little, the sole item being this star ring. Within it resides a collection of intriguing civilizations I have discovered over the years, approximately 100,000 or so. This star ring now belongs to you, and I have summoned you here to convey certain matters. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask after this. I shall fade completely from this realm. 50 billion years of civilization collection left Lin Tian in stunned silence. Nameless Elder, you say this is a star ring? But where are the civilizations? Lin Tian hesitated, observing that aside from the sphere before him, the surrounding space was utterly empty. The elder smiled faintly and gestured to the sphere. Within it lies over 100,000 civilizations, all coexisting within a vast star system, comparable in size to your own Milky Way. This contains an entire star system? Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Just a minor trick, really. I have a penchant for collecting civilizations, which is why I created the star ring. The elder replied nonchalantly. Although the star ring has recognized you as its master, do not mistake yourself for the ruler of the countless lives within those civilizations. This distinction must be understood. Then, Nameless Elder, what benefits do I receive from the star ring's acknowledgement? Lin Tian asked directly, without hesitation. The elder took no offense at Lin Tian's forthrightness. As the recognized master of the star ring, you can freely enter and exit the 100,000 civilizations I have collected. Furthermore, every week in the star ring's realm, you are granted one opportunity for resurrection, and this can accumulate. Within the star ring, you may learn various skills and even bring certain items back with you. Bring items back? Is there a limit? Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with interest. Certainly, extracting items from the star ring requires energy, with different items demanding varying amounts of dimensional energy. Dimensional energy? How is it acquired? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. The star ring can absorb 10 dimensions of energy in a single day, which can be utilized to retrieve items from the star ring realm or to enhance your own abilities. How you choose to use it is entirely up to you, the elder explained. Additionally, there are other details you may inquire about later from Xiaoling. She is a top-tier AI from a 12th level civilization and is now considered part of the star ring. Since the star ring acknowledges you as its master, she will also recognize you as her master. Xiaoling, come forth and meet your new master. Before Lin Tian, a flash of white light revealed a charming little angel with wings fluttering before him. Master, I am Xiaoling. The little angel chirped, gazing at Lin Tian. Xiaoling, be sure to get along well with your new master. Fated One, my mission is complete, and it is time for me to dissipate. The nameless elder cast one last glance at the angel and Lin Tian before gradually fading into nothingness. In dormitory 306, Lin Tian lay on his bed, murmuring, by the way, how do I enter the star ring? Master, concentrate your mind on the star ring, and you can choose to enter either as a consciousness or in your physical form. Xiaoling's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Xiaoling, can we communicate directly through thought? Lin Tian pondered silently. Indeed, Master. Any information you wish me to know is accessible to me, such as this very statement. However, anything you prefer, I remain unaware of will remain unknown to me. Lin Tian nodded inwardly and focused his mind on the star ring on his left hand. He quickly discovered two options. One to enter the star ring as a consciousness, and the other to do so in his physical form. Seizing the opportunity while his dormitory was empty, Lin Tian selected to enter in his physical form, and in an instant, his presence vanished from the bed. Xiaoling, why does this place feel so small? Lin Tian found himself in a room measuring merely 4 cubic meters, devoid of doors, with walls emanating a soft white glow. In the center of the room stood the 1-meter diameter sphere, while Xiaoling fluttered above it. Master, the size of this space is determined by your mental strength currently. Your mental capacity can only sustain such dimensions. Xiaoling explained. Xiaoling, this space could serve as a storage area, correct? How can I enhance my mental strength? Lin Tian inquired. Yes, Master, this space can function as a storage area. There are numerous methods to increase mental strength, including training, genetic enhancements, or even expending dimensional energy to permanently augment your mental capacity. Xiaoling elaborated. Master, your physical condition is currently quite poor. I recommend consuming dimensional energy to improve your physique, or you may easily find yourself in peril. Xiaoling, how much dimensional energy does the star ring currently possess? Lin Tian asked. 101 dimensions, of which 100 were left for you by the previous master, and the additional one is what the star ring has begun to absorb since your acknowledgement as its master. Xiaoling, could you assist me in testing my physical condition? Lin Tian requested. I have already conducted a test for you, master. Would you like to see the results? Xiaoling replied. Lin Tian nodded. Display them. A luminous screen appeared before him. Cell strength, 45, average for ordinary individuals. 50, average for regular warriors. 100, average for elite warriors. 200. Cell vitality, 43, average for ordinary individuals. 50, average for regular warriors. 100, average for elite warriors. 200. Mental strength, 62, average for ordinary individuals. 50. Lin Tian broke into a sweat aside from his mental strength exceeding the average. Both his cell strength and vitality were disappointingly below average. Xiaoling, what exactly do cell strength and cell vitality signify? Lin Tian inquired. The greater the energy contained within a single cell, the stronger the cell's vitality, which manifests in increased strength, enhanced speed, and greater resilience to impacts. As cellular vitality intensifies, so too does the capacity to withstand abnormal conditions. For instance, in cases of poisoning, individuals with heightened cellular vitality exhibit superior resistance to toxins. Master, have you consumed boundary energy to enhance your physical attributes? How much can one dimension increase? Lin Tian inquired. One dimension can augment cellular strength by a fraction, cellular vitality by a fraction, or mental strength by half a point. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian declared, allocate 40 points to both cellular strength and vitality, with the remaining 21 points directed towards mental strength. Initially, Lin Tian had not intended to enhance his mental strength, however. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If his mental strength were too low, he might struggle to control his suddenly formidable physique. Understood, Master. Xiao Ling responded, enveloping Lin Tian in a radiant white light. After approximately 10 minutes, the light dissipated. Master, the enhancements have been completed. As Lin Tian clenched his fist, he was intoxicated by the overwhelming sensation of power, and the increase in mental strength made his mind feel notably more agile. Master, someone is knocking at your dormitory door. Xiao Ling informed him. Quickly, get me out of here. The star ring should enable invisibility. Activate it. Lin Tian commanded. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop his bed, glancing at his left hand. Indeed, the star ring was invisible. Not only that, but it felt as though it had seamlessly integrated with his very flesh. Master, the star ring has acknowledged you as its owner and can now merge with your body. Xiao Ling's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. Knock, knock. Hey, third brother, what are you doing closing the door in broad daylight? Don't tell me you're inside, researching the peculiar performance art of certain islands to the east. Zui Yunfei's mischievous laughter echoed from outside the dormitory. Lin Tian rose from his bed, a wry smile crossing his face. Zui Yunfei's voice was hardly discreet. It was likely that the entire floor had heard him. As he approached the door, he adeptly controlled his newfound strength under the influence of his robust mental power, ensuring he did not leave imprints on the floor with each step. Though his cellular strength was impressive at 85 points, significantly greater than that of an ordinary person, it still fell short of the level of a regular warrior. The door opened, revealing Zui Yunfei, Wei Feng, and Xiao by entering in succession. At Haitian University, students shared dormitories in groups of 4, and with military training now concluded, Lin Tian had spent a pleasant month with his roommates. After all, they were all young adults embarking on a shared 4-year journey through university. Third brother, who did this to you? Zui Yunfei and the others fixed their gazes on Lin Tian's left arm, where a long, narrow knife wound was evident. Lin Tian could have easily expended boundary energy to heal the injury, but doing so would raise suspicions. The wound was sizable. Recovery could not occur so swiftly. Furthermore, the energy required for such a healing process was considerable. Thus, Lin Tian chose not to have Xiao Ling mend the wound, as he could endure the pain with his impressive 83 points of mental strength. It's nothing, I accidentally cut myself, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Third brother, are you saying you don't consider us brothers? Damn it, which coward dared to lay a hand on someone from dorm 306? Zui Yunfei's eyes glinted with fury. Despite his usual lecherous demeanor, he was no simple character. Lin Tian was well aware that apart from himself, the other 3 in the dorm had significant backgrounds. It was puzzling how the university had placed a commoner like him with such formidable individuals. Though he had previously felt a twinge of inferiority, that sentiment had faded with the acquisition of the star ring. Lin Tian was confident that his future achievements would rival those of anyone else. Third brother, who did this to you? Speak up. No one from 306 should be bullied. Wei Feng, the largest among them, towering over 1.85 meters, spoke gravely. The injury on your arm was caused by a dagger. I know I'm not mistaken. You have never been one to play with daggers. Is it Wang Hao? Xiao Bai deduced calmly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He didn't do it himself, but he was the one who orchestrated it. Third brother, we owe you an apology. We never anticipated Wang Hao would be so cowardly as to target you. Wei Feng exclaimed, slamming his fist against the bed's ladder, the force bending the steel pipe. I'll handle this matter myself. Lin Tian declined their offer for assistance in teaching Wang Hao a lesson. He understood that it would be an effortless task for Zui Yunfei and the others, as evidenced by Wang Hao's avoidance of them after their earlier altercation during military training. Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly. Just be cautious, Wang Hao is no ordinary person and is quite ruthless. Xiaobai was typically not one for many words, so it was rare for him to express so much concern. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. All right, enough about that troublesome fellow. Third brother, you should properly bandage that wound, Zui Yunfei suggested, shifting the topic. Lin Tian gestured toward the medicine on his desk. I was just about to tend to it. His desk lacked a computer, as he had been orphaned at a young age and had relied on working to support himself. Merely managing to pay for a year's tuition at Tian University was a significant achievement. Owning a computer was something he had never dared to hope for. In contrast, Wei Feng, Xiaobai, and Zui Yunfei each possessed high-performance laptops on their desks. Lao San, have you had lunch yet? Wei Feng suggested. If you haven't eaten, let's go out together. A month of military training prohibits us from leaving the campus, and my mouth feels as dry as a bird's. Wei Feng and his companions were aware of Lin Tian's humble background, and over the past 3 days, they had often invited him out for a meal. However, apart from the first time he agreed to go, Lin Tian had declined ever since. He knew that if he went, Wei Feng and the others would certainly not allow him to pay, and he could not bear to always eat at their expense. But now, with the star ring in his possession, Lin Tian felt liberated. Acquiring some wealth was no longer a daunting task. I haven't eaten yet. Let me bandage my wound first. Lin Tian agreed. 5 minutes later. He had already wrapped his wound as an orphan. He had experienced his fair share of injuries over the years, and he was quite adept at tending to himself. Haha, let's go. I'll introduce you to some good stuff later. Zui Yunfei wore a beaming smile. After leaving the dormitory, Lin Tian and his 3 companions arrived at a small restaurant outside the campus within 10 minutes. There were at least 20 or 30 such small eateries surrounding Tian University. They chose this particular one not only because the food was decent, but also due to its cleanliness. After a month, thanks to the efforts of those in the Gossip Club, they had finally selected 20 candidates for the campus beauty contest. Though the specific rankings remained undecided. Let us eat quickly. The online voting starts at 9. After ordering, Zui Yunfei chuckled. Within the university, there was no shortage of idle individuals, leading to the emergence of a myriad of chaotic clubs and organizations, with the Gossip Club being one of them. The period at the beginning of each academic year was the busiest for the Gossip Club. As the senior sisters graduated, fresh first-year girls would arrive, necessitating a re-ranking of the campus beauties. Establishing the campus beauty rankings was one of the Gossip Club's primary tasks each year. This year's crop of new female students was notably more impressive than usual, featuring strong contenders like Jiang Qin from the Foreign Languages Department, Murong Shui from the Arts Department, Nangong Wanner from the Finance Department, and Zhou Yao from the Information Department. Zui Yunfei proclaimed loudly. Jiang Qin was the gentle type of beauty, while Murong Shui lived up to her name, emanating an aura of coldness from afar. Zhou Yao embodied the classic beauty, exuding a serene presence. And as for Nangong Wanner, brothers, keep your distance if you encounter her. She is a formidable sorceress that, in just a short time since the semester began, she had already sent more than 20 individuals to the campus hospital, including their military training instructor. Lin Tian, Xiaobai, and Wei Feng all gazed towards Zui Yunfei's back. Brothers, what's wrong? Zui Yunfei felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Zui Yunfei, who is this sorceress? A voice laced with menace called out from behind him. Despite being freshmen at Tian University for only a month, Zui Yunfei, Xiaobai, and Wei Feng had gained a certain level of notoriety. So it was not surprising that someone recognized them. Zui Yunfei's expression changed. He recognized the voice. It was Nangong Wanner from the Finance Department. During military training, he had specifically gone to observe the training area of the Finance Department. Not want to get involved, Lin Tian and the others averted their gazes, though they still kept an eye on the situation. Sorceress? Who mentioned sorceress? You must have misheard, my dear classmate, Zui Yunfei said, forcing a smile. If it were any other beauty, he might have teased her, but Nangong Wanner was an exception. The 10 or so guys hospitalized in the campus clinic served as a stark reminder. Xiaoling. Can you assess their strength? Lin Tian inquired in his mind. Nangong Wanner merely glanced at him, yet it imparted a powerful sense of pressure. Just a moment. Master. Xiao Ling responded. Zui Yunfei's cellular strength is 425. vitality 310, and mental power 263. With his left hand as cellular strength exceeding his overall average, Xiao Bai's cellular strength is 513, vitality 467, and mental power 295. Wei Feng's cellular strength is 214, vitality 152, and mental power 143. Nangong Wanner's cellular strength is 452, vitality 469, and mental power 303. Lin Tian gasped inwardly. Although he was aware that his roommates were not ordinary individuals, he had not anticipated that each of them would be so extraordinarily powerful. However, he quickly composed himself. With the star ring in hand, reaching or surpassing such levels was merely a matter of time. Nangong Wanner was indeed formidable. No wonder she had managed to incapacitate so many. From the data, it seems Zhu Yunfei was likely weaker than her, which explained his trepidation. Lin Tian thought to himself, "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I misheard." After saying this, Nangong Wanner turned and left. Zhu Yunfei's face fell in despair. "Oh no. I am in trouble now that the young lady from the Nangong family has taken notice of me. My good days are over." Lin Tian questioned curiously. "Didn't she say anything?" "You don't understand, Lao San. The more she acts like this, the worse my future misfortunes will be. I would rather she just confront me head on." "Lao Si, take heart," Wei Feng said solemnly. "Xiao Bai, no, ergo. Are you really going to stand by and watch your brother suffer? With your strength, dealing with a mere Nangong Wanner should be a piece of cake, right?" Zhu Yunfei looked at Xiao Bai with pity. "Heavenly sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortunes cannot be endured," Xiao Bai replied with a slight smile, speaking casually. "You three brutes, turning a blind eye to the suffering of others." Zhu Yunfei grumbled resentfully. The dishes arrived, and Zhu Yunfei quickly dug in, transforming his gloom into appetite. "How good! I just saw Nangong Wanner enter this restaurant." A commotion erupted at the entrance, and soon 7 or 8 individuals squeezed into the hall. Leading the pack was Wang Hao, who had secretly sent someone to cut Lin Tian's arm. Since Lin Tian and his friend had entered a private room for their meal, Wang Hao immediately noticed Lin Tian, who was facing the door, his eyes flashing with a cold glint before he lowered his head. Given his current strength, he was not yet able to confront Wang Hao. A gentleman's revenge is best served a decade later. "Wang Hao, you're quite something," Wei Feng sneered. Seeing Xiao Bai, Wei Feng, and Zhu Yunfei present, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. During military training, he had clashed with the three of them and had come off worse for wear. He forced a smile and greeted, "Xiao Xiao, Wei Xiao, Zhu Xiao. Fancy seeing you here. Young Master Wang, so impressive. You even have 6 or 7 lackeys following you around." Yunfei mocked at that moment. Lin Tian's gaze fell upon one of Wang Hao's followers. The very individual responsible for his injury, Lao San. "Is that him?" Xiao Bai inquired, noticing Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian nodded slightly. There was no point in denying it, as Xiao Bai could easily see through it. A palpable killing intent enveloped the ordinary man as Xiao Bai, Wei Feng, and Zhu Yunfei focused on him. The poor fellow, unable to withstand the pressure from the 3 skilled fighters, turned pale and collapsed to his knees. Wang Hao's expression darkened as he said, "Xiao Xiao, Wei Xiao, Zhu Xiao, isn't this going too far? If it weren't for Lao Sin stopping me, I would have let you enter standing and leave lying down. There are many people at Hai Tian University I wouldn't dare provoke, but you are certainly not among them." Yunfei laughed coldly. "Let us go." Wang Hao glared at Lin Tian and his friends with resentment before turning to leave. "Damn, running into that scoundrel really puts a damper on things," Zhu Yunfei muttered. They continued eating and drinking until 8:30, concluding their meal. Zhu Yunfei paid the bill, a few hundred yuan being a mere trifle for him. Xiao Bai and Wei Feng. However, for Lin Tian at this stage, that meal represented an entire month's worth of living expenses that seems I need to find a way to earn some money and quickly enhance my strength. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Tian contemplated. Just moments ago, he had asked Xiao Ling to assess Wang Hao's strength, only to discover that Wang Hao was significantly stronger than him. Boasting a cellular strength of 233, vitality of 214, and mental power of 120, surpassing even that of an average special forces soldier. Quick, turn on the computer. It's already 8. 50, with only 10 minutes until 9. The online voting for the campus beauty contest is about to begin. As soon as Zui Yunfei entered the dormitory, he shouted excitedly, rushing to the computer desk to power on his silver laptop. The computer booted up, connected to the internet, and he logged onto the Lin Tian University BBS, where a thread titled Lin Tian University New Campus Beauty Contest Online Voting had been pinned to the top. As expected, those in the gossip club seemed to have some influence, managing to have such a thread pinned. Zui Yunfei chuckled, savoring the moment as he admired one face after another. Listening to the howling echoes of excitement emanating from various dormitories within the building, Lin Tian could not help but feel the undeniable allure of beauty. Old third, stop pretending to be aloof over there and come enjoy this. Among these 20 selected candidates, even if they are not the absolute 20 most beautiful ladies of our school, they are certainly close. Securing the affection of any one of them would be a remarkable achievement. Zui Yunfei called out without turning his head. Lin Tian, being a normal man, felt a strong attraction to beautiful women and hurried over. While Wei Feng and Xiao Bai, too, abandoned their computers and joined the gathering point 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. It's 9 o'clock. Voting can commence. Zui Yunfei announced as he counted down. Old fourth, who will you cast your precious vote for? Wei Feng asked, patting Zui Yunfei's a tough decision. Lu Shi from the third year, Qin Ke from the second year, and our first-year girls, Zhou Yao and Murong Shui, all qualify for the title of campus flower. Zui Yunfei replied, visibly conflicted I'll vote for Zhou Yao. At least she is from the same year as you as from Murong Shui. She is a bit too cold. Among the 20 candidates, 6 from the first year were selected, including Jiang Qin, Murong Shui, Nangong Waner, and Zhou Yao. As previously mentioned by Zui Yunfei, as time passed, the votes for each candidate surged rapidly. Only students from Lin Tian University could participate in this voting, and each person had only one vote. With nearly 40,000 students enrolled, within half an hour, the total votes for the 20 candidates exceeded 10,000. Xiao Bai, Old Wei, Old Third, aren't you voting? Yunfei turned to ask. Lin Tian and the others shook their heads. It seems that Qin Ke will likely take the top spot for campus flower. Zhou Yao is not inferior to her, but being a newcomer, she lacks Qin Ke's established popularity, Zui Yunfei remarked. Observing the data with a sense of nostalgia, Lu Shi has dropped in rank compared to last year. It seems the rumors of her having a boyfriend are indeed true. Take your time to deliberate. I am feeling a bit unwell, so I'll head to bed, Lin Tian said as he bid farewell. Zui Yunfei and the others nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Lin Tian was nursing an injury and needed rest. However, Lin Tian did not intend to sleep so early. As soon as he lay on the bed, his consciousness entered the star ring. Xiaoling, please explain the star ring to me in more detail, Lin Tian requested, addressing the little figure that appeared before him. Of course. Master. Xiaoling fluttered her wings and nodded. The star ring was used by the previous master to collect civilizations, amassing a total of 108. 800 civilizations. Although they exist within the same galaxy, communication between civilizations was previously impossible due to the previous master's power, which placed all civilizations in a state of time suspension. However, since the last remnant of the previous master's consciousness departed yesterday, that time suspension has been lifted. Now, time within the star realm flows at a normal pace. Once your mental strength surpasses 100, you can adjust the flow of time within the star realm to either double or halve it. When entering the star realm, you can choose to enter as a spiritual body or a physical body. Each method has its distinct implications that if you enter as a spiritual body, you can only engage with spiritual civilizations. While entering as a physical body allows access to material civilizations, the previous master mentioned that, thanks to the power of the star ring, you have the opportunity to resurrect once every week in the star realm, regardless of whether you are in your physical or spiritual form. However, you should be cautious. If you die within a civilization, you cannot re-enter that same civilization. For instance, if you die in Civilization A, you would be unable to return to Civilization A. Xiaoling, can I exit the star realm at any time? Lin Tian inquired. Exiting the star realm requires a waiting period of 10 seconds. If my spiritual body is in the star realm and someone calls for me in reality, what happens? Xiaoling replied, I will automatically determine whether to awaken you, so there's no need for you to worry. Lin Tian nodded. All right, let us leave it at that for now. Xiaoling, do I have a resurrection opportunity available? I want to enter the Star Realm. Xiaoling responded, the previous master left 3 chances for resurrection, and you'll gain an additional resurrection opportunity every week. What kind of world do you wish to enter? What worlds are available? Lin Tian asked. The civilizations collected by the previous master are incredibly diverse, encompassing nearly every type, such as martial arts civilizations, cultivation civilizations, modern civilizations, high-tech civilizations, magical civilizations, crystal card civilizations, soul civilizations, and so forth. Regardless of your choice, I will implant the language of that civilization into your mind the moment you enter, so you need not worry about any language barriers. Lin Tian pondered rapidly in his mind, considering the cultivation civilization, which certainly seemed appealing. Yet, given his current strength, he feared being devoured by some lurking monster upon entry. The modern civilization was not an option since he was already in the modern world. That high-tech civilization posed its own challenges, lacking both strength and knowledge. Thus, he narrowed it down to martial arts civilization, magical civilization, crystal card civilization, and soul civilization. After a moment of contemplation, he decided on martial arts civilization. Every man harbors a martial arts dream, and Lin Tian was no exception. Xiaoling, I choose the martial arts civilization. Is there a world akin to demigods and semi-demons? Lin Tian asked. The world of demigods and semi-demons? Yes, master. There exists a martial arts civilization of demigods and semi-demons within the Star Realm that IT was collected about 800 or 900 years ago when the previous master was traveling through the Milky Way. The demigods and semi-demon civilization is a virtual civilization, and you can enter as a spiritual body. Xiaoling explained, is there really a world of demigods and semi-demons? Lin Tian exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoling, can I learn martial arts there? Certainly, master, but martial arts cannot be mastered instantly, Xiaoling clarified. However, there are expedited methods. Are there not? For example, the Northern Darkness divine skill can absorb others' internal energy, and Lingbo Weibo should not take too long to learn. Lin Tian's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Eager to master a plethora of astonishing martial arts techniques, such as the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and Lingbo Weibo. Setting aside other considerations, mastering Lingbo Weibo is a priority for Lin Tian. For acquiring, it would undoubtedly enhance his safety. By the way, Xiaoling, since the world of demigods and semi-demons is a spiritual realm, if I learn the Northern Darkness divine skill, can the internal energy I absorb there be transferred to my physical body, in reality? Lin Tian suddenly posed a question. The internal energy absorbed cannot be directly transferred to your physical body in reality. However, it can first be converted into realm energy, which can then be transformed into internal energy and input into your physical body. This conversion process will consume about half of the internal energy, but will eliminate the risk of impure internal energy, Xiaoling explained. Lin Tian laughed heartily. Haha, splendid. Although I will lose half, the benefit of eliminating the risk of impure internal energy makes it worth it. Master, do you wish to enter now? Xiaoling inquired. Yes, I want to appear near Dali City in Yunnan. In the dormitory, Lin Tian closed his eyes and remained still, as if he had fallen asleep. Yet, his spiritual body had already manifested on the outskirts of Dali City within the demigods and semi-demons world, along a deserted road where no one could be seen for miles. Had it been otherwise, the sudden appearance of a person in broad daylight would certainly have been alarming. Clad in a white ancient robe, Lin Tian bore the semblance of a wandering hero from the martial arts world. The air was refreshingly crisp. Xiaoling, can you still hear me? Lin Tian looked around and spoke softly. Yes, master. Xiaoling's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, and hearing her eased his anxiety. Although he had read demigods and semi-demons, experiencing the world firsthand was an entirely different matter. That a strange world always brings a hint of unease. By the way, Xiaoling, if I move around here, will my physical body in reality feel fatigued the next day? Lin Tian asked. There will be a slight fatigue, but it won't be severe. Your spiritual body's activities here are akin to dreaming at night, while people who dream frequently may not sleep well. The impact is minimal. Given your exceptional mental strength, the effect will be even less, Xiaoling reassured him. Lin Tian felt relieved. He feared that if he spent a whole day here, he would awaken utterly exhausted the next day, which would surely raise questions from others. Who sleeps a full night, yet wakes up feeling drained? Xiaoling, which direction leads to Dali City, and how far is it? Lin Tian suddenly recalled a pressing issue. He was currently without any money. Being broke would hinder his every movement. While he fantasized about conquering the world, he realized that his immediate concern must be securing shelter and sustenance, that if he starved and lost the chance to re-enter the demigods and semi-demons world, it would indeed be a lamentable predicament. Lin Tian pondered within himself. Master, if you proceed ahead, you will reach Dali City, which is a distance of 20 li. Xiaoling replied. Behind him, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, prompting Lin Tian to step aside and glance back. With his current prowess, he estimated he would struggle to defeat even a robust commoner in the world of Tianlong Babu. Thus, he understood the necessity of remaining low-key. Yin, our child shall be named Duan Yin. I have already informed Uncle and Master Karong about our journey to the Tianlong Temple. He will one day be the master of Dali Kingdom. Inside the luxurious carriage, Duan Yu, appearing to be in his 30s yet looking under 30, gently held Wang Yun's hand and spoke softly. Duan Yun, how I wish our child could be as carefree as Yunner in the future. Yet, being of royal blood, we cannot grant him such freedom, and moreover, his ailment. Wang Yun murmured, teasing the child in her arms. Lin Tian observed dozens of guards escorting a carriage, with a grand flag displaying a prominent Duan character fluttering high above. It was evident to him that the occupant of the carriage was none other than Duan Yu, the current master of Dali Kingdom and a preeminent martial artist of the realm. Feeling a surge of courage, Lin Tian stepped into the middle of the road and called out, "May I inquire if this is the esteemed Duan Yu and his wife? I find myself in dire straits and wish to travel to Dali City. May I accompany you?" This action was undeniably audacious. Not only was he halting the carriage of the esteemed Emperor of Dali, but he was also directly calling out Duan Yu's name, a gesture that could very well warrant his execution. However, Lin Tian was aware of Duan Yu's character. If indeed the man inside the carriage was Duan Yu, there would be no reason for immediate retribution. Bold indeed, daring to call the Emperor by name. Two guards raised their whips threateningly towards Lin Tian. "Halt!" Duan Yu's voice rang out just in time. Though the carriage remained a distance away, Duan Yu's cultivation allowed him to hear Lin Tian's words clearly. "Yuan, I shall take a look. He seems to be an intriguing individual in my current position. It is rare to encounter someone who dares to address me so directly." As the Emperor, Duan Yu was accustomed to being addressed with utmost reverence. Common folk would bow several times and refer to him as Your Majesty, while those from the martial world might address him as Duan Shan brother. Few would dare to simply call him by his name. "Are you a song person, young brother?" Duan Yu inquired as he gracefully stepped down from the carriage, appearing merely 3 meters from Lin Tian. The guards were not alarmed. They could discern that Lin Tian bore no martial prowess. Moreover, with Duan Yu's abilities, how many in the world could truly harm him? Their role as guards was secondary. Their primary purpose was to accentuate the royal aura. Lin Tian nodded slightly. One could say so. He was attempting to maintain his composure. The emperor of a nation, coupled with being one of the few supreme masters in the realm, naturally exuded an air of authority. That Lin Tian remained unfazed by it was indeed commendable, though it was also a result of Duan Yu's deliberate restraint. Otherwise, even with Lin Tian's strong will, he might have been overwhelmed by the pressure and collapsed. Seeing Lin Tian's calm demeanor, Duan Yu felt a measure of admiration. For an ordinary person to conduct themselves thus was indeed remarkable. Yet he was curious about what could compel a person devoid of martial skills to engage him in such an equal dialogue. A person with secrets, Duan Yu silently assessed. "Young brother, if you do not mind, would you call me Duan Ge and join me in the carriage?" Duan Yu proposed. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated establishing a connection with Duan Yu so swiftly. He responded with a smile. "Duan Ge, I am honored that my surname is Lin, with the given name Tian, that if I am not mistaken, your wife is also within the carriage, so it may not be proper for me to enter." There is nothing improper about it. Although our identities have changed somewhat, we are ultimately children of the martial world, and such formalities are unnecessary. Duan Yu waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall not hesitate. Lin Tian replied. Haha, young brother, please, Duan Yu beckoned, leading Lin Tian to the side of the carriage. The carriage was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 10 people without issue. Once Lin Tian and Duan Yu entered, the interior remained remarkably roomy. Your wife is indeed as beautiful as the legends state, Duan Gu. You are truly fortunate, Lin Tian remarked after briefly surveying Wang Yuan seated at the back of the carriage. Before turning his gaze away, smiling gently, to be honest, he had not scrutinized her too closely, as it would be exceedingly impolite to openly stare at someone else's wife. Indeed, possessing Yin is the greatest happiness of my life. Duan Yu gazed at Wang Yuan with eyes filled with affection. Young brother, do you have a beloved lady? If not, our Dali kingdom is home to many lovely maidens. Lin Tian's face flushed slightly. He had not expected Duan Yu to make such an inquiry. He chuckled awkwardly. Duan Gu, I'm still quite young and not yet inclined to consider such matters. At that moment, the child in Wang Yuan's arms suddenly began to cry. His little face turning pale. Yun'er, Yun'er, Wang Yuan exclaimed anxiously, quickly taking the child's small hand to check his pulse. However, in her haste, she struggled to ascertain anything clearly. Duan Lang, come here, Wang Yuan called out to Duan Yu. Duan Yu swiftly moved, positioning himself beside Wang Yuan at the back of the carriage. He gently grasped Duan Yun's small hand with his left, while his right hand pressed against the child's back. Channeling a steady flow of internal energy into him, as Duan Yu continued to impart his energy, Duan Yun's complexion gradually improved, regaining a hint of color, yet the worry on both Duan Yu and Wang Yuan's faces remained stark. Duan Gu, what is happening? Lin Tian inquired hesitantly. Duan Yu took a deep breath. Young brother, this is my son, Duan Yun. For reasons unknown, he has frequently experienced episodes like this since birth. Countless palace physicians and renowned doctors from the martial world have examined him, yet none have been able to diagnose his ailment. Hence, we even sought out Master Karong at the Tianlong Temple. But alas, Xiaoling, can you examine Duan Yun's condition? Lin Tian asked mentally. Certainly, Master. However, if you wish to cure him, it will require you to expend some of your dimensional energy. Xiaoling's melodic voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a surge of hope. If he could uncover and possibly cure Duan Yun's ailment. Duan Gu, I have some knowledge of medicine. I offer my assistance, Lin Tian proposed. Duan Yu, seeing Lin Tian was merely in his 20s, doubted the depth of his medical knowledge. The palace physicians and numerous renowned doctors had failed to diagnose the child's condition. How could a mere youth possibly be of help? Yet, there was a glimmer of hope, and Lin Tian exuded a mysterious aura, so Duan Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Tian pretended to check Duan Yun's pulse with 2 fingers, while mentally urging Xiaoling to expedite the examination. Within a mere 10 seconds, Xiaoling provided the results. Master, he is suffering from an underdeveloped heart, which is causing the aforementioned symptoms. This condition cannot be detected by ordinary means. However, as a super-intelligent AI from a level 12 civilization, it was easy for me to identify this issue. To fully cure him, you will need to expend 30 units of dimensional energy, but you currently possess only 2. Lin Tian extended his hand, though not harboring much hope. Nevertheless, Duan Yu asked with anticipation, Brother Lin, what did you find? Duan Gu, if I were to say I have diagnosed the issue, you would surely think me boastful. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. However, I must assert that I have indeed identified the problem, and I possess a degree of confidence in my ability to heal him. Even for Duan Yu, hearing Lin Tian's words filled him with overwhelming joy. Brother Lin, can you truly cure my son? Absolutely. I would not dare to commit treason against the crown. Lin Tian laughed. There is no sovereign here, only a father with a sick child. Brother Lin, if you can heal Yun'er, you will be the most esteemed guest in all of Dali Kingdom. Duan Yu declared earnestly, knowing the lengths he had gone to find a remedy for Duan Yun. May heaven show mercy. Wang Yun tenderly patted the now sleeping Duan Yun, whispering softly, in the blink of an eye. The 20-li journey had come to an end as Lin Tian, aboard the carriage, entered Dali City. The carriage continued on, heading straight for the Dali Palace. Once the carriage halted, Lin Tian, along with Duan Yu and Wang Ying, disembarked, with Duan Yun naturally cradled in Wang Yiyuan's arms. Ignoring the officials who approached to pay their respects, Duan Yu swiftly arranged accommodations for Lin Tian and then entered the estate with Wang Yun, holding Duan Yun. The opulence of the royal residence left Lin Tian astounded. The court ladies and guards bowing to him felt quite foreign. Yet he endeavored to adapt to it all, while silently reminding himself that in this world, he was merely a passerby. Brother Lin, I hope you can reveal to us what ailment Yun'er is truly suffering from. Duan Yu spoke urgently. Brother Duan, the two most vital organs in a person's body are the brain and the heart. Duan Yun's brain has developed exceptionally well, yet his heart suffers from congenital deficiencies. It is precisely for this reason that Duan Yun experiences episodes of illness periodically, that, if my deductions are correct, these intervals are becoming increasingly shorter. Lin Tian responded. Duan Yu nodded. Indeed, in the past, Yun'er would only fall ill once every 10 to 15 days. Now it has escalated to nearly once a day. Brother Duan, I believe I can cure Duan Yun, but may take 10 days to half a month. Lin Tian remarked it. Oh soon. Duan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. May I inquire what treatment methods you intend to employ? Do you require me to prepare anything? Brother Duan, you might be wondering why an ordinary person like me traverses the martial world. I too have practiced, but what I have cultivated is not internal strength. Rather, it is a form of healing energy capable of curing ailments, albeit without the ability to harm adversaries, Lin Tian replied. Duan Yu said, Brother Lin, with such extraordinary abilities, yet lacking means for self-defense, your journey in the martial world is fraught with peril. It is a family edict that all descendants of the Lin family must practice medicine throughout the realm. Even if it entails danger, it is an obligation. I have not disclosed this before, but I trust you, Brother Duan, so I shall share it. Lin Tian stated. Duan Yu paced back and forth a few steps, then said, Brother Lin, if you can cure Yun'er, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable technique for movement that I believe that once you learn it, your travels in the martial world will be considerably safer. Lin Tian's heart leaped with joy. All his words were aimed at eliciting Duan Yu's promise to teach him the Lingbo Weibu. The extraordinary technique that Duan Yu spoke of was undoubtedly the Lingbo Weibu. Brother Duan, I shall do my utmost, Lin Tian declared. Sister-in-law, how about I examine Duan Yun first? Although I cannot cure him immediately, I can stabilize his condition. Wang Yiyan had no reason to disagree and promptly entrusted Duan Yun to Lin Tian's care. She did not fear for Duan Yun's safety with Duan Yu, a formidable expert, present. Unless Lin Tian were to act recklessly, he would not dare to harm Duan Yun. Lin Tian carefully cradled Duan Yun with his left hand while gently placing his right hand on Duan Yun's chest. Shaoling, let us commence treatment. Lin Tian instructed Shaoling in his mind. Although his healing energy was limited, in order to gain Duan Yu's trust, he had no choice but to proceed with the treatment. Fortunately, conditions like Duan Yun's congenital deficiencies did not require a single complete cure. Gradual treatment over several sessions would suffice. Understood, Master, Shaoling replied. Lin Tian felt a warm current flow in his right palm and gradually seep into Duan Yun's chest. As the warmth infused, the slumbering Duan Yun broke into a sweet smile. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Tian withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Duan, my skills are lacking, and my healing energy is insufficient to cure Duan Yun in one go. However, with this treatment, he should not experience that pain for the next few days. Duan Yu took Duan Yun into his arms and quickly checked his pulse. Soon, a look of delight spread across his face. Brother Lin, you are far too modest. I can feel that Yun'er's condition has indeed improved. Your abilities are remarkable. To encounter you, Brother Lin, is a blessing for both myself and Yun'er. Duan Yu then handed Duan Yun back to the eager Wang Yiyan. Yin, please take Yun'er to rest. Wang Yin nodded gently and, cradling Duan Yun, departed with 4 maidservants in tow. Brother Lin, as I am a few years your senior, may I address you as Yindi? Duan Yu inquired, feeling relieved now that there was hope for Duan Yun. He smiled faintly. Being a person who cherished friendship, he felt a natural closeness to Lin Tian, who had saved his son. Lin Tian readily accepted and joyfully replied, It would be a great honor for me to form a brotherly bond with Brother Duan. Ha ha, splendid. Heaven above and earth below. Today, Duanyu and Lin Tian become sworn brothers, sharing fortune and facing life and death together, Duanyu proclaimed, raising his fingers in an oath. Lin Tian's heart surged with emotion as he echoed, heaven above and earth below. Today, Lin Tian and Duanyu become sworn brothers, sharing fortune and facing life and death together. Brother, please allow me to bow to you, Lin Tian said, cupping his fists and bowing deeply. Duanyu accepted the gesture, replying, Xiandi, I accept your courtesy, but you must not call me brother as I still have two sworn brothers. Point one is Xiaofeng, and the other is Su Zhu. Since you have sworn brotherhood with me, you must also have two more elder brothers. Your second brother Su Zhu is likely at Lingzhou Palace, while your elder brother Xiaofeng. Duanyu hesitated, unable to continue. Then I shall refer to you as third brother. I have heard tales of my elder brother. He is a truly heroic figure. A man's life is finite, and the death of my elder brother weighs heavily, like Mount Tai, Lin Tian remarked. Well said. It seems I have been too childish, Duanyu replied. Fourth brother, have you read the Book of Changes? The technique I wish to teach you is the Lingbo Weibu, and if you have studied the Book of Changes, it should yield even greater results. The Book of Changes was indeed read by many scholars in ancient times, but Lin Tian was a modern man. How many modern individuals had studied it? Xiaoling, is there any information on the Book of Changes in your database? Can you implant it directly in my mind? Lin Tian inquired mentally. Master, my database does not contain the Book of Changes. However, once you return to reality, I can search online. The language materials were processed by the former master, so implanting them into your mind will not cause you harm. Other information, if implanted, may damage your neural pathways. And to prevent such damage, it will require energy consumption to protect your brain, Xiaoling explained. Although lengthy, the exchange was but a fleeting moment of soul-to-soul dialogue. Third brother, I have indeed read the Book of Changes. But that was long ago. Recalling it will likely take some time. Lin Tian replied, in that case, take your time to reflect tonight that I will have someone deliver some books shortly. Duanyu instructed and summoned maidservants to take care of Lin Tian before taking his leave. Without the assistance of the maidservants, Lin Tian enjoyed a relaxing bath. Time flew by, and almost an entire night had passed in reality. Like a tea that moment, Duanyu had sent someone to deliver several books on the Book of Changes. Is there a meditation room available for cultivation? Lin Tian asked a maidservant, replying to the esteemed guest, this Lingying mansion is primarily for receiving martial artists, so there's indeed a meditation room. Please follow me. The meditation rooms in Lingying mansion were located in the backyard, consisting of 3 stone chambers. The maidservant said, esteemed guest, once the meditation room is closed, it can only be opened from the inside. Please exercise caution during your cultivation. Additionally, there are provisions and water for 3 days inside the room. If third brother arrives, inform him that I wish to study the Book of Changes and also recover some energy. Lin Tian concluded, taking the books sent by Duanyu and entering one of the meditation rooms. Once the door to the chamber was closed, Lin Tian placed the books down and instructed Xiaoling to return to reality. As the 10 seconds of preparation elapsed, Lin Tian's consciousness re-entered his body. Upon opening his eyes, he found the day barely brightening. Feeling a slight fatigue, Lin Tian closed his eyes and sank into a deep slumber. After 2 or 3 hours, Lin Tian was awakened by Zui Yunfei's noise. Old four, why are you waking us up so early on holiday? Lin Tian grumbled, rolling over to of course. I want to check the rankings on the campus beauty list. Zui Yunfei replied, grinning as he swiftly opened his computer. Since he was already awake, Lin Tian didn't feel like going back to sleep. Old four, tomorrow is the 70th anniversary of the National Day. How you plan to celebrate? Lin Tian asked while getting dressed. I asked that even a question. Of course, we're going to Beijing to watch the National Day Parade. The 70th anniversary is a rare spectacle. Zui Yunfei exclaimed, Old 3, don't tell me you're not planning to go. Lin Tian frowned. I would love to go, but at this point, where could I still buy a train ticket? Forget about train tickets. Haidian City is not too far from the capital. We could just drive. The tea might be a bit tiring, but it's certainly more comfortable than squeezing onto a train or airplane. Xiaobai, an old way are on board too. As a member of 306, you can't back out now, Zui Yunfei insisted. Lin Tian nodded. If that's the case, then there's no problem. At that moment, Zhu Yunfei had already logged onto the Haitian University BBS. As expected, the rankings were just as he had imagined. Zhou Yao, Morong Shui, Nangong Wan'er, and Jiang Qin had all made it into the top 10, while Lu Shi had surprisingly fallen to 9th place. Indeed, having a boyfriend brings trouble. Qin Ke rightfully claims the top spot on the campus beauty list. Zhu Yunfei proclaimed loudly, "The quality of this year's freshman is truly remarkable. Out of 10, for have actually made it in." Lao San, stop commenting and hurry up with the preparations. It takes 3 to 4 hours to drive from Heishanshu to Beijing, and it's almost 9 o'clock. We need to be quick. Wei Feng walked in from outside, holding several breakfast items. Ha ha. Old Wei, you are indeed a modern-day Lei Feng. Zhu Yunfei chuckled, snatching a portion of breakfast. The group playfully finished their meal when Zhu Yunfei's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, who is this?" he inquired, answering an unfamiliar number. "Zhu Yunfei, don't tell me you can't recognize my voice." The strong aura of menace from the other end was palpable. "Classmate, I don't know you. I'm hanging up." Zhu Yunfei certainly recognized the voice. It was none other than the sorceress Nangong Wan'er. "Yunfei, if you dare hang up on me, you're as good as dead," Nangong Wan'er shouted loudly, her voice so clear that Lin Tian and the others could hear it, eliciting strange smiles from the three of them as they looked at Zhu Yunfei. "Miss, I admit my mistake. Will that suffice? Please show some mercy and let me off the hook." Zhu Yunfei felt frustrated. How did Nangong Wan'er get his phone number? "I'm not here to cause you trouble. I have a task for you that if you handle it well, we can forget about yesterday's incident," Nangong Wan'er stated. "Really?" Zhu Yunfei was genuinely surprised by her unexpected benevolence. I have any reason to deceive you. Myself, Morong Shui, Zhou Yao, and Qin Ke wish to attend a celebration in Beijing, arrange the transportation, and ensure our safety during the trip. If you do this, the matter from yesterday will be forgiven." Zhu Yunfei initially thought Nangong Wan'er's request would be exceedingly difficult, and he was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. "Nangong, are you certain your mind is clear at the moment?" Zhu Yunfei stammered. "You scoundrel, we'll be at the school gate in half an hour." After hanging up, Zhu Yunfei expressed his confusion. "Xiao Bai. Old Wei, Lao San, you all heard that, right? Don't you think this is peculiar? It seems Nangong Wan'er has taken a liking to you." Wei Feng said seriously that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Xiao Bai added. Lin Tian shrugged, saying, "Old C, a 1T comment. Damn it, who cares? Having 4 stunning beauties accompany us to the celebration is certainly better than just the 4 of us guys." Zhu Yunfei reassured himself. "Xiao Bai, my car can't accommodate 8 people. I know you must have a vehicle parked nearby, so hurry and get it." The 4 of them hurriedly changed clothes, with Zhu Yunfei, Xiao Bai, and Wei Feng all donning designer labels, while Lin Tian appeared in casual attire, albeit clean, which paled in comparison. Go. The 4 of them, full of vigor, charged out of the dormitory building, with Lin Tian and Wei Feng heading toward the school gate, while Zhu Yunfei and Xiao Bai went to find their car, whose location remained a mystery. From a distance, Lin Tian and the others spotted a crowd gathered outside the school gate, estimating there were at least 200 to 300 people. "Old Wei, should we charge in now and be the target of scorn, or wait for Old C and Xiao Bai to join us in mutual suffering?" Lin Tian quietly asked Wei Feng as they reached the outskirts of the crowd. Having seen the photos from last night, Lin Tian recognized the 4 stunning beauties at the center of the crowd: Nangong Wan'er, Qin Ke, Zhou Yao, and Morong Shui. The real deal is even more beautiful than the pictures. Lin Tian mused, realizing it was no wonder that such captivating women drew such a large crowd. "Let us wait. We don't want to provoke the masses." "Lao San, I think you've changed a bit." Wei Feng commented. "Oh, how so?" Lin Tian chuckled. Wei Feng pondered for a moment. "You seem much more confident than before. That I don't know what has happened to you. But this is truly wonderful, with Xiao Bai and Old C together. This is fate. I don't know what the future holds, but for now, we are classmates, brothers. Thanks, Old Wei." Lin Tian nodded appreciatively. Wei Feng, Nangong Wan'er's keen eyes, quickly spotted him lurking at the edge of the crowd. "Lao San, we agreed. We are brothers. Let us move forward together." The crowd parted automatically as Wei Feng smiled wryly and walked toward Nangong Wan'er and her companions. Lin Tian shrugged and followed. After all, He was associating with someone of Duan Yu's caliber, a person who had even entered the palace. Such a minor scene did not intimidate him. And who might this be? Since Lin Tian was not widely recognized, Nangong Waner and her companions were unfamiliar with him, and they turned to Wei Feng for clarification. "This is my roommate, Lin Tian." Wei Feng introduced. "Oh, I remember now. I saw you dining together yesterday. You're all going to Beijing together, right?" Nangong Waner inquired. Wei Feng nodded, examining the three other beauties alongside Lin Tian. Their appearances were beyond compare. Having made it onto the list of campus beauties at Heishanshu University, they were undoubtedly stunning. In terms of temperament, Murong Shui exuded a cold aura. Even from 3 meters away, Lin Tian could feel the chill radiating from her, yet this coldness also conveyed an ethereal purity, reminiscent of an ice mountain snow lotus. Zhou Yao, on the other hand, resembled a delicate orchid in a secluded valley, tranquil, embodying a classical beauty akin to Wang Yan from the world of demigods and semi-devils. Qin Ku presented herself as a graceful lady, modest and composed, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement when Lin Tian and the others glanced her way. Who are those two? It seems like Qin Ku and the others are waiting for them. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The tall one is Wei Feng. He is quite impressive. During military training, his military boxing skills left our instructor feeling inadequate. The other lad is unknown, but judging by his attire, he likely doesn't have much of a background. Lin Tian. That guy is Lin Tian. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Another voice followed. Lin Tian. What right do you have to stand among the campus beauties? As one person took the lead, the rest of the crowd erupted into commotion, with the majority of the ire directed at Lin Tian, as Wei Feng's reputation made them hesitant to confront him. Locking his gaze on the instigators within the crowd, Lin Tian quickly recognized the two troublemakers. They were among the lackeys who had trailed Wang Hao the previous day. What is the point of this? Lin Tian pondered, certain he had not crossed paths with Wang Hao. Could it be that simply being roommates with Zui Yunfei had made him a target for their ire? Such narrow-mindedness would lead to failure. Although he could not confront Wang Hao at the moment, Lin Tian did not regard him with any seriousness. Ignoring the clamor around him, Lin Tian even closed his eyes to cultivate his energy, an act that only served to elevate the admiration of Nangong Waner and her companions while inciting the crowd's fury. This was a blatant display of contempt. "Lin Tian, I challenge you to a duel." A rather sturdy fellow stepped forward. "My dear classmate, I strongly recommend you consult a psychologist. What era is this that we still engage in duels?" Zui Yunfei's languid voice came from outside the throng. As two cars silently rolled up to the edge of the crowd, some among them gasped in astonishment. The Chasewind S10 and Phantom K6. These models had only been on the market for 3 years. Yet they had already captured a significant portion of the high-end automotive market in China. The Chasewind S10 and Phantom K6 were the best of their respective series, with rumors suggesting only a limited number had been produced. "Ladies, let us get into the car quickly. Being gawked at like this is quite unpleasant," Wei Feng urged. Nangong Waner and her companions nodded in agreement. While they were accustomed to being the center of attention, they did not particularly enjoy it. Nangong Waner was the first to open the passenger door of Zui Yunfei's car and took her seat. Qin Ku smiled gently and settled into the passenger seat of Xiao Bai's vehicle. "Sister Murong, you and Sister Qin can share a car, while I'll ride with Waner," Zhou Yao chimed in, her voice soft and melodious. Murong Shui said nothing, simply nodding as she opened the door to Xiao Bai's car. Zhou Yao, of course, slipped into Zui Yunfei's vehicle. "Old Wei, you should take Xiao Bai's car. I'm afraid of getting cold," Lin Tian whispered as he approached Zui Yunfei's car. "Damn it, you brat." Wei Feng discreetly flipped Lin Tian the bird, opening the car door and sitting next to Zhou Yao. Lin Tian felt his heart race unexpectedly, remaining motionless as he pretended to meditate. "Master, your heart rate has reached 120 beats per minute," giggled the voice of Xiaoling in Lin Tian's mind. "Xiaoling, can you connect to the internet wirelessly?" Lin Tian diverted his attention. "Yes, master. Would you like me to download the information on the Book of Changes?" Xiaoling replied, "Download it immediately. Also, how many dimensions does my boundary power possess? Is it sufficient to protect my brain during the data integration?" "Master, you currently possess 7-dimensional boundary power Avoid damage to your nerves during data integration. 5 dimensions of boundary power are required to safeguard your brain. Xiaoling stated, "The data on the Book of Changes has been successfully searched. Shall I integrate it?" Integrate. Lin Tian felt as if a balloon were expanding in his mind, with a torrent of complex information relentlessly bombarding his brain's nerves. Without the protection of a barrier, he knew his neural pathways would surely be compromised. However, under the influence of a series of warm currents, his brain remained unharmed. After a minute, the information assimilation was complete. "Master, there is good news. Your mental capacity has reached 74 dimensions, an increase of 1.5 dimensions. 1.5 dimensions. Ah, even the smallest ant is still meat." Lin Tian mused, immediately searching for information regarding the I Ching in his mind. The I Ching consists of 2 main components, the text and the commentary. The text is divided into the upper and lower texts. The upper text contains 30 hexagrams, while the lower text comprises 34, totaling 64 hexagrams. These 64 hexagrams evolve from the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kan, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Ku, and Dui. Each hexagram is composed of a diagram, a title, a hexagram statement, and a line statement. Each hexagram consists of 6 lines, which are further classified as yang or yin. The yang lines are denoted as 9, while the yin lines are referred to as 6. Arranged from bottom to top, they are sequentially named: initial, second, third, fourth, fifth, and upper. The 64 hexagrams contain a total of 384 lines. The title is related to the content of the hexagram statement and line statements. The hexagram statement precedes the line statements, generally serving to elucidate the meaning. The line statements form the core of each hexagram's content, arranged according to the sequence of the 6 lines. There are 7 types of commentary across 10 chapters, which include the upper and lower trigram statements, the upper and lower images, the Wenyin, the Shitzi, the upper and lower text, the Shuagua, the Zagua, and the Sugua. Lin Tian initially thought there would be little information on the I Ching, but to his surprise, the data could only be described as vast. While a single volume of the I Ching may not seem extensive, it is esteemed as the foremost of all classics and the source of the Great Way. The myriad interpretations by later generations are astonishing. With a single download from the small spirit, he acquired everything related to the I Ching. Lin Tian's brain whirred into action, yet grasping the immense volume of information all at once was entirely impossible. It seemed he could only proceed step by step. Others spent a lifetime interpreting the I Ching, and if he could understand it in 10 days, that would be quite remarkable. To master the Lingbo Weibo, he need only comprehend a small portion of the I Ching, not the entirety. Thus, in a few days, he should be able to truly begin his study of the Lingbo Weibo. Lin Tian thought to himself. As his mind raced, his heartbeat began to calm. His rapid heartbeat was not due to infatuation, but rather a reflection of his limited interactions with girls. Moreover, given that Zhou Yao was such a stunning beauty, merely shifting his focus was already a remarkable feat. Old for, with such a gorgeous woman beside you, how can you still play the wooden block? Zui Yunfei chuckled. Lin Tian retorted with a hint of annoyance. Just drive the car. The speed is already 105. Be careful not to veer off the highway, that if you crash, it won't matter for you. But if the 2 ladies get hurt, you'll be in serious trouble. With my skills, such an incident is impossible. Zui Yunfei replied, and this was no exaggeration. Martial artists possess reflexes that far exceed the ordinary, as long as he didn't cramp up all at once. The likelihood of an accident was minimal. Zhou Yao, how did you all come to know each other? We've known each other for quite some time, Zhou Yao replied. Zui Yunfei nodded, not finding it strange. Whether it was Qin, Ku, Morong Shui, or Zhou Yao, their background were likely impressive. That it was common for families with connections to have their younger generations form friendships early on. Yunfei himself hailed from a notable family, yet he made many friends of his age. It was only in university that he became acquainted with Wei Feng, Xiao Bai, and Lin Tian. Of course, among them, Lin Tian was merely an ordinary person. As the National Day approached, he wondered if some clowns would emerge to stir up trouble. Nangong Wanner furrowed her delicate brows. It's inevitable, but the country should be able to manage it, Yunfei replied. The newly established rapid response forces are incomparable to those of the past. Moreover, The state controls a significant number of secret forces. Zui Yunfei did not elaborate on what these secret forces were. Nangong Wan'er and Zhou Yao could guess some of it, while Lin Tian remained oblivious. Although he had obtained the star ring, it had only been 2 days. As an ordinary person, he naturally could not be privy to overly secretive matters. Zui Yunfei and the others drove swiftly, reaching Beijing in just over 3 hours. With a national day approaching, inspections were stringent, but by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they were settled in, head of the family. The young ladies have arrived in Beijing and are staying at a hotel under the Zhuo family banner. As Yunfei and the others checked in, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up across the street from the hotel. If Wan'er goes out, follow her. If she stays in the hotel, you keep watch outside. These guests have checked into the hotel, and the Zhuo family has already established strict security. A commanding voice echoed from the satellite phone. Understood, head. Meanwhile, several other factions also arrived outside the hotel, reporting similar news, and the replies were not much different, and O1 occupied a single room. The 4 men, Lin Tian included, shared a spacious suite, while Nangong Wan'er and her 3 companions did the same. This arrangement was not for the sake of saving money, but rather to create a livelier atmosphere and, more importantly, to enhance protection. Of course, given the strength of Zui Yunfei and his companions, dealing with them would not be a simple matter. As for the 4 young ladies, Lin Tian was unaware of Qin Ku and Zhou Yao's capabilities, but he knew Nangong Wan'er was even more formidable than Zui Yunfei. As for Murong Shui, Lin Tian speculated she must have practiced a cold attribute technique. Otherwise, she could not possess such an icy demeanor. Wow, I'm exhausted, driving for over 4 hours straight. Zui Yunfei flopped onto the sofa, dramatically exclaiming, "Old 3. You really missed an opportunity. Such a beautiful woman sitting next to you, and you still act like a block of wood." Lin Tian poured himself a glass of water and replied nonchalantly, "I know what kind of person I am. I'm too far removed from Zhou Yao, at least for now, that I enter eyes. I am merely an ordinary passerby. And no matter how much I say, it won't bridge the gap between us. It might even give the impression of a toad wishing to eat a swan's meat." Lin Tian currently did not wish to delve into romantic matters. With the star ring in hand, the priority was to elevate his own strength. Without strength, all talk was futile. Zui Yunfei patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, choosing not to say more. He too understood the disparity between Lin Tian and Zhou Yao. However, hearing Lin Tian express it left him with a sense of frustration. "Old 3. Lin Tian waved his hand. "Let's not say too much. I merely state my current lack of qualifications, as for the future. Who can say for certain?" With the star ring in hand, Lin Tian felt confident. Zui Yunfei and Wei Feng, Xiaobai were somewhat aware of Zhou Yao's background. Although they felt Lin Tian and Zhou Yao were unlikely to be together, they certainly would not voice that to discourage Lin Tian. Well, Old 3 has this ambition. What is there to worry about future success? Even if you cannot win over Zhou Yao, there are countless beauties in the world. Surely one will belong to you. Wei Feng laughed heartily. "Hey, Old Wei, did you create any sparks sitting next to Murong Shui?" Zui Yunfei teased. "Sparks? I'm practically an ice block. She hasn't said a word the entire journey." Wei Feng replied, visibly frustrated as he glared at Lin Tian, who paid no heed to the resentful gaze. "Old Wei, you need to be a passionate volcano, ready to melt that ice block known as Murong Shui. A woman as frigid as her, if you manage to melt her heart, it could lead to an even greater passion. Old 3, you've picked up bad habits from Old 4. Now trying to meddle in my affairs." Wei Feng remarked, "Xiaobai, what do you think? I also support you in melting the iceberg." Xiaobai tossed in a comment before turning ahead to his room. Wei Feng, in another room. "Sister Yao, I've noticed you seem particularly attentive to that Lin Tian. He is just an ordinary person." Nangong Wan'er inquired curiously. Zhou Yao lowered her head in contemplation before responding, "I can't shake the feeling that he is not as simple as he appears." "Wan'er, do you think an ordinary person would feel inferior among people like Zui Yunfei?" Yet, Lin Tian shows no signs of inferiority. In fact, he appears quite composed when he meets us. Nangong Wan'er nodded. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange." Sister Yao, have you heard the saying that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her downfall? It seems you have fallen quite deeply. A hint of confusion flickered in Zhou Yao's eyes as she replied, "Wanner, I cannot be compared to you. You are the beloved of the Nangong family. With your grandfather doting on you, you have a degree of autonomy over your marriage that as for me, I am destined to be a sacrificial pawn in a family alliance. Sister Yao, do not be so pessimistic. Even among the scions of noble families, there are many excellent candidates." Qin Ku comforted. "Murong Jia, what are your plans for the future?" Nangong Wanner asked Murong Shui. The bond between them was forged over many years of friendship. And in the presence of Nangong Wanner and her companions, Murong Shui's demeanor softened considerably. "I have but one stipulation," she stated, "and that is that my future husband must possess the strength to best me. Otherwise, even if my family were to impose their will upon me, I would refuse to marry." Nangong Wanner playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "Sister Murong, your demand is rather excessive, isn't it? I like to think that I am quite capable myself. Yet I have never been able to withstand more than 10 exchanges when sparring with you today. For Zui Yunfei and Xiao Bai, they are indeed exceptional among the scions of noble families. But their prowess is likely on par with mine. With such lofty expectations, you must be wary of truly remaining unmarried in the future. If that is the case, I would rather spend my life in the company of my sword." Murong Shui replied with a hint of indifference. Qin Ku interjected, "All right, enough of this talk. Let us all rest for a few hours. I suspect that Zui Yunfei and the others have planned some activities for the evening." "Understood, Sister Qin." Nangong Wanner feigned a formal bow before retreating to her room. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and the others each returned to their quarters for some rest. The rooms were equipped with computers for internet access. Lin Tian downloaded the novel Tianlong Babu and began reading a passage that described the technique of Lingbo Weibu. The scroll not only illustrates the footwork, but also elaborates on the directions of the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. He pondered, considering the connection between Lingbo Weibu and the hexagrams, that he noticed references to acupoints such as Shanzhong, Guanyuan, and Zhongji, as well as the hexagrams of Tongren, Liu, Weimei, and Weiji, among others. Searching his mind for knowledge, Lin Tian realized that while he was familiar with the 64 hexagrams, the specifics of those acupoints were not something he had studied at IT. Would be absurd for someone who claims to be a doctor and a martial artist to lack even basic knowledge of acupoints. He muttered to himself. He quickly instructed Xiao Ling to download information on acupoints into his mind. This time, with his explicit request, Xiao Ling refrained from overwhelming him with a flood of data. Having Xiao Ling's assistance was indeed convenient. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to familiarize himself with a myriad of acupoints. After about 10 minutes, the knowledge of acupoints was thoroughly integrated into Lin Tian's understanding. However, knowing is one thing. Applying that knowledge in practice is another matter entirely. Identifying and activating acupoints is no simple task. Some are minuscule in size, while others may be clustered closely together, making it easy to mistakenly press the wrong one. Not to mention the existence of hidden acupoints. Well, there's no need to rush. For now, it's sufficient to have a basic understanding. At least I won't be caught completely off guard if someone inquires. Lin Tian thought optimistically, quickly dismissing the matter. "Xiao Ling, what is my current realm of power?" he inquired. "Master, your current realm is at the 4th dimension," Xiao Ling replied. Lin Tian frowned. "That's hardly sufficient. That I needed to enhance my physical attributes, to bolster my mental capacity, to treat Duan Ming's ailments, and to extract items from the star realm. Master, dimensional power is indeed a rare commodity. Achieving 10 dimensions in a single day is already quite remarkable." "I am well aware." Lin Tian acknowledged the preciousness of dimensional power. Treating someone like Duan Yun, who had congenital heart issues, would require 30 dimensions, and given that 10 dimensions a day is a substantial amount, he resolved to take things slowly. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. With only 4 dimensions of power, he realized he would not be able to treat Duan Yun for long. Lin Tian hesitated to enter the world of Tianlong Babu. "Xiao Ling, I have a rather pressing issue. I find myself in dire financial straits. What should I do?" he asked. "Master, in your world, items such as gold and diamonds are incredibly valuable. However, in certain civilizations, gold is quite common, and diamonds are merely somewhat rare stones." Xiao Ling explained with a smile that if he were to enter such a world, acquiring vast amounts of gold or diamonds would be quite easy. However, extracting them from a star realm would consume dimensional power. Lin Tian felt a flicker of hope, followed by a frown. Xiaoling, how much dimensional power is required to bring items back? If the cost was too steep, he would have to reconsider whether it was worth it. Bring out 1 kilogram of gold requires 1 dimension of power. With the same dimensional cost, you could extract a fist-sized diamond. However, considering that such a large diamond might attract unwanted attention and put you at risk, I would advise you to extract gold instead. Gold can be traded discreetly and can yield substantial wealth without compromising your identity. Xiaoling advised. Lin Tian nodded. 1 dimension is acceptable. Xiaoling, find me a suitable world. I shall go there to gather gold. Very well. Master, I have located a civilization rich in physical cultivation, abundant in mineral resources with high or content that requires little refinement. However, you must be cautious. Although the inhabitants may appear similar to you, their strength far surpasses yours, even the lowest-ranked black iron warriors. Lin Tian focused his thoughts on the star ring, and his body was instantly transported inside. Let the journey begin. Xiaoling, I shall remain vigilant. Though I still have 3 chances to revive, wasting them would be shameful. Master, commencing the transfer now, you may experience a brief moment of discomfort. This is entirely normal. Xiaoling announced as a radiant light enveloped Lin Tian. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar world, clad in coarse fabric with a black iron longsword hanging at his waist. His original clothes had been left behind in the star ring, meaning he had traversed in the nude, though Xiaoling had managed to provide him with a simple outfit, as for shoes. Alas, Lin Tian was barefoot. It felt peculiar. Although he should be utilizing the language that Xiaoling had just implanted in him, it felt as effortless as speaking Chinese. Lin Tian muttered, not in Chinese, but in the common tongue of this civilization. Xiaoling, where is the gold? He asked in his mind. Master, while this civilization possesses numerous gold mines, they are not scattered everywhere. If you search carefully, you should be able to find some. Xiaoling replied. Lin Tian nodded and set off toward a nearby hill. From the summit, he could survey the surrounding landscape. If there were any gold mines nearby, they would not escape his watchful gaze. After all, gold is a gleaming substance. The hill was only about 300 meters away, and after a few minutes of climbing, Lin Tian reached the top, scanning the area. Indeed, he spotted a glimmer of golden reflection in the distance. Gold. His heart raced with excitement, akin to that of discovering buried treasure. Yet typically treasures are hidden deep underground, whereas these gold mines lay exposed. It appeared to be a distance of 4 to 5 kilometers. Lin Tian glanced at his bare feet and frowned. The ground was littered with scattered minerals, some of which were quite sharp. Traversing 4 to 5 kilometers barefoot over such terrain was no small feat. Xiaoling, do you have no shoes? Lin Tian inquired in his mind. Apologies, master, in some worlds, the previous master set certain limitations that in this case, you begin with only a coarse garment and a black iron sword. Xiaoling explained. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Tian lamented the peculiarities of the previous master of the star ring. Well, it is what it is. What's a little discomfort? I've already covered 300 meters. I can endure a bit more for the sake of progress. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, making sure to tread lightly and carefully avoid the sharp stones. The first kilometer was bearable. Though it was painful, he did not bleed and could tolerate it. By the second kilometer, each foot had been cut by sharp stones, blood staining the soles. Yet Lin Tian gritted his teeth and pressed on. By the third kilometer, his feet were battered and bloodied, and he was drenched in sweat. At this point, he was no longer motivated by the prospect of gold, but rather by the challenge of overcoming his own limits. He refused to believe he could not conquer this stretch of road. By the 4th kilometer, he leaned on his sword for support as he trudged onward. The final 200 meters left him unable to walk. He could only crawl. Nevertheless, after 20 minutes, Lin Tian finally reached his destination. Gasping for breath, he collapsed to the ground, laughing uproariously. Damn it, that was excruciating, but such trivial hardships will never defeat me. Having lost a considerable amount of blood, Lin Tian's complexion had turned pale. Xiaoling, which piece weighs about a kilogram? The piece to your right is approximately 1 kilogram. Xiaoling informed him. Master, you've lost a significant amount of blood. You need to return to the star ring for treatment immediately. Lin Tian grasped the gold ingot to his right and exclaimed, "Let me return quickly." The losses incurred due to this gold ingot are substantial, and the pain is excruciating. I estimate it will require considerable dimensional energy to heal my foot injury. A flash of white light flickered, and Lin Tian vanished from his location. Within the star ring, he heard, "Master, healing your injuries will consume 2 units of dimensional energy, leaving you with 2 units thereafter." Isn't there a total of only 4 units of dimensional energy? He pondered, but if I use 1 unit for the gold and another 2 for my foot injury, that should leave me with only 1 unit. Master, during your time in the star realm, the star ring has absorbed an additional unit of dimensional energy. Little Ling replied, "Shall I proceed to treat your foot injury immediately?" "Yes, at once." A radiant white light enveloped Lin Tian's injured feet and other scratched areas. Ah, how delightful! That wretched body cultivation world. I have no desire to return unless absolutely necessary. Not only have I suffered, but I have also incurred significant losses, although using the gold ingot only consumed 1 unit. Treating my foot injury required 2. This lack of dimensional energy is intolerable. The pain pales in comparison to the loss. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian's foot injury and other scratches had completely vanished. And it seemed that the lost blood had been partially replenished, for he no longer felt the dizziness associated with blood loss. "Little Ling, I am heading out. I will leave the gold here in this space." Lin Tian declared. In the next moment, Lin Tian found himself in the room, glancing at the clock on the wall. 3 hours had already passed. Just then, a voice echoed from the door. "Third brother, are you awake? Let's go out for a stroll." Zui Yunfei called out from outside. Lin Tian stretched, feeling entirely normal, and hurried to open the door. He could see that moment. Xiaobai and Wei Feng also appeared, having rested well. "Fourth brother, what activities do we have planned for tonight?" "Nothing special, just accompanying beautiful ladies on a shopping spree. Such indulgence is not something everyone can enjoy." Zui Yunfei chuckled. Lin Tian frowned. "Fourth brother, are you mistaken? This is likely to be a torment rather than a pleasure. They are all stunningly beautiful. Once we hit the streets, there will undoubtedly be a crowd gathering to gawk at us, if anyone dares to make inappropriate advances. The chances of trouble are at least 99%. No, not 99%, but 100%. Wei Feng retorted, exasperated. "If such a situation arises, fourth brother, you will have to handle it alone." Zui Yunfei laughed. "With their skills, they won't need our assistance. If they hold back, then others should be the ones to pray for mercy. Fourth brother, venturing out to shop at this time is certainly not a wise decision." With the National Day festivities approaching, Beijing would be teeming with people. Lin Tian murmured to Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei sighed. "Third brother, consider an early taste of Beijing's enthusiasm. By tomorrow, you may better understand the meaning of a sea of humanity." As Zui Yunfei and the others set out, it became a burden for the hidden protectors following them. However, they were all skilled individuals, so losing track was unlikely. "Boss, there are too many pedestrians on the street, and we are too far away to provide effective protection," reported one of the hidden experts following the Zhou family. "Just keep a safe distance. Yunfei and the others are quite capable. Even if trouble arises, they should be able to hold out for a while. During National Day, no one dares to recklessly draw firearms. At such a sensitive moment, drawing a weapon on the streets would be a blatant disregard for the state machinery, with consequences that even a powerful force like the Zhou family could not withstand." "Understood, boss. Master, there are several groups of people following us." Little Ling informed Lin Tian telepathically. "Pay them no mind. They are likely Zui Yunfei's bodyguards." "Little Ling, can you detect if anyone harbors strong hostility towards us?" Lin Tian inquired. "Yes, master, but only within a 2,000-meter range. Beyond that, I am powerless." Though Little Ling was a supercomputer, her capabilities were not primarily focused on scanning. Possessing only basic scanning functions, Lin Tian nodded slightly. While 2,000 meters seemed short, it was generally sufficient, as most firearms have effective ranges that do not exceed this distance, although some sniper rifles do reach beyond 2,000 meters. Most marksmen would not choose to shoot from such a far distance. The closer they were, the greater the likelihood of hitting the target. "Little Ling, if you detect any strong hostility, inform me immediately." Lin Tian instructed. Walking alongside Zui Yunfei and the others, he felt a genuine sense of insecurity. Should an unexpected incident occur, while Zui Yunfei and the others might evade danger due to their superior skills. Lin Tian himself was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, putting him at a significantly higher risk. 28. Lin Tian silently counted in his mind. They had only been out for half an hour. Yet the number of those kicked away by Nangong Wan'er had already reached an astonishing 28. Her swift movements and merciless techniques left Lin Tian in admiration, contemplating that even if he were to engage, he would likely be kicked aside as well. I must elevate my strength quickly. Otherwise, I will face a crushing blow. Lin Tian mused, casting a sympathetic glance at the latest victim of Nangong Wan'er. Brother, just lie there for 5 minutes. However, be cautious and avoid getting trampled. Third brother, I was right. It seems we don't even need to lift a finger. Zui Yunfei leaned closer to Lin Tian with a grin. Be careful. If Nangong Wan'er hears you, she might interpret your words as a suggestion that you think she's violent. Lin Tian replied, exasperated. Zui Yunfei's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that she would understand it that way? Extraordinary individuals possess extraordinary interpretations. This thought lingered unspoken in Lin Tian's mind. He did not wish to provoke Nangong Wan'er. Not far away, atop a large building, a slender middle-aged man clad in black spoke through his earpiece. Yamamoto-kun, if I execute the mission, I will be unable to escape. Before him lay a fully assembled sniper rifle. The Zhou family, the Zhou family, the Qin family, and the Shao family have overreached their boundaries. The organization's interests have been compromised. Eliminating a few of their offspring is merely a warning. Furthermore, it serves as a small surprise. A bloody incident occurring on the streets at this time will surely cause quite a stir. The organization will take care of your family. The sniper rifle extended from the window, its muzzle aimed at the area where Lin Tian and the others were located. Master, the high-rise on the left has detected strong hostility. The opponent is using a sniper rifle, targeting Zhou Yao. Little Ling reported urgently in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian's expression shifted. He had previously assessed the strengths of Zhou Yao, Morong Shui, and Qin Ke. Based on the data, Qin Ke's strength was comparable to Xiao Bai's, slightly surpassing Zui Yunfei and Nangong Wan'er. Morong Shui, with cellular strength nearing 700, vitality over 500, and mental power approaching 400, was significantly stronger than Xiao Bai and Qin Ke had 8S for Zhou Yao. Contrary to Lin Tian's expectations, she was merely an ordinary person. Her only distinguishing feature was her mental power exceeding 100. Considerably higher than the average of 50. However, when compared to Qin Ke and the others, her mental power was still lacking. If the sniper rifle was aimed at Morong Shui or the others, Lin Tian would not be concerned. Their martial instincts should alert them to being targeted. Even if they could not completely evade the shot, avoiding a fatal hit would be entirely feasible. But now, the target was Zhou Yao, and, as an ordinary person, she stood no chance of evading a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Master, the opponent's hostility is escalating. They're about to fire. In reality, this all transpired in an instant, leaving Lin Tian no time even to issue a warning. Zhou Yao, duck! Lin Tian shouted, swiftly tackling Zhou Yao to the ground, just 2 meters in front of him. Thud! Lin Tian felt the impact of the bullet as it penetrated his back. Master, I utilized 2 units of dimensional energy to create a localized defense, reducing the bullet's power by 80%. Little Ling's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Third brother, Zui Yunfei, witnessing Lin Tian being shot, let out a roar and rushed over. Xiao Bai and Wei Feng had already moved ahead, but upon hearing Lin Tian shout for Zhou Yao to duck, they turned back just in time to see Lin Tian get shot. Their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they could care less about remaining inconspicuous as they dashed forward to shield Lin Tian from the bullet's trajectory. Xiao Bai's right arm was instantly enveloped in a faint luminous glow resembling white jade, demonstrating the full power of the white jade hand he had trained. With all his energy focused, Xiao Bai's right hand transformed into countless phantoms. Striking out like lightning, a thunderous boom erupted from his hand as he unleashed his power, and with a pale face, he took a step back, blood seeping from his clenched fist. Remarkably, he had managed to catch a sniper bullet with his bare hand. Not far away, several groups of individuals stealthily following Lin Tian and his companions were struck with alarm as they witnessed the ambush. Some hastily rushed toward their direction, while others hurried toward the building for which the bullets were fired. The third bullet was shot, but was deftly deflected into the air by a soft sword drawn from Mu Rongshue's waist. The act of deflecting the bullet caused her expression to shift slightly. However, her prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Bai. Thus she emerged unscathed. The capability to deflect bullets with martial arts left the surrounding panicked crowd in awe and terror. After 3 bullets were fired, no more followed, indicating that the sniper had either surrendered or had chosen to self-terminate, meeting his maker in the process. "Ambulance!" Zui Yunfei exclaimed urgently, sealing several of Lin Tian's acupoints, channeling his internal energy into Lin Tian's body without reservation. Soon, Lin Tian was lifted onto an ambulance and transported to the hospital, with Zui Yunfei and the others naturally accompanying him. As for the situation at the scene, it was beyond their purview to manage. In any case, although the shooting incident had occurred, Lin Tian found no subsequent reports regarding the event at the Zhua family residence. Guoqiang, Zui Yunfei's father, was livid. "Have we uncovered which faction orchestrated this?" he inquired. "Boss, not yet. The shooter committed suicide, leaving no identifying information on him, and the sniper rifle used is of a type commonly found internationally." A man in a black suit respectfully replied, "Is it possible to ascertain his identity?" Guoqiang pressed on. "The shooter used a potent corrosive needle to end his life. By the time our team arrived, the body had nearly decomposed, making it impossible to ascertain his appearance. We are currently searching the international gene database for relevant information. Though the likelihood of success is slim," he continued. Guoqiang nodded, aware that such a shooter, existing in the shadows, would have a minuscule chance of having their genetic information recorded in the international database. "What about that boy who was shot? This could have been a catastrophe had it not been for him. Otherwise, the wrath of the Zhou family would have been difficult to bear. After all, the primary protectors are still our Zhou family." So Guoqiang's expression softened slightly. "The boy," Li Xiaotian frowned. "Boss, he did not sustain any life-threatening injuries. However, it is peculiar. Given the power of the sniper's bullet, it should have easily penetrated through a person. Yet, it only lodged 2 inches into the boy's back. Moreover, he is merely an ordinary person. How could he have sensed that Miss Zhou was targeted by the sniper rifle?" So Guoqiang smiled slightly. "Xiaotian, do you still consider that child to be an ordinary person? The land of China is full of extraordinary individuals. He must possess some unique abilities. Boss, should we monitor him?" Li Xiaotian asked. So Guoqiang shook his head. "There is no need. He has been quite helpful to us. To do so would be akin to repaying kindness with malice. Besides, if he could detect the threat of the sniper rifle from a kilometer away, do you think he would be oblivious to our covert surveillance?" With Yunfei having a good relationship with him, his presence ensured Yunfei's safety considerably. The bullet was swiftly extracted from Lin Tian's body. Fortunately, without any severe toxins, or he would have been in dire straits. As for Xiao Bai's hand, it was merely a minor injury. A little medication and bandaging would suffice. With his internal energy, that small wound would heal completely in no time. "Old 3, you nearly scared me to death. That was a sniper rifle, not just a small pistol. What were you thinking?" Zui Yunfei said, sitting by Lin Tian's bedside. Looking at him lying face down, in such a critical moment, he had not considered the ramifications. Lin Tian forced a smile. Had it not been for Xiao Ling urgently employing the last 2 dimensions of power to form a localized defensive shield, he would not be lying on this hospital bed, but rather in the morgue. Although the star ring granted 3 chances of resurrection that applied only within the star realm, in the real world, death was final. "Lin Tian, thank you," Zhou Yao said softly as she peeled an apple for him, her eyes revealing a hint of affection. "What a splendid opportunity for a heroic rescue, and it fell into your lap. Old 3, how did you know a sniper rifle was aimed at Zhou Yao? Furthermore, how did the bullet only penetrate your body by 2 inches? Zui Yunfei chuckled. Lin Tian replied, "It's intuition. You know the 6th sense? My skin is too thick for a sniper bullet to penetrate." Zui Yunfei scoffed. "Oh, the 6th sense, you say?" Xiao Bai suddenly interjected. Old 3. Have you been practicing defensive techniques? Is your power diminished now? Xiaobai sensed that Lin Tian's body lacked any strength. His muscles were soft, and not even a sharp stone would struggle to pierce through. Sort of, but give me some time, and I can recover. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Lin Tian's heart was bleeding. He had only 2 dimensions of power left, and now it was all gone. Without power, he couldn't even heal his wounds. It seemed he was the weakest in their dormitory 306. Compared to old 3, who had blocked the sniper's shot, he was utterly inferior. His own skills were only adequate for dealing with a few small thugs, but against a sniper, he was as good as a target. Wei Feng sighed. Old Wei, I am undoubtedly much weaker than you now. Forget about the sniper. Even a small thug could knock me down. Lin Tian lamented. Lacking power meant he couldn't even go to the Tianlong Babu world to treat Duanyin. Moreover, he might miss the celebration tomorrow. All right, let's step outside and allow Lin Tian to rest properly. Qin Ku suggested. Xiaobai took out a small porcelain vial, poured out a pill the size of a soybean, and handed it to Lin Tian. This is the Baiyu pill, remarkably effective for treating wounds and has some restorative properties. Upon hearing the name Baiyu pill, Mu Rong Shui's eyes brightened, and she remarked coolly, Xiaobai, you're quite generous. Akati was clear that the Baiyu pill was no ordinary item. Lin Tian declined. Xiaobai, this must be quite precious. My injury will heal in no time. There's no need to waste it. Lin Tian, just accept it. The greatest benefit of the Baiyu pill is not merely healing wounds. Taking it will accelerate your recovery of martial prowess. Qin Ku insisted. If he refused again, it would seem as though he did not regard Xiaobai as a brother. So Lin Tian nodded. Then I shall accept it. Xiaobai nodded slightly, securing the vial as he turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Zhou Yao had exited. Lin Tian furrowed his brows. Zhou Yao, you should also go out and rest. My injury is nothing serious. I'll peel an apple for you. And then I'll leave, Zhou Yao said, looking at Lin Tian with sincerity as she resumed peeling the apple. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere as they shared a moment of silence. Having a beautiful girl peel an apple for him was indeed a stroke of luck. Alas, he felt unworthy of her attention. Lin Tian closed his eyes, desperately trying to quell the tumultuous emotions within. Here, after a long while, Zhou Yao finally finished peeling the apple and extended it toward Lin Tian, her porcelain-like wrist undeniably enchanting, nearly stirring Lin Tian's heart. Thank you. Lin Tian accepted the apple, replying softly. Zhou Yao stood and walked to the door, hesitating for a moment before turning back. Lin Tian, I am not worth that. With that, she swiftly opened the door and left. Not worth it? Was she implying that even though he saved her, there could be no possibility of them being together? Lin Tian took a bite of the apple, finding it tasteless. Never mind, he thought. Pondering such matters was futile. Strengthening his abilities was paramount. Otherwise, next time, he might not be so fortunate. Master, the Baiyu pill will benefit your body, expediting wound healing. Additionally, it may enhance the vitality and strength of your cells by 5 dimensions. After 2 days of consumption, your cellular strength will reach 90, and your cellular vitality will reach 88. Lin Tian examined the small pill in his hand. Enhancing an ordinary person's physical strength and cellular vitality by 1/10 was indeed remarkable. He tossed the Baiyu pill into his mouth, finding it sweet and quite palatable. Without any dimensional power, Lin Tian had no desire to venture into the Tianlong Babu world at this moment. After finishing the apple, he closed his eyes to meditate on the information regarding the I Ching in his mind. The night passed quietly, and time had turned to October 1, 2019. The grand national ceremony was set to occur before the flag raising. They must have arrived at the venue by now. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Tian thought to himself. Initially, Zui Yunfei and the others intended to stay with him to watch the live broadcast, but he had insisted they leave. Xiaoling, how much dimensional power do I have now? Lin Tian inquired his mind. Master, you now possess 5 dimensions. 5 dimensions. He hadn't entered the Tianlong Babu world for a day and night, which meant he had been in seclusion for that long. It seemed he needed to go back in. Otherwise, Duanyu would start to worry. The celebration could always be watched later on a replay. Lin Tian murmured to himself, recalling that during his time in the world of demigods and semi-devils, he had addressed Duanyu as third brother. However, in this realm, he would simply call him by name. With a thought, Lin Tian's soul entered the star ring, subsequently manifesting in the secret chamber of Lingying Manor within the aforementioned world. Fortunately, despite his physical injuries, his soul remained unscathed, stretching his body. Lin Tian discovered everything was functioning normally, and he expressed his delight. As the secret chamber opened, two maidservants stationed outside quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Tian emerge. "My lord, you have exited your retreat. His Majesty has visited Lingying Manor several times, and was here just a short while ago. He should still be within the manor," one of the maidservants informed him. "Take me to see third brother," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. "Yes, my lord." Before long, Lin Tian arrived in the main hall. "Haha, fourth brother? I thought I would have to make another fruitless trip?" Duan Yu laughed heartily upon seeing Lin Tian. "The recovery of the healing energy is rather slow, which has caused some delay. Is Duan Yu doing well?" Lin Tian inquired. Duan Yu nodded. "Yes, very well. That he usually suffers an episode once a day, sometimes even twice, but he has not had any episodes today. Fourth brother, I must say your healing methods are truly remarkable." Lin Tian replied, "As long as it is effective. Third brother, I will assist Duan Yun with his treatment now. It is already evening. Yin should have taken Yin'er to bed by now. According to what you said, Yin'er should not have an episode in the short term, right? If that is the case, it would suffice to treat him tomorrow during the day. By the way, you have reviewed the I Ching sufficiently, haven't you? How about I teach you the steps of the Lingbo Weibo right now?" Duan Yu said he will not have an episode for at least 10 days, so we can treat him tomorrow. The moonlight outside is quite bright, making it a perfect ambience to learn the steps. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. He had yearned to learn Lingbo Weibo ever since he first watched Demigods and Semi-Devils. He never expected to have the opportunity to learn it in this life. Duan Yu chuckled. "Fourth brother, you truly possess refined taste." The two made their way to the courtyard. "Fourth brother, Lingbo Weibo consists of over 1,000 footfalls and is quite intricate. The transitions between steps can sometimes be rather peculiar. I will demonstrate once. You must pay close attention." After speaking, Duan Yu gracefully executed the steps in the courtyard to ensure Lin Tian could see clearly. He moved at a slower pace, and after 10 minutes, he had completed all the steps. "Fourth brother, how was it? How much did you remember?" Duan Yu inquired, appearing composed. "Third brother, I have memorized all of it." Lin Tian communicated with Xiao Ling in his mind, and upon learning that Xiao Ling had recorded everything, he affirmed, "Memorized all of it." Duan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "Fourth brother, that is impossible. This technique is so complex. How could you possibly remember everything? Have you seen such a technique before?" Lin Tian nodded and then shook his head. "I have memorized it, but I have never seen it before. Fourth brother, it seems you truly are a genius. I have one question for you. Since you possess healing energy, can you also learn internal martial arts?" Duan Yu asked. An idea flashed through Lin Tian's mind, and he nodded. "Yes, my ancestors once had masters of exceptional martial skills. However, our generation is lacking. Even the martial arts passed down from our ancestors have been lost. One need not blink while lying." Lin Tian's current demeanor made this evident. "Since that is the case, I have decided to pass on another divine skill to you. Initially, I intended to teach you only the Lingbo Weibo since you saved Yun'er, although you cannot continuously apply it without fully comprehending it, lest you risk internal meridian disruption. Now that we are brothers, I shall share my knowledge without reservation. The Biming divine skill is something I acquired by chance, and I will impart it to you. The other technique I possess, the Six Meridians divine sword, belongs to the Duan clan, so I cannot teach it to you. I hope you understand, fourth brother," Duan Yu explained. Lin Tian's heart swelled with joy. The Lingbo Weibo and Biming divine skill were precisely what he yearned for. As for the Six Meridians divine sword, he could always resort to high-tech civilization and play with a laser gun. What he currently lacked was boundary force. The Biming divine skill could absorb others' internal energy and transform it into boundary force. That if he could learn the Biming divine skill, perhaps it would alleviate his deficiency in boundary force. The Biming divine skill was renowned across the land. Acquiring it was a tremendous stroke of fortune for Lin Tian. "Thank you, third brother." Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. "Since we are brothers, there is no need for politeness. This is also to provide you with more means of survival in the martial world. Although Lingbo Weibo is exquisite, Without internal energy to support it, it cannot be utilized for long. Moreover, in terms of speed, it is considerably slower than many lightness techniques that it may suffice against ordinary martial artists, but it is perilous when facing masters, Duan Yu elaborated. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. He understood that no matter how intricate the footwork, without powerful internal energy to support it, it would ultimately be akin to a castle in the air, Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering states. In the northernmost reaches, there lies a dark sea, known as the Heavenly Pool that it is home to fish, its expanse spanning thousands of miles. Yet none know its depths that it further states. If the water is not deep enough, it cannot support a great vessel. If one pours a cup of water onto a level surface, it becomes a boat. Place a cup there, and it is glued, shallow water, yet a large vessel. The Beiming divine skill emphasizes the accumulation of internal energy as its primary principle. With sufficient internal energy, all martial arts in the world could be at one's disposal, just as the Beiming can carry both large and small vessels and accommodate both big and small fish. Fourth brother, are you familiar with the numerous acupoints in the human body? Lin Tian nodded at. Yes, as a healer, you naturally possess knowledge of these meridians. Duan Yu remarked. To practice the Beiming divine skill, one must have no internal energy in the body. Your healing energy does not belong to internal energy, so it should be feasible. Allow me to guide you through the practice using my internal energy. Fourth brother, with your extraordinary talent, you should be able to remember it in one go. The two sat facing each other on the stone slabs of the courtyard, their palms pressed together as Duan Yu's robust internal energy surged into Lin Tian's body. Fourth brother, focus and remember. I will guide you through the Ren Meridian and the Han Tying Lung Meridian, Duan Yu instructed, proceeding to walk through the Han Tying Lung Meridian. Shaoshang, Yujia, and Jingxiu, like Kongzhe, Chizai, Xiaobai, Tianfu, Zhongfu, Yunmin, and then through the Ren Meridian, Duanji Shermingguan, Zhongde Wien. Though Lin Tian had never practiced martial arts, the infusion of boundary force had largely opened his meridians, saving Duan Yu the trouble of clearing them. Duan Yu guided Lin Tian through the Han Tying Lung Meridian and Ren Meridian, and upon seeing Lin Tian nod, he released his hands, allowing the internal energy that had entered Lin Tian's body to remain. Fourth brother, concentrate the true qi at the Danzhong Qi Hai. Lin Tian heard Duan Yu's words, but putting them into practice proved challenging. He had no prior experience controlling true qi, and this true qi did not belong to him. Attempting to control it all at once was daunting. Fourth brother, do not rush. Slowly feel the existence of the true qi. Then try to use your consciousness to stimulate it. Lin Tian nodded slightly, calming himself as he attempted to use his consciousness to control the true qi still residing in the Huin acupoint. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The Huin acupoint was a critical location, and should the true qi erupt there, the consequences would be dire, although he was currently a conscious entity. Who could say if it would affect his physical body in reality? A single misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes, and he would become a modern-day version of Dongfang Bubi. If that were to happen, he might as well abandon the Beiming divine skill and directly pursue the Sunflower Manual. After 3 to 5 minutes, Lin Tian finally established a preliminary connection with the true qi within the Huin acupoint. Under his control, the true qi began to move slightly. Lin Tian's heart swelled with joy, but he remained cautious, continuing to exert effort in guiding the true qi along the Ren Meridian, slowly ascending through the Tsugu, Guanyuan, Zhongji, and finally reaching the Danzhong acupoint located between the Shuangryu Di. Not let go. Continue to visualize the true qi, solidifying your connection with it. Maintain this for half an hour, Duan Yu instructed. Lin Tian, knowing nothing, simply followed Duan Yu's guidance. After half an hour, he found it increasingly easy to control the true qi within his Danzhong acupoint. Duan Yu continued, there remains some true qi within the Han Tying Lung Meridian and Ren Meridian. Gather it from Shaoshang, drawing in the true qi along the meridians back to the Danzhong acupoint, then from the Duanji acupoint along the Ren Meridian until it returns to the Huin and once again to the Danzhong acupoint. The true qi within the meridians was intentionally left by Duan Yu to help Lin Tian solidify the route of true qi circulation. Lin Tian was well aware of these routes. Or rather, Xiao Ling was very familiar with them. Under Xiao Ling's constant guidance, Lin Tian successfully completed his first solo cultivation without incident. Lin Tian opened his eyes, his gaze appearing considerably brighter than before. Third brother, leaving true qi within my body will diminish your own cultivation. Duan Yu smiled nonchalantly. I have merely left 7 or 8 years' worth of internal energy within you, compared to my own nearly 100 years of internal energy. That amount is not even 1/10. That I seldom venture into the martial world these days, and the opportunities for combat have become rare. Moreover, even if I were to suffer a slight loss of internal energy, there are not many in this martial world who could rival me. Indeed, your second brother is one of them. However, should I choose to flee, even he would be unable to detain me. Lin Tian nodded in agreement with Duan Yu's assertion. Possessing the 3 unparalleled skills of Lingbo Weibu, Baiming Shun Gong, and Lu Mai Shun Jian, it is true that few in this world could stand as his equal. Suddenly, Duan Yu spoke earnestly. Fourth brother. Baiming Shun Gong allows one to absorb the internal energy of others. While it may be commendable to absorb the energy of evildoers as a means of punishing wickedness and promoting virtue, you must not misuse this power to disrupt the martial world. Otherwise, I, as your third brother, would feel ashamed before the world. Rest assured, third brother, I am well aware of the limits, Lin Tian replied. Duan Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, to be honest, your identity as a healer, coupled with your compassionate heart, assures me that you would never engage in wrongdoing, that I have been unnecessarily worried. Lin Tian continued, third brother, I have memorized the steps of Lingbo Weibu, but I fear there may be some discrepancies in my execution. Perhaps I could demonstrate for you, and you could provide guidance? After expending 2 units of boundary energy, Xiao Ling had successfully implanted the intricate imagery of the thousands of steps of Lingbo Weibu into Lin Tian's mind. Duan Yu nodded. That sounds good. I too wish to ascertain whether you have truly committed it all to memory. I recall it took me a considerable amount of time to master it in its entirety. Before Duan Yu, Lin Tian began to perform the first round of Lingbo Weibu. The footwork was indeed peculiar, yet with the enhancement of boundary energy and the input of Duan Yu's internal force. Lin Tian, in good physical condition, managed to execute those movements. Duan Yu slowed his pace, taking 5 or 6 minutes to complete the sequence that in contrast, Lin Tian exerted all his effort and took half an hour to finish all the steps, which prompted Duan Yu to exclaim in admiration, fourth brother, it seems you are a natural talent for martial arts. When I first practiced, I could only manage a little over 100 steps, and I had to pause frequently to contemplate my next move. Compared to you, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Tian, panting, responded, third brother, it is due to your excellent instruction that I asked there any place where I may have erred. The 367th step and the 732nd step were somewhat misaligned. The rest were quite good. With a bit more practice, you will naturally become proficient. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and, recalling the 2 peculiar movements, acknowledged, indeed, I've been a bit lazy with those 2 steps and did not execute them properly. Third brother, allow me to try again. Upon completing the second round, Lin Tian finished in 20 minutes. A full 10 minutes faster than his first attempt. Duan Yu clapped his hands and laughed. Fourth brother, I have a premonition that in addition to becoming a world-renowned healer, you will also become an unparalleled master in martial arts. Lin Tian smiled modestly. Third brother, please refrain from excessive praise. It may lead me to become somewhat conceited. Ha! Fourth brother, it is already late. I shall take my leave now. Rest well, and tomorrow you can assist Xiao Yun. After speaking, Duan Yu departed, followed by a throng of attendants. Not returning to his room, Lin Tian once more ventured into the concealed chamber. Had he returned to his room, the absence of anyone would easily raise suspicions. However, within the secret chamber, once the door was closed, who could discern if anyone was inside? Xiao Ling, how much of my internal energy could be converted into boundary energy? Lin Tian inquired in his mind after sealing the door to the chamber. 200 units of boundary energy can be converted, Xiao Ling replied cheerfully. Lin Tian was taken aback. So much. Master, the internal energy bestowed upon you by Duan Yu over 8 years is quite substantial. In comparison, Those like Xiao Bai and Zui Yunfei, who have consumed rare herbs, possess merely over 20 years of internal energy cultivation. Thus, your 8 years of internal energy equates to about 1/3 of theirs. The conversion does consume half of it, hence the 200 units of boundary energy. Otherwise, it would be even more. Xiao Ling explained. Do you wish to convert all your internal energy into boundary energy? Lin Tian shook his head. No, convert 20 units of boundary energy and retain the rest. His reasoning stemmed from the realization that Baiming Shengong, in absorbing the internal energy of others, could only draw from those with lower cultivation levels unless in exceptional circumstances. To convert all his internal energy would leave him defenseless. 20 units of boundary energy, along with his existing reserve, would suffice for the time being. If he were to lack boundary energy later, he could convert more internal energy as needed. By the way, Xiaoling, if my soul were to exit this world, how would my internal energy be preserved? Those internal energies will be temporarily absorbed by the star ring and automatically infused back into your body each time you enter the star realm. This was set by the previous master. Xiaoling elucidated. Master, there is someone at the door. You wish to exit? Lin Tian affirmed. Yes. In a mere 10 seconds, Lin Tian found himself within the star ring, and his consciousness returned to his body. Feeling the ache in his back, Lin Tian murmured softly. After wandering in the star realm, I almost forgot I'm still an injured man. Old Four, did you not watch the celebration? Zui Yunfei and the others entered one by one. Lin Tian smiled faintly. It was inconvenient to watch while lying like this. I shall catch the replay later. How was the celebration? The parade must have been quite a spectacle. Reflecting on a similar event from a decade ago, when his parents were still alive, Lin Tian recalled how, despite the poor coverage, he had enjoyed it immensely. Now, reminiscing brought forth a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. Absolutely fantastic. Aside from the crowding, everything else was splendid. It's a pity you missed it this time. Old Four, Zui Yunfei remarked. Missing it is missing it. I can always watch the replay online, Lin Tian replied. His spirits dampened by his melancholic thoughts. We had originally planned to spend a few days in Beijing, but due to the shooting incident, we must return to Haitian, but we cannot ascertain whether the assailants will strike again. And the repercussions in Beijing are too significant, Wei Feng stated. Lin Tian suddenly pondered a troubling thought. He had inadvertently disrupted the enemy's plans and would likely face trouble in the future. Frowning slightly, he felt no fear. With the star ring in hand, he was destined to become a formidable force. The path of the strong is seldom smooth. Let the tribulations come with greater intensity. A surge of ambition flooded Lin Tian's heart, washing away the earlier despondence. My injuries have nearly healed. I should be able to walk now, Lin Tian declared, his cellular vitality far exceeding that of an average person. Compounded by the Baiyu pill given by Xiao Bai, and a minor treatment administered by Xiao Ling with a unit of energy had nearly healed the 2-inch deep wound that had already been sutured. With that, Lin Tian flipped himself upright. Ridiculous. It has only been a day. How could such a deep wound possibly heal? Zhou Yao exclaimed, rushing over to insist he lie back down. Lacking martial prowess, Zhou Yao was easily halted by Lin Tian's gentle hand. As he smiled reassuringly, Zhou Yao, I am not being reckless. With a Baiyu pill from Xiao Bai, this minor injury has truly healed quite well. Xiao Bai approached and placed a hand on Lin Tian's pulse. After a moment, he nodded slightly. Third brother is correct. He has indeed healed remarkably well. Your recovery ability surpasses my expectations. While the Baiyu pill is excellent, it does not possess such formidable efficacy. Lin Tian could not disclose that his rapid recovery was due to the treatment with boundary energy, so he simply accepted Xiao Bai's explanation of his robust healing ability. Well, this means I won't need to make excuses in the future when using boundary energy for healing. Third brother, then your arm injury should be nearly healed as well, right? Zui Yunfei inquired. It should be fine, Lin Tian replied as he unwound the bandage from his left arm. Indeed, the knife wound had healed, leaving only a faint scar. Remarkable recovery ability. Third brother, you possess all the makings of hero. Yunfei chuckled. Lin Tian merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. While he was unafraid of injury, it was always preferable to avoid it altogether. The notion of heroically saving a damsel could very well lead to losing one's life, just like that shooting incident. If the protective barrier formed by boundary energy had been even slightly weaker or the bullet had struck a different location. Even with the star ring, he would have met his end. The trip to Beijing was swift, both coming and going. Lin Tian and the others sped back to Tian City under the escort of 2 vehicles. The return journey was uneventful, and after 4 hours, they arrived back in Tian City. The escort vehicles merged into the traffic and vanished from sight, while Lin Tian and his companions disembarked near Tian University. Lin Tian, here's my phone number. Contact me if you need anything. Just before getting out, Zhou Yao slipped a small note into Lin Tian's hand. Upon glancing at the note, Lin Tian realized that he seemingly did not even possess a phone. It seems imperative to swiftly dispose of that gold nugget. Otherwise, a financial crisis may soon be upon us. Lin Tian pondered to himself. Before attending university, he had relied solely on his own efforts to sustain himself. But now, such concerns were unnecessary. The star ring was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with endless riches awaiting his discovery. If he were to squander time chasing trivial gains, it would be a grave disservice to the fortune bestowed upon him by fate. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and Lin Tian estimated he could still manage to handle the gold nugget, so he addressed Zui Yunfei and the others. You all head back to campus. I have a matter to attend to. Old Third, if there's anything we can help with, you are still an injured party, Zui Yunfei replied. Lin Tian smiled slightly. My little injuries have healed. Have no worries. I'm not heading out to brawl. Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Be careful. Lin Tian nodded, understanding that Xiaobai's caution was not merely directed at his physical wounds, but rather at the unseen threats lurking behind the recent shooting incident. In Haitianshire, there existed a gold trading market. However, Lin Tian had no intention of taking the gold from the star ring to sell there, as its dubious origins would be hard to explain. It would be far more prudent to engage in a clandestine transaction. Although such dealings would inevitably yield a significantly lower price, Lin Tian was unconcerned with this. His priority was safety, while he was unaware of where underground gold transactions could take place. He was certain that certain gold shops would accept gold of uncertain provenance. Where there was profit to be made, individuals would naturally be drawn to participate, and those dealing in dubious gold would find their acquisition prices considerably lower than the standard gold market rates. Gold shops undoubtedly possessed methods to launder black gold into white. After visiting 2 gold shops and testing the waters, he concluded that both were legitimate establishments. Perhaps he had been too conspicuous. Or maybe those shops had simply been overly cautious. Lin Tian mused. Half an hour later, he found himself standing outside another small gold shop. Gold House. The name was simple and memorable. He hoped he would not have to seek out another establishment. With a quiet murmur, he stepped inside. The time had already advanced to 7 in the evening, and the shop was devoid of customers. The proprietor, a slender man in his 30s, fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. Observing Lin Tian's modest attire, he initially frowned, but upon noticing Lin Tian tightly clutching his pocket, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "It looks promising." Lin Tian had intentionally acted this way to gauge the shopkeeper's reaction. "What can I assist you with?" The thin man warmly welcomed Lin Tian, his peripheral vision still darting toward the pocket Lin Tian was guarding. "Only purchasing is not my intention," Lin Tian replied. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed. "Of course not. I occasionally accept small items here. We have channels for that, and there won't be any trouble." Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had found the right person, but mine is not a small item. Can you handle it, boss? Of course, we open our doors to business. It would be unreasonable to let a customer leave empty-handed. The thin man replied, "Little brother, why don't we discuss this further inside? It's a bit inconvenient here. Xiao Huang, stop watching those trashy films and come out to tend to the shop," as a shout subsided. A young man, roughly Lin Tian's age and sporting a head of colorful hair, emerged from the back room. Lin Tian nodded silently and followed the thin man into the inner sanctum. Upon entering, the thin man eagerly inquired, "Little brother, may I see the goods?" Before stepping through the door, Lin Tian had retrieved the gold nugget from the star ring and placed it in his pocket. He then produced it, placing it on the tea table before the thin man. Gold possesses a high density. In fact, 1 kilogram occupies little space, yet the sight of such a substantial amount of gold caused the shopkeeper's eyes to narrow in astonishment. The shop has a rule not to inquire about the source of the goods, but the price is only 60% of the standard gold rate. Would you like to proceed? If so, I will test its purity. The price varies with the gold's purity, which you should be aware of. I am selling, and the purity is 99%. It is pure gold, with a market price of 200 yuan per gram. Lin Tian stated nonchalantly. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, but I must verify it. If it turns out to be 1,000 pure gold, would it not be a loss for you? The thin man countered. 99% purity signifies pure gold, while 99.9% denotes 1,000 pure gold. Lin Tian had mined this from the ore, and a purity of 99% was already exceptionally high. The gold shop had the necessary equipment for testing. And soon, the thin man completed his assessment. The gold content is 99.1%, weighing 1,003 grams, up to 120 yuan per gram. That totals 120,360 yuan. Would you agree with this? The thin man stated briskly. Lin Tian nodded. I want cash. Certainly. The shop has no shortage of cash. The thin man quickly opened a safe and retrieved a large stack of red bills. Handing them over to Lin Tian. Little brother, count it and verify its authenticity. Once you leave the shop, we will bear no responsibility. Ahaha! Xiaoling promptly understood Lin Tian's intention and quickly reported. Master, the amount is correct, and all are genuine bills. And no need to count. I trust the proprietor won't be so short-sighted. Lin Tian replied, placing the stack of cash into a black bag. What does this mean? Little brother? The thin man felt a surge of joy. Lin Tian rose and turned to exit. Should the opportunity arise, I will seek your cooperation again. Do not follow me, or I shall not return. Lin Tian swiftly left the shop, leaving the thin owner deep in thought. Boss, should we follow? The young man with colorful hair queried. The thin man appeared to have made a decision, waving his hand. No need to follow. If he truly possesses a large amount of gold, following him would mean losing a significant client. Li, have a discerning eye. He could bring us substantial profits. Having exited the shop, Lin Tian quickly ensured no one was watching and, in a flash, stored the bag of cash within the star ring. With Xiaoling's assistance, Lin Tian easily confirmed that there was no one trailing him. Next on his agenda was to purchase a mobile phone for himself. Now that he had money, Lin Tian certainly would not settle for a mere few hundred yuan device. He spent 5,000 to 6,000 yuan on a powerful and stylish phone. After inserting a SIM card and powering it on, Lin Tian immediately saved the phone number that Zhou Yao had given him, along with the numbers of Zui Yunfei, Xiao Bai, and Wei Feng, all of which he remembered. Besides these, he had no other friends. After a moment's thought, he decided to call Zhou Yao. Hello, I ask who this is? Zhou Yao's voice remained as soft as ever. This is Lin Tian. Here's my phone number. Goodbye. Lin Tian stated before promptly hanging up the phone. On the other end, Zhou Yao stared blankly at her phone, eventually exclaiming, What a strange person! Yao Jia, did someone hang up on you? Who was it? So cool, even willing to hang up on your call. Nangong Waner, Mu Rong Shui, and Qin Ku, though not in the same department, all resided in the same dormitory, prompting one to marvel at the advantages of power. Who else could it be? That Lin Tian. Zhou Yao replied as she saved the number in her phone. Confess honestly. How did Lin Tian come to have her number? Yao Jia. Nangong Waner chuckled, vaulting down from the top bunk nearly 2 meters high. He saved my life, and I left him my number, hoping to offer some help. Zhou Yao said softly. Qin Ku, who had been browsing the internet, turned around upon hearing Zhou Yao. Yao Mei, you should have understood Lin Tian's character by now. Do you really think he would easily accept your help? Zhou Yao shook her head. During her conversations with Zui Yunfei and the others, she had learned quite a bit. Lin Tian was not one to easily accept assistance. So why would he be fixated on hers? Meanwhile, after returning to his dormitory, Lin Tian shared the phone number with Zui Yunfei and the others. TSK. Old third, did you hit the jackpot? You saved enough to buy this phone, which cost several thousand yuan. Zui Yunfei exclaimed dramatically. Indeed, I won a little. Lin Tian casually replied, Now let's all go out for a meal together sometime. Did you really win? Zui Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Lin Tian nod. He shouted, Heavens! I've been buying tickets for 5 or 6 years and haven't won even a 10 yuan prize. Wei Feng interjected, Old four, if you have so much money, why bother with the lottery? Oh, you wouldn't understand. The thrill of waiting for the draw after placing a bet is incomparable to anything else. So Yunfei closed his eyes, sighing dramatically that I shall meditate, Xiaobai stated, settling cross-legged on his bed. Prompting Zhu Yunfei to abandon his musings and join him in meditation, in the past, they considered Lin Tian to be an ordinary individual, and thus refrained from practicing in his presence. However, their journey to Beijing revealed that Lin Tian was far from simple. Prompting them to practice openly before him, a flicker of melancholy crossed Wei Feng's eyes. His martial arts were external, and his progress paled in comparison to that of Xiao Bai and Zhu Yunfei. Lin Tian observed silently, but he had already resolved to help Wei Feng find a suitable technique if the opportunity arose. As he lay down on the bed, Lin Tian's consciousness entered the star ring and subsequently the world of Tianlong Babu. While it was nighttime in reality, it was bright and sunny in the Tianlong world, around 8 or 9 in the morning, with the sun casting a warm glow. Upon opening the door to the secret chamber, Lin Tian was surprised to see Duan Yu nearby, with Wang Yiyan nestled against him, both quietly enjoying the blossoms. A truly heartwarming scene. The sound of the door startled Duan Yu and Wang Yiyan, who turned their heads in unison. Lin Tian clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Third brother, sister-in-law, you truly envy others." Duan Yu chuckled, "Fourth brother, you are quite diligent, treating the secret chamber as your bedroom." Lin Tian replied, "I have no choice. I started my martial arts training much later than others. If I don't put in more effort, how could I hold my head high in the martial world, not to mention losing face for you? Third brother, and for eldest brother and second brother." Duan Yu said, "I began my martial training even later than you. There's no need to rush. Impatience in martial arts can be detrimental if your meridians are damaged. It won't heal in a day or two. However, your healing energy is a significant advantage. Fourth brother, has your healing energy improved at all?" Lin Tian approached and nodded. "Yes, I've recovered. I'll treat Xiao Yun now." Upon hearing this, Wang Yiyan promptly entrusted Xiao Yun to Lin Tian. He cradled Xiao Yun with his left arm while gently placing his right hand on her chest, allowing the healing energy to flow. Now, with his dimensional energy reaching 28 dimensions, he could fully heal Xiao Yun if he chose to expend it all. Yet, Lin Tian decided against completely healing her this time, as it would be too shocking. Moreover, if he depleted his energy, he would be ill-prepared for any dangers that might arise in reality. Though he had learned the Lingbo Weibu technique, mastery was a different matter. He felt confident in dealing with some ruffians. But he did not believe he could dodge bullets yet. Of course, once he mastered Lingbo Weibu, he would see if it could help him avoid bullets. Only time would tell. As he infused 10 dimensions of energy into Xiao Yun. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and her tiny hands waved excitedly, clearly fond of Lin Tian. "Little one, soon you'll be healthy and free from worry for your parents," Lin Tian teased. "Third brother, I'll stay here for a few days to familiarize myself with Lingbo Weibu. Once I've healed Xiao Yun, I'll venture into the martial world. I plan to visit second brother's Lingzhou Palace as well. Additionally, I wish to pay my respects at Yinmen Pass for eldest brother." "Great, second brother has plenty of treasures. Visiting him will surely bring you benefits," Duan Yu remarked. "However, be cautious. Second brother's Lingzhou Palace is a haven for beauties. Don't get too comfortable." "How dare you say that to your fourth brother?" Wang Yiyan shot back at Duan Yu's sister-in-law. "Just one more treatment, and I should be able to completely heal Xiao Yun." Lin Tian returned Xiao Yun to Wang Yiyan. Duan Yu's face lit up with joy. "Fourth brother, is that true? You can heal her so soon?" Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, after practicing internal energy, I've noticed a significant increase in my healing energy. So, with just one more treatment, I should be able to heal Xiao Yun completely." "Wonderful. Since your internal energy complements your healing energy, your future achievements are boundless," Duan Yu declared. "Fourth brother, we won't disturb your practice any longer. Uncle and Elder Ku Rong are unaware that Xiao Yun is close to recovery. My wife and I plan to visit the Tianlong Temple again. Third brother, sister-in-law, take care," Lin Tian replied. Once Duan Yu and Wang Yiyan left, Lin Tian began to practice Lingbo Weibu in the courtyard. He felt his steps grow lighter and his speed increase, eventually creating afterimages as he progressed. By the end of the day, he could complete the 1,000-step technique in just 5 minutes. Matching the speed he had achieved, when Duan Yu first taught him. However, Lin Tian knew that it was still far from Duan Yu's fastest pace. Given Duan Yu's strength, he could likely finish the same distance in under a minute. Can Lingbo Weibo truly allow me to walk on water? Lin Tian mused. Glancing at the shimmering pond in the courtyard, he decided to give it a try. If he fell in, he could simply swim. With a determined step, Lin Tian focused and found himself standing atop the pond's surface. To his astonishment, he could indeed walk on water, though his technique was still lacking, as his shoes quickly became soaked. He managed to maintain his balance for a full minute before excitedly leaping back to dry land. Ha! Walking on water like a celestial being. This is incredible. Lin Tian's exhilaration was indescribable. Lingbo Weibo was something he had fantasized about while reading novels in his youth. Now, being able to barely achieve, it was a small victory, a feeling that words could not convey. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Tian realized it must be dawn in reality. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he re-entered the secret chamber. Once his consciousness returned to his body, Lin Tian remained still, pondering his mind. Shaoling, what is my cellular strength and vitality like now? Master, your cellular strength is at 91. Vitality at 89, and mental power at 75. That your cellular strength and vitality are comparable to that of an average soldier with slightly inferior physique, while your mental power exceeds that of an average soldier. Understood. Lin Tian recognized that without employing Lingbo Weibo, even with his superior physique, he would still fall short in combat effectiveness compared to a soldier. After all, soldiers trained rigorously to hone their abilities. While he had relied on shortcuts, that a soldier could unleash their full potential. Whereas Lin Tian could only manage about 80% of his IT, was clear that he needed more practical experience. Merely possessing high stats was insufficient. Physical capability did not equate to combat prowess. Lin Tian contemplated. Opening his eyes, he noticed that Xiao Bai, Zui Yunfei, and Wei Feng had already vanished, likely off for their morning exercises. In the martial arts world, one could not afford to be lazy if they wished to progress. Eager to test the practical applications of Lingbo Weibo in reality, Lin Tian shimmered and gracefully stepped off the bed, pleased that he no longer had to climb down a ladder. After completing his morning routine, he heard rhythmic knocking at the door. Who is it? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing that the visitor was not Zui Yunfei. Xiao Bai, or Wei Feng. Zui Yunfei would knock with his fists, Wei Feng with his large hands, and Xiao Bai had never forgotten his keys. Upon opening the door, he was met with an unfamiliar face. Are you looking for someone? Lin Tian spoke coolly, assuming this overly confident individual sought Zui Yunfei and the others. Aside from them, he had no other friends at Haitian University, though he considered Zhou Yao a friend of sorts now. Are you Lin Tian? The stranger's gaze radiated arrogance, as if he were a lofty monarch and Lin Tian merely a jester. Lin Tian found this demeanor repugnant and replied coldly, What do you want? Stay away from Zhou Yao. She is not someone you can touch. Even if you miraculously saved her life, the gap between you two is as vast as that between a beggar and a princess. The stranger declared, Remember, my name is Lin Wei. If you continue to entangle yourself with Zhou Yao, countless people will vanish from this world without explanation. With a decisive slam, Lin Tian shut the door. What a nuisance. Outside, Lin Wei nearly had his nose crushed by the door. Clenching his fists, he scoffed and turned away. Lin Tian felt no attachment to Zhou Yao, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of this pretentious individual. Though they shared the same surname, he thought, even if we were kin 500 years ago, if you provoke me, don't blame me for being unkind. In his heart, Lin Tian adhered to the principle. If no one offends me, I will not offend others. That if someone does offend me, I shall repay them in kind. Shaoling, have we uncovered the forces behind the attack on me that day? Lin Tian softly inquired. Have you found out? The person who contacted the gunman at that time was Yamamoto Taiyu, affiliated with the largest Yakuza organization in Japan, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Yamamoto Taiyu serves as the head of the Yamaguchi-gumi in northern China. While the leader of the southern region is a woman named Ishin Shuka, though she is commonly referred to as the Poison Rose. Yamamoto Taiyu, that name carries weight. Lin Tian scoffed. The Yamaguchi-gumi is the most formidable Yakuza organization in Japan. and I should tread carefully around them for now. However, causing you a bit of trouble should be within reach. Shaoling, can you unearth some evidence of Yamamoto Taiyu's crimes? Shaoling giggled. Of course, master. His personal computer contains a wealth of information, and I have already copied all the data from it. Lin Tian instructed, transfer that information to the National Security Agency, but be sure to leave no trace. Rest assured, master. I am a super-intelligent brain from a level 12 civilization. Even if they were given 1,000 years, they would not be able to trace me. Shaoling declared proudly. Indeed, you have mentioned this level 12 civilization several times. Is it truly that impressive? What level does Earth-S civilization rank? Lin Tian inquired. Absolutely impressive. A level 12 civilization is at the pinnacle of the universe, while Earth-S civilization is merely at level 3. Shaoling replied. Point 3. 12. Lin Tian needed no further explanation to grasp the vast disparity between the two. In the eyes of the members of a level 12 civilization, Earth-S civilization was akin to that of primitive societies that the National Security Bureau. Where did these documents come from? Director Lei Peng asked. Having just returned from outside his office, pointing at the sudden pile of folders on his desk. Director, I'm not sure that I was just organizing materials regarding the recent shooting incident, Assistant Xiao Wang replied. Lifting his head from a mountain of documents, Lei Peng nodded, sitting down and cautiously opening one of the folders. The contents ignited a fire within him. On such and such date, eliminate the organization's adversaries. On such and such date, accepted a bribe of 1 million from the organization, establishing preliminary control. On such and such date, paid the organization 10 million to orchestrate 3 terrorist incidents, resulting in hundreds of deaths, as he opened folder after folder. Lei Peng's expression darkened further, and the oppressive atmosphere compelled Xiao Wang, who had been engrossed in his work, to finally look up. Upon opening the final folder, he discovered only a single document, which he promptly opened. All information obtained from the personal computer of Yamamoto Taiyu, the head of the Yamaguchi-gumi in northern China, by a conscientious Chinese hacker. Xiao Wang immediately notifies Special Operations Team Leader Su Chang to mobilize Special Operations Group A and arrest Yamamoto Taiyu. Lei Peng commanded furiously. Director, without concrete evidence, arresting Yamamoto Taiyu might provoke international disputes. Xiao Wang, as the assistant to the director of the National Security Bureau, was acutely aware of who Yamamoto Taiyu was. There is sufficient evidence. Have Su Chang act immediately. Understood, Director, Xiao Wang exclaimed with delight. They had previously attempted to apprehend Yamamoto Taiyu, but due to insufficient evidence, had to release him. Now that an opportunity had arisen again, it was a cause for celebration that, if he resists, he is to be killed without mercy. Lei Peng added. Xiao Wang stiffened, nodded, and promptly made the call. What? Yamamoto Taiyu escaped back to Japan. Lei Peng's fury erupted. How could you let this happen? You dispatched Special Operations Group A and still allowed him to flee. Doesn't Special Operations Group A have several highly capable members? Su Chang, standing before Lei Peng, replied with a wry smile. Director, we underestimated Yamamoto Taiyu that he is very adept at hiding, and his ninjutsu skills are likely at the upper echelon. The operation to capture him should have involved the Dragon Group. While my Special Operations Group A has a few capable members, the gap compared to an upper-level ninja is significant. It was a stroke of luck that we didn't lose any members in his escape. Lei Peng furrowed his brow. Yamamoto Taiyu is actually an upper-level ninja. We were unaware of such information. Su Chang, the intelligence department's work needs to be strengthened. He handed Su Chang a USB drive. This contains information on certain officials who have been compromised by the Yamaguchi-gumi. Please invite them to the National Security Bureau for a chat. Su Chang accepted the USB drive and departed. Xiao Wang immediately notified the information department to come here, and Y computer was silently breached. Fortunately, it seems the intruder was a conscientious Chinese hacker. If it had been a member of a hostile force, you know what the consequences would have been. Damn it, I've known computers were unreliable, yet I still have to use them. Lei Peng took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions. Yamamoto Taiyu's escape left him in a foul mood. He picked up a secure internal phone. Hello, Lao Long. It's me, Lei Peng. I have news for you. Yamamoto Taiyu, one of the Yamaguchi-gumi's heads in China, turns out to be an upper-level ninja. My men went to capture him, But unexpectedly, he escaped back to Japan, having committed numerous crimes. If there is an opportunity, I suggest your dragon group eliminate him. An upper-level ninja. That's a failure on our part in the dragon group. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Lao Lei, you seem quite agitated. Calm down. Your age. Getting angry isn't good for your health. A hearty laugh echoed through the phone. Recently, I can hardly find anything to laugh about. Thankfully, National Day passed without incident. I should be able to relax in a while. Perhaps I'll take some time out to clear my mind. But enough about that. I have a mountain of work awaiting me. After hanging up, the personnel from the information department had already arrived. Please investigate and see if there are any vulnerabilities in my computer. Additionally, check if you can find traces left by the person who breached it. Lei Peng stepped aside, allowing the information department staff to get to work. After half an hour of busy activity, Director Feng Gang of the information department sighed in frustration. Director, we found no vulnerabilities, and there are absolutely no leads. Its as if those documents appeared out of thin air. Dismissed. You may leave. Lei Peng refrained from criticizing Feng Gang and his team that he knew Feng Gang's expertise was top-notch, both domestically and internationally. If he couldn't find any trace, it only indicated that the intruder's skills were extraordinary. It was indeed a cause for pride that our country has such talented computer experts. Lei Peng sighed softly and took a seat. Following this incident, a file titled Unnamed was established within the National Security Bureau, meticulously documenting the events that transpired in Dormitory 306. Shaoling, did Yamamoto Taiyu truly escape? Lin Tian voiced his disbelief. With the power of the National Security Bureau, how could they fail to capture a mere Japanese? Master, Yamamoto Taiyu is not an ordinary individual, but an upper-level ninja, whose strength is comparable to a martial arts master with 50 years of internal cultivation, Shaoling explained. The National Security Bureau primarily engages with ordinary individuals. While there are some skilled members, they still fall short compared to Yamamoto Taiyu. Does that mean there are special forces above the National Security Bureau? Lin Tian inquired. Yes, from the information I gathered from Director Lei Peng's computer, I learned that there is a dragon group above the National Security Bureau, consisting of experts and special individuals. However, I'm uncertain if there are any entities above the dragon group, Shaoling replied. Never mind that for now. It seems Yamamoto Taiyu's luck is held out this time. Even if he has escaped back to Japan, he won't have a pleasant outcome after leaking so much information about the Yamaguchi Gumi. If he doesn't face punishment, that would indeed be strange. Lin Tian remarked. Shaoling, what about that poison rose? We are currently in the south, where her influence in the Yamaguchi Gumi is significant. The poison rose is extremely cautious, and I have not found any incriminating evidence against her. Shaoling said apologetically. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if we remove her, the Yamaguchi Gumi will still send someone else here. Lin Tian dismissed such trivial concerns and changed his shoes to head out for breakfast. At Haiden University, the cafeteria consists of 10 dining halls, and the male dormitory area has one. However, many boys often trek to the female dormitory's cafeteria for meals. Lin Tian, of course, would not do that. He simply bought a few items in the cafeteria, considering that sufficient for breakfast. After a moment's thought, he decided to head outside the campus to purchase a notebook. Money comes easily, and there's no need to be overly frugal. After all, as an information major, acquiring a computer is a necessity. Just then, his phone rang with a tune that was not set by him, but rather by Zui Yunfei, while tinkering with his phone last night. Seeing the caller ID display the name Zhou Yao, Lin Tian felt a flicker of joy, quickly followed by a frown that a beautiful woman reaching out is naturally a pleasant surprise, but also signifies potential trouble. Hello. Lin Tian's tone was rather indifferent. Lin Tian, would you accompany me to buy some things? Zhou Yao spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of apprehension at the prospect of his refusal. Lin Tian pondered for several seconds before finally saying, just as Zhou Yao was about to lose patience, I also need to go out to buy something. Shall I go together? All right, I'll change my clothes. Can you come wait for me below my dormitory? Zhou Yao replied, It doesn't matter where I wait. Lin Tian agreed, and after hanging up, he strolled slowly towards the girls' dormitory. The campus of Haitian University was quite expansive. Even taking a brisk walk from the boys' dormitory to the girls' dormitory would take about 10 minutes. Lin Tian took 15 minutes to reach the foot of Building 15, only to find that Zhou Yao had yet to come down. Changing clothes for girls is indeed a troublesome affair. Lin Tian muttered to himself. But to the foot of Building 15, he encountered quite a few other young men in a similar situation as his own. Some were even clutching large bouquets of roses. They were all elegantly dressed, yet their hearts seemed less than noble. "Hey, buddy, waiting for which beauty?" One of them, seemingly quite familiar, approached Lin Tian as he drew near. "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. "Find out? That is unlikely. Although I, Qianren, know quite a few girls, I can't guarantee that I'm acquainted with your companion. Could it be that your friend is one of the top beauties on the campus beauty list?" "Indeed, there are 4 top beauties residing in this building," he continued. "So many here are not waiting for anyone. They simply came to admire the beauties. Come on, tell me, is it Qin Ku, Mu Rongshui, Zhou Yao, or perhaps Nangong Waner?" Lin Tian closed his eyes and said nothing, thinking that his silence would discourage the persistent Qianren. However, he underestimated Qianren's tenacity. Not saying anything. Then allow me to speculate. Mu Rongshui? Unlikely, she is too cold. Getting close would surely lead to a cold. Nangong Waner? Also unlikely. While she is indeed beautiful, her temper is as fiery as her looks. That leaves Qin Ku and Zhou Yao. I truly admire you, my friend. Qin Ku is the top beauty, with a delightful personality. Yet in this year of college, I haven't seen her interact closely with any boy. Zhou Yao, a classical beauty. Upon seeing her, I feel as if a fairy is approaching me. Qianren's mouth dropped open in disbelief as Zhou Yao appeared at the stairway. Then he turned back to Lin Tian, exclaiming after a moment, "Bro, you are indeed waiting for Zhou Yao." Lin Tian. Zhou Yao approached gently, and upon noticing that she was speaking with Qianren, she nodded slightly, assuming he was a friend of Lin Tian. "Let us go," Lin Tian declared, turning away and moving forward. Today, Zhou Yao looked exceptionally beautiful in a white dress, truly resembling a fairy. Lin Tian estimated that if he lingered any longer, he might attract a crowd of admirers. And for the sake of his own safety, it was wise to leave this place of chaos. Yes, as soon as they departed, a cacophony of voices erupted behind them. Heavens, Zhou Yao is actually walking with a guy. "I can't go on living," one voice cried. "Who is that guy? I want to challenge him." Amidst the clamor, Qianren's laughter rang out. "Haha." Zhou Yao smiled at me. "Zhou Yao, are you trying to get me killed?" Lin Tian thought to himself, feeling a hint of delight, though his mouth expressed irritation. Zhou Yao chuckled softly. "Are you really afraid of them? Great master? Great master? I hardly qualify as one. If I were truly skilled, I wouldn't have nearly met my end that day." Lin Tian recalled the incident with a shiver. "What are you planning to buy, and why did you call me? What about your 3 roommates?" Zhou Yao shook her head. "I don't know. They vanished early this morning. Did I want to buy a laptop? We went to Beijing recently, and upon returning, I discovered my laptop was missing. That I thought the campus security was decent. But it seems I was mistaken. I should have installed a safe." Lin Tian shook his head. "The chances of theft in your dorm are far above the average. However, since it was just lost, there's no need to rush to buy a new one. It might still turn up. Hope is slim. I need a computer daily, so I'll just buy a regular one for now," Zhou Yao replied. "Master, you might want to inquire about Zhou Yao's computer, such as its brand, model, and desktop settings. Perhaps I can assist in finding it." Xiao Ling chimed in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian nodded subtly and asked Zhou Yao, "What brand is your computer, and what are its specifications? What does your desktop look like?" Zhou Yao looked at Lin Tian in surprise and replied, "It's a limited edition Apple computer with a quad-core processor, a storage capacity of 2,000 gigabytes, and my desktop features a beautiful landscape painting." Lin Tian remained silent, then inquired mentally, "Xiao Ling, have you found it?" "I have, master." Zhou Yao's computer is in the dormitory manager's room downstairs and is currently connected to the internet. Xiao Ling excitedly reported, "So, master, should we hack into it?" "Hack? You must be joking," Lin Tian retorted angrily. How could he inform Zhou Yao that her computer was in the dormitory manager's room without arousing her suspicion? This was a dilemma, but soon Lin Wei appeared before them, staring coldly at Lin Tian as if he were a corpse. "Yao Mei, you are too naive. Avoid associating with questionable individuals if this reaches Uncle Zhou's ears. It may anger him. Lin Wei said, looking down at Lin Tian with disdain. Lin Wei, do not call me Yao Mei. We're not that close. Additionally, Lin Tian is my friend, not some dubious character. Please remember these 2 points. Zhou Yao frowned, her brows knitted. Lin Wei pretended not to hear Zhou Yao's words and coldly scoffed at Lin Tian. It seems you have forgotten my last warning. This is quite good. A life too bland lacks flavor. Lin Tian, this world has its light and dark sides. I wonder if you are aware? Lin Tian nodded seriously. I understand. For instance, I represent the light in this world, while you embody the darkness. Zhou Yao chuckled softly, surprised that Lin Tian had boldly stated such a thing. Perhaps he was not as dull as she thought. Mere words are futile. If you wish to obtain what you desire, in the end, it will always rely on strength. Lin Wei sneered. Lin Tian nodded. That is indeed a sensible statement. Are you trying to show us that you can speak sense, Lin Wei? If so, we've already heard enough of that. You may step aside. For reasons unknown, Lin Tian harbored a strong dislike for Lin Wei, not solely due to Lin Wei's condescending demeanor. Normally, he would not so openly mock others, but now he had done so, and it felt surprisingly refreshing. Zhou Yao cast a worried glance at Lin Tian. She understood the immense power of the Lin family that Lin Wei hailed from. Although Lin Tian possessed some martial skills, she did not believe he could contend with such an influential family. I had initially planned to arrange an unfortunate incident for you, but now I realize that slowly tormenting you to death is a far more delightful idea. Lin Wei's voice echoed in Lin Tian's ears, yet Lin Tian did not see Lin Wei's lips move. Sound transmission. A thought flashed through Lin Tian's mind. Xiaoling, assess Lin Wei's strength. Lin Tian instructed in his mind. Soon, Xiaoling's voice emerged. Master, Lin Wei's cellular strength is 503, cellular vitality is 430, and mental power is 231, slightly weaker than Xiaobai. Indeed, he possessed considerable strength. Lin Tian mused inwardly, simultaneously reflecting on the abundance of skilled individuals in this world. How had he failed to notice so many before acquiring the star ring? In truth, there are not as many experts as Lin Tian imagined. It was merely that Hai Tian University was a top-tier institution, gathering countless elite talents. Practitioners of martial arts typically possess superior mental faculties, which naturally extended to their memory. The vast majority, if they pursued education, could gain admission to prestigious universities like Hai Tian. Individuals exist in different spheres of society, each with distinct circles of interaction. Previously, Lin Tian was an ordinary person, confined to the circle of average individuals, but now he could barely be considered extraordinary, naturally encountering things he had never experienced before. After making his threat through sound transmission, Lin Wei turned to leave. Lin Tian, did Lin Wei say anything? Zhou Yao, sensitive to the atmosphere, sensed that Lin Wei would not have simply walked away without reacting to Lin Tian's sarcasm. She was born into a prominent family. Although she had not practiced martial arts due to certain reasons, she had still heard of such matters to some extent. Lin Tian shook his head. You might as well return to your dormitory. I will help you find your computer. No, we agreed to go shopping together. Even if you manage to help me recover my laptop, I must accompany you until our shopping is complete, Zhou Yao remarked. Lin Tian, what are you planning to buy? A laptop, Lin Tian replied. Zui Yunfei mentioned last night that you won the lottery. It seems that it's true. Zhou Yao chuckled. The two strolled towards the school gate, engaging in a light conversation, while Lin Tian was acutely aware of the numerous hostile glares directed at him. Had it not been for his significantly improved mental resilience, he might have abandoned Zhou Yao and fled in distress. Thanks to you, I might just become a campus celebrity starting today. Lin Tian mused, fully aware that news of his outing with Zhou Yao would soon echo throughout every corner of the campus. Gold will shine wherever it is. Even if you're not famous today, fame is merely a matter of time. Zhou Yao giggled, adding, if one remains too low-key, they might inadvertently descend into mediocrity. Fortunately, there was a computer mall near Haidin University, sparing Lin Tian and the others from a long trek. Master, feel free to choose any laptop. I can optimize it for you, ensuring it rivals Zhou Yao's limited edition Apple. Xiaoling chimed in cheerfully within Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian nodded silently and swiftly selected a standard laptop priced under 4,000. cheaper than the phone he had purchased, with specifications that paled in comparison to Zhou Yao's quad-core Apple. Zhou Yao frowned, critiquing Lin Tian. Aside from its decent appearance and comfortable keyboard, this model falls significantly short compared to others in the same price range. Isn't this configuration sufficient? Lin Tian reasoned that if the specs are adequate, we ought to prioritize aesthetics and comfort. He then slung the newly acquired laptop over his shoulder and proceeded forward. Zhou Yao stomped her foot, internally exclaiming, "Sufficient? How can that be? In hacking, higher specs yield greater advantages." All right, I forgot he isn't a hacker. He likely just uses the computer for games and chatting on QQ. But why did he ask me about my laptop specifications and desktop setup? What an odd fellow. Upon returning to campus, Lin Tian did not escort Zhou Yao to her dormitory, but parted ways on the road, casually stating, "Your laptop should be with the dormitory supervisor." Dante asked me how I know. Indeed, Zhou Yao retrieved her laptop from the supervisor, discovering that the supervisor's son had secretly taken the key to her dorm room from his mother and had stolen her laptop. Subsequently, the dormitory supervisor was replaced. Haha, old 3. Impressive, strolling with Zhou Yao, the second-ranked beauty on campus. How does it feel? Have you been affected by the intense resentment of your fellow male peers? Zui Yunfei grinned as soon as Lin Tian entered the dorm. Old 4. It's a pity you aren't pursuing a career as a private detective, Lin Tian remarked, setting down his laptop bag. Zui Yunfei pointed at his computer screen, exclaiming, "Look, do I even need to play detective?" This has already been automatically pinned on the Haitan University BBS, with hundreds of replies. Old 3, it seems we cannot save you this time. You've incurred the wrath of the masses, and their collective power is formidable. Lin Tian leaned closer to Zui Yunfei's computer, his temper flaring as he contemplated smashing it, but he suppressed the urge, knowing he would undoubtedly lose in a real-life showdown against Zui Yunfei's strength. The comments were scathing. Zhou Yao's taste is terrible. How could she choose Lin Tian, a guy devoid of wealth and talent? Who does Lin Tian think he is, trying to pursue Zhou Yao? It's absurd. Damn it, I want to take Lin Tian down. It's outrageous that he's with Zhou Yao. Of course, there were also meaningless replies like just passing by and observing in Zhou Yao's dormitory, and Gongwana teased. Yao Jia, you've truly put Lin Tian in a dire situation. Look, over 50 people have already claimed they want to duel him. Zhou Yao furrowed her brow, finding the reaction excessively intense. Let me take a look. She settled into Gongwana's seat and began typing furiously on the keyboard. It was evident that some individuals were instigating trouble, as many comments originated from the same few accounts. Although they had changed their IP addresses, their tactics were easily recognizable. Upon touching the keyboard, Zhou Yao transformed into a different person, her tone no longer soft and gentle. "I will delete the post," Zhou Yao declared, her fingers flying across the keys in the next moment. The post detailing the close association between the second-ranked beauty Zhou Yao and the nameless Lin Tian vanished from the Haitan University BBS. "Yao Jia, that was impressive. Teach me," Gongwana exclaimed, shaking Zhou Yao's arm. "What happened to the post?" Zui Yunfei said, refreshing the page to find the previously pinned post had inexplicably disappeared. Could it be the moderator deleted it? That's unlikely. Such a post shouldn't have violated any rules. Shortly thereafter, an announcement appeared. The forum has encountered an attack. The post Zhou Yao, the second-ranked beauty, and the nameless Lin Tian in close proximity has been deleted. This was not the moderator's doing. This is a formal announcement. As soon as the announcement was made, the forum erupted in chaos. The Haitan University BBS had robust defenses, and never before had a post been silently deleted. Deleting it is pointless, Lin Tian speculated, guessing that Zhou Yao had removed the post. He shook his head. This will only escalate the situation. Undeniably, Haitan University was home to many experts, not martial arts masters, but rather computer whizzes who quickly traced Zhou Yao's digital footprint. Haha. Let us launch an attack and uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to delete a post on the forum. Check the IP address. It appears to be from the girls' dormitory. 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, we can take care of this. Zhou Yao, meanwhile, was perspiring slightly, realizing she should have used her own computer. Gongwana's laptop had inferior specifications and lacked many of her personally developed defense programs, resulting in her being overwhelmed in just 5 or 6 minutes. Had she swiftly disconnected from the network, no one could have touched her, but her pride in the realm of hacking prevented her from conceding easily. Master, Zhou Yao is currently engaged in a cyber battle. She will be breached within a minute. Xiaoling's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Has she been discovered? Lin Tian thought. Xiaoling, assist her, although she has inadvertently caused trouble. She has also extended her help? Understood, Master. Haha, just 20 seconds, and we will breach her defenses. That I wonder who this charming lady is. Her skills are quite impressive. Even our 6-person team is struggling to overpower her. A frail boy with glasses chuckled, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. As Zhou Yao's defenses began to crumble and the enemy was poised to invade, an overwhelming surge of data suddenly erupted, washing away the 6 assailants into oblivion. This matter ends here. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences, appeared simultaneously on the screens of those involved in the attack, featuring a massive skull that animatedly articulated the warning. As the skull gradually diminished until it vanished entirely, the 6 attackers were left bewildered. Zhou Yao, equally astonished, gazed at her computer. The previous assault felt akin to an ancient beast awakened from the void, and its formidable presence left her shaken. This was a true expert, capable of annihilating everything. Her own abilities felt pitifully inadequate in comparison. Zhou Yao experienced a mix of exhilaration and disappointment. Could it be him? Is he truly that powerful? She suddenly thought of Lin Tian, but after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. Such an attack could not possibly be executed by someone of similar age. Who is it? Who came to my aid? Zhou Yao pondered deeply. Nangong Waner, intrigued, queried. Yao Jia, what just happened? I was on the verge of defeat, but at the last moment, someone with extraordinary strength saved me. Zhou Yao replied. Waner, I overexerted myself mentally. I need to rest. The traces I left behind have already been erased by my savior, so you can comfortably browse the internet without concern. As Zhou Yao finished speaking, she truly lay down to rest. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, and intense confrontations could easily drain her energy. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remarked, Master, the task has been completed, but that post has reappeared on the BBS. Should we delete it? Xiaoling inquired. No. Let it be that I shall focus on enhancing my own strength. In time, I shall naturally fear nothing. Lin Tian replied in his mind. Old 3, that post has resurfaced, and the replies are coming in faster than before. Zui Yunfei exclaimed. Let it be. Cutting water with a knife only makes it flow more freely. The commotion continued, yet the protagonists of the event, Lin Tian and Zhou Yao, lay in their beds, with Zhou Yao truly asleep while Lin Tian's consciousness entered the star ring. Xiaoling, I wish to train my combat abilities. Do you have any good recommendations? Master, you could enter the apocalyptic world. The civilization there is akin to Earth's modern civilization, but the outbreak of the Y virus has turned the majority of humanity into zombies, leaving the remnants to struggle for survival. By the time the old master recorded this apocalyptic civilization in the star ring, the Y virus had already been rampant for 2 years. But Xiaoling, I intend to enter with my consciousness. It is inconvenient for my body to do so at the moment, Lin Tian stated. Master, who told you that the apocalyptic civilization is a material civilization? Much like the world of Tianlong Babu, it too is a virtual civilization. Xiaoling fluttered her wings and laughed. That is splendid. I shall choose this one then, that I have watched zombie movies before. They aren't particularly terrifying, and I wonder how this apocalyptic civilization will be. Master, just don't wet your pants from fright. Xiaoling, you underestimate me. Lin Tian retorted, though a hint of apprehension lingered within him, that if he truly were to be frightened to the point of losing control, he would never be able to hold his head high before Xiaoling again. His dignity as a master would be rendered meaningless. By the way, Xiaoling, can I use Lingbo Weibu? Of course, master, but you will only have internal power when you enter the world of Tianlong Babu. Lin Tian exhaled. Then let us proceed, but do not throw me into a horde of zombies. Roar, roar. The moment Lin Tian entered the apocalyptic world, before he could take in his surroundings, terrifying howls reached his ears. Ah, Xiaoling, you have led me to my doom. Lin Tian cried out in his mind. Thankfully, as she had promised, Xiaoling did not transport him into the midst of the zombies. However, the building he found himself in was heavily surrounded by them. Lin Tian was atop the building, and looking down made his head spin with the sight of countless zombies below. Why are these creatures surrounding this building? Is there meat here, or what? Though there were many zombies, Lin Tian was not overly frightened due to the distance separating them. Bang, bang, the iron door leading to the rooftop was pounded repeatedly. Open the door! Open the door! A woman's voice called from beyond the iron door. Ling Na, get out of the way! How could there possibly be someone up there? We'll blast the door open. Damn zombies, it seems we have thousands surrounding us, a deep male voice responded. But if we blow the door open, how will we fend off the zombies when they rush in? Don't you know my hearing is acute? I can hear someone's breathing up there. Damn, what a freak. Lin Tian thought to himself, amidst the feral roars of thousands of zombies. One could still discern a breath. He hurried over to the iron door. Don't shoot. I'm coming to open the door. As the door swung open, he was met by a remarkably fit woman and a tall, muscular black man. The latter held a light machine gun, with a bandolier slung across his shoulder, 2 large-caliber handguns tucked at his waist, and a sharp, 2-foot-long machete strapped to his back. The woman wielded a silver handgun in each hand. Greetings, I am Lin Tian. Lin Tian said, remaining cautious. Should either of them make a sudden move, he was prepared to use Lingbo Weibo to escape. I am Tasong, and she is Ling Na. Are you alone? And without any weapons, Tasong, the black man, furrowed his brow, while Ling Na glanced around, relocking the open iron door. Lin Tian nodded, feigning helplessness. I was separated from my teammates during a zombie attack, and I lost my weapons while escaping here. I never expected this building to be besieged by thousands of zombies. What terrible luck. What about you? Are you only 2? Indeed, it is quite dangerous. However, only the city has a significant food supply, and we came to the city to search for food. But we never anticipated attracting so many zombies, Tasong replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Tasong, there is a steel cable leading to the building across. It must have been left by someone who passed through before. Perhaps we can use that to escape, Ling Na suggested. Bang, bang. The iron door was suddenly met with another series of violent bangs. The zombies were coming. Ling Na's expression changed. We must leave immediately. This door won't hold them for long. With so many here, there must be Y2 among them. If we are unlucky, there might even be Y3. And if that happens, we are doomed. We need someone to scout the situation over there. Zombies possess a certain level of intelligence. We must avoid falling into their trap. Tasong urged that I'll go scout ahead. Lin Tian volunteered. Tasong drew a handgun from his waist and handed it, along with a machete on his back, to Lin Tian, saying, be careful. We hope for an additional ally, not another helper for the zombies. Lin Tian accepted the handgun and machete, nodding, rest assured, they will find it difficult to claim my life. With Lingbo Weibo, Lin Tian believed that as long as he performed normally, crossing the steel cable would be a breeze. However, with a horde of zombies below, he certainly did not wish to falter and become their meal. Testing the steel cable, it was quite sturdy. The building they stood in was slightly taller than the one across, so sliding over would pose no problem. Strapping the machete to his back and tucking the handgun at his waist, Lin Tian picked up a bent iron bar to balance on the cable. Good luck, Tasong and Ling Na wished him, as the sound of the zombies pounding against the iron door grew more frantic. Lin Tian nodded, gripping the iron bar tightly with both hands, with a push of his legs. He swung himself onto the cable and began sliding towards the building across. The sight of the densely packed zombies below sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively tightened his grip. It's fine. Worst case scenario, I'll just respawn. Lin Tian reassured himself, and after a few moments, his racing heart began to calm. After what felt like an eternity, he finally set foot on the rooftop of the adjacent building. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he entered the stairwell to check. Everything seemed normal, and he waved to Tasong and Ling Na across the way. Ling Na was the first to glide over, quickly surveying the area once more, evidently still not fully trusting Lin Tian. Seeing that no zombies had breached the building, she let out a small sigh of relief and signaled to Tasong that it was safe. Tasong, being heavier due to his equipment, managed to slide across successfully as well. Ling Na, how are things? Tasong asked cautiously, holding his machine gun at the ready. Currently, I haven't spotted any zombies hiding below, but it's best to remain cautious. Those creatures can be cunning when commanded by higher intelligence zombies. They might even play dead, so regardless of their movements. Aim for their heads. Though her words were directed at Ta Song, Lin Tian understood it was a warning meant for him as well. Ta Song, being Ling Na's teammate, was undoubtedly already aware of these circumstances. Clang. The iron door across the way was suddenly smashed open, and a horde of zombies surged forth, howling in rage upon realizing that Lin Tian and the others had fled. Some zombies even dangled from the steel cable, attempting to crawl over, but fortunately, their intelligence was still lacking, as they failed to utilize tools. However, the speed of the zombies still astonished Lin Tian. The zombies in movies were typically slow, but these in the apocalypse seemed to be nearly as fast as humans. What should we do? Ling Na asked. Ta Song frowned. We need to descend. The area is surrounded by zombies, unless an extraordinary event occurs. They will likely linger for a while. That we should make our way down and escape through the sewers. Hopefully, there will be fewer zombies inside the building. Ta Song didn't say that there wouldn't be zombies, which was highly unlikely. Even if previous survivors had cleared the building, some would surely remain. Allow me to lead the way, Lin Tian declared, raising the machete in his hand. He had come to hone his combat skills, and hiding at the back was not an option. Furthermore, while he could respawn, Ta Song and Ling Na faced true peril. This world was not a game. It was all too real, with Lin Tian leading the way. Ta Song and Ling Na followed closely behind as the trio carefully traversed the stairwell leading down from the rooftop. The eerie silence of the stairwell set Lin Tian's nerves on edge, and he felt his grip on the machete tighten with each step. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and a zombie-esque head emerged from around the corner, letting out a howl as it lunged towards Lin Tian's left arm. Instinctively, Lin Tian swung his right steel hand, sending the grotesque head of the zombie soaring into the air, a few drops of foul blood splattering on his white shirt. Ugh! The sight of the blood splatter, accompanied by its putrid stench, triggered a wave of nausea in Lin Tian. Having lived in modern society, he was accustomed only to horror films and had never before encountered such terrifying scenes. While on the rooftop, he felt relatively safe. Despite the multitude of zombies below, none had approached him. However, when he severed the head of a zombie, he truly realized he was immersed in a post-apocalyptic world. Here, slaughter was the theme, and survival was the only truth. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out as Ling Na dispatched 2 more zombies, exploding their heads. Lin Tian, are you not yet accustomed to this? A flicker of disdain crossed Ling Na's eyes. After 2 years of the apocalypse, while hordes of zombies instilled fear in many, the lone ones hardly registered in her mind. Initially, she had appreciated Lin Tian's eagerness to clear the path, but his current performance was beginning to evoke her contempt. I am fine, I'll be okay soon. Lin Tian's face was pale, but his previously weakened limbs gradually regained some strength. Let me lead the way. Ta Song suggested. No, I shall do it. Lin Tian raised the steel knife, asserting that a blade was more manageable in such an environment than a gun. The trio continued onward, but with Ling Na's gunfire, numerous zombies were drawn towards the stairwell, after descending 3 flights. The number of zombies decapitated by Lin Tian had already reached double digits. As his killing spree intensified, Lin Tian slowly adapted to the chaos, possessing the skill of Ling Bo Wei Bu. It was not easy for zombies to catch or bite him, and as long as he was given the slightest opportunity, a flash of the blade would ensure another head rolled. Eventually, both Ta Song and Ling Na ceased firing altogether. Every approaching zombie was effortlessly dispatched by Lin Tian's swift strikes. Lin Tian, it turns out you are quite formidable. Ta Song grinned, feeling fortunate to have such a powerful ally in this desolate world. There was a saying that circulated widely in the apocalypse. One need not fear powerful zombies, but rather foolish teammates. If a group of survivors was wiped out by a high-level zombie, it was merely bad luck. However, if a catastrophic failure resulted from a teammate's blunder, that would leave everyone with lingering resentment. Ling Na, however, felt puzzled. Lin Tian's previous demeanor had been so drastically different. He had appeared stunned by the zombies at first, yet within such a short time, he had transformed into an unstoppable force. Having endured the trials of the apocalypse herself, Ling Na was quite capable. Yet she could not slice through zombies with the same finesse as Lin Tian. Her proficiency lay with firearms, where hitting a swiftly moving zombie within 100 meters was a trivial task. Master, your heart rate is elevated, and your excitement is excessive. You need to regulate yourself, or you may risk mental instability. Shaoling gently advised, to put it bluntly, Lin Tian was overstimulated, and if he did not take a break, he might become unhinged. Lin Tian nodded slightly, suppressing the violent thoughts in his mind, and turned to Ling Na and Tasong. Stay alert. I'll take a moment to rest. Both Ling Na and Tasong nodded in agreement, resuming their gunfire as she systematically targeted the zombies. Tasong only squeezed the trigger when the zombies drew near, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his machine gun that shredded the approaching undead into pieces. Following Shaoling's advice, Lin Tian began to take deep breaths to control his emotions, gradually managing to regain his composure. However, the stench of decay only deepened with each inhalation, providing him with an intense experience. A roar echoed from above. Be cautious. It's a Y2. It must have crawled over from that building using the steel cables. Ling Na exclaimed urgently. Y2. Lin Tian pondered, realizing it likely referred to an evolved zombie. Leave it to me, he declared. Seeing Lin Tian regain his composure, both Tasong and Ling Na sighed in relief. Given Lin Tian's earlier performance, handling a Y2 should pose no problem. After all, a Y2 was merely a sturdier, faster version of a typical zombie, adorned with a bizarre third eye on its forehead. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rapid footsteps descended from the upper floors as the Y2 raced down the stairs. Each flight led to an elongated corridor, where Lin Tian stood at the staircase's mouth, ready to confront the Y2. Ordinary zombies charging at him were swiftly dispatched by his blade, and in this relaxed state, Lin Tian exhibited even greater combat prowess. His strikes were quick as lightning, and any zombie daring to approach within 2 meters found its head severed. Remarkably, Lin Tian did not even need to employ Ling Bo Wei Bu during this encounter. Howl! Enraged by the death of its fellow zombies, the Y2 that descended to Lin Tian's level let out a furious roar, which was met with the cries and footsteps of ordinary zombies throughout the building. Lin Tian, make it quick! Ling Na urged, firing a shot of the Y2's strange eye on its forehead. To her surprise, the Y2 jerked its head, evading the bullet. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. This Y2's speed was astonishing, capable of dodging Ling Na's shot, which, despite being slow due to the short distance, should not have been so easily avoided. Take this, Lin Tian shouted, launching his steel knife towards the Y2's neck that if the strike connected. He was confident that even the Y2's tough exterior would yield to his blade. The Y2 swiftly sidestepped, its bloody right hand reaching out towards Lin Tian's chest, as if attempting to extract his heart. It was clear this was not its first gruesome endeavor. Howl! Although Lin Tian's strike did not sever the Y2's head, it did slice through a portion of its decaying right arm, while the Y2's hand barely missed Lin Tian's chest, evaded by Lin Tian's uncanny footwork. Lin Tian's speed may not appear impressive, yet how could he so effortlessly evade the Y2's attack? Ling Na questioned in confusion, but if I surmise correctly, Lin Tian is also an evolved being. But while your evolution pertains to auditory acuity, his seems to enhance his reflexes or something similar. Tasong grinned. Your abilities are quite unique. Unlike me, whose evolution has merely resulted in slightly enhanced strength. At that moment, after dodging another of the Y2's attacks, Lin Tian severed its head cleanly. Let us move. Dealing with 1 or 2 Y2s is manageable, but any more would be overwhelming, Lin Tian declared, flicking the blood from his knife. The remainder of their journey did not present any zombies as formidable as the Y2. The ordinary zombies fell before Lin Tian's blade as easily as cutting through vegetables. The main entrance on the ground floor was tightly shut. No wonder there had been no zombies rushing in. However, sensing the presence of the living within, numerous zombies were violently battering against the iron door. At the windows, many zombies stared in, gnashing their teeth against the rebar of the CUDA. We must hurry. That iron door won't hold for long against the sheer number of zombies outside. Damn it, how could there be thousands of zombies congregating here? Are they holding a meeting? Tasong exclaimed anxiously. Having lived in the apocalypse for 2 years, both Ling Na and Tasong possessed immense survival experience. Quickly locating the sewer. Quickly, if we traverse through the sewer, We should be able to escape about 1,000 meters away from this zombie-infested area, Ling Na said, leading the way into the dark tunnel. Lin Tian, you take the center, Ta Song suggested, recognizing Lin Tian's prowess, yet sensing his lack of experience. This way, should any trouble arise ahead or behind, Lin Tian would be able to provide assistance. The flashlight flickered to life, illuminating the unpleasant odors of the sewer. However, having recently endured the stench of decay, Lin Tian was indifferent to the foulness of the sewer air. Moving in silence, Ling Na advanced swiftly, her enhanced hearing allowing her to detect the presence of zombies from a distance. Ordinary zombies lacked intelligence, and without high-level zombies to direct them, they would only react to the scent of living beings. Even when they did not detect the scent, they would unconsciously grind their teeth. At a distance, the sound of grinding teeth was inaudible to ordinary ears. However, an evolved individual like Ling Na could hear it clearly. The sewer contained zombies, but they were all lifeless, likely eliminated by previous passers-by. Remarkably, Lin Tian and his companions navigated through the sewer with ease, emerging onto a street far removed from the zombie congregation. The street was devoid of wandering zombies, suggesting they had all congregated elsewhere, drawn by some unknown allure. What a stroke of luck. There's an underground parking garage. I'll check for vehicles. Lin Tian, you and Ling Na search for food. We should be able to gather quite a bit this time. Tayson grinned broadly, swiftly making his way toward a nearby underground parking lot while carrying his firearm. The apocalypse had endured for 2 years, and the vast majority of vehicles outside lay in ruins, utterly immobile. Only in places like the underground parking garage could some cars still be functional, albeit the critical issue of fuel remained. Let us go. There's a supermarket over there. Let us search for food. Ling Na called out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded in agreement and followed Ling Na forward. Suddenly, Ling Na gestured for Lin Tian to pause. What's the matter? Lin Tian inquired softly, drawing closer to her. There are people inside that supermarket. Be cautious. Lin Tian felt a chill run through him. In this desolate world, humans were as perilous as the zombies. It was a bitter irony, but the truth was that many would wield a knife against their own kind in the fight for survival. The supermarket was the only nearby location likely to have a substantial supply of food, leaving Ling Na no option but to approach it warily, gun in hand. Tito risk one's life for food. What a lamentable reality. Lin Tian sighed internally and stepped in front of Ling Na, taking the lead as they approached, hiding behind a woman. Something he was reluctant to do. He was here for practical experience. Being in dangerous situations would expedite his growth. Indeed, he had even contemplated staying behind if Ling Na and the others chose to leave, believing that the city posed greater dangers than the outskirts, thus offering better opportunities for honing his skills. With his agile footwork, he felt confident that his life would not be easily claimed by the zombies. Halt. Slowly back away, or else don't blame us for being ungracious. This supermarket is already under our control. If you're seeking food, kindly look elsewhere. A bald, one-eyed man emerged from the shadows, leveling a light machine gun at Ling Na and Lin Tian. Ling Na glanced around. This was a sizable supermarket, being situated near the city center. It was teeming with zombies, yet the shelves still held numerous bags of food. There's so much food here. Even if we all took some, we couldn't carry it all away, Ling Na murmured. Brother, why waste words with them? Kill the men. And as for the women, haha. A young man emerged from a corner, grinning lewdly. Fool, the bald man muttered under his breath. If he resorted to violence, gunfire would undoubtedly attract the hordes of zombies lurking 1,000 meters away. Had it not been for this concern, he would have opened fire before Ling Na and the others even approached. Ling Na sensed the man's hesitance and felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as they refrained from shooting, Lin Tian's impressive knife skills might turn the tide in their favor. With a smile, she said, There are only 2 of you, and I haven't seen a vehicle outside. So, I presume your car is also lost. One of our companions has gone to look for a vehicle. We can leave the city together soon. Ling Na's proposal clearly piqued the bald man's interest. The gun's muzzle slightly shifted away. You see, we're almost at the city center now. Having an extra person increases our chances of escaping. Regardless of the situation, they were all human, and their common enemy was those damned zombies. Wouldn't you agree? All right, I must admit, your proposal has swayed me. I apologize for my brother's earlier remarks. The bald man, evidently a rational individual, accepted Lingna's suggestion and allowed the previous offense from the young man to dissipate. The four quickly sprang into action, swiftly transporting instant noodles and other packaged foods to the supermarket's entrance. Within a mere 10 minutes, 2 mounds of food had been amassed outside that moment. The sound of an approaching vehicle reached them. Tayson had found a bus and was driving it over. Hurry up, the sound of the vehicle may have already attracted the zombies in the distance. Tayson, noticing the bald man and his companions, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed, seeing Lingna nod slightly. The packaged food was not abundant, and they soon loaded it onto the bus. The zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to converge on their location. We don't have time. We must leave, Lingna urged. The zombies were not slow. Ordinary ones could cover a kilometer in about 3 minutes, while more advanced types like the Y2 could arrive in just a minute. Even without Lingna's warning, Lin Tian had already heard the increasingly near howls of zombies, punctuated by a few particularly loud roars that indicated at least 3 Y2 among them. Get in the vehicle. Y2 are approaching, the bald man shouted urgently, nimbly climbing aboard. The young man, Lingna, and Lin Tian followed suit, and the minibus had ample space, comfortably accommodating the food and 5 individuals. The passenger seat was occupied by Tayson's machine gun. Leaving no one to sit there, roar. The moment the first Y2 came into view, the minibus finally roared to life. Quickly, shoot backward. The road is blocked, and we can't shake off the Y2, Tayson yelled as he drove. At that moment, no one had time for idle chatter. Lingna and the bald man moved close to their respective windows and began firing. The crack of handguns mixed with the staccato of machine gun fire. Lingna's aim was remarkably precise, each shot directed at the heads of the 3 Y2, forcing them to evade repeatedly. Although none were successfully killed, they effectively slowed down the Y2's advance, while the bald man's machine gun fire lacked precision. Bullets merely grazing past the 3 Y2 suddenly. 1 Y2 was torn to shreds by the bald man's gunfire. It had narrowly evaded Lingna's bullet only to collide with the machine gun's projectile. What an unfortunate fellow, Lin Tian chuckled softly. Lin Tian, and whoever you are, keep an eye out ahead. Damn it, there's zombies up front too. If we can't break through, we're all done for. Tayson bellowed, his voice drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Lin Tian and the young man, initially focused on the rear, turned to face the front. Master, your gun's safety is still on, as Lin Tian seemed ready to fire. Xiao Ling's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Tian's face flushed slightly. He had nearly made a grave mistake and quickly followed Xiao Ling's guidance to disengage the safety, although the recoil of the handgun was minimal. However, as a novice, you must exercise control, or you may miss your target, Xiao Ling advised. Your handgun holds 10 rounds, with an effective range of 100 meters, but only against ordinary zombies. For Y2, the effective range is merely 40 to 50 meters in baby. The young man burst into loud laughter. Bang! Lin Tian steadied his nerves and aimed at a zombie's head 30 meters away, pulling the trigger. Master, your shooting is abysmal. Xiao Ling's voice rang out in laughter within Lin Tian's mind. His shot had veered wildly due to recoil. Lin Tian's face reddened as he fired 2 more shots, finally hitting the zombie's head when it was merely 5 meters away. You little brat. You've never handled a gun before, have you? The young man sneered derisively at Lin Tian. Lin Tian shot him a cold glare. Mind your own business. If a zombie comes after you, don't blame me for standing by. Kid, you're asking for trouble. The young man's eyes glinted with malice that I, Qing Lang, am not so desperate as to need a fool who has never fired a gun to save me. I fear that when the time comes, your aim may not hit the zombies, but instead pierce my head. If that were to happen, it would merely reflect your lack of character. Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly, firing 2 more shots to blow apart another zombie's head. Master, your effective range is only 10 meters. Beyond that, you will miss, Xiao Ling remarked, seemingly bored. Within Lin Tian's mind that I just fired, 10 meters of effective range is commendable enough. Lin Tian retorted, firing repeatedly after 10 shots. He had successfully hit 4 zombies, an impressive 40% hit rate for a novice. Had it not been for Lin Tian's decent overall capabilities, An ordinary person might not have achieved such a result. Lin Tian, use my machine gun. The zombies are growing increasingly numerous ahead. Tayson yelled as he drove, crashing through a zombie. Lin Tian tucked his empty handgun into his waistband, quickly grabbing Tayson's machine gun and bracing it at the window. Master, with your current ammunition, you can only sustain continuous fire for 20 seconds. Xiao Ling informed him. Lin Tian cursed under his breath. 20 seconds was hardly sufficient. Tayson, we need to replenish our ammunition. Otherwise, we won't be able to break out of the city. Lin Tian declared, shouldering the machine gun and squeezing the trigger. The recoil of the light machine gun was not overly severe, but bounced quite a bit, and Lin Tian exerted considerable effort to maintain control over his spray of fire. The zombies ahead had become quite dense, allowing him to hit several without much aiming. That he pulled the trigger for 4 seconds, clearing a swarm of zombies, but he lamented, while continuous fire was exhilarating. What would happen after 20 seconds? The bald man seated beside him was facing a similar predicament. His ammunition likely could only last another 20 or 30 seconds. At the intersection ahead, turn left. There lies a firearms store where we must replenish our ammunition. Damn it, if only our vehicle hadn't broken down. With the ammunition we possess, we could have charged out. That bald man is getting a bit anxious as well. Without bullets, they cannot contend with the thousands of zombies. We must first deal with these two Y2S. If we allow them to follow us, we won't have time to load our ammunition, Ling Na stated. Lin Tian replied, Ling Na, I'll draw away these two Y2S for you that I've told you. I've become separated from my companions. They should still be inside. I must find them. Ling Na exclaimed urgently, you can't do that. It's far too dangerous for you to get out of the car with so many zombies around. They're just two Y2S. I don't fear them at all, as for these ordinary zombies, unless they come in overwhelming numbers. They pose no significant threat to me, Lin Tian retorted. However, Ling Na and her companions weren't well acquainted with him, and having reached this point in the conversation, she could not persuade him further. Merely saying, then be careful. You can use the knife and handgun. Also, Ling Na produced 2 magazines and handed them to Lin Tian. Take these. We can restock on ammunition at the gunsmith. Thanks. Lin Tian accepted the magazines. Loading one into the gun and placing the other in his pocket, he then set the machine gun back onto the passenger seat beside Ta Song and tucked the handgun into his waist. Gripping the knife tightly as he flung open the car door and dashed out. Come here, you little bastards, Lin Tian yelled as he stood in the middle of the road, directing his shouts at the 2 approaching Y2S. Upon seeing a person emerge from the vehicle, the 2 Y2S charged toward Lin Tian with excitement, and the surrounding zombies were momentarily drawn to him, as this living being before them was evidently far more enticing than the rapidly moving minibus. Fool, the young man sneered coldly, although he found Lin Tian's movements quite graceful. The bald man, however, sensed something extraordinary about Lin Tian, a thought flashing through his mind. An evolver? In the next moment, the minibus had already turned onto another street, and Lin Tian's figure was no longer visible. Lin Tian will be fine. He is a strong one, Ta Song remarked, noticing that there seemed to be fewer zombies on this street as the minibus sped forward. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a firearms store. Quickly, in 3 minutes, grab as much as you can. We must leave regardless of the circumstances, as the zombies in the nearby buildings have surely heard the sound of the vehicle. Ta Song exclaimed as he hurriedly flung open the car door and dashed into the firearms store. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was facing only a slight inconvenience from the 2 Y2S, which turned out to be merely a minor hassle. Casting aside his fear, his combat prowess was fully unleashed. One Y2 was decapitated with a single stroke of his knife, while he pressed the muzzle of his handgun against the forehead of the other and pulled the trigger. Haha, as the ancient poet Li Bai once said, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Today, I shall achieve a 10-step zombie kill. Lin Tian laughed heartily, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. However, the zombies, unable to tolerate Lin Tian's bravado, shrieked and charged at him. You don't need to rush to your demise. Lin Tian cleaved one zombie that lunged at him with great force, adding, but then again. You were already dead, surrounded by a dozen zombies. Lin Tian found that none could even graze his clothing. Utilizing his agile footwork, even martial arts masters would struggle to land a hit. let alone these zombies, whose combat abilities were inferior to even those of ordinary humans. Each strike of his blade resulted in a cascade of severed heads, an unending stream of fallen foes. 10 minutes passed, and the number of zombies slain by Lin Tian had already reached several hundred. He felt as though he could slay zombies endlessly. Although his steps remained light, there were moments where he struck down a zombie and failed to sever its head. Master, you must utilize your strength more efficiently. If you achieve maximum results with minimal effort, even doubling the number of zombies slain would not leave you fatigued. Shaoling advised within Lin Tian's mind that I know. That's why I need to practice. Lin Tian replied that a strategic retreat does not equate to fleeing, does it? Indeed, Master. Shaoling chuckled softly in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian smiled wryly, realizing that Shaoling seemed to regard him less as a master and more as a friend. Even daring to jest that, "I'll return to play with you later," Lin Tian exclaimed, leaping into the air and surprisingly stepping upon the heads of the zombies to escape the encirclement. Within a building, Lin Tian cleaned himself thoroughly and changed into a fresh outfit, discarding his blood-soaked clothing. Refreshing. It seems I need to add a new training regimen, how to avoid getting blood splattered on myself. This is utterly revolting, Lin Tian muttered. Master, you have gone 9 hours without food. Your roommate, Zui Yunfei, is calling for you. Shaoling informed him that I know. Please send me out. Lin Tian commanded. 10 seconds later, Lin Tian's consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his eyes to gaze at Lin Yunfei below. Lin Yunfei, upon meeting Lin Tian's gaze, took a step back in fright. Old Fourth, what's wrong? Lin Tian leaped from his bed and lightly landed on the floor. Your expression? Zui Yunfei shook his head. Perhaps I was seeing things. He had just caught a glimpse of a flash of ferocity in Lin Tian's eyes, which vanished in an instant, leaving him uncertain. Master, you have been killing zombies for too long in the apocalypse. The ferocity in your eyes startled Zui Yunfei just now, Shaoling remarked within Lin Tian's mind. Shaoling, could this have any adverse effects? Lin Tian inquired. Just a little bit, but nothing significant. Look at Ling Na and Ta Song. Aren't they just fine? However, I still advise you not to spend extended periods in the apocalypse world, as the environment can influence a person. Prolonged exposure may lead to adopting some of the mentalities of those from the apocalypse, such as indifference towards life. Old Third, you can really sleep. You slept all night last night. Went out for just a bit today, and now it's past 6. The Yunfei remarked. Lin Tian understood that if he frequently entered the Star Realm, such occurrences would become common. So he replied, I wasn't sleeping. I was training. My method of cultivation is rather unique. I don't sit cross-legged like you all, but rather lie down. Zui Yunfei, suddenly enlightened. Oh, that explains it. No wonder you didn't wake up when we called you. You must have been in a meditative state. Shao Bai has keen eyes. He noticed your breathing was much slower than normal when sleeping and guessed you were cultivating. Oh, we didn't call you during lunch. But now that it's dinner time, you should get up to eat, which is why I woke you. What about Shao Bai and Old Wei? Lin Tian asked, noticing Shao Bai and Wei Feng were absent from the dormitory. Shao Bai went out to handle something. A girl wrote him a love letter, and unexpectedly, one of her pursuers came to our dorm demanding a duel. Shao Bai didn't want to disturb you with the commotion, so he went to the small grove downstairs with that guy to talk it out. Old Wei went along to watch the fun. So Yunfei explained. Lin Tian found it odd. Old Wei want to watch the fun while you stayed here to wake me? It feels like the roles are reversed. It should be Old Wei staying here to call me while you go out to watch. Old Third, you truly wound my brotherly heart. Do you think of me as someone who disregard my brothers for mere amusement? Zui Yunfei feigned indignation. Come on, what's the real reason? Lin Tian said, crossing his arms and smiling lightly. I saw that Nangong Wana was also down there. Zui Yunfei chuckled sheepishly. Lin Tian shot Zui Yunfei a disdainful glance. Old Fourth, I'm not saying this, but although Nangong Wana is a bit fierce, she isn't unreasonable. How can a grown man like you be so frightened? Old Third, you have yet to experience the formidable nature of the Nangong Demoness. Her tricks are unpredictable, and one misstep could lead to trouble. While it won't cost you an arm or a leg, it will undoubtedly leave you in a perplexing situation. Being around her keeps my heart racing. And it's exhausting. So naturally, I prefer to keep my distance. You should be cautious as well. Our dorm seems to have become a focal point for the Nangong Demoness. Zui Yunfei advised, speaking from experience. I see she is only interested in you. Lin Tian chuckled. Old fourth, I say, perhaps Nangong Waner has feelings for you. Her actions are merely to capture your attention. Zui Yunfei jumped up in excitement. Old third, one can mess with food, but one must not speak carelessly. Oh heavens, if Nangong Waner has feelings for me, I might as well jump out of the window. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. With your abilities, jumping from the third floor would hardly cause an accident, would it? Regardless, your words have caused me significant emotional distress. You will be treating me to dinner tonight, Zui Yunfei remarked as Lin Tian stepped outside. Hurry up, perhaps we can still catch a glimpse of the commotion surrounding Xiaobai. Someone has written a love letter to him. An arrival has come knocking. How could I possibly have missed such a spectacle? Alas, what a pity! Lao San, you lead the way, and I shall follow closely behind. If you happen to see Nangong Waner, do kindly give me a shout. Zui Yunfei chuckled mischievously. You're being rather indecent. Lin Tian shook his head and descended the stairs of the dormitory. This is what it means to be a true man, able to adapt and endure. Zui Yunfei grinned, trailing after Lin Tian. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zui Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Nangong Waner was not present. Xiaobai and Wei Feng were seated at a stone table beneath a few bamboo plants, waiting for Zui Yunfei and Lin Tian. As they spotted them, they quickly approached. Xiaobai, where's your rival? Zui Yunfei inquired with a cheeky grin. Xiaobai smiled slightly. Are you looking to challenge me to a duel? Zui Yunfei laughed. Let's avoid that. You strike without restraint. Lao Wei, did that visitor just now leave Xiaobai in a state of disarray? Not quite. Nangong Waner arrived just in time. The girl who wrote the love letters seemed to be friends with her, so Xiaobai, out of respect for Nangong Waner, was relatively gentle. Wei Feng replied. How gentle? Only 2 ribs were broken. Lin Tian was left speechless. Breaking 2 ribs was considered gentle. He had no idea that Xiaobai harbored such a violent side. Well, this isn't the first time. But previously, Xiaobai and the others thought Lin Tian was just an ordinary person, and he indeed was, so they kept these violent incidents from him. Zui Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on those matters. Lao San has struck gold. Today, we shall go out and enjoy a feast together. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a quaint little restaurant, led by Zui Yunfei. Lao San, there's no need to be so frugal for my sake, Lin Tian remarked, noting that this small eatery likely had prices only 1/5 of the hotel they had previously visited. This is the place. The hot pot here is excellent. We even dined here for lunch, Wei Feng declared. Lin Tian nodded. Then I shall defer to your judgment, since Zui Yunfei and the others were accustomed to such eateries. Lin Tian had no objections. As an ordinary person, he felt more at ease dining in such a setting, rather than feeling constrained in a grand restaurant. The restaurant served food promptly, and soon a hot pot. Several dishes and a few bottles of beer were laid out before them. Come, my brothers, let us raise a toast. Although living in the dormitory is somewhat inconvenient for us, getting to know you 3, Lao Wei, Xiaobai, and Lao San, is a stroke of luck for me. Zui Yunfei. With a flick of his fingers, Zui Yunfei sent the cap of a beer bottle flying and stood up, holding the bottle with a grin. I may be a rough man, but being with you all is truly delightful, Wei Feng added. When I didn't exhibit anything particularly special, none of you, Lao Si, Xiaobai, Lao Wei, looked down on me that time. I considered you all my friends. To be honest, you 3 are my only friends, Lin Bai stated. Lao San, spare us the sentimentality and let us drink. Xiaobai raised his bottle. Cheers. The 4 clinked their bottles together and drank heartily. At that moment, whispers from a neighboring table caught their attention. So, he is Lin Tian? Quite audacious to be wandering around here. The forum post has over 3,000 replies, with no fewer than 200 declaring they want to duel him. That Wang Hao even claimed he would break one of Lin Tian's legs, to see if he could still go on single-legged dates. Lao San, take it easy, it's nothing to worry about. Men must confront the harsh realities of life and face the bloodshed head-on. Zui Yunfei, noticing Lin Tian's troubled expression, patted him on the shoulder. Lin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. Just a bunch of idle folks with too much time on their hand, as long as they don't interfere with me. They can do as they please, if they truly provoke me, then it will be their misfortune. If someone were foolish enough to seek a duel with him, Lin Tian wouldn't resort to cleaving them like a zombie. But he would certainly ensure they face some consequences that in this world. Being too conspicuous is unwise. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Yet being too low-key is also dangerous, as it makes one susceptible to being trampled. As their meal was nearing completion, a group of people burst in from outside, led by a middle-aged man, beside whom stood a tearful, beautiful girl. Is this the one? Did he commit such atrocities against you? The middle-aged man shouted, pointing angrily at Lin Tian. Yes, yes, the girl sobbed. Lin Tian, Zhu Fei, and the others were stunned, while the remaining patrons in the restaurant perked up, some even pulling out their phones to record the unfolding drama. A post suddenly emerged on the BBS of Haitian University. Lin Tian accused of atrocities against the girl. This was a live broadcast from the scene. The audacity of the person filming was astounding. Instead of just recording, they had even posted it in real time on the university's BBS. The BBS of Haitan University buzzed with activity. They were well acquainted with the name Lin Tian, and little did they expect that just as one wave receded, another would rise, and this time it was far more shocking. Countless individuals clicked on the post to watch the video, and those who recognized the location rushed out of their dorms toward the restaurant. In the dormitory of Zhou Yao and her companions, Yao Jia, come quickly. There's news about Lin Tian on the BBS, but it's not good news. Nangong Wanner, who habitually browsed the BBS of Haitan University, was taken aback when she discovered a post about Lin Tian prominently pinned at the top. What is going on? Zhou Yao's heart sank slightly as she hurried over to look. The title of the post made her pause. And she shook her head. This can't be. Lin Tian would never do such a thing. Nangong Wanner pouted. I know it's impossible, but Lin Tian is like a block of wood. He doesn't even pay attention to a beauty like you. How could he possibly commit such an act? But what good does our belief do? Look at the replies. They're far more vicious than last time. Previously, there was some restraint, as people were unsure of the facts. But this time, they are waving the banner of justice. Enough of that. Let us see how Lin Tian handles this. Zhu Fei and the others are there. They won't let him suffer, Zhou Yao urged. You beast! You are a beast! My niece is innocent and pure, yet you have sullied her. I will kill you, you beast! The middle-aged man shouted furiously, his face flushed as he raised his fist to strike Lin Tian. Zhu Fei huffed. My friend, let us clarify matters before resorting to violence. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Zhu Fei reached out and firmly grasped the middle-aged man's right fist, easily absorbing the force of the blow without even flinching. The middle-aged man struggled to retract his fist, but Zhu Fei's grip was like iron. Lao Si. Let go, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Zhu Fei complied. Are you implying that I violated your niece? Lin Tian spoke calmly. State the time and place. Last night, beside the grove by Tianxin Lake at the school, you drugged my niece, knocked her out, and assaulted her. If it weren't for her aunt noticing something was off today and pressing her for answers, we would never have known that a beast like you existed at Haitan University. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Last night, Lin Tian scoffed. I can assure you that Lao San didn't leave the dormitory at all. Zhu Fei, Xiao Bai, and Wei Feng nodded in agreement. We can testify to that. The middle-aged man fumed. You're all in cahoots, of course. You would defend him. That M.Y. niece caught a glimpse of that scoundrel before she was rendered unconscious. You must be Lin Tian, right? Fortunately, you have some notoriety at Haitan University. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized you. Master, scanning results indicate that the girl indeed experienced assault last night. Xiao Ling's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Initially, Lin Tian thought this was just a common slander, but to his shock, the girl was indeed a victim. This was not merely slander, but a setup. Xiao Ling, the grove by Tianxin Lake, is rather secluded. The school installed surveillance cameras there for safety. Can you hack into the school security system and check if there are any video recordings from last night, when Lin Tian first entered the school? Along with Zhu Fei and others, explored the campus at that time. As they reached the grove by Tianxin Lake, Zhu Fei jokingly remarked, this quiet place is perfect for a wild battle. However, for safety reasons, the school has installed surveillance cameras here. One careless move, and a wild battle could turn into a recorded spectacle. The efficiency of Xiao Ling was commendable. As soon as Lin Tian's voice fell, she had already retrieved the video from the woods by Tianxin Lake from last night. The footage revealed a man following a girl closely, seizing the opportunity to use a handkerchief laced with a sedative to incapacitate her before dragging her into the adjacent thicket. The video froze on a frame showing the man facing the camera. Despite the dim streetlights, the high-definition camera captured the man's features distinctly, shocking Lin Tian as he recognized that face all too well. He saw a similar visage every day in the mirror. Master, this is a deliberate frame-up. He is aware of the surveillance cameras and intentionally left behind a clear image of his face. Xiao Ling communicated in Lin Tian's mind. Xiao Ling, slightly alter that man's appearance. Make it similar to mine, yet distinct enough that it won't be mistaken for me. Is that feasible? Lin Tian thought, realizing that if the video were to be revealed, explaining the situation would be problematic. He had no choice but to let Xiao Ling make some modifications. With her abilities, no one would discern the alterations made to the video. Master, this is quite simple, Xiao Ling assured. Their conversation transpired within Lin Tian's mind, and the video was directly imprinted into his consciousness, so not much time had elapsed. This gentleman and this classmate, judging by your expressions, I can see you are not being deceitful. However, I must assert that I am not responsible for this incident. I cannot accept false accusations. I regret that such an event has occurred, and I am willing to assist you in identifying the individual who harmed this classmate. Lin Tian addressed them. Classmate, do you happen to possess any substantial evidence? Perhaps bodily fluids? Though he intended to mention semen, he refrained from doing so directly and opted for bodily fluids, believing the girl would understand. The girl shook her head in confusion. No, after I regained consciousness. I went home to take a shower. Niece, why are you still talking to him? We must ensure he faces the consequences he deserves, the middle-aged man exclaimed angrily, with his followers behind him already showing signs of aggression. Lin Tian, just admit it. A voice from outside the restaurant rang out. Lin Tian turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, responding coldly, if I, Lin Tian, were guilty, I would never deny it. However, I refuse to take the blame for someone else's misdeeds. I warn the one who secretly set me up. You have truly provoked my anger this time. If you wish to confront me directly, I am ready to face whatever comes my way. But dragging others into this is utterly despicable. Third brother, let us leave here for now, Xiao Bai said solemnly, as the crowd continued to swell, raising concerns of potential trouble. Lin Tian sincerely addressed the girl and the middle-aged man. Classmate and this uncle, if you believe in me, grant me 3 days. Within that time, I will uncover the truth and provide you with an explanation that if you do not trust me, feel free to call the authorities. Without waiting for their response, Lin Tian maneuvered through the throng and exited. Xiao Bai and Zui Yunfei's eyes lit up, recognizing the extraordinary agility in Lin Tian's movements. Let us go, Wei Feng said, and the three of them pushed through the crowd to catch up with Lin Tian. Third brother, this is clearly a setup, Zui Yunfei remarked. Lin Tian nodded. I am aware, but if I do not clarify this matter, I will remain in trouble. Third brother, I have something to attend to. I will be away for a while. Zui Yunfei stated. Xiao Bai and Wei Feng echoed. We will also step out for a bit. Father, one of my brothers has been framed. Yes, the one who saved Zhou Yao last time. Please send a few skilled investigators over. And also, we need a lawyer, Zui Yunfei called his father, Zui Guiqiang. Xiao Bai was more direct. Not calling home, but rather contacting the head of the Xiao family in Heishanshi. This is Xiao Bai. Find the person who framed my brother Lin Tian within 3 days. Grandfather, this is Wei Feng. One of my brothers already know, then you should understand why I'm calling. You must have some skilled investigators, right? Well, it's against the rules. Then forget I said anything. Sai, I have recently discovered a newfound interest in business and might venture into that field in the future. Grandfather, could you persuade my father to have another son? Otherwise, the Wei family's military lineage might. You're considering undertaking an investigation task in Heishanshi. Perhaps you could help my brother a little? I believe your task would require an investigative unit to be by the way. After this incident, I truly appreciate your care, grandfather. I will not let you down, and after graduation, I will join the military. Wei Feng concluded with satisfaction as he hung up. The three factions swiftly mobilized. In the principal's office of Heishanshi University. The principal, Gao He, remarked, I have reviewed the video. It bears some resemblance to Lin Tian, but it is likely not him. Note the double eyelids. Lin Tian has single eyelids. Furthermore, the man's smile appears somewhat fabricated, suggesting it is a disguise. For now, refrain from taking action. Lin Tian's 3 roommates are not ordinary individuals, given their family backgrounds. Uncovering the truth will not be difficult. Once the truth is revealed, the school can address it accordingly. Understood, principal. Having endured numerous disdainful gazes, Lin Tian arrived at the dormitory building, where a crowd had gathered. Lin Tian, Zhou Yao, Nangong Waner, and Qin Komurong Shui were all present. Upon seeing Lin Tian, Zhou Yao immediately called out. Many eyes turned toward Lin Tian. The assembled crowd had initially gathered to see Zhou Yao and the others. But upon hearing Zhou Yao, they shifted their attention to Lin Tian, who was approaching. "What brings you here?" Lin Tian asked nonchalantly. "Stop with the sour expressions. Yao Jia, I told you not to come see him. He is heartless. Being wronged is nothing to him." Nangong Waner remarked. Waner. All right, I won't say anything more," Nangong Waner said, sticking out her tongue upon noticing Zhou Yao's displeasure. "Lin Tian, we believe in you," Zhou Yao affirmed. Lin Tian nodded. "Thank you, if all is well. I will head upstairs now." As Lin Tian ascended the stairs, leaving the 4 beautiful girls behind in astonishment, Nangong Waner stomped her foot. "Yao Jia, look at that." "All right, Waner, let us head back. Lin Tian is in a bad mood. We should be more understanding," Zhou Yao replied, shaking her head. "You can understand him, but after this incident, I will not let him off easily," Nangong Waner declared, unaware that her words had already entangled Lin Tian with her formidable temperament. "Master, you seem reluctant to engage in matters of the heart," Xiao Ling remarked as Lin Tian lay on his bed. "Perhaps," Lin Tian replied, a twinge of pain stirring within him. He too had once yearned for love. However, when the girl he adored chose money over him, his heart grew cold, and he became increasingly reclusive. "Xiao Ling, let us not dwell on that. My primary task now is to enhance my strength," Lin Tian declared. "What is the current level of my boundary power?" 28 dimensions, master, Xiao Ling responded. "Transport me into the world of Tianlong Babu. I must treat Duan Yun properly this time, ensuring he is completely healed before departing the palace to explore the martial world," Lin Tian instructed. "Master, will you not address the matter concerning that girl?" Xiao Ling inquired. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. "If my assumptions are correct, the 4th brother and the others should already be handling it. With their assistance, the truth should come to light within 3 days. The feeling of having brothers is truly wonderful," Lin Tian mused to himself. Moments later, Lin Tian found himself within the realm of Tianlong Babu, stepping out of the secret chamber to find 2 maidens waiting outside. "Sir, the Empress has sent over lotus seed porridge for your breakfast," one of the maidens informed him. Lin Tian nodded and proceeded to wash up. "Didn't the Emperor and Empress go to Tianlong Temple?" "Have they already returned?" he inquired while sipping the lotus seed porridge. "Yes, sir. The Emperor and Empress returned to the palace yesterday afternoon. The Emperor even came to check on you, but upon seeing you practicing martial arts, he decided not to disturb you." Having finished a bowl of lotus seed porridge, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the door. "4th brother, you are truly dedicated. I heard you spent last night in training again. It makes me, your 3rd brother, feel quite ashamed. Ha! Greetings, 3rd brother and sister-in-law. The lotus seed porridge you sent is absolutely delicious," Lin Tian replied. "4th brother, that was meticulously prepared by Yu Yin herself. I only had a small bowl as Yu Yin insisted. It was to express her gratitude for your assistance in treating Yun'er. Sister-in-law, you're being too courteous. Why bond with 3rd brother is like that of brothers. Treating little Yun is merely my duty." Lin Tian laughed, extending his arms towards Duan Yun. "Come here, little Yun. Let uncle give you a hug. After today, you shall be in perfect health." 5 minutes later, having completed the treatment and expended 18 units of energy, Lin Tian handed the beaming Duan Yun back to Wang Yuyin's sister-in-law, 3rd brother. "Little Yun's ailment has been completely cured. Now I must take my leave. The Lin family tradition dictates that I travel the world as a physician, and I dare not defy it." Duan Yu waved his hand, and a maid approached bearing a silver platter containing a black bag. "4th brother, when traversing the world, wealth is indispensable. 3rd brother may not have much, but I do possess some wealth. Take this as your traveling expenses. Alas, ever since I became emperor, I can no longer wander freely through the martial world. Unlike you and second brother, Duan Yu said, handing the black bag to Lin Tian. He then produced a letter from his bosom. Knowing you might depart today, I prepared this. This letter is for second brother. If you visit Lingzhou Palace, please deliver it to him. Lin Tian accepted the money pouch without hesitation and tucked the letter away securely. Third brother, with sister-in-law by your side, even if you do not venture into the martial world, you still live quite splendidly. Besides, the martial world is not all fun and games. Lin Tian chuckled. Fourth brother, be cautious in your travels. When crossing the Yellow River, be especially vigilant. I have heard of a Yellow River gang formed mostly by water bandits who roam the river, committing numerous misdeeds, Duan Yu cautioned. Second brother is far away in the Tian Shan Mountains. The journey is long, and you will learn of the vicinity of Lingzhou Palace when you arrive at the southern foothills of Tian Shan. Recently, third brother acquired several fine steeds. Let me take you to select one. Thank you, third brother, Lin Tian exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of acquiring a fine steed, which thrilled him even more than receiving a luxury sports car. Wang Yin did not accompany them to choose the horse. She took Duan Yin away, while Duan Yu and Lin Tian proceeded to the stables, closely followed by several eunuchs and palace maids. The stables were spacious and immaculate, yet contained only 3 horses, each segregated. Duan Yu remarked, these 3 are rare and exceptional steeds. The entirely black one with a single white hoof is named Ta Shui. The all-white one without a single blemish is called Yin Feng, and the red one is named Qi Shui. Fourth brother, choose whichever one you prefer. Lin Tian examined each horse in turn. Truthfully, he found all 3 appealing, each exuding an extraordinary presence. I choose Ta Shui, Lin Tian declared, captivated by the horse's proud demeanor. Haha, fourth brother, I knew you would select that one. However, a steed like this will only acknowledge its master. I cannot guarantee that it will accept you, Duan Yu cautioned. Lin Tian had never ridden a horse before and felt a tinge of anxiety about taming Ta Shui as the horse was led out. Lin Tian mounted its back, but Ta Shui let out a loud neigh and reared up. Caught off guard, Lin Tian nearly fell off, but fortunately his mastery of the Ling Bo Weibu technique helped him maintain his balance and avoid embarrassment. This one is quite the temper, Lin Tian thought, gripping the reins tightly as he steadied himself on the horse. Haha, fourth brother, so you cannot ride after all. Duan Yu laughed heartily. Attempt riding such a wild steed as your first experience is indeed a challenge. Third brother, just sit back and enjoy the show, Lin Tian replied, unleashing all his efforts into the Ling Bo Weibu technique, refusing to be unseated by Ta Shui's antics. After half an hour, it seemed Ta Shui had resigned itself to Lin Tian's presence, lowering its head slightly. Lin Tian wondered aloud. Master, what else do you expect? If it were an ordinary person, they'd likely be left with very few intact bones by now. Xiaoling chimed in Lin Tian's mind. Congratulations, fourth brother, on taming this exceptional steed. Duan Yu approached, beaming with pride. Lin Tian dismounted and patted Ta Shui's head. Thank you for the gift, third brother, we are brothers. There is no need for formality. With Ta Shui as your steed, even distant travels will be more convenient. You must visit Dali often to see me and your sister-in-law, Duan Yu insisted. Certainly, third brother. Do your best and have sister-in-law give little Yin some siblings. Ha! Lin Tian laughed heartily. Take care, fourth brother. Farewell, third brother. Lin Tian mounted Ta Shui and urged it forward. The stables were located at the outer edge of the imperial palace. And it wasn't long before Lin Tian found himself on the bustling streets of Dali City. He had no intention of lingering there, so he quickly rode Ta Shui out of the city. Ta Shui galloped swiftly, and before long, Lin Tian arrived at the spot where he first met Duan Yu. Whoa! Lin Tian halted Ta Shui. Xiaoling, what should I do if my thighs ache from riding? He lamented in his mind. Riding Ta Shui was thrilling, but it also took a toll on Lin Tian's backside. Master, your technique leaves much to be desired. You sit on the horse like a log. Riding requires you to move with the horse's rhythm for a more enjoyable experience, Xiaoling teased. Xiaoling, how can I tell which way to go on this journey? Lin Tian inquired. Master, you are currently on the official road. Follow it, and you will reach the next city. Major cities are naturally connected by official roads. Your next destination will be Shuanglin City, approximately 100 kilometers from here. Note: Lin Tian searched for many maps from the Northern Song Dynasty, but the writing was illegible, so, regarding cities and such, let's not be too particular. Treat it as a fictional narrative in the context of demigods and semi-devils rather than historical accuracy. Alright, let's head to Shuanglin City. I hope to encounter a few martial miscreants there. Lin Tian laughed and urged Ta Shui onward. Master, are you planning to act as a chivalrous hero? Xiao Ling teased. Not at all. I intend to capture a few martial miscreants and absorb their internal energy. Lin Tian declared that he was not like Duan Yu. Duan Yu would never proactively absorb anyone's internal energy, even if they were thoroughly unscrupulous. However, for Lin Tian, accumulating power was imperative, and he had no qualms about targeting miscreants. As he rode on, Lin Tian encountered several travelers along the way. Some were merchants, others were martial artists, and regardless of their background, all gazed at Lin Tian's steed with envy. However, none dared to entertain any ill thoughts. Who would be foolish enough to provoke someone riding such a magnificent horse? Riding a steed like Ta Shui implied either exceptional skill or backing from formidable forces. Common folk would not dare to meddle. Whoa! Lin Tian halted, for he faintly heard cries for help. Xiao Ling, is someone calling for help? Lin Tian asked. Yes, master, coming from 500 meters into the woods to the left, Xiao Ling replied. Let's investigate. Lin Tian decided. Master, meddling in others' affairs could attract trouble, Xiao Ling cautioned, but could also lead to great rewards, couldn't it? Lin Tian countered, guiding Ta Shui off the main road into the left woods. The further he ventured, the clearer the cries became. It was the voice of a woman. Lin Tian frowned, reluctant to become entangled with a female, but he resolved to see what was amiss. If I can help, I will. If not, I shall simply walk away. Even if I save her, I will leave immediately. With his mind made up, Lin Tian urged Ta Shui to quicken its pace, in a mere 500 meters. Deep within the woods, an alarming scene unfolded before him. A scruffy man was leering as he tore at a young girl's clothing. Nearby lay a gleaming curved blade, perhaps too engrossed in his vile act. The man had yet to notice Lin Tian's arrival. Just as the girl was on the verge of being stripped bare, Lin Tian bellowed, "Stop!" In reality, he had just been wrongfully accused of being a rapist. Upon witnessing such a scene, how could he not be consumed by an extraordinary rage? As he descended from the snow-laden ground, Lin Tian swiftly grasped the blade that lay before him. It appeared that Duan Yu had not equipped him with a sword for his departure, likely due to his perceived status as a healer, rendering a sword superfluous. You dare meddle in my affairs, Snake San? The man, known as Snake San, quickly rose to his feet, warily eyeing Lin Tian, his voice laced with menace. As his gaze swept over the snow-laden ground, he initially stiffened, soon thereafter revealing a glint of avarice, 1,000-mile steed, a treasure beyond compare. Although Snake San could not yet ascertain that the snow-laden horse was indeed the fabled steed, he recognized its extraordinary nature and deduced that, even if it were not, it was close enough. The girl, seeing Snake San retreat slightly, hastily stood and ran behind Lin Tian, assuming she was merely an ordinary individual. Lin Tian paid her no heed. Even if I have interjected in your affairs, what of it? Lin Tian raised the curved blade in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. You are courting death. Snake San roared in fury, advancing towards Lin Tian, his right fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed at Lin Tian's chest. Today, let me impart to you, young one, that some matters are not yours to meddle in. Noticing Snake San's formidable presence, Lin Tian felt a strange delight rather than trepidation. Activating the Lingbo Weibu, he deftly evaded Snake San's punch, swinging the curved blade with great speed towards Snake San's legs. What audacity! You dare to sever the legs of Snake San. Snake San retreated a step to avoid the blade, his left hand darting forth like lightning to seize Lin Tian's right hand that gripped the curved blade. Let us see who is stronger. Lin Tian, sensing a shift within him, summoned his inner strength, meeting Snake San's left palm with his own. With a thunderous clash, both men staggered back 3 steps. Not bad. Young one, you possess some skill. It seems that unless I reveal my true capabilities, I shall not best you today. Though both retreated 3 steps, Lin Tian's heart swelled with joy, for he realized that Snake Sand's inner strength was not superior to his own, indicating that he could absorb it through his Baiming Shun Gong. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from the direction of the snow-laden horse, as the girl had unexpectedly leapt onto its back. What 1,000-mile steed, under the control of Poison Sanyang, can it truly create any waves? The woman laughed charmingly. Dear boy, thank you for your steed. Snake San, I shall spare you this time. But I will return to pay a visit to you 3 little snakes. With that, Poison Sanyang expertly guided the snow-laden horse out of the thicket. Enraged, Lin Tian cursed himself for misjudging her character. Poison Sanyang, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I, Lin Tian, shall retrieve you. The resonating sound of their exchange startled countless birds from their perches. Ha! How amusing! To save someone and lose your precious steed in the process. Snake San laughed heartily. Your name is Lin Tian? I doubt you can capture Poison Sanyang, for today you shall perish here. No one who has crossed me, Snake San, has ever lived to tell the tale. His expression twisted into a fierce snarl. With his steed stolen, Lin Tian's mood soured, his gaze towards Snake San brimming with lethal intent. It appears you are no saint either. Snake S&T eliminate you would be to act in accordance with justice. Lin Tian declared coldly, swinging the curved blade towards Snake San's neck. Young one, allow me to teach you the art of blade techniques. How dare a lowly creature like you traverse the martial world? Snake San cackled maniacally, his palm forming a blade as he met Lin Tian's curved knife head-on. The clash of flesh against steel ensued, with neither yielding ground. Snake San's experience countered Lin Tian's exceptional agility. Their battle raged for half an hour, neither able to claim victory. After this prolonged skirmish, Lin Tian's combat experience surged, while Snake San's flesh against steel began to falter, slowly finding himself at a disadvantage. Stop dodging! Face me directly! Snake San bellowed, challenging Lin Tian to a fist fight. Very well. Lin Tian responded, switching the blade to his left hand and thrusting his right fist forward to meet Snake San's incoming blow. As their fists collided, Lin Tian suddenly shifted, allowing Snake San's thumb to press against his acupoint. The torrent of inner strength surged from Snake San into Lin Tian's body. What sorcery is this? Snake San exclaimed in shock, attempting to wrench his arm free, but his body was rendered powerless, truly ignorant. Lin Tian scoffed, activating his Baiming Shun Gong to accelerate the absorption of inner strength. Baiming Shun Gong. Is that what you wield? Duan Yu of Dali, what relation do you bear to him? Snake San's expression shifted dramatically. That is of no concern to you, Lin Tian replied, and after yet another half-minute, all of Snake San's inner strength had been consumed by Lin Tian. With a swift swing of the blade, Snake San's head fell, marking him as the first victim of Lin Tian's hand. Though he had taken a life, Lin Tian felt little emotion. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experience in slaughtering zombies in the apocalypse, or perhaps he simply did not regard the world of Tianlong Babu as real. Xiaoling, you must have perceived Poison Sanyang's ill intentions. Why did you not inform me? Lin Tian queried as he exited the thicket and returned to the main road, on one hand. Poison Sanyang is formidable. Even with your combined strength with Snake San, victory over her is not guaranteed. She may have spared you due to your mount, wary of the power you possess. On the other, Master, you must learn to make your own judgments rather than relying solely on Xiaoling. I am but a mere AI. This incident serves as a lesson for you, Master. Moreover, the snow-laden horse has recognized you as its master. Poison Sanyang merely employed some tricks to gain temporary control over it. You still have the opportunity to reclaim your steed, Xiaoling explained. Lin Tian nodded. Xiaoling, how much has my inner strength increased? Master, you have absorbed the inner strength of Snake San, which amounts to 7 years of cultivation, combined with your own, granting you a total of 15 years of inner strength. However, the two sources have yet to fully merge. Despite temporarily losing the snow-laden horse, gaining 7 years of inner strength was not without merit. A smile crept across Lin Tian's face. Xiaoling, once I integrate Snake San's inner strength, will I be able to defeat Poison Sanyang? It can be said that you can, or cannot, if fortune favors you, and you manage to absorb Poison Sanyang's inner strength, then you would easily overpower her. Furthermore, should you be willing to expend your own inner strength, you could also vanquish her. Poison Sanyang's most formidable weapon is her poison, that if you choose to sacrifice your inner strength, I can assist you in purging the toxins. Without her most potent weapon, she would stand no chance against you. Though purging toxins would require over 100 units of inner strength, 100 units? That is far too much. Lin Tian shook his head that if you do not rely on Xiaoling to cleanse the toxins. How will you defeat Poison Sanyang? First, if you are fortunate enough to consume a deadly toxin like your third brother and survive, then you would be immune to her poisons. Second, if your inner strength surpasses that of Poison Sanyang, the toxins would be unable to enter your body, allowing you to easily defeat her. Lin Tian inquired, how many years of cultivation does Poison Sanyang possess? Poison Sanyang has 15 years of inner strength. Just like you did, it is only when your cultivation exceeds 30 years that you can disregard her poison. Xiaoling elucidated. Lin Tian murmured, 30 years is not an insurmountable barrier. Absorbing the inner strength of another with 15 years of cultivation would suffice. Snake San appears to have two brothers. I wonder where they are. Their cultivation is likely superior to Snake San's. That if Snake San is a serpent, then his brothers, Snake E and Snake Air, may not be virtuous either. 15 years of inner strength combined with the speed of Lingbo Weibu would yield remarkable swiftness. Though it could not compare to the snow-laden horse, it would still surpass that of an ordinary steed. After traveling 30 to 40 miles, Lin Tian came upon a tea house, where several carriages were parked outside, belonging to a caravan. Thirsty from his long journey, Lin Tian sought a table to rest. "Waiter, bring me some tea," Lin Tian called. Right away, esteemed guest. Before long, a large bowl of tea was set before him. "Brother, that woman who passed by earlier was truly remarkable, and that horse of hers must be a 1,000-mile steed. It runs like the wind," one of the caravan guards exclaimed. "Hurry and drink your tea. Once finished, we must be on our way. Those who can ride a 1,000-mile steed are not to be trifled with. After this job, you ought to return and find a wife to settle down. For those in our line of work, one must keep their wits about them, for one misstep could cost them their heads. If our family line is severed, we would have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife." Lin Tian quickly finished his tea, leaving behind a few coins of silver as he exited the tea house. The silver was not a gift from Duanyu, but rather what he had taken from Snake Air. He had also examined the black pouch that Duanyu had given him, which contained 20 gold leaves and some smaller silver coins, totaling around 10 taels. Continuing on his journey, Lin Tian felt a measure of relief knowing that Poison Sanyang was on this same path. This significantly increased his chances of crossing paths with her again. Half an hour later, Shuanglin City was finally within sight. Lin Tian slowed his pace as he approached the city gates. Contrary to his expectations, there was no entrance fee to be paid, and he easily entered Shuanglin City. "Have you heard? Lord Chier has forcibly taken the second miss of the Liu family as his concubine." A middle-aged woman murmured to her companion as she walked past Lin Tian, "Oh dear, don't gossip. If Lord Chier finds out, we might all be in trouble. I was just mentioning it," the woman replied. "Lord Chier already has 10 concubines and still dares to abduct the Liu family's second daughter. Families with daughters in Shuanglin City must be on high alert. Indeed. Thankfully, we have no daughters at home, or we would have to leave Shuanglin City." The two women walked away, leaving Lin Tian deep in thought that it seemed that Shida and Xier were indeed in Shuanglin City. To his surprise, luck was on his side to encounter them so easily. However, if Shida and Xier could wield such power in Shuanglin City, they must possess considerable abilities, likely surpassing Shi Sandat if he were to act. He would need to be more cautious. As darkness fell, Lin Tian had no choice but to find an inn to stay for the night. He instructed the innkeeper's assistant not to enter his room without his permission, then secured the doors and windows before retreating into his star ring. "Xiaoling, do you think I should acquire some self-defense items? Wang Hao Linwei and even the Yamaguchi Gumi could pose a threat to me. I am uncertain which of the three orchestrated this incident." Xiaoling, fluttering her wings, replied, "Master, after calculations, the probability of Wang Hao taking action is 44.7. Lin Wei's is 35.5, and the Yamaguchi Gumi's is 19.8. Lin Tian was perplexed. I feel that the likelihood of that scoundrel Yamamoto Taiyu from the Yamaguchi-gumi being involved is higher. Why does your analysis suggest he has the lowest probability? If Yamamoto Taiyu were to act, he would inevitably leave traces behind, essentially informing the Zhou, Qin, Fushao, and Murong families that the Yamaguchi-gumi was behind the last shooting incident. With their substantial resources, should they collectively seek retribution, the Yamaguchi-gumi would be unable to withstand it and would pay a heavy price. Moreover, having fled back to Japan, Yamamoto Taiyu would likely be preoccupied with evading organizational punishment and would have no opportunity to target you in the short term. Thus, his probability is the lowest. The remaining 19.8 accounts for the possibility of his remaining forces in China acting recklessly. Xiao Ling continued, furthermore, if you are within Haitan University, you shouldn't encounter significant issues that at most, you might face some conspiracies. As Haitan University has rapidly risen to become one of the top universities in China within just over a decade, the power behind it is formidable. Few organizations would dare to commit murder within Haitan University. Even the largest Yakuza group from Japan would think twice before acting. Xiaoling, what is the power behind Haitan University? Lin Tian inquired. Xiaoling responded, Master, some things are better left unknown for now. Besides, don't you find it more rewarding to uncover the secrets behind it yourself? That's true. Lin Tian nodded, and with a thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the star ring and returned to his body. Haha, third brother, I truly admire you. After such an incident, you still managed to cultivate in peace. Zui Yunfei laughed heartily upon seeing Lin Tian rise. Third brother, you have become a renowned figure in the entire school. Your reputation far surpasses ours, shining brightly. More like infamy. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and went to wash up. That girl didn't report it? He asked after finishing. Zui Yunfei chuckled. No. If she had, you wouldn't be here, but rather sipping tea at the police station. Third brother, do you want to see the forum? There are over 10,000 comments. Lin Tian shook his head. No, I'd rather not. It would just annoy me. With a loud crash, a rock thrown from below shattered the window of their dormitory. Followed by a roar. Lin Tian, you scoundrel, death to you. Zui Yunfei's anger flared as he rushed to the window, but with students milling about below, he couldn't immediately identify who had thrown the rock. Which brat threw that? Show yourself. Throwing stones at someone else's window is something only a 3-year-old would do. The university student with such a lack of quality is disgraceful. Zui Yunfei shouted angrily. Lin Tian joined him at the window. Xiaoling, who was it? Master, it was the one wearing a black top and jeans, Xiaoling replied. Although she hadn't activated her scanning, she quickly deduced who the culprit was through basic analysis. Among the 20 or so people below, 11 were looking up at Lin Tian's dormitory, while 8 were gazing at the man in black. I TS that guy in black, Lin Tian declared. Damn it. I'm going to go down and beat him up, Zui Yunfei said. No need for that. Look over there, Xiaobai and Old Wei are coming. Just call out to them. Lin Tian pointed below. Zui Yunfei then spotted Xiaobai and Wei Feng. Xiaobai, Old Wei, quickly catch that guy in black. He threw a rock and smashed our dormitory window. Hearing Zui Yunfei's shout, the man in black turned to flee. However, his speed paled in comparison to Xiaobai and Wei Feng. After running a mere 20 meters, Xiaobai seized him by the neck and lifted him like a chicken. This guy was in for a rough time. If he fell into my hands, I'd just give him a few slaps and knock out 7 or 8 teeth. But if he is in Xiaobai's hands, his fate would likely be much worse. Xiaobai's methods are notoriously ruthless. He never killed anyone. But before college, Xiaobai spent nearly half a year in a war-torn African country. Zui Yunfei chuckled. Sure enough, soon the anguished cries of the man in black echoed from below. Old 4, Haitan University has a strong background. Won't Xiaobai face any repercussions for this? Lin Tian asked with concern. Zui Yunfei dismissively shrugged. As long as no one dies, nothing else really matters. Third brother, you need to be more careful when going out. If even rocks are being thrown in our dormitory, it's serious. Let us get bulletproof glass installed. If they want to throw stones, let them. Lin Tian replied indifferently. Indeed, damn it, I'll get someone to do it. Zui Yunfei exclaimed. This door needs replacing too. I've heard there's a new alloy that's incredibly hard yet not too heavy. Although it's a bit pricey, it would bring peace of mind that in the future, Anyone who tries to kick down our door will have to think twice about whether their foot can take it. Zui Yunfei's eyes lit up as he spoke. The new alloy he mentioned had only recently been developed and was just starting to enter the market, priced comparably to gold. However, money did not seem to concern Zui Yunfei. Old four, if we're going to do it, let us do it thoroughly. Haitan University mandates that every student must stay in the dormitory for at least a year. We need to soundproof the walls too. Lin Tian stated, but let us agree on splitting the costs. Third brother this? Zui Yunfei realized Lin Tian likely had a bit of money. However, just the raw materials for that door would exceed 10 million, not including manufacturing costs. This amount was considerable, even for him and Xiao Bai, let alone for Wei Feng, who would likely struggle to afford it, much less Lin Tian. Third brother, we can split everything else. But I'll cover the door costs. Otherwise, you'd be denying our brotherhood. Although the alloy is a bit pricey, it can be recycled later. Seeing Zui Yunfei's insistence, Lin Tian nodded. All right, let us do it that way. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Wei Feng approached. Third brother, fourth brother, here's your breakfast. Wei Feng handed each of them a portion. Old Wei, I'm truly touched. Zui Yunfei exclaimed theatrically, wiping away imaginary tears. Get lost, Wei Feng retorted. You're on breakfast duty tomorrow. Lin Tian asked, Xiao Bai, how did you handle the earlier situation? Xiao Bai responded that he had thrown the rock himself, but didn't answer. As a result, Xiao Bai had initially only intended to break one of his hands, but ended up breaking both. Wei Feng shook his head to be by the way. Classes start tomorrow. Let us all prepare it on the first day. We shouldn't miss anything. It must be said, with enough money, some matters can be resolved quite easily. By the evening, after Zui Yunfei's arrangements, their dormitory had undergone renovations. Bulletproof glass replaced the old windows, soundproofing materials lined the walls and ceiling, and the ordinary iron door was replaced with a new alloy door. Although it still looked similar to the old iron door from the outside, when Zui Yunfei struck it with a metal rod, only a few flakes of paint chipped off. After dinner, the residents of other dormitories are busy playing games online. However, in Lin Tian's dormitory, he is already reclined on his bed, subconsciously entering the Star Ring realm. Meanwhile, Zui Yunfei and Xiao Bai are meditating on their beds, unlike Lin Tian, who possesses the super cheat device known as the Star Ring. The accumulation of internal energy must be achieved step by step. Inside the Star Ring, Xiao Ling remarked, the funds for the dormitory renovation were initially advanced by the fourth brother. The over 100,000 yuan is simply insufficient. Selling a kilogram of gold yields only around 100,000 yuan, which is rather meager. Xiao Ling, do you think I should acquire something more valuable like diamonds? Master, now that you have mastered the Lingbo Weibu and accumulated 20 units of dimensional energy in the Star Ring, you possess a degree of self-protection. As long as you exercise caution, selling a diamond or two should pose no significant issues, Xiao Ling replied. However, I suggest that you refrain from acquiring diamonds that are excessively large. The largest diamond in the world, the Cullinan, measures merely 3,106 carats. If you were to bring back a diamond weighing over 10,000 carats, congratulations, you would become world famous overnight. 3,106 carats, with 1 carat equating to 0. 2 grams amounts to just over 621 grams, which is indeed quite substantial, Lin Tian noted. All right, let us not dwell on that for now. I want to be obtaining anything that large. A diamond weighing 100 carats should suffice. Xiaoling, shall we return to that body cultivation world? Xiaoling chuckled. Master, the Star Realm is not solely home to literary celestial bodies. The former master had also collected various other items. However, he was too lazy to share the details with you. Your destination this time is a deserted gem planet. Do not let your eyes be dazzled. A gem planet? I am exceedingly eager, Lin Tian exclaimed. The next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. Xiao Ling, what is this? Lin Tian's eyes widened. He had thought himself beyond surprise, but he had grossly overestimated his psychological resilience upon witnessing the gems scattered all around. Red, green, blue, transparent, and multicolored, each as large as a fist or even several cubic meters. He fell on the verge of collapse. Master, welcome to the gem planet. Allow me to introduce it to you. There are 492 varieties of gems here. The largest among them is a colossal rainbow diamond, with a diameter of 103 kilometers, forming the core of the entire gem planet. Originally, this gem planet was collected by the former master as a gift. But after a prolonged seclusion, it turned out that over 100 million years had passed. The former master's friend has since passed away, leaving this gem planet within the star realm, Xiao Ling said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Not merely a friend, but perhaps a beloved? However, Xiao Ling, with your former master's astounding abilities, could he not manipulate time? Lin Tian pondered, calming his thoughts as he listened to Xiao Ling. The former master could at most freeze time, that he once stated that without transcending this universe, one can never truly reverse time. Lin Tian recalled the words of the elder in black, who spoke of leaving this dimension, likely in pursuit of transcending the laws of time. Let us not dwell on such matters. Let us select some diamonds. Lin Tian shook his head as he began his selection. Lin Tian soon encountered a dilemma. While large diamonds were plentiful, smaller ones proved exceedingly elusive. After much deliberation, he managed to choose 2 of various colors, totaling over 10 gems. Even if he did not sell them, having them temporarily stored in the star ring could prove beneficial in the future. Xiaoling, what do you think? Lin Tian inquired. The largest weighs 152 carats, while the smallest, a blue diamond, weighs 10 carats. Altogether, it requires only 1 unit of dimensional energy to transport. Xiao Ling responded, "Is that all?" Lin Tian expressed surprise. Master, it seems you have become somewhat indifferent after acquiring a bit of dimensional energy. 0.1 unit is quite substantial. Transporting 1,000 grams of gold would also require 1 unit. Although the quantity here is considerable, the weight is relatively light, Xiao Ling explained. Lin Tian nodded, then let us return. He feared that staying here any longer would overwhelm him. Master, among these diamonds, the 95-carat colorless diamond is the least valuable. Estimated to auction at $5 million. I recommend selling this diamond, while the others are of considerable worth. Xiao Ling advised that that's so. Xiao Ling, this diamond is quite large. Isn't it worth more than that tiny 10-carat one? Lin Tian questioned. Master, the value of diamonds is not solely determined by weight. It encompasses a combination of weight, color, clarity, and cut. The items collected by the former master are of the highest quality. The smaller diamonds you have selected have already been processed by him, requiring no further cutting. Although the colorless diamond is sizable, its value is relatively low. That 10-carat blue diamond is worth over $10 million, while the 50-carat green diamond is valued around $250 million. The 15-carat pink diamond is approximately $50 million. The most precious among them is the largest rainbow diamond, which is priceless. Of course, to you, Master, such items are merely stones. The gem planet is abundant with such stones. Lin Tian shook his head. Xiao Ling, I feel rather overwhelmed. Master, your psychological resilience is truly lacking. They are merely a few stones. The entire gem planet belongs to you. Why be so agitated? If you wish, you could throw a few fist-sized diamonds at someone for fun. Xiao Ling teased as she flew around Lin Tian that I was just an ordinary person before. It is only natural that I find it difficult to adjust to such a sudden change. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Send me to the apocalyptic world. I wish to vent my emotions by playing with those zombies. As you wish, Master. When Lin Tian arrived in the apocalyptic world, he found himself at a loss for words. That it was nighttime, and the entire city was devoid of any light. The sounds of zombies howling echoed, sending shivers down Lin Tian's spine. Faint noises emanated from below, and Lin Tian realized they were not humans, but rather zombies moving about in the building where he was. Master, are you afraid? If you are, you can leave the apocalyptic world and return to the Tianlong world. Xiao Ling suggested that if she hadn't said anything, Lin Tian would have undoubtedly chosen to exit, but with Xiao Ling's comment, he felt compelled to stay. Xiao Ling, you're doing this on purpose, Lin Tian grumbled. Stretching his body and picking up the steel knife on the ground to practice a few moves, with the steel knife in hand and a pistol at his waist, Lin Tian stealthily descended the stairs. Despite the darkness, the moonlight allowed him to see a little. That a flash of white light appeared as he swiftly struck down a zombie that had ambushed him from the corner, severing its head. Damn it! Had you succeeded in your ambush, I would have wasted my efforts against hundreds of zombies. Feeling a surge of adrenaline, Lin Tian used his outburst to suppress his inner fears. Master, zombies are more active in the darkness. You must learn to maximize your effectiveness with minimal force. Otherwise, you may soon exhaust your energy, Xiao Ling cautioned. Lin Tian nodded. Understood. I will be careful. Let us head towards the gun shop that the bald man mentioned. There are plenty of weapons there, perfect for practicing my shooting skills. Master, you finally realize how poor your shooting skills are? Haha. In the apocalypse, even a child might shoot better than you. Xiao Ling laughed within Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, but the darkness concealed that it's normal for my shooting to be subpar. Give a gun to an ordinary person in reality, and within 10 meters, they might not even hit a person. After clearing out a dozen zombies, Lin Tian exited the building, following the main road towards the gun shop. However, the zombies would not allow him to act so arrogantly. They howled and rushed towards him. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the undead loomed, as if he had stepped into hell. Come on, today I shall carve a bloody path. Lin Tian shouted to bolster his courage. Having fought against Shi San in the Tianlong Babu world, he had made some progress in his knife techniques. Waves of blade light flashed through the zombies' necks, resulting in the grotesque heads of the undead tumbling to the ground. Lingbo Weibo truly proved to be a magnificent skill. Despite the numerous zombies, not a single one managed to grasp his clothing, although Lin Tian's limited skill left his attire stained with a few drops of filthy blood. The slaughter continued, and with Xiao Ling's ongoing guidance, Lin Tian's control over his strength grew stronger. However, the steel knife had dulled. After dispatching nearly 800 zombies in total, it had endured quite a lot for an ordinary blade. Master, we should retreat. If you continue, your strength will deplete rapidly, Xiao Ling urged in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian nodded, leaping gracefully as he stepped on the zombies' heads to advance. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from a derelict bus, and a Y2 lunged towards him. Die! With a thunderous roar, Lin Tian hurled the steel knife from his hand, piercing through the head of Y2 and pinning him firmly against the bus, without the knife. Lin Tian swiftly drew the pistol from his waist and made his way toward the gun shop. Along the way, he encountered no further Y2s. Without firing a single shot, he reached the entrance of the gun shop. The door stood ajar, and the minibus was conspicuously absent. A slight sense of relief washed over Lin Tian. It appeared that Ta Song and the others had fled with their weapons, though he was uncertain if they had managed to escape the city. With zombies hot on his heels, Lin Tian stepped into the gun shop, hurriedly shutting the door behind him. The entrance was reinforced with half-centimeter steel plating, and the walls were robust, making it difficult for the zombies to breach. Inside the shop, there were no zombies present, and Lin Tian exhaled a sigh of relief after securing the door. Xiao Ling, I can't see very clearly, he remarked, noting that only a small window high above allowed a sliver of moonlight to filter in, rendering visibility quite poor. Master, there's a diesel generator over there with half a tank of fuel remaining. The generator is operational and can produce electricity, but are you sure you want to turn it on? If the lights come on, the zombies will swarm. Of course, why wouldn't I? If I fire a shot later, won't they come flooding in just the same? Lin Tian replied vehemently, following Xiao Ling's guidance. He navigated to the generator and started it up. The engine roared loudly, its sound echoing far and wide, but the shop's wiring seemed intact as the lights flickered on. With illumination now available, Lin Tian surveyed the interior of the shop. It was a medium-sized firearms store, with rows of gun cabinets displaying an array of firearms, some hastily discarded on the floor, clearly left behind by those fleeing in haste. At the center stood a large box, divided into numerous compartments, each filled with various calibers of ammunition. Xiao Ling, what firearm should I look for? Additionally, I want to take 2 guns into the Star Ring, along with some ammunition. Do you have Desert Eagles here? Lin Tian asked rapidly. Master, you could opt for the Silver Star pistol to take into reality. The Silver Star can hold 10 rounds and has an effective range of 80 meters, which is only 20 meters less than the Desert Eagle's 100 meters. However, it feels significantly better to handle. The Desert Eagle, while powerful, is heavy with considerable recoil, and the muzzle flashes when fired can be quite troublesome. The Silver Star pistol is hanging on the wall 2 meters to your left, and the ammunition is in that large wooden box in the center. Lin Tian quickly grasped 2 Silver Star pistols and, with Xiao Ling's direction, rushed to the wooden box to retrieve compatible ammunition. Filling 2 magazines and also gathering a handful of bullets for Xiaoling to store in the star ring, expending a total of 4 units of his energy. Master, if you wish to practice your shooting skills, you should try out every type of firearm. Over there's submachine guns, automatic rifles, and several light machine guns. Upstairs, there is a heavy machine gun. Xiaoling informed him the ammunition belt for the machine guns are stored inside. 3 minutes later, Lin Tian found himself on the second floor of the gun shop, which was effectively the rooftop. Though referred to as the second floor, the height of this shop was considerable. Not much lower than that of a typical third floor. In his vicinity lay 2 submachine guns, 2 automatic rifles, 2 light machine guns, and a military knife measuring 70 to 80 centimeters. To his left. The shopkeeper had placed a heavy machine gun on the rooftop, shielded by a small plastic canopy, to protect it from rain, making it operational. The few crates of ammunition were stacked at Lin Tian's feet, glinting with a copper hue under the bright light filtering through the canopy. Compared to Lin Tian, the zombies moved at a significantly slower pace. After several minutes had elapsed, they began to swarm toward the area surrounding the gun shop. Let us see how you bastards like the taste of a heavy machine gun. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he followed Xiaoling's instructions to operate the heavy machine gun, aiming towards the street 200 meters away. Master, the heavy machine gun is quite cumbersome, but due to its fixed mount, the recoil and jump are manageable. In fact, it is easier to use than a light machine gun, Xiaoling explained. Nodding, Lin Tian firmly grasped the gun and squeezed the trigger. The torrent of metal spewed forth from the muzzle, mowing down the zombies 200 meters away as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Damn, this feels incredible. I can't get enough of this, Lin Tian shouted, swinging the gun's muzzle back and forth indiscriminately. Precision was irrelevant. It was not necessary to aim for the head, as the sheer power of the heavy machine gun meant that any hit would likely incapacitate the zombies, with exception for those struck in the hands. A bullet to the chest would undoubtedly create a gaping wound, shattering 99% of their spines. Hitting a leg would guarantee a broken limb, rendering the zombie powerless as they stumbled under the weight of their own kind. The power of technology was formidable. After a prolonged assault, Lin Tian had only managed to take down around 300 zombies. Yet in just over a minute, with a 500-round ammunition box emptied, he had eliminated nearly 150 zombies. Lin Tian had located a single crate of heavy machine gun ammunition, and with a heavy heart, he released the gun. Damn it, if only I had access to limitless ammo like in the novels. Lin Tian lamented, just as he heard the sounds of zombies crashing against the iron door below. Grabbing a submachine gun, he positioned himself at the edge of the rooftop and opened fire downward. With all 20 rounds expended, the 7 or 8 zombies battering the door below had their skulls shattered, the short distance of just 7 or 8 meters ensuring that his shots landed true. Master, more closing in, Xiaoling warned. Damn it, being alone is such a hassle. Lin Tian cursed under his breath, rushing to set up a light machine gun at the rooftop's edge and open fire. With your level of skill, you might find it hard to hit with single shots. Just go for a sweeping fire, Xiaoling advised. Do you doubt me? Lin Tian thought to himself, aiming for the head of the zombie and pulling the trigger. The gun fired, but the bullet missed its intended target, striking a nearby unfortunate soul instead. His face flushed with embarrassment, Lin Tian began to spray bullets indiscriminately, as sweeping fire required less precision. The dense hail of bullets made it nearly impossible to miss the densely packed zombies. Finishing one belt of ammunition, Lin Tian grabbed another light machine gun and resumed firing, allowing the first to cool down. However, the zombies were relentless. Even with the gunfire, they rapidly closed in on the entrance of the gun shop. Some zombies continued to batter the door, while others surrounded the shop, attempting to climb up. Fortunately, the height difference between the first and second floors was significant, and with no other buildings within 30 meters on either side, the zombies were momentarily unable to ascend to the rooftop. Damn it, there must be at least 10,000 zombies. Lin Tian's complexion paled slightly, although he had previously witnessed tens of thousands of zombies. That time had been from a distance, and he hadn't seen them up close. Now, standing only 7 or 8 meters away under the harsh light, he could even see the maggots crawling on the corpses of the zombies. Master, you're here to practice your shooting, so hurry up and fire. With so many targets at your disposal, it would be a waste not to shoot. even if they do manage to climb up. You can simply unleash a barrage and then escape using your light-footed techniques. Surely they can't catch you, Xiao Ling urged. Nodding in agreement, Lin Tian steadied himself and raised the automatic rifle, aiming at a zombie 30 meters away and firing. Bang! The gunshot echoed, but the zombie fell not from the intended shot, but rather from the misfortune of being adjacent to the target. Lin Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. But he continued to fire, gradually improving his aim and developing a feel for the weapon. As bullets flew, Lin Tian's accuracy improved. He shifted from hitting only 2 out of 10 shots to striking 5 or 6. Just then, an Y2 managed to scale to the rooftop. Lin Tian swiftly adjusted his aim to continuous fire mode, unleashing a volley of bullets. The Y2 plummeted back down from whence it came. As at such close range, it was nearly impossible to miss. Boom! A heavy thud reverberated from below. Master, you need to prepare to flee. The door below has been breached, and the zombies will soon swarm up here, Xiao Ling warned. Nodding, Lin Tian emptied the last of the automatic rifle's ammunition, grasping the military knife firmly in hand and standing ready for the approaching horde. How, one by one, the zombies ascended to the rooftop, only to be met by the glinting blade of the military knife, which was sharper than Ta Song's steel knife. Lin Tian effortlessly severed the heads of the advancing zombies, and soon the rooftop was stained with the dark, viscous blood. Master, be careful. 4 meters to your left, and Y2 is trying to sneak up on you, Xiao Ling cautioned. Lin Tian snorted coldly. I'll go find it. With a swift movement, he traversed the 4-meter distance with his light-footed techniques. And before the Y2 could react, the icy blade of the military knife had already sliced through its neck. Xiao Ling, I have an unsettling feeling that something is watching me, imparting a sense of danger. It's shooting TBY2. Please investigate, Lin Tian thought as he swung his blade relentlessly, severing the heads of the zombies. Master, congratulations. Your intuition has sharpened. However, Xiao Ling bears some unfortunate news. On the roof of that building 1,000 meters away, there is a Y3 observing us. The Y3 possesses a certain level of intelligence, making it quite formidable. If you encounter it, I advise you to flee. With the finesse of your Lingbo Weibo, escaping should be relatively manageable. Xiao Ling remarked. Flee. What are the odds of me killing it? Lin Tian inquired. Master, should you confront Y3, your chances of slaying it stand at a mere 30%, while the likelihood of being killed by it is equally 30%. Xiao Ling replied. Lin Tian tightened his grip as he dispatched another zombie. So, with Lingbo Weibo, my chances of survival are also just 30%. Indeed, Master. While Lingbo Weibo is exquisite, you must understand that you currently possess no internal energy. Even if you did, there exists no invincible technique, Xiao Ling elucidated. Xiao Ling, prepare for withdrawal, Lin Tian commanded. Given the high mortality rate, he was reluctant to confront Y3 at this moment. Wasting such precious opportunities for resurrection would be shameful. Lin Tian had only received 3 resurrection chances from the former owner of the Star Ring within the past 7 days. Understood, mastered, I will exit within 10 seconds. In a mere 10 seconds. Lin Tian found himself back in the space of the Star Ring, feeling immensely fatigued. Master, it is still only midnight. You have classes tomorrow. Shall we rest for a few hours? Xiao Ling suggested. Lin Tian frowned. Xiao Ling, did you not say that being within the star realm feels like sleeping and does not induce much fatigue? Master, if you experience nightmares, do you not feel more exhausted the following day? Killing zombies in this apocalyptic world is akin to enduring a nightmare, Xiao Ling explained. Lin Tian nodded, realizing the truth in her words. Overcome by mental fatigue, he chose not to enter the world of Tianlong Babu, swiftly returning to his body and sinking into a profound slumber. The next morning, Lin Tian stretched languidly. Ah, how refreshing! Zui Yunfei looked at him oddly. Old 3, why do I feel you were sleeping rather than cultivating? Lin Tian lightly leaped off the bed, smiling. I didn't tea practice last night. One must balance hard work with rest. At this moment, Wei Feng and Xiao Bai also rose. What classes do we have today? Lin Tian asked, having not glanced at the schedule yesterday. Only the first 2 classes were scheduled. Fundamentals of computer science. Sigh, if it weren't the first day, I wouldn't even consider going. We're learning fundamentals of computer science. Zui Yunfei shook his head. Lin Tian knew that Zui Yunfei had a solid grasp of computer technology. Besides aspiring to be a top-tier swordsman, Zui Yunfei also dreamed of becoming an elite hacker. Yet he was still far from that pinnacle. Old 3, Zhou Yao is in the same class as us. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Zui Yunfei leered. Lin Tian ignored him and proceeded to wash up. The first class started at 8 o'clock, and by the time Lin Tian and his companions finished breakfast and arrived at the classroom, it was already 7:55. Damn, where did all these people come from? Upon entering, Zui Yunfei and his friends found the trapezoidal lecture hall completely filled, with many standing at the back. I heard the instructor for Fundamentals of Computer Science is a beautiful teacher. Additionally, Zhou Yao is here as well. Now you understand why there are so many people. Wei Feng chuckled helplessly and exited the classroom. Naturally, Lin Tian and his two companions followed suit. Haha, even if we want to leave, shouldn't we at least take a glance at that beautiful teacher before we go? So Yunfei grinned. I'm not interested, Lin Tian replied. Not interested, Wei Feng echoed. Boring. Xiaobai chimed into, oh heavens, what a tragedy. Why must I be brothers with 3 wooden blocks? What's the point of attending university if not to flirt with senior sisters and junior sisters, and perhaps even indulge in a passionate student-teacher romance if conditions allow? Zui Yunfei lamented. Classmate, are you interested in embarking on a student-teacher romance with me? A stunning woman with long hair, appearing to be in her late 20s, smiled gracefully behind Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei froze, slowly turning around with a mournful expression. Aunt, what are you doing here? You must have misheard me. It was definitely a misunderstanding. Is that so? The long-haired beauty raised the pen in her hand. This recording pen, I remember, was a gift you gave me last year, and I have kept it in pristine condition. Just now, I recorded your words. Little Fei, should I turn this recording pen over to your father? Please, no. Aunt, you care for me deeply, so you wouldn't want to see me grounded, would you? Zui Yunfei replied. Feeling exasperated and secretly cursing Lin Tian and the others for their lack of loyalty in not alerting him. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but marvel at how his aunt's skills had grown so formidable. With his own abilities, he detected her approach. The beautiful woman scoffed. Speak. Why are you not attending class? Planning to skip on the first day? Aunt, you know this class is of little use to me. Besides, take a look inside the classroom. Is there even room left to sit? Zui Yunfei replied helplessly. Come with me, all of you. The beauty scanned Lin Tian and his companions, pausing slightly on Lin Tian. The 4 followed the beautiful teacher into the classroom. All students not enrolled in this course, please exit immediately. As soon as she took the podium, the beautiful teacher coldly declared, if you do not leave the classroom within 3 minutes, I will have you forcibly removed. Huang Yin, always keep my word. Old 4, your aunt is quite fierce. Lin Tian whispered to Zui Yunfei. Old 3, don't speak carelessly. My aunt is far more powerful than I am. She can hear you, Zui Yunfei communicated discreetly. So strong. Lin Tian gazed with astonishment at Zhou Hanyan on the podium. Xiaoling, received Master. Zhou Hanyan, cellular strength. 1120, cellular vitality. 800, mental power. 573, Xiaoling informed Lin Tian in his mind. Monstrous, Lin Tian internally groaned. Zhou Hanyan was undoubtedly the most formidable individual he had ever encountered, surpassing even Morong Shui by a considerable margin. Old 3, my aunt is a genius in cultivation. She is more than 10 years younger than my father. Yet her abilities are not in the slightest inferior. Zui Yunfei continued to communicate. Lin Tian nodded slightly, now understanding the intense aura of pride that surrounded this beautiful woman. Indeed, women are no less than men. And there is much to be proud of. The vast majority of male students not enrolled in the course exited the classroom with their tails between their legs, though a few stubborn ones remained seated. Undeterred, Zhou Hanyan surveyed the entire classroom and remarked, Very well, 3 of you remain to challenge me, and there are 4 who have already skipped my first class. Zui Yunfei, you and your companions will remove the guy with dyed yellow hair in the 3rd row, the one in red in the 5th row, and the guy wearing a hat in the middle of the 6th row, Zhou Hanyan commanded coldly. Zui Yunfei cast a sympathetic glance at the 3 unfortunate souls. Did you not know my aunt is notorious for her photographic memory? With her temperament, I'm sure she has memorized the entire student roster. Who will take care of it? Zui Yunfei glanced at Lin Tian and the others at I, old 3. And you, right? Let Xiaobai handle it. He is the least likely to cause trouble, Wei Feng suggested. Lin Tian nodded. I'll take care of the yellow-haired one. As Lin Tian spoke, he moved toward the front, the students on either side of the third row quickly retreating to clear the way. You dare! The yellow-haired individual glared menacingly as Lin Tian approached. You guessed it right. I dare. Recently, Lin Tian had offended too many influential figures, and offending one more ordinary student did not concern him. He swiftly struck the yellow-haired boy on the neck with a precise chop. The yellow-haired youth attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word, his body going limp as he began to collapse. Lin Tian grasped his arm and, to the astonishment of onlookers, dragged him outside the classroom as if he were a rag doll. Outside the classroom, a crowd had gathered, and upon witnessing Lin Tian unceremoniously toss the yellow-haired boy onto the ground, they felt a chill run down their spines, silently congratulating themselves for having wisely exited the classroom. Otherwise, being thrown out would have been utterly humiliating. Zui Yunfei and Wei Feng were no less ruthless than Lin Tian. Zui Yunfei hoisted his victim by the arms and tossed him out, while Wei Feng treated as like a small chick, lifting him by the neck as he exited the classroom, inciting further discomfort among onlookers. All right, return to your seats and prepare for class. Zhou Hanyan instructed Lin Tian and the others. Confronted by such a formidable authority, Lin Tian and his companions had to obediently enter the classroom and find 4 seats in the back row. As the lecture commenced, to be frank, Zhou Hanyan's teaching was exceptionally vibrant. Even the rather mundane subject of computer fundamentals bore a hint of charm under his guidance. However, Lin Tian and his 3 companions found themselves drifting off. Zui Yunfei, for instance, possessed computer skills that rivaled those of a typical instructor. Listening to this lecture felt akin to a university student attending a class meant for elementary pupils. Wei Feng, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was destined for a military career, felt indifferent about the course material, already grasping the foundational concepts. Xiaobai had chosen his major rather haphazardly, displaying little interest in computers, as his university experience was merely a journey of life exploration. As for Lin Tian, his understanding of computers was limited to basic internet usage, far from expertise, let alone mastery. Nevertheless, with the presence of Xiao Ling, the super-intelligent AI from a 12th-level civilization, his own proficiency seemed inconsequential. A mere command would suffice for Xiao Ling to execute tasks flawlessly. Acquiring computer knowledge would be a fruitless endeavor. Even if he were to study for a lifetime, how could he compete with Xiao Ling's prowess? His choice of major in computer science stemmed solely from its popularity, ensuring better job prospects in the future. Presently, with countless diamonds worth billions lying within the star ring, he had no need to fret over employment prospects. Alas, my friends, it seems we are doomed to attend this course indefinitely. How did my aunt suddenly become a teacher here? So Yunfei sighed. Extraordinary individuals engage in extraordinary affairs, Wei Feng remarked. Xiaobai, though not paying attention to the lecture, scrutinized Zhou Hanyan on stage. Old 4, your aunt is truly remarkable. Every gesture she makes seems to encapsulate profound martial arts wisdom reach her level. I reckon I would need at least a decade. By then, who knows how much stronger she would have become. I thought you had your eyes on my aunt. It appears your focus lies solely in this regard. I should have realized that a frosty figure like you would not thaw overnight. Zui Yunfei shook his head. Your aunt and Murong Shui belong to the same ilk. Both possess an inner pride. Wei Feng commented. Zui Yunfei nodded. With my aunt's beauty, it's evident that many have tried to pursue her. Yet, those individuals were swiftly defeated by her in mere moments. And eventually, no one dared to approach her again, much to my grandfather's chagrin. Zui Yunfei, what are you whispering about? Do you think you're quite capable? Zhou Hanyan's countenance darkened. Here is a website. If you manage to infiltrate it within 10 minutes, you shall be exempt from my class, and I will grant you full marks for the term. A spark of excitement flashed across Zui Yunfei's face. For someone who aspired to be a top-tier hacker and had diligently worked towards that goal for several years, confidence was certainly not lacking. Old Wei, Xiaobai, Old 3, let us give it a go. It's just a trivial website. We'll breach it in no time. Wei Feng and Xiao by exchange glances, both skeptical as Zui Yunfei's optimism. Given that Zhang dared to make such a wager, the website was likely not easy to infiltrate. Lin Tian, however, nodded. Old four, give it a shot. At worst, we'll fail. Under the gaze of their peers, the four ascended to the podium. Who will go first? If just one of you succeeds, you'll be free from my class. Zhou Hanyan declared that I'll give it a try. Zui Yunfei declared, taking a seat. What is the website? This one. Zhou Hanyan smiled, opening a document and pointing to a convoluted string of symbols that formed the URL. Zui Yunfei nodded, his expression focused as he began the infiltration, his fingers gliding across the keyboard with the grace of flowing water. So Hanyan inwardly chuckled. Let us not kid ourselves. 10 minutes, even 10 days, or 10 months, and Zui Yunfei would stand no chance of breaching this website. In the first minute, Zui Yunfei remained calm. By the second minute, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. By the third minute, larger droplets cascaded down. Master, this URL belongs to the Pentagon. Zui Yunfei is quite capable. At the very least, he has attracted the attention of the security personnel that if he does not erase his traces and exit within a minute, he risks being tracked. Xiao Ling communicated within Lin Tian's mind. Panic-stricken, Lin Tian realized Zhou Hanyan had taken a significant gamble, perhaps underestimating Zui Yunfei's ability to draw attention. Old four, retreat quickly and erase your traces, Lin Tian urged in a hushed tone. Zui Yunfei, sensing the formidable pressure from the opposing side, hastily complied that if he didn't act quickly, the counterattack would be even swifter. Xiao Ling, create some distractions to slow their pursuit, Lin Tian instructed mentally. In the Pentagon's cybersecurity center, Robert laughed heartily, feeling bored until a small hacker appeared on their radar. The Pentagon frequently faced cyber intrusions, and they were usually too disinterested to retaliate against trivial attacks. However, they pursued with vigor when confronted with significant threats. Zui Yunfei's assault had, unfortunately, crossed their threshold. Robert, with our little novice hacker, you should be gentle. A stout white man turned to him. I've already been quite gentle. Alas, poor little novice, if I catch you, you'll be having tea with those FBI rascals. Robert quipped, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Beep, beep. Alarming sirens blared. Robert abandoned the pursuit of that novice immediately. The site is under S-level attack intensity. All personnel, focus on your tasks, defend our position, and capture this big fish. On Zui Yunfei's end, the adversary had ceased their pursuit, allowing him to erase his traces with ease. Zhou Hanyan, do you not comprehend what that URL signifies? You rashly instructed Old Four to attack without realizing that a misstep could lead to the FBI knocking at our door. Lin Tian muttered angrily, his voice audible only to Zui Yunfei and Zhou Hanyan. Fortunately, Old Four's luck held. As for some unknown reason, the pursuit had been halted. I didn't realize it would come to this, Zhou Hanyan stammered, feeling a twinge of fear under Lin Tian's glare. Resembling a timid schoolgirl, the students seated below were left dumbfounded, questioning who was truly the student and who the teacher. Zhou Yao, seated in the front row, noted Zhou Hanyan's guilty demeanor upon hearing Lin Tian's words. Her curiosity piqued. Back at the Pentagon, why did the attack just stop? Robert exclaimed, are they toying with us? Robert, it seems this attack was merely a diversion to facilitate the escape of that little fellow. Now that he has successfully evaded capture, the attack has naturally ceased, the stout man remarked, but it was fortunate he escaped. S-level attacks are no trifling matter, and our capabilities barely reach A level. Without the Captain's intervention, we might not have been able to withstand the onslaught. This attack evidently originated from the civilian sector. Alas, civilian experts are becoming increasingly prevalent, complicating our work, Robert lamented. What about that kid the FBI caught last month? Has he agreed to cooperate? His abilities were rated S-level. If he joined us, things could ease up a bit. No, that kid has maintained a non-cooperative stance, facing the prospect of 18 years of imprisonment. Robert chuckled. There's a saying in China, ISNT there. 18 years later, he'll emerge a hero. The only issue is, by then, that computer genius may not even recognize what a computer looks like. With technology advancing so rapidly, even a mere 18 months without contact could diminish his skills significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and his companions had failed to secure their exemption from class as the bell rang. They hurriedly vacated the classroom. Old 3, confess honestly, are you exceptionally skilled with computers? Zui Yunfei chuckled as they returned to their dormitory. Who said that? I'm completely inept with computers. I can only manage QQ. Lin Tian scoffed. Zui Yunfei retorted. Then explain why I was unaware that URL pointed to the Pentagon. Yet you did. I've seen it somewhere while idly browsing the internet. It finally clicked. Lin Tian boasted, spinning a tail without batting an eye. Is that so? Zui Yunfei inquired, puzzled. Lin Tian shrugged. The truth is, I only bought a computer a few days ago. Prior to that, I hardly even touched one. How could I possibly be a computer whiz? That's a valid point. Zui Yunfei reluctantly accepted Lin Tian's explanation. Old 3, I must say you really are dense. You don't even know how to escort Zhou Yao back to the dorm. I have no relationship with her. Lin Tian spoke lightly. Lao Si, you should learn from Xiaobai that he immediately prepared to cultivate upon his return, while you are here idly chatting with me. It is no wonder your strength pales in comparison to his. Xiaobai was engrossed in his training, and Wei Feng had taken a basketball and stepped outside. Lao San, come out with me, Zui Yunfei said as he walked to the balcony. Lin Tian felt a sense of curiosity. What could Zui Yunfei possibly want to discuss with him, especially with such a serious demeanor? Lao San, you probably know that we used our connections to investigate the person who framed you. Zui Yunfei began. The results are in. It was Wang Hao who secretly sent someone to do it. However, Wang Hao's father is quite a powerful figure, and the one who violated that girl was pushed out by him. Yet he managed to distance himself from Wang Hao. Alas, with the interests of various factions intertwined, my father has informed me that it is not appropriate to investigate further, and Xiaobai and Wei's families are likely in the same position. Lao Si, thank you for your efforts. This is already sufficient. Wang Hao will eventually receive his just deserts. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Has the perpetrator who assaulted that girl been apprehended? Is she aware of it? Zui Yunfei nodded. He has been arrested, and the police have already informed the girl and her family. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment and said, Lao Si, I have 2 favors to ask. After all, it is because of that girl that she suffered such harm. Please deliver 500,000 to her. Additionally, Lin Tian reached into his pocket, revealing a colorless, transparent diamond from his star ring. He opened his hand, presenting the diamond before Lin Yunfei. Help me auction off this diamond, but do so without using my name. Wow, Lao San, you truly are a man of hidden talents. A diamond this large and pure could fetch several $1 million at auction. Zui Yunfei exclaimed as he took the diamond no problem. Both tasks are simple and can be handled in no time. There's a major auction event in Hong Kong in a few days. If this diamond is included, it will surely sell for a satisfactory price. Zui Yunfei did not inquire about the diamond's origin. Everyone has their own secrets. Yet in Lin Tian's eyes, he appeared even more enigmatic. Initially perceived as an ordinary person, it was surprising to discover he was a master capable of withstanding sniper bullets. What was thought to be a lack of wealth turned out to be a fortune represented by a diamond worth millions of dollars. Lin Tian's decision to have Zui Yunfei handle the diamond auction was made after careful consideration that on one hand, he had no reliable channels and risked exposing his identity. On the other, with the Zhou family's influence, the diamond would undoubtedly garner a higher price. Moreover, if he required funds in the future, Zui Yunfei and his family would not be surprised that on the Haitian University BBS, a post about Lin Tian emerged, featuring an image of the person who assaulted the girl alongside a lifelike human mask, unmistakably bearing Lin Tian's likeness. The post contained a plethora of evidence, including the assailant's confession, the source of the drug used, and genetic test results from hair found at the crime scene. Haha, I knew it. How could Lin Tian possibly be that kind of person? Although he has grown closer to Zhou Yao, we cannot cast doubt on his character. One user replied. However, it seemed that those who had previously slandered Lin Tian included some of his critics. Alas, I was misled by malicious gossip. I misjudged Lin Tian. My apologies. Damn. I hope I don't encounter the one who framed Lin Tian. Otherwise, they will understand why flowers bloom. Another user expressed their support. The post, published at 11 in the morning, received over 3,000 replies by the afternoon, and Lin Tian's name exploded in popularity across the Haitian University BBS. even overshadowing the newly ranked top 10 campus beauties. In the principal's office, based on the evidence and the leads we've gathered, it is indeed this person who committed the crime. Gao he pointed to the individual in the BBS post. This lifelike mask must have been used by him at the time, but there is one point of contention. Both the mask and Lin Tian have single eyelids. Why does the suspect captured by the surveillance system have double eyelids? Principal, are you suggesting that this case may not have been committed by this individual? No, it was indeed him. However, Lin Tian piques my curiosity. He effortlessly breached our school surveillance system and altered the video footage. This is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Gao he lightly tapped the table. All right, you may leave now. This matter is concluded for the time being. In a villa nestled on the mountainside of Haitian City. Wang Hao seethed. How could this happen? Not only did I fail to harm Lin Tian, but he has also gained notoriety. Young master, the Zhou family, Wei family, and Xiao family acted together. The resolution of this matter is fortunate if the boss hadn't intervened. You might have been implicated as well. That I never expected Lin Tian to have such strong ties with his 3 roommates. A towering man in black responded beside Wang Hao. So, does this mean I can no longer employ such underhanded tactics against Lin Tian? Wang Hao replied coldly. Young master, the boss stated that if you resort to such means again, it would imply that the Blood Wolf gang does not regard the 3 families, and the consequences would be dire. Wang Hao was no fool. He understood the severity of such repercussions. Although the Blood Wolf gang had expanded considerably in recent years, even dominating F province, they could not compare to the Zhou, Xiao, and Wei families, who were doing him a considerable favor by not involving his father. Young master, the boss wants me to inform you that Lin Tian is not an ordinary person. Do not provoke him lightly. The man in black hesitated before adding, Otherwise what? Wang Hao pressed coldly. Otherwise, he will have you sent to Africa to live among the natives. Wang Hao understood his father's temperament. If he said such a thing, he would indeed follow through. Understood. He waved his hand dismissively. The man in black nodded slightly and exited the room. Lin Tian, if I can't destroy you, then I am not Wang Hao. He muttered, a look of hatred flashing across his face. In the world of demigods and semi-devils, Lin Tian appeared in the inn room, inspecting the hidden marks left behind and confirming that no one had entered. Shida, Xier, observe from the shadows for now. If the situation becomes untenable, we shall leave. Lin Tian murmured as he stepped out of the room. In the past few days, Shuanglin City had descended into chaos. The corpse of Shi San was discovered, and the news swiftly reached Shida and Xier, who were naturally furious, dispatching numerous people to investigate. The entire Shuanglin City seemed to be on the brink of a storm. Lin Tian left the inn and entered a nearby restaurant. Sitting down at a table by the window, waiter, a jug of fine wine and a few of your best dishes, Lin Tian ordered. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. As he sat there, his gaze drifted outside, while his ears remained attuned to the conversations of the other patrons. I heard that Shi San met a gruesome end, his head severed by his own knife. A plump man, grinning broadly, whispered to his companions. Who knows who did it? This has stirred a hornet's nest. Shi San was a fool, but Xier and Shida are not to be trifled with. Xier may be lecherous, but he is cunning and holds the title of Smiling Tiger. As for Shida, he is ruthless. Rumor has it that he was responsible for the massacre of 48 people in a nearby village a few years ago. But that is merely hearsay, with no substantial evidence. This martial world has become rather dull since Xiao Feng's death and Duan Yu's ascension as the Emperor of Dali, withdrawing from a scene. Although Shida and Xier may be considered insignificant, if someone were to eliminate them, it would indeed be a great relief. Another chimed in. Shh, keep your voice down. Although we are about to leave Shuanglin City, it would be unwise to attract trouble at the last moment. The group ceased their discussion on the topic, shifting to lighter matters regarding beauty and romance, debating which girl from the Lufeng Tower in Shuanglin City was the fairest and most graceful. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. While this information was not entirely useless, it was far too vague. What he truly sought was the precise strength of Shida and Xier. If their abilities surpassed as significantly, he would have no choice but to leave Shuanglin City. Master, when dealing with a person, it is unnecessary to confront them head-on. For instance, you could use poison or a sedative, Xiao Ling suggested within Lin Tian's mind. Xiao Ling, wouldn't such tactics be rather underhanded? Moreover, Shida and Xier are seasoned players. Employing such methods against them would likely yield poor results, Lin Tian replied while eating. The wine, Lin Tian also poured himself a cup and took a sip. Its taste was significantly milder compared to that of white liquor. No wonder, he mused, that characters in novels often drank in large bowls. As if consuming water, master, it ultimately depends on how you intend to use it. If you poison their food, it would be challenging to harm them. However, if you were to insert a poison needle discreetly into their beds, leaving only the tip exposed, or perhaps place a poison needle in their shoes, do you think they would notice? Xiao Ling remarked. Lin Tian, taken aback, responded, Xiao Ling, when did you become so shameless? Such underhanded tactics are beneath you. Point 1 must employ appropriate methods against different types of individuals. Snakeda and snake heir are no paragons of virtue. They deserve to meet a wretched end, Xiao Ling stated. While your method is clever, the execution poses considerable challenges. Firstly, how would I acquire such potent poison? Common toxins are ineffective against those with internal energy. Secondly, how would I gain access to their quarters? Lin Tian countered. True enough, forget it, master. I shall leave it to your discretion that I need to rest now. Lin Tian chuckled helplessly, finding Xiao Ling at times adult-like, and other times resembling a child. Upon leaving the tavern, Lin Tian noticed a large crowd gathered ahead. He hurriedly moved closer, realizing they were discussing the recent death of Snake San. Someone in the throng pointed to a portrait on the wall, exclaiming, "Look at that picture! Isn't it stunning?" Lin Tian glanced at the portrait and nearly burst out laughing. The depicted figure was none other than Poison Sanyangzi. There were indeed hoof prints from a horse named Treading Snow at the scene of Snake San's demise, and several people claimed to have seen Poison Sanyangzi riding away on Treading Snow. It was hardly surprising that Snakeda and Snake Heir had made a mistake. Lin Tian silently thought to himself before turning to leave, with Snakeda and Snake Heir distributing portraits and rewards for information. It was highly likely that Poison Sanyangzi still lingered in Shuanglin City. Lin Tian felt a surge of anxiety. His concern was not for the fate of Poison Sanyangzi at the hands of Snakeda and Snake Heir, nor for their demise at her hands, but rather that their conflict might endanger Treading Snow. Treading Snow was a gift from Duan Yu, and Lin Tian cherished the horse deeply. If anything were to happen to it, he would find it hard to forgive himself. Master, you are truly lost in your own thoughts. A magnificent steed like Treading Snow would be spared by either Poison Sanyangzi or Snakeda and Snake Heir. Xiao Ling chimed in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian shook his head. You cannot say that, Xiao Ling. Your understanding of human nature is still lacking if one side is pushed to the brink of death. Treading Snow could easily become a sacrificial pawn. Should Snakeda and Snake Heir lose, they would likely seek to inflict severe losses on Poison Sanyangzi rather than kill her outright. And Treading Snow could be used as leverage. Conversely, if Poison Sanyangzi were to lose, do you think she might not poison Treading Snow before her demise to ensure that such a fine creature does not fall into the hands of Snakeda and Snake Heir? Despite Treading Snow's grace, it remains merely a horse and would be no match for the attacks of martial arts masters. I truly do not understand you humans. Death is simply death. One should embrace it without hesitation. After all, once dead, there are no more feelings to concern one's self with, Xiao Ling muttered. What was that saying? Even in death, I won't let you have it easy. Lin Tian sighed inwardly, quickening his pace towards the Snake residence. The Snake brothers ruled Shuanglin City with an iron fist, and the Snake residence was indeed grand. Before the towering crimson gates stood two formidable stone lions, flanking high walls that spanned hundreds of meters. Encircling the entire estate, Lin Tian hid in the shadows, privately marveling at the efforts of Snake Heir's cunning and Snake Da's martial prowess in establishing such a vast domain. Before long, a slender young man wielding a broad-bladed knife emerged from the Snake residence. Lin Tian followed the young man for some distance. When they reached a quieter area, he suddenly lunged forward, snatching the young man's knife and pressing it against his throat. Spare me, great hero, spare me. The young man stammered, his legs trembling under the threat of the sharp blade. Answer my questions truthfully, or you know the consequences. Lin Tian growled, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him after having slain so many zombies. This glare made the young man's legs quiver even more. That I will speak without reservation, the young man replied. Lin Tian nodded. You are a member of the Sanshi gang established by the Snake Brothers. No. Now, it is the Shi gang? Yes, I am but a humble informant, the young man cautiously replied. Have you found the whereabouts of Poison Sanyangzi? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed, Poison Sanyangzi traveled to Qingfo Mountain, 100 miles from Shuanglin City. She was spotted by our men upon entering the city, but her poison skills are formidable, and we did not dare confront her. We could only report back to the gang leaders. The young man explained. Where's Poison Sanyangzi now? At the Shuanglin Inn. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had been searching high and low, only to discover that Poison Sanyangzi was staying at the very inn he was at. It seemed she had no intention of evading Snake Da and Snake Air. If they were to communicate and learn that he was the one who killed Snake San, it would spell trouble. Lin Tian thought anxiously. Snake Da was a brutish man who could kill without a second thought, so he was not overly concerned. However, Snake Air was exceedingly cunning. The fact that Poison Sanyangzi had tricked him into losing his horse was not something to be taken lightly. This could indeed become troublesome. With a swift move, Lin Tian knocked the young man unconscious and drained a portion of his meager internal energy before tossing him into the bushes and departing hastily. With 2 years of cultivation, his internal energy could be converted into a formidable force of 50 to 60 units, which was quite impressive. It was surprising that a mere errand boy from a small gang possessed any internal skill at all. One must commend Lin Tian's fortune. Typically, ordinary members only practiced basic martial arts. When Poison Sanyangzi departed, she had mentioned seeking trouble with Snake Da and Snake Air, suggesting a personal vendetta existed between them. After some contemplation, Lin Tian ultimately decided to return to the Shuanglin Inn to assess the situation. If a conflict erupted, he could potentially take advantage of the chaos to reclaim treading snow and absorb the internal energy from both Poison Sanyangzi and Snake Da and Snake Air. What a splendid outcome that would be. However, upon returning to the Shuanglin Inn, Lin Tian was taken aback to find Poison Sanyangzi in his room, her face bearing traces of tears, as though she had just been crying. Poison Sanyangzi, you stole my horse, and yet dare to appear before me. Lin Tian's first instinct was to suspect a trap, but after Xiao Ling scanned the surroundings, no sign of Snake Da or Snake Air could be found, and treading snow was safely stabled. Young master, I had no choice last time. I borrowed your horse that I hope you can forgive me. Poison Sanyangzi bowed gracefully to Lin Tian. Borrowed? Lin Tian scoffed, still harboring a negative impression of her from their last encounter. Even if she was now behaving more courteously, he could not shake off his disdain. Was that truly borrowing? You stole it plain and simple, and now you come with excuses. Poison Sanyangzi appeared unfazed by Lin Tian's brusque tone, saying, Young master, your ability to slay Snake San has surprised me, and I must thank you for that. However, Snake Da and Snake Air will not let you off easily for killing Snake San. I have come to propose a partnership. You have enmity with the Snake Brothers and wish to join forces against them. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Poison Sanyangzi chuckled. Conversing with an astute individual is so much easier. Young master, will you agree to my proposal? Lin Tian sneered. Why should I agree? You have a vendetta against Snake Da and Snake Air. Why shouldn't I wait until you two are locked in a life-and-death struggle and then eliminate you both in one fell swoop? Young master, you are quite ruthless. It seems you do not trust me. Poison Sanyangzi. However, if you feel that way, I will simply inform Snake Da and Snake Air of the true circumstances surrounding Snake San's death. I wonder if you can withstand the wrath of the enraged Snake Brothers. Poison Sanyangzi replied. Lin Tian fell silent. He recognized that such a betrayal was well within her capabilities if she were to stoop lower and aid Snake Da and Snake Air. He would have no means of escape, even with his swift movements. Convince me how I can trust that you genuinely oppose Snake Da and Snake Air, that I do not wish to find myself stabbed in the back while engaged in battle. Lin Tian challenged. A shadow of sorrow crossed Poison Sanyangzi's face. Young master, you must have heard the news regarding Snake Da and Snake Air. Are you aware of the massacre that occurred in a village in a neighboring county a few years ago? Lin Tian nodded slightly, guessing the gist of her story. 48 lives were lost in my village at the hands of Snake Da. I had just acquired a secret manual and fled to the mountains to train with poisonous substances, narrowly escaping death. For years, I have been consumed by thoughts of revenge. Yet, Snake Da's skills far surpass mine, and Snake Air is as cunning as a fox that I have found no opportunity for retribution. While I could kill Snake San, I refrained from doing so, as he was a mere waste of space. It made no difference when he died. And now you no longer wish to wait? Lin Tian's tone softened. Poison Sin Yangzi continued. Yesterday marked the 5th anniversary of the massacre of the 48 souls in our village. Fearing that I would not make it back in time to pay my respects, I took your BMW and rode away. That I vowed long ago that within 10 years, I would take the lives of the Shi family brothers. However, I find myself unable to wait any longer. If it were just me, I would have little confidence, but with your assistance, dear brother, eliminating Shida and Shi'er should not pose a great challenge. Master, from the data gathered regarding poisonous third lady's heartbeat and other aspects, it is evident that she speaks the truth. Little Ling conveyed in Lin Tian's mind. What is your plan? Furthermore, I am not clear about the cultivation levels of Shida and Shi'er. Lin Tian inquired calmly. A faint smile graced poisonous third lady's face. It seems you intend to join forces with me against Shida and Shi'er. Shida possesses significantly stronger internal energy than I, boasting 2 decades of cultivation, adept at swordsmanship, and possesses vast combat experience. Shi'er's internal energy is comparable to mine, with 15 years of cultivation, skilled in the use of daggers. Given your capabilities, defeating Shi'er may be a daunting task. But if you can entangle him for a while, that should suffice. Just grant me some time, and I am confident I can eliminate Shida. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in poisonous third lady's eyes. Since you are confident in killing Shida, I find it hard to believe that Shida has never been alone before, Lin Tian remarked. Poisonous third lady sighed. You are unaware, dear brother, that Shida and Shi'er, well aware of their malevolence over the years, rarely leave Shuanglin City. When they do, they always act in tandem. As for Shi-san, he is too weak and likely not regarded as a brother by them. However, should they perish this time, Shida and Shi'er will surely pursue the killer with utmost determination for the sake of their reputation. Lin Tian understood that while poisonous third lady did not lie, her intentions were likely not benevolent. Given his previously exhibited strength, he was merely on par with Shi-san. Even if he could hold off Shi'er for a while, it would be a narrow escape. However, now that he had absorbed Lin San's internal energy, his strength had significantly increased, making him no less formidable than Shi'er. Thus, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall entangle Shi'er while you swiftly eliminate Shida. You intend to use me, yet why should I not take advantage of you in turn? Shida is not so easily dispatched. Even if you manage to kill him, the cost to you, poisonous third lady, will not be small. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Master, you are exceedingly cunning. Little Ling giggled in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian thought, if I do not maintain some vigilance, I might find myself betrayed, only to foolishly assist those who deceive me. Shida and Shi'er arrived slower than anticipated. It seems that Shi-san truly holds little significance in their eyes. Poisonous third lady observed from a distance as Shida and Shi'er approached, a cold sneer escaping her lips. They halted 10 meters away from Lin Tian and Poisonous Third Lady. Poisonous Third Lady, if my estimations are correct, you were a resident of Dashan Village several years ago. Shi'er fixated his gaze on Poisonous Third Lady, cold-blooded glimmers flickering his eyes, that I did not expect you to escape back then, but today you have delivered yourself to me. Do you truly believe that by allying with this boy, you can withstand my brother and me? How utterly laughable. Brother, no need for idle chatter. My blade has long been thirsty for blood and is eager to taste it. Shida roared with laughter. Today, I will take your life, Poisonous Third Lady declared, launching a flurry of poison needles with a skillful flourish. Ouch! Ouch! The minions accompanying Shida and Shi'er were utterly defenseless against Poisonous Third Lady's poison needles. And soon their anguished cries filled the air as they writhed on the ground in agony. In a matter of moments, those struck by the poison needles were foaming at the mouth. Lifeless! How ruthless! She seethed in fury, and Lin Tian, witnessing the scene, felt a chill of trepidation, heightening his wariness of poisonous third lady once more. Poisonous third lady retorted coldly, "Ruthless? How does that compare to your slaughter of 48 villagers in my home? They were not martial artists, but mere ordinary folk. Surrender your life." Shida unsheathed his steel blade, a chilling aura of bloodlust emanating from it. "Little brother, stop Shi'er," poisonous third lady called out. Dodging to the side to evade Shida's advance, Shi'er attempted to assist Shida by eliminating poisonous third lady first, but Lin Tian intercepted him. "Shi'er, your opponent today is me. You arrogant little brat. You overestimate your abilities." Shi'er scoffed, brandishing a dagger from his sleeve that lunged at Lin Tian's chest like a venomous serpent, the blade glimmering ominously with a potent poison. Lin Tian, though startled, remained composed, employing his agile steps to narrowly evade Shi'er's palm strike aimed at his right side. "What a remarkable lad. You possess some skill," Shi'er admitted begrudgingly. Yet as he spoke, his movements did not falter. He sidestepped Lin Tian's palm strike, twisting his dagger to lunge back at Lin Tian's right hand. Humph! Lin Tian recognized that his strength was comparable to Shi'er's, and to avoid injury while subduing him would not be easy to tea that moment. He chose not to evade, allowing his right hand to collide directly with Shi'er's dagger. The sharp blade pierced through Lin Tian's palm, and despite the excruciating pain, he grasped the dagger firmly. In the fleeting moment of Shi'er's surprise, Lin Tian's left hand swiftly struck at Shi'er's chest, targeting the Zhongwan acupoint. Shi'er, unable to retreat in time, feared for his vital points and unleashed his internal energy to shield against Lin Tian's assault. This move inadvertently aided Lin Tian significantly. The Biming divine skill activated in full force as Shi'er's internal energy surged into Lin Tian, merging into his Zhongwan acupoint. Realizing the perilous situation, Shi'er attempted to break free, but once the Biming divine skill was set in motion, his weakened state rendered him incapable of escaping. "Boy, cease this at once, or you shall perish as well. The poison on my dagger will claim your life within moments," Shi'er weakly implored. Lin Tian, however, paid no heed, having instructed little Ling to eliminate the toxin the instant he was poisoned. He had no reason to fear Shi'er's threats. Mere 30 seconds later, Shi'er's internal energy had been wholly absorbed by Lin Tian, and with a jolt of his left hand, he shattered Shi'er's heart meridian. Withdrawing his right hand from the poisoned dagger, feeling another surge of agonizing pain, "Little Ling, how are we faring?" Lin Tian inquired within his mind that, as per your instructions, the toxin has been eradicated, consuming 70 units of dimensional power. Aside from the 27 units currently present in your star ring, I have also expended 43 units from the 100 units converted from 4 years of internal energy. You now have 57 units remaining. Furthermore, having absorbed Shi'er's 25 years of internal energy, minus 4 years, coupled with your previous 15 years, you now possess 26 years of internal energy, making you a formidable contender among the younger generation. 15 years of internal energy, when converted to dimensional energy, amounts to 375 units. After expending about 70 to 80 units, you profit a net gain of 300 units, though the pain is considerable. It is a small price to pay for such a lucrative exchange, Lin Tian mused, instructing little Ling. "Help me treat the wound on my hand, but do not fully heal it just yet. Merely halt the bleeding and lessen the pain." Master, while others utilize acupoint strikes to staunch bleeding, you prefer to have little Ling assist you in healing. How embarrassing, little Ling teased in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian could only smile wryly, reflecting that he should have learned some acupoint techniques from Duan Yu during their time together. Alas, Duan Yu had taught him the agile steps and the Biming divine skill. Asking for more felt rather greedy. With Shi'er slain and Lin Tian appearing relatively unscathed, the few surviving minions dared not approach him. Watching from a distance, Poisonous Third Lady was still locked in a fierce struggle with Shida. And upon witnessing Lin Tian kill Shi'er, she called out, "Little brother, hurry and lend a hand." Lin Tian refused to rush to her aid, feigning exhaustion. Shi'er was too treacherous. His dagger was laced with a potent poison, and I must first expel it, Lin Tian proclaimed, then sat cross-legged as if to meditate. In truth, he was not seeking to expel the poison. He had just absorbed 25 years of Shi-Er's internal energy. Although he had used up 4 years' worth, he still retained 11 years, necessitating a brief moment to adjust. Poisonous Third Lady cast a glance at the blood-stained dagger glimmering with a blue light. Trusting Lin Tian's words, witnessing Shi-Er's demise, Shida was consumed by rage, launching a frenzied assault, each strike aimed at Poisonous Third Lady's vital points. For a moment, she struggled to withstand the onslaught, unable to spare a moment to call for Lin Tian's help. The remaining minions of the Sanshi gang, seeing Lin Tian sitting with his eyes closed, believe an opportunity had arisen and cautiously approached. However, with little Ling monitoring the surroundings, Lin Tian was well aware of their intentions. With a cold snort, he opened his eyes, seized Shi-Er's poisoned dagger, and with lightning speed, hurled it forth. The dagger flew 10 meters, striking one of the minions squarely in the chest. Although Lin Tian's aim was less than precise, the potent poison on the blade took effect. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the unfortunate minion collapsed. Lifeless, the remaining minions, witnessing Lin Tian's formidable prowess, dared not approach any closer and retreated 10 meters to reassess the situation. Should she gain the upper hand against Poisonous Third Lady, they would not hesitate to assist him for the promise of rewards. Conversely, if Poisonous Third Lady were to prevail over Shida, they would swiftly flee. Alas, the battle between Shida and Poisonous Third Lady remained evenly matched. Shida feared Poisonous Third Lady's poison techniques, while she was wary of his exceptional swordsmanship. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Tian had successfully integrated the absorbed internal energy from Shi-Er, allowing little Ling to heal the wound on his right hand, enabling him to rise. Poisonous Third Lady, I am here to assist you. Lin Tian let out a loud shout, activating the Lingbo Weibo technique, swiftly approaching Shida with his internal strength having reached 26 years of cultivation. While Shida was merely at 20 years, he felt no trepidation. Poisonous Third Lady was overjoyed, having underestimated Shida's capabilities. Had Lin Tian not intervened, she truly might not have been able to vanquish Shida. Meanwhile, Shida felt a tightening in his heart. If Lin Tian was capable of slaying Shi-Er, then his prowess was undoubtedly far greater than he had imagined, facing the combined might of Lin Tian and Poisonous Third Lady. His defeat was all but certain, that he contemplated retreating, but the vengeful Poisonous Third Lady was unwilling to let him escape, ensnaring him with relentless determination. The members of the Sanshi gang, witnessing Lin Tian's entry into the fray, lost all confidence in Shida and scattered like birds and beasts. With a surge in his internal strength, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming vigor coursing through him. His speed in Lingbo Weibo significantly enhanced, easily evading Shida's strikes. Come at me with a palm, Lin Tian bellowed, and Shida, elated, thought to himself, though your footwork is exquisite, you are but a child. Can your internal strength truly surpass mine? He then thrust his left palm forward to meet Lin Tian's right. As their palms collided, Shida sensed something amiss. His internal energy began to involuntarily flow towards Lin Tian's right palm. Poisonous Third Lady, mistaking this for a battle of internal strength between Lin Tian and Shida, felt a surge of delight. How could she let this opportunity slip away, fearing that Lin Tian's internal energy might wane? She lightly struck towards Shida's back. Contrary to her expectations, the internal force she unleashed failed to break Shida's heart meridian. Instead, she found her own internal energy surging uncontrollably outward, desperate to extricate herself. She found her body devoid of strength, her palms seemingly glued to Shida's back, unable to break free. At that moment, Lin Tian, disregarding all else, activated the Beiming divine skill, drawing the torrent of internal energy flooding into his body into his dantian. In less than a minute, both Shida and Poisonous Third Lady found their internal energies entirely depleted. As Lin Tian released Shida, both collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Young man, you truly possess a heart of cruelty. Poisonous Third Lady glared at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with resentment. Ha! This is truly amusing. Have not countless souls perished at your hands, Poisonous Third Lady? Let us descend into hell together. I must say, you are rather pleasing to the eye. With your company on the road to the Yellow Springs, I, Sheeta, can count myself fortunate. Sheeta laughed heartily, retrieving his earlier dropped steel knife and plunging it straight into poisonous third lady's chest. Meanwhile, his own face turned ashen, clearly having succumbed to her potent poison. As he witnessed the demise of the two, Lin Tian sighed quietly, retrieving treading snow from the inn and departing Shuanglin City. Master, you have absorbed a total of 30 years of internal strength, and along with your previous cultivation, your current internal strength has reached 56 years. Xiao Ling communicated within Lin Tian's mind. And Mei Chem. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Master, you appear somewhat discontented. Xiao Ling inquired, to suddenly lose so many lives. One cannot help but feel a twinge of emotion. Lin Tian replied. Master, this is not the modern world. In the martial realm, blades clash and bloodshed is inevitable. Even in modern society, conflicts and violence are commonplace, Xiao Ling remarked. You are correct. As long as my conscience remains clear, I shall not concern myself with the rivers of blood, Lin Tian exclaimed, letting out a long cry as he urged treading snow onward at a swift pace. Upon reaching the next city, Lin Tian checked into an inn, instructing the innkeeper to care for treading snow before closing the door to his room. He then asked Xiao Ling to convert 6 years of internal strength into dimensional awareness, returning it to the star ring. Master, 6 years of internal strength has transformed into 150 units of dimensional power. Adding the 58 units already present in the star ring, you now possess a total of 208 units of dimensional power. Would you like to utilize this power to enhance your physical body? Xiao Ling queried. Lin Tian asked Xiao Ling, what is the current status of my physical attributes? Due to the influence of Xiao Bai's white jade pill, your physical condition has improved slightly. Your cellular strength is at 91, cellular vitality at 90, and mental strength at 75 that allocate 50 units for enhancing mental strength, 59 units for cellular strength, and 60 units for cellular vitality, while retaining the remainder for unforeseen events, Lin Tian instructed. Understood, Master, please hold on, Xiao Ling responded. After 10 minutes had passed, Xiao Ling announced, Master, the enhancement is complete. Your mental strength has increased, the space within the star ring has expanded, and your mental strength has reached 100, that you can now set the time flow rate in the star realm to either accelerate or decelerate by a factor of 2 that within the star ring. Lin Tian felt the space had indeed expanded significantly. What was once a 4x4x4 space was now approximately 5x5x5. Although the dimensions had only increased by a meter, the volume had nearly doubled. Satisfied, he nodded, Xiao Ling, can I set the star realm's time flow to accelerate by 2 times while I am inside, and return to normal speed upon exiting? Also, please inform me when my mental strength reaches what level I can alter the time flow rate again. Master, your proposed setting is feasible. However, once you alter the time flow rate, you cannot enter the star realm for 3 days. You will be able to modify the time flow rate again once your mental strength reaches 500. Xiao Ling replied. Lin Tian nodded. 3 days would pass in no time. In the next instant, his consciousness returned to his body. How weak! Lin Tian muttered to himself. Although his physical attributes had improved, they were nothing compared to the power he wielded in the Tianlong Babu world, where he possessed 50 years of internal strength. In comparison to his current physical state, it was like heaven and earth. Old Third, are you finally awake? If you don't hurry, breakfast will be devoured by me alone. Left Yunfei pointed at the breakfast on the table, as it was his turn to fetch breakfast today, that if you finish, you'll be punished to buy breakfast for a whole week. Lin Tian jumped out of bed, chuckling. Where are Xiao Bai and Old Wei? They went out for morning exercises. I told them that eating breakfast before exercising is not good for the body, but they just wouldn't listen. Left Yunfei replied. Lin Tian pouted, that's true for ordinary people, but for martial artists, it's not a big deal that you're just being lazy. Left Yunfei chuckled. Old Third, there's a rare auction in Hong Kong tonight, featuring precious items. Your diamond will be auctioned off tonight. Are you interested in a trip to Hong Kong? To Hong Kong? Lin Tian felt a flicker of interest, but we have classes today. Left Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. Come on, do you really care about classes? If you're going, I'll get 2 tickets right away. What about Old Wei and Xiao Bai? Lin Tian asked that. I just asked them. They're not going out if they wanted to go. Getting tickets would be easy. Left Yunfei answered. Now tell me, what's the real reason you want to go? This kind of auction probably can entice you. Lin Tian probed. I heard that Shi Xianxian will attend the auction and perform a piece. Left Yunfei grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shi Xianxian? Lin Tian frowned. He had never heard of this name. Old third, you can't be serious. You're a part of the martial world, and you've never heard of Shi Xianxian? Left Yunfei looked at Lin Tian as if he were an alien. You must have heard of Sihong Jinjai, right? Lin Tian nodded. While he hadn't heard of it in reality, he had come across it in novels. So he could be said to have heard of it. Shi Xianxian is the saintess of Sihong Jinjai's generation, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and her flute skills that are said to be unmatched. Left Yunfei explained that, I haven't seen her nor heard her play. I've only heard rumors. This is a rare opportunity. Old third, you will regret it for a lifetime if you miss it. Tell you, Xiaobai and Old Wei are wooden heads. Don't you join their ranks. Otherwise, I'll be utterly depressed with 3 wooden heads in our dormitory. Lin Tian simply wished to avoid emotional entanglements for now. A trip to Hong Kong to broaden his horizons, and perhaps to admire some beauties and listen to flute music, seemed quite appealing. All right, I'll go to Hong Kong, but we're just going to have a look. Don T bring back a heap of trouble. Relax, relax. You know me. I hate trouble the most, Left Yunfei said. The auction starts at 7 tonight, and there's a direct flight to Hong Kong at noon. We check out some beauties on campus and leave for the airport at 10. You keep talking about beauties, but I've never seen you take any actual action. You even avoid someone like Nangong Waner. Lin Tian remarked as he ate breakfast. Old third, what do you know? There are countless beauties in the world. How can one hang oneself on a single tree? Besides, don't mention Nangong Waner in front of me. Left Yunfei replied. Ding ding, the dormitory phone suddenly rang. Lin Tian, closest to it, picked it up casually. Hello, who is this? On the other end, Nangong Waner's voice came through. Is this Lin Tian? Let Left Yunfei take the call. Lin Tian shrugged and handed the phone to Left Yunfei. Old fourth, you and Nangong Waner must have a deep connection. You just mentioned her, and her call comes in. Zui Yunfei, with a sorrowful expression, murmured, what a joke. The very thing one fears is precisely what comes to pass. 3 minutes later, he hung up the phone and said, Lao San, let us forego our trip to Hong Kong. Why? Lin Tian inquired with curiosity. Nangong Waner mentioned that they also wished to attend the auction, eager to witness the renowned beauty of Shi Xianxian, said to possess unparalleled grace. Alas, women, oh women, what a tragedy. Yunfei sighed. We are going to admire beauties. What business do they have in joining us? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. If it were just him and Zui Yunfei, there might not be any trouble. However, if Nangong Waner and the others were to accompany them, the situation could become precarious. Lao Si, the last trip to Beijing ended in complications. Do you think their families will allow them to go to Hong Kong? Danger. If we speak candidly, where is there safety to be found? We can only ensure that the bodyguards are vigilant, Zui Yunfei replied. Ordinary folks have their own troubles, and those with wealth and power have theirs as well. Lin Tian concurred. If they insist on joining, I doubt you can dissuade them. Let us hope we do not encounter any misfortune this time. Zui Yunfei patted his chest, declaring, Fear not, should trouble arise, I shall shield you. Lin Tian shook his head in exasperation. At 9:30, Lin Tian and Zui Yunfei encountered Nangong Waner, Mu Rong Shui, Qin Ku, and Zhou Yao, who were already waiting in the car. There were 2 vehicles. Lin Tian, Zui Yunfei, and Nangong Waner shared one, with Nangong Waner seated in the front passenger seat, while Lin Tian and Zui Yunfei occupied the back. Hey Lin Tian, why are you also going? Surely it is not to see Zhou Yao. Nangong Waner asked as the car headed toward the airport. Lin Tian frowned at the uncomfortable implication. If you agree, we can split up. Fine, let us split up. Fu Shu, stop the cart. I want to see how you plan to get to Hong Kong without Zui Yunfei's help, or how you will secure an entry ticket to the auction. Nangong Waner provocatively challenged him. Zui Yunfei, feeling a headache coming on, interjected, Lao San, Nangong Waner, can we not quarrel? Lao Si, see you at the auction. With that, Lin Tian opened the car door and stepped out, smiling lightly. Lao San, I shall accompany you. Zui Yunfei followed suit. Lin Tian chuckled. Lao Si, do you truly doubt my capabilities? I can move freely on my own. You should go with them. After all, you promised to take the bullets from me, that if you leave, who will bear that burden? As Lin Tian spoke, he gently pushed Zui Yunfei back into the car. Lin Tian, remember not to seek help from Xiao Bai or Wei Feng. Nan Gongwaner called out from the window. As the car drove away, a voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. Master, you have acted impulsively this time. Lin Tian shrugged. Impulsiveness is a sign of youth. Xiaoling, spare me the lectures. What now? The visa for Hong Kong takes several days, and the auction begins at 7 tonight. We must resolve the entry ticket issue and arrive in Hong Kong by 5. With such little time, we can only fly. How many flights to Hong Kong are there today? Only one. Master, Xiaoling replied. Does that mean I must board that flight? Lin Tian asked. Yes, master. You can choose to sneak aboard or I can forge documents for you. Allowing you to board with confidence, Xiaoling suggested. Lin Tian frowned. Is forging documents really that easy? What if I am discovered? What kind of documents are you suggesting? Xiaoling replied with pride. Master, the documents I create are indistinguishable from the real ones. There is no way they could be detected as fake.as for the type of documents. It depends on what you desire. National Security Bureau documents, or those from the Chinese Dragon Group, are both feasible. However, the former requires identity verification, while the latter can be handled simply by tossing the document to the pilot. He will be too intimidated to ask further questions. Are you suggesting I seek out someone to forge a Chinese Dragon Group document? Lin Tian replied with a wry smile that of course not. Once your mental power reaches 100, I gain a new ability to craft small items using dimensional power, though it consumes quite a bit. Why didn't you tell me this before? Lin Tian asked. You never inquired. Xiaoling replied softly, aware she was at fault. Forget it. I won't hold it against you this time. In the future, do inform me of any new abilities. You, my dear assistant, ought to be more forthcoming. Lin Tian remarked. How much dimensional power is needed to create a Chinese Dragon Group document? 20 units of dimensional power. Master, this will be useful to you in the future. Xiaoling stated. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian decided, let us proceed with the creation. Ensure that the identity remains confidential. He, Xiaoling, will fabricate an identity for you, then procure the documents under that alias. Elevating the confidentiality level to the highest, Xiaoling assured. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian examined the freshly minted document. Its cover bore the golden national emblem, with a 5-clawed golden dragon swirling beneath it, exuding an extraordinary presence. Inside, a passport photo adorned the upper right corner, depicting Lin Tian, but with a subtle difference. His lips were pressed together, and his eyes radiated confidence, far more imposing than his usual demeanor. The left side read, Special Advisor of the Chinese Dragon Group, Lin Tian, following with the document number and other details, with the subsequent pages detailing the duties and privileges of Dragon Group members. Gazing at those privileges, Lin Tian mused, Xiaoling, this is essentially a license to kill. Master, compared to the contributions the Dragon Group has made for the nation, these privileges are trivial, Xiaoling replied. But Master, time is of the essence. If you do not hurry, you will miss your flight. Lin Tian nodded slightly and hailed a taxi toward the airport. At 11:20, Lin Tian arrived at Lantian Airport in Haitianshire. Under Xiaoling's guidance, he navigated through a series of obstacles and finally met the captain of the noon flight to Hong Kong. Captain, may I inquire if this is a suitable place to converse? Lin Tian assessed the room's arrangement and asked casually. Rest assured, sir, this area is secure. What is the purpose of your visit? The captain inquired. Here is my identification. You may take a look. Lin Tian placed Xiaoling's newly forged document on the coffee table. Upon seeing the document adorned with the golden dragon and national emblem, the captain's mind raced. He had seen such a document once before, in a situation where a high-ranking official's son had provoked an inconspicuous young man, only to receive a harsh reprimand. When a young man presented a similar document, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau had been left in a cold sweat, hastily apologizing and departing, ignoring the official's son's pleas for help. May I take a look? The captain inquired. Lin Tian nodded slightly. As the captain opened the document, the words Special Advisor of the Chinese Dragon Group, Lin Tian met his eyes. Confirming the rumors of the Dragon Group's existence, his heart raced. This young man held the title of Special Advisor. Daring not to read further, the captain quickly returned the document to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, how may I assist you? I need to travel to Hong Kong for a special assignment. Please arrange a seat for me. Lin Tian instructed, emphasizing the confidentiality of the matter. This concerns national security. So discretion is paramount. Even from superiors, understood? Understood. I will arrange a first-class seat for you immediately. The captain responded eagerly. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. No need for first class. A standard seat will suffice. His reasoning was clear. He wished to avoid encountering Zui Yunfei and the others, who would certainly be seated in first class. Very well. Everything shall be as you request. The captain harbored no suspicions regarding Lin Tian's identity. Who among ordinary people had the opportunity to see a Chinese Dragon Group document, let alone counterfeit one? Moreover, it was merely a flight to Hong Kong. Any ordinary person could easily procure a visa without resorting to fake documents. Under the captain's arrangements, Lin Tian boarded the plane through a special passage. There were still vacant seats, and he was assigned one without issue at noon. The flight took off as scheduled. After a 2-hour journey, it landed at Hong Kong International Airport at 2 o'clock. Once again descending through a special passage, Lin Tian finally set foot on Hong Kong soil. Xiaoling, acquiring an entrance ticket to the auction is certainly not a challenge for you. Is it? Lin Tian mused to himself as he arrived at the airport bus station and boarded the bus. With a sense of pride, Xiaoling replied, "Of course, it is a mere triviality by infiltrating the management system of the auction organizers. They will naturally deliver the entrance ticket to you. Master, it is only just past 2 o'clock, and with 5 hours remaining until the auction commences, it appears unlikely that we will leave Hong Kong this evening. Which hotel do you plan to stay at? A hotel. There is no need for that. After gathering with Zui Yunfei and the others tonight, we will certainly proceed together," Lin Tian thought. "Once we reach the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, we can explore the vicinity at our leisure. The Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center is indeed the venue for tonight's auction." Upon alighting from the bus on Hennessy Road and immersing himself in the vibrancy of Hong Kong, Lin Tian gradually made his way towards the convention center under Xiaoling's guidance. An hour later, in front of the Hong Kong Convention and Exhibition Center, a black sedan pulled up beside Lin Tian. A middle-aged man in a suit exited the vehicle and inquired, "Sir, are you Mr. Lin Tian?" Ling Tian and Lin Tian sound alike, and Xiaoling altered it so that when others called out to Ling Tian, Lin Tian would not be taken aback. "Yes," Lin Tian affirmed, recognizing that the man was likely a staff member from the auction. Xiaoling had brought him here to await the delivery of his auction ticket. "Esteemed Mr. Ling Tian, you are a super VIP of the auction, and your seat is arranged in the middle of the front row, seat number 10, that we eagerly await your presence. Here is your entrance ticket, which allows you to enter through the VIP passage. I hope you have a delightful experience." The suited man bowed respectfully and handed Lin Tian a gilded card. Lin Tian nodded, still unaware of the profound impact he was about to make on the auction's organizers. The middle-aged man bowed once more before departing. Lin Tian thought, "Xiaoling, what are you up to? A super VIP at the auction, seated in the best spot in the front row. How can I maintain any secrecy with this?" "Master, from the moment you acquired the star ring, your life was destined to be extraordinary. Now that you possess some degree of self-defense capability, in extreme danger, you can even physically enter the star ring. Thus, why fear attracting attention?" Xiaoling responded. This entrance ticket was issued under the name Ling Tian, which carries a high level of confidentiality. The auction cannot possibly trace any information regarding this identity. I suggest you alter your attire slightly. Although you may not care for appearances, entering the auction dressed this way will surely make you the center of attention. Lin Tian sighed in resignation. "Xiaoling, in the future, please consult me before making decisions. Although this identity is untraceable, they will quickly associate it with my true name, Lin Tian. Furthermore, the authorities will soon discover that I have forged an identity and arrogantly assumed the title of a special advisor to the Dragon Group. What will happen when the state begins to investigate?" Xiaoling chuckled. "Master, the confidentiality level for the Ling Tian identity is a maximum of 3 S's, accessible only to the president. That I have left some notes within the system. And I believe that even if Chairman Long Hua were to investigate, no issues would arise. However, Master, in the future, if possible, you may need to assist the state in minor matters. Assisting the state? As a Chinese citizen. I will naturally help if I have the capability. Lin Tian felt a sense of relief upon hearing Xiao Ling's well-thought-out solution. With that matter settled, he realized he was still clad in clothing purchased from a street vendor. Entering the auction dressed like this would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Since Hong Kong is a shopping paradise and time permits, he decided to indulge a little. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he hurried away. In a remarkably opulent room, a middle-aged man with a somewhat plump physique and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, inquired, "Have we managed to uncover any information on Lin Tian?" "Lu Yun, your keen insight is commendable. Did you glean anything from your encounter with him?" Standing before a massive mahogany desk were two individuals, a man and a woman. The man was none other than the one who had delivered the entrance ticket to Lin Tian. "President, we have been unable to uncover specific details about Lin Tian. There is no record of him in Hong Kong, nor any immigration data on the mainland. I have contacted Minister of Public Security Chu Tianhe for assistance, but the results still indicate insufficient authority for access," the woman reported. "Minister Chu Tianhe advised us to cease our investigation into Lin Tian's identity. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond his capacity to bear." The woman added, "President, I cannot gauge the depths of Lin Tian at first glance. He appears to be an ordinary university student, but upon closer inspection, he exudes an air of mystery and depth," the man who had delivered the ticket remarked. Gently tapping the desk before him, the middle-aged man stated, "If even Minister Chu Tianhe lacks the authority to investigate, it is indeed a matter we cannot afford to provoke. Tina, Lu Yun, immediately halt the inquiry into Lin Tian's identity. Additionally, raise the security level by 1 tier, that if such a person encounters trouble under our watch, we would all find ourselves feeding the fish in the Pacific." "Understood, President," Lu Yun and Tina responded in unison. "Moreover, I wish for only the three of us to be privy to the fact that Minister Chu Tianhe was unable to investigate Lin Tian's identity. You may leave now." Tizong Nanhai, the office door of President Long Hua, was burst open by Chu Tianhe. Looking up from his documents, Long Hua remarked, "Tianhe, you are not a young man anymore. Why are you still so impetuous?" Wiping a bead of perspiration from his brow, Chu Tianhe replied, "President, I have a matter to report." Long Hua smiled. "There is no need for you to come personally. You could have simply called my office. President, this matter is not something that just anyone should know. Even I find it somewhat inappropriate to be aware of it. I happened to stumble upon this situation, which is why I had to seek you out," Chu Tianhe explained. "Very well. With Xiao Feng away on business, it is just the two of us here." "Speak freely," Long Hua encouraged. "President, I recently attempted to investigate an individual, but the system indicated insufficient authority for access. There are not many individuals with such high clearance, and I know them all. However, this particular name does not belong to any of them." Chu Tianhe continued. Hearing this, Long Hua was somewhat taken aback. He was acutely aware that no one's identity clearance had been elevated recently. However, despite his surprise, he maintained a composed demeanor. "Tianhe, what is the name of this individual?" "I will look it up." With the authority of the President of the People's Republic of China, Long Hua's access level was significantly higher than that of Chu Tianhe. Lin Tian, the Lin signifies aspiration, and the Tian denotes the sky. Chu Tianhe replied, "Very well, I shall investigate," Long Hua said. "President, I will take my leave," Chu Tianhe stated, stepping out of Long Hua's office and closing the door behind him. Initiating a search for Lin Tian's information, Long Hua discovered that the individual's clearance level exceeded that of S-class. The reason for the additional condition was that, heaven knows, how many Lin Tians exist throughout China. As for why Chu Tianhe had not made an error, it was because Xiao Ling had provided a photograph to the auction organizers. The search yielded a singular result. The individual's clearance level was the highest, 3 S's. "President, you need to provide a search password." A synthesized voice emanated from the computer speakers. Without revealing the password, Long Hua typed meticulously on the keyboard, entering a lengthy password of 108 digits. Upon completion, he exhaled deeply and pressed the confirmation key. Finally, Lin Tian's information appeared on the display screen. Special Advisor to the Dragon Group, Lin Tian. Long Hua furrowed his brow. When did the Dragon Group acquire a special advisor by the name of Lin Tian? Moreover, even if he is a special advisor, his clearance level should not be the highest. 3 S's. The message continued. President, as you read this, you are undoubtedly perplexed as to when the Dragon Group appointed a special advisor named Lin Tian. In truth, there is no special advisor by that name within the Dragon Group, meaning this identity is fabricated. Rest assured, President, I have no intentions of using this identity for any actions detrimental to the state. In fact, when the nation is in need, I may even lend a hand as a form of reciprocation for raising this banner. As for whether I possess the capability to assist, I leave that for you to determine. For now, however, I merely wish to lead an ordinary life, and I hope, President, that you will not disturb me excessively. Thank you. Upon reading this message, Longhua initially felt a surge of anger. The esteemed Dragon Group and state-level personnel database had been breached without anyone being the wiser. And someone had audaciously assumed the title of a special advisor to the Dragon Group. However, as he continued reading, Longhua managed to regain his composure from the perspective of the other party's language. It appears that he is indeed a Chinese individual, one who possesses a certain degree of patriotism, and at least in the realm of the internet, he wields formidable capabilities. This is a blessing for China. However, it is evident that the other party is not playing by the usual rules, which has left Longhua feeling quite troubled. Mr. Chairman, you must be pondering how to deal with me right now. Suddenly, Lin Tian's figure appeared on the computer screen, smiling as his voice resonated from the speakers. Yes, I'm contemplating your actions. They are exceedingly audacious. Longhua replied in a low voice, confident that the other party could hear him. Mr. Chairman, would you believe me if I said that I adopted this identity merely out of boredom? Lin Tian inquired. Longhua shook his head dismissively. Who would take such an excuse seriously? Lin Tian on the screen also shook his head. I do not believe it either. But I assure you, I will not cause any trouble for the nation. Please trust me on this, for I am also a Chinese citizen. Should any issues arise, you can contact me through the following means. I will do my utmost to assist, but if it is not necessary, please refrain from contacting me in reality, and do not dispatch any national security agents or Dragon Group operatives to disturb my life. Thank you. To express my sincerity, I would like to present a small gift. On the screen, Lin Tian pulled out a small purple package from his pocket. This is a little gadget I created. Name Tian Dun. If you trust me, you may install it on your desired computer that I cannot guarantee its advanced capabilities to fend off all hacker attacks, but its defensive capabilities are several dozen times superior to those of the network protection at the Pentagon. Mr. Chairman, do not fear that I have left a backdoor in it. That would be unnecessary, wouldn't it? Lin Tian, if this Tian Dun truly possesses the strength you claim, then your contribution to the nation would be immense. In fact, it would be no issue to appoint you as a special advisor to the Dragon Group, Longhua stated gravely. Our country is currently facing a severe network security crisis. A recent hacking incident resulted in losses exceeding hundreds of billions. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Mr. Chairman, you will know the truth once you have someone test it. As for the hacking incident you mentioned, please hold on a moment while I investigate. Before Longhua's eyes, a computer materialized in front of Lin Tian, who leisurely settled into his chair, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Longhua was left speechless, astonished that he was even provided with a video. 1 minute later, Lin Tian rose, facing the screen, as the computer vanished. Mr. Chairman, has a document concerning laser weapons been stolen? This was orchestrated by Japanese hackers, and I have retrieved the data. Lin Tian threw a small red bag onto the computer desk. All computers at that research facility have been destroyed by me. I initially intended to activate their self-destruct system, but upon reflection, I decided against it, as I prefer a peaceful existence. You truly retrieved the data so quickly? Longhua exclaimed in shock. Although he was not particularly adept with computers, he understood the difficulty of determining what had been stolen and retrieving it within such a brief time frame. On the screen, Lin Tian smiled slightly. Mr. Chairman, you shall know the truth upon verification. I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. Remember, I can ensure my own safety and do not require the assistance of the National Security Bureau or the Dragon Group. With a wave of his hand, Lin Tian summoned a cloud beneath his feet, floating away until he was no longer visible. Tianhe, Please come in. Long Hua called as he opened the door. Chairman, how is it? Chu Tian, he asked eagerly. Tian, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. For the time being, I cannot disclose his information to you. Even if you eventually learn it, you must act as if you do not know and refrain from investigating him. Do you understand? Long Hua spoke sternly. Yes, Chairman. Although Chu Tian, he felt a twinge of regret at not knowing. He was well aware of the confidentiality protocols and responded loudly. You may now return to your tasks. Long Hua waved his hand as Chu Tian he departed. Long Hua promptly contacted experts from the Research Institute to verify the authenticity of the second set of data. Chairman, this is indeed genuine. It is the very data that was stolen from us. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed after examining the document. Elder Yang, are you certain? This is the stolen data? Not a single detail is missing, Long Hua inquired. Yes, Chairman, I am not so senile yet. However, I am curious about who retrieved this data. The elderly man replied. Apologies, Elder Yang, but you possess SS-level viewing privileges. The individual who retrieved the data has a confidentiality level of SSS. So, Elder Yang interrupted Long Hua. In that case, I shall refrain from asking further. I am aware of the regulations. Having confirmed the authenticity of the data, Long Hua no longer doubted that the purple package indeed contained a super firewall program. The other party had effortlessly retrieved the stolen data from the Japanese hackers. And creating a super firewall seemed well within the realm of possibility. As for whether Lin Tian had stolen the data only to feign its return, Long Hua did not entertain such thoughts. When the data was originally stolen, it had been the result of a significant hacking battle. While the opponent was formidable, they were clearly not on the same level as Lin Tian's displayed capabilities. Long Hua opened the purple package, revealing an installation file, and gently clicked on it.do you wish to install the Tian Dun defense system? Naturally, Long Hua clicked yes. Before long, in under 10 seconds, the installation was complete. The Tian Dun system has been activated. This is the initial launch. A diagnostic procedure is commencing to inspect your computer. This will take 10 seconds. Please wait for the completion of the inspection. No malicious programs have been detected on your computer. The Tian Dun system is fully operational, and your computer is now under its protection. To test the Tian Dun defense system, Long Hua made a call. Xiao Gao, take your team and launch a full-scale attack on my computer. Chairman, are you sure? What are you hesitating for? Just attack. If you fail to breach it, you won't receive your bonus next month. Yes, Chairman, rest assured, we will not damage any of your files. 3 minutes later, Chairman, is your computer running a new protection system? It's quite powerful. 10 minutes later, Chairman, our team is unable to breach the system. Should we involve other teams? An hour later, Chairman, what kind of defense system did you install? It's utterly absurd. I can confidently say that if all of us were to join forces, even the Pentagon would surely fall. Yet now we find ourselves completely outmaneuvered. We spent half an hour breaching one system only to discover it was virtual, then another half hour breaching another, only to find it was also virtual. We have confirmed that there are a total of 99 such virtual systems. Only by breaching all 99 simultaneously can we finally break through. However, that is simply unattainable with our current technology. Chairman, who developed this defense system? They are a genius. In their presence, we are but infants. The technical personnel, who were typically proud, had their voices filled with confirmation of the Tian Dun system's value. With this, they possessed the most robust shield. Hacker attacks will become a mere joke. Xiao Gao, I cannot divulge the identity of the individual involved. Now, gather your team immediately. I want this defense system installed in several key departments. After hanging up, Long Hua felt a surge of excitement. Network security was indeed a major concern. Even for the United States, I end this information age. As computers proliferate, convenience increases, yet ensuring the security of information remains a significant challenge faced by nations worldwide. Suddenly, Lin Tian's figure reappeared on the computer screen. Mr. Chairman, I almost forgot to mention something. The Tian Dun system can only be installed using the file I provided, and there are only 20 installation opportunities. After 20 uses, the installation file will self-destruct. Lin Tian is 20 times not a bit too few. Long Hua, momentarily surprised by Lin Tian's sudden appearance, quickly replied, Chairman, 20 times is quite sufficient. It is unnecessary to install one on every computer. For systems like those of the Dragon Group, the National Security Bureau, and the military, a single installation on a superhost will suffice. Given this, do you still consider 20 times inadequate? The limitation is merely to prevent this from falling into the wrong hands. If there is a genuine need in the future, you may certainly reach out to me again. Hee, it seems that by addressing me as Advisor Lin, I have gained a semblance of legitimacy. Lin Tian, on behalf of the nation, I formally invite you to assume the position of Special Advisor to the Dragon Group. Longhua declared solemnly, No, Mr. Chairman, please do not be so formal. You know that this advisor role is merely a FAAD. I cannot endure such a constrained lifestyle. Lin Tian waved his hands repeatedly, stating, as a special advisor, there are no constraints on me. Just as you mentioned, when the nation is in need, I can lend a hand. Longhua responded with a smile. Lin Tian forced a smile and asked, Chairman, can I postpone this? It seems that you cannot. Longhua chuckled. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Tian's image vanished from the computer screen. Xiaoying, please come out. Longhua called into the empty room, and the space shimmered slightly before a young man dressed in black appeared. You are aware of the recent events. Please relay the information to your team leader. I've casually brought in a special advisor, and I hope he won't hold it against me. Understood, Chairman, the young man in black replied before fading back into the I in Hong Kong. Master, the same clothes make the man is indeed true. With this designer suit and shoes, coupled with a stylish haircut, you, who were merely somewhat handsome, now appear to be a striking gentleman. Those like Zhu Yunfei might not even recognize you. Xiao Ling remarked in Lin Tian's mind. All right, enough of your teasing. Xiao Ling, let's handle things with the chairman as they are. I never expected the fake to turn into reality. Lin Tian sighed. It's almost 6:30. We should head to the auction house. Master, the big names usually arrive last, Xiao Ling replied. Big names, you say? Don't cause trouble for me again. Lin Tian warned. Yes, you command. Master. By the time Lin Tian arrived at the Hong Kong International Convention and Exhibition Center, it was already 6:40, leaving merely 20 minutes until the auction commenced. Xiao Ling, where is the VIP entrance? Lin Tian inquired mentally. Immediately, Xiao Ling conjured a path in his mind. 3 minutes later, a gentleman politely stopped him. Sir, this is the VIP entrance for the Rare Treasures auction. May I see your admission ticket? Lin Tian handed over the ticket, and the attendant's expression shifted slightly. Honorable Lin Tian, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this Rare Treasures auction. I am Tian Yuan, the 12th attendant. You may call me Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Lin Tian nearly laughed aloud. The attendant appeared much older than him, making such a title hard to utter. Master, age is sometimes not discernible from appearance. Even a child might possess centuries of experience. The auction house is clearly aware of this, hence the careful designation. After all, super VIPs in their 20s are exceedingly rare. He may have mistaken you for one of those ancient souls. Xiao Ling chimed in. Tian Yuan, let's walk and talk. Please brief me on the details of this auction. Lin Tian stated nonchalantly, having gained some expertise in playing the part of an esteemed individual. Cough, cough. In fact, I suppose I'm somewhat of a distinguished figure now, aren't I? As a special advisor for the Long Group, what was once a facade is now genuine. Tian Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin Tian, please follow me. As they walked, Tian Yuan continued. Mr. Lin Tian, this auction features a total of 208 rare items, with 36 super VIPs in attendance, including esteemed families such as Mr. Zhu Guoqiang from the Zhuo family on the mainland, the underworld leader Mr. Sanzei from the Yamaguchi group, and a Saudi prince. There are also many notable individuals I am unaware of. Besides the super VIPs, there are 360 ordinary VIPs, along with over 3,000 regular bidders. Lin Tian nodded, and after about 5 minutes, he arrived at a vast exhibition hall, one of 5 such halls in the Hong Kong International Convention and Exhibition Center. Designated for the auction, the hall was bustling with approximately 3,000 to 4,000 attendees. Mr. Lin Tian, your seat is over there to your left is Mr. Zhu Guoqiang, the head of the Zhuo family. To your right is Prince Al-Adler from Saudi Arabia. The auction is about to commence, so I can only escort you this far, Tian Yuan informed him. Lin Tian acknowledged his designated seat and waved his hand, saying, I can go from here. Tian Yuan sighed in relief. thinking this guest was relatively easy to handle. Those responsible for attending to super VIPs were always cautious, fearing any missteps as they could not afford the consequences. In the VIP area, Zui Yunfei's eyes widened. Zhou Yao, do you think my eyes are deceiving me? The person heading toward seat number 10 looks remarkably like Lao San. Zhou Yao also spotted Lin Tian entering the auction hall and making his way to the super VIP area. I believe you are seeing correctly. It is indeed Lin Tian. How did he manage to get a super VIP seat? Only uncles were received such an honor. The rest of us only got ordinary VIP credentials. Nangong Wanner exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Ke laughed. Wanner, it seems you underestimated him. Lin Tian truly is impressive. Zui Yunfei, feeling slightly disheartened at first, then gritted his teeth and declared, this Lao San has hidden his talents well. I must make sure to exploit him when we return. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had spotted Zui Yunfei and the others in the VIP area. He smiled gently at them, prompting several attending socialites to scream in excitement. Such a youthful and handsome super VIP perfectly embodied their dreams of a Prince Charming. Uncle Zhua, greetings. Lin Tian approached his seat, offered a slight bow to Zhua Guoqiang, and then took his seat. Yunfei is fortunate to have a friend like you. Last time, you saved Zhou Yao. Shaolin, you truly have kept your talents hidden. I must admit, I investigated you since Yunfei and you became roommates, but now it seems those findings were utterly laughable. Zhua Guoqiang chuckled. Uncle Zhua, my bond with Lao Si is enough. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Tian replied with a smile. Zhua Guoqiang nodded. Indeed. Shaolin, you weren't planning to attend this auction, were you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have entrusted that item to our Zhua family for auction. Lin Tian acknowledged. That is about right. Is there something extraordinary at the auction that has piqued your interest? Otherwise, I doubt it could attract you. Lin Tian inquired. Zhua Guoqiang nodded and then shook his head. There are rumors of a remarkable item being auctioned. But I did not see it on the list. What could it be? Lin Tian asked curiously. A key. A star-shaped key. Zhua Guoqiang replied after pondering for a moment, just as Lin Tian was about to inquire about the key's significance. The auction commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sotheby's Rare Treasures Auction. Today, we have prepared 208 unique treasures for you. I am Wang Qi, the auctioneer for this event, and I hope everyone leaves satisfied. Thank you all. The auctioneer appeared to be in his 50s, with a powerful voice and considerable presence, indicating he possessed some martial prowess. Though his cultivation was not particularly remarkable, wasn't there supposed to be a performance by Shi Xianxian before the auction began? Lin Tian furrowed his brow, while Zui Yunfei wore a look of disappointment. Soon, the first item for auction was presented. The first piece was an ancient jade artifact, specifically a yellow jade hook from the Western Han Dynasty, crafted using various techniques such as carving, shallow relief, and fine line engraving, making it exceptionally rare. The starting bid was set at $100,000, with increments of no less than $10,000. Please place your bids, auctioneer Wang Qi announced loudly. Bidding ensued rapidly, as the yellow jade hook's value was estimated to be around $500,000, so it was no surprise that many people began to bid. In just 20 seconds, the bid reached $400,000. At this point, most participants ceased bidding, as they were rational investors. Once the auction price exceeded their psychological threshold, they refrained from further bids. The remaining bidders fell into two categories: those who had misjudged the value and were still willing to bid, and those who simply did not care about the cost. $700,000. A voice called from the ordinary section. Though the individuals in the ordinary area may not hold the same prestige as those in the VIP or super VIP sections, they were not impoverished, and many could afford that price. With this figure, no one else dared to bid, as $700,000 far exceeded the item's intrinsic value. After all, there were numerous yellow jade hooks from the Western Han period still in existence, making it unwise to spend extravagantly. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? $700,000 once, $700,000 twice, $700,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman. You have successfully acquired the first auction item. Wang Qi exclaimed loudly. Uncle Zhua, I heard from Lao Si that prior to the auction, there was to be a performance by the Shixian Pavilion of Xihong, Jingzhai. Lin Tian quietly directed his voice towards Zhua Guoqiang beside him. Indeed, that is the case, Zhua Guoqiang replied, furrowing his brow. Strangely enough, I have yet to see the rumored star-shaped key, and the performance from Shirshin Pavilion has also vanished. Lin Tian suggested, Uncle Zhua, could it be possible that the star-shaped key you mentioned has already fallen into the hands of Sihong Jingzhai? And Shirshin Pavilion was originally planning to seize it. Since it has been acquired, they would naturally have departed. That is quite possible, so Guiqiang acknowledged. Although Lin Tian spoke in a hushed tone, many nearby still overheard him. Mitsui of Yamaguchi-gumi slightly changed his expression, pulling out his phone to issue a flurry of commands. Simultaneously, several others mirrored his actions. Had it not been for the consideration that the auction might unexpectedly add more lots, they might have simply risen to leave. Observing this development, Lin Tian realized that many among these elite guests were likely here for that star-shaped key. He refrained from inquiring further about the purpose of the key, as such information seemed highly confidential. Given his relationship with Zhuo Guoqiang, it had not yet reached a level of intimacy where he could ask without risking awkwardness. Xiao Ling, the individual to the right of the Saudi prince, exudes a chilling aura. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Master, you are mistaken. The person to the right of the Saudi prince is not human, but a member of the bloodline, commonly referred to as a vampire. Xiao Ling clarified in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was astonished. Do vampires truly exist? Master, what is so surprising about that? The universe is home to an array of races. Even within the star realm, there are beings with 2 heads, 3 hands, and 4 tails at end time. As you encounter more, it will seem less extraordinary. Xiao Ling explained. Xiao Ling, what is his level of power? Lin Tian inquired. Power? He is likely just a low-level vampire. However, he is still considerably stronger than you. Comparable to Zui Yunfei, Xiao Ling remarked. Yet, Master, you possess the Lingbo Weibu. If it is merely a matter of escape, you should have no trouble. Xiao Ling, I have long harbor question. You must be acquainted with techniques like Lingbo Weibu, correct? Why can't you simply impart it to me? Why must I venture into those realms to learn it myself? Lin Tian pondered. Xiao Ling chuckled. Master, I thought you would manage to hold back your curiosity. The situation is thus. While I have accompanied the old master for many years, I am not the spirit of the Star Ring. I possess some authority regarding the Star Realm, but those privileges cannot be accessed with your current mental strength. Additionally, I do have techniques, but only one. A supreme technique bequeathed to you by the old master, A.S. for its name. Although the old master created it, he did not disclose its title. You may name it yourself in due time. Lin Tian nearly gasped in astonishment that a cell strength and vitality of 10,000, along with a mental strength of 6,000. This was absurdly excessive. His current cell strength and vitality barely reached 150. And his mental strength was only 100. Xiao Ling, are you certain there is no mistake? It's 10,000, not 1,000? Lin Tian closed his eyes, contemplating in his mind. Master, 10,000 is not excessive. Look at you. You have barely spent 10 days with the Star Ring. Yet in the Tianlong Babu world, your internal energy has already accumulated over 50 years, converted into realm energy that equates to 1,250. In just a year, you could be ready to formally cultivate the technique left by the old master. Lin Tian scoffed internally. Though that may be true, it is hardly likely that I will continuously encounter martial arts failures to absorb their internal energy. My ability to absorb so much this time was sheer luck. Seeking such opportunities in the future will not be easy. Moreover, I have many places where I need realm energy. Nevertheless, I am content. If it takes longer, so be it. When I was an ordinary person, life went on just the same. Master, it is good that you have come to this realization, with the Star Ring and the supreme technique left by the old master. It is only a matter of time before you become powerful. Being overly eager will only disrupt your mindset and adversely affect future cultivation, Xiao Ling advised. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded slightly, opening his eyes. The next item up for auction was a premium diamond, weighing 95 carats. Its color was certified as D-grade, colorless, and its clarity was deemed flawless. The diamond was round in shape and exhibited an exceptionally ideal cut, making it a rare high-quality gem. In terms of weight, color, clarity, and cut, it excelled in every aspect. This diamond held immense collectible value. For those who cherish jewelry or wish to present a gift, You may prepare to place your bids. The starting price for this diamond is $1 million, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than $100,000. The auctioneer, Wang Qi, called out loudly $0.2 million. The first bidder raised the price by $1 million directly, a move that did not surprise the others. Everyone knew that acquiring such a rare diamond for merely $1 million was an impossibility. $250,000, $3 million, $350 million. The price quickly exceeded Xiao Ling's estimation. Master, humans are often irrational creatures. At times, they will spend far beyond the intrinsic value of an item driven by an unwillingness to lose, Xiao Ling remarked within Lin Tian's mind. Once the price surpassed $6 million, 3 individuals continued to bid, each refusing to yield, causing the price to climb higher. Xiao Lin, your luck is extraordinary. After this, you are bound to make a handsome profit. Zhuo Guoqiang turned to smile at him. Uncle, you jest. This little sum of money hardly registers in your eyes. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Zhuo Guoqiang remarked, Xiao Lin, you share a room with Yunfei. I hope you will look after him well. If Yunfei can learn from you, he will undoubtedly benefit greatly. I have a good relationship with Lao Si. We will naturally help each other out. You need not worry about that, uncle. That as for Lao Si learning from me, you overestimate my abilities. I hardly possess any qualities worthy of emulation. Lin Tian replied, that moment. One of the 3 bidders had already offered $10 million, a price that was absurdly high, prompting the other 2 to cease bidding. $10 million once, $10 million twice, $10 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to that gentleman on successfully acquiring an extraordinarily rare premium diamond, the auctioneer proclaimed loudly. Hearing that the diamond sold for $10 million, Lin Tian felt a slight thrill within, though it quickly dissipated. Reflecting on the gems scattered throughout the star realm, $10 million truly seemed insignificant. Observing Lin Tian's calm demeanor, Zhuo Guoqiang's assessment of him rose another notch. In the VIP area, Yunfei chuckled. Lao Si has struck it rich this time. He'll surely have to splurge afterward. $10 million translates to over 60 million in RMB. Zhou Yao inquired curiously, Zui Yunfei, is that diamond being auctioned off by Lin Tian? If Lin Tian had merely accompanied them to the auction instead of attending as a super VIP, Zui Yunfei would have refrained from elaborating. However, $10 million, in light of his super VIP status, was hardly remarkable. Many individuals in the auction hall could afford that amount. Yet, most of them were merely ordinary bidders, lacking even VIP status. Nodding, Zui Yunfei grinned. Zhou Yao, given Lao San's status, I suppose it should suffice for you. He chuckled. Last time, when he heroically saved the damsel in distress, I thought his identity would prevent him from winning her heart. But it seems not. Zhou Yao blushed with indignation. Zui Yunfei, what nonsense are you spouting? Besides, I'll have Wanner deal with you properly. Zui Yunfei puffed out his chest. For the happiness of Lao San, I must sacrifice myself. Classmate Nangong, you surely won't participate in this matter, will you? Nangong Wanner giggled. Participate? How could I not? Zui Yunfei's expression shifted slightly. Although Lin Tian appeared rather wooden, he had previously saved Sister Yao, indicating he was likely a decent person. For Sister Yao's happiness, I shall reluctantly align myself with you this time. Ah, Sister Yao, do not tickle me, Nangong Wanner exclaimed, for it was Zhou Yao who had playfully reached for her waist. The 2 had known each other for quite some time, and Zhou Yao was well aware of Nangong Wanner's ticklishness. Many around them turned their gazes toward this interaction, prompting Zui Yunfei to lightly clear his throat and remark, maintain your image. We must embody grace. When did this young lady ever claim to be graceful? Nangong Wanner huffed. Though she ceased her playful banter with Zhou Yao, there are experts observing us. Murong Shui suddenly opened her eyes and gazed toward the right front. There, unmistakably, was the position of the vampire next to Prince Saudi. When Murong Shui's gaze met that of the vampire, an unspoken contest ensued. 5 seconds later, the vampire, significantly weaker, retreated, yet a sinister smile crept across his lips. Murong Shui frowned, finding the encounter perplexing. She whispered, be cautious. That individual does not seem human. Not human. Sister Murong, he looks rather ominous. Could he be a zombie or something? Nangong Wanner inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Zhou Yao, an ordinary person, was frightened by their words, her body trembling slightly. Murong Shui shook her head. No, he is likely a Western vampire. His power is not particularly strong, yet the forces behind him are formidable. He just exhibited a hint of hostility, so we must remain vigilant. This marked the longest utterance Murong Shui had made in recent days. While Zhou Yao remained unfazed, Zui Yunfei appeared somewhat astonished. Realizing that the so-called ice beauty, Murong Shui, was not as unapproachable as he had imagined. Sister Yao, there's no need to worry too much. With the influence of our families, they would not dare to act against us. Especially with fathers were present. Qin Ku reassured Zhou Yao, patting her shoulder. Zui Yunfei chuckled. Moreover, Lin Tian is also here. At a critical moment, he might just come to the rescue. Zhou Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Zui Yunfei, stop talking nonsense. Sister Qin Morong, you should help me. Qin Ku smiled gently, regarding you and Lin Tian. Let it unfold naturally. I believe you have an idea in your heart that aren't you going to buy something? Zhou Yao shook her head, for although she hailed from a prestigious family, she was not the favored child within it. Thus, the monthly allowance she received was modest, albeit significantly more than the average person's salary. However, purchasing a desired item at this auction was out of the question, as the starting prices were all above $100,000. Nangong Waner also shook her head. No purchases. Nothing here piques my interest. Meanwhile, Murong Shui closed her eyes once more. Zui Yunfei, however, successfully bid on an item, a rusted ancient sword, which he acquired for $430,000. Lin Tian had also considered bidding, but upon seeing Zui Yunfei's offer, he chose to remain silent. That brat, spending over $40,000 on a rusty sword. Zhou Guoqiang muttered, contemplating whether to impose limits on Zui Yunfei's spending. Lin Tian softly remarked, Uncle, the ancient sword that Yunfei purchased, if appraised correctly, is worth at least 10 billion. The biggest beneficiary of this auction was undoubtedly him. Zhou Guoqiang was taken aback. 10 billion. Xiao Lin, how do you come to that conclusion? Given Lin Tian's discernment, he certainly could not perceive that ordinary rusty iron sword as a treasure. However, that did not mean that Xiao Ling could not. Within his mind, she informed him that the rusted sword was a cultivation artifact, and it was indeed unclaimed. Although it appeared tattered now, that was merely due to its lack of a master. Once it found a master, it would revert to its original form. More importantly, it likely contained a cultivation technique. Sword cultivators typically left a fragment of their training method within their swords. Let us discuss this later. Lin Tian murmured, aware of the complexities surrounding them. The presence of powerful figures meant that revealing the sword's true nature would lead to tremendous trouble. Zhou Guoqiang understood the gravity of the situation and nodded slightly. But he found Lin Tian increasingly enigmatic. He realized that Zui Yunfei could not have discerned the true value of the sword, purchasing it purely out of curiosity. Yet Lin Tian, fully aware of its worth, had chosen not to bid. How many could resist the allure of an item valued at 10 billion? So Guoqiang believed he could not. Despite the immense wealth of the Zhou family, 100 billion was not a trivial sum. The auction concluded at 11 o'clock, followed by a grand banquet. However, Lin Tian and the others were disinclined to attend. Lin Tian had no interest in such gatherings, while Zhou Guoqiang was eager to examine the ancient sword and inquire about its significance from Lin Tian. Ah, third brother, you truly are something else. A super VIP status. Such privileges are not afforded to ordinary individuals. As Lin Tian approached Zui Yunfei and the others, Zui Yunfei erupted in laughter. Lin Tian sighed in exasperation. I merely intended to obtain an ordinary entry ticket. I never anticipated being granted super VIP status. Mr. Lin Tian, may I inquire if you were satisfied with this auction? Lu Yun, the one who had presented Lin Tian with the entry ticket, appeared before him. Speaking respectfully, given that a diamond estimated at $5 million sold for an exorbitant 10 million, and considering Zui Yunfei's acquisition of a remarkable treasure, Lin Tian was in a good mood. Nodding slightly and smiling gently, it was satisfactory. I have pressing matters, so I will not attend the banquet. Lu Yun naturally dared not impede him, escorting Lin Tian and the others out of the Xianghong International Exhibition Center. Lin Tian, I did not expect you to conceal your abilities so deeply. Nangong Wana remarked. Is there some secret you are hiding? Lin Tian, weary of sparring with her, shook his head helplessly. Miss Nangong, is it not permissible for me to seek a mundane existence? What is so appealing about being high and mighty? Regardless, you are a person of many secrets. Nangong Wana pouted. Ignoring her, Lin Tian turned to Zui Yunfei, fourth brother. Uncle Zui asked us to wait here for a while. He will be out shortly. Zui Yunfei responded. My father, why should we wait for him? He is not accompanying us. Lin Tian smiled, choosing not to respond. Although they seemed to have become friends, each represented different families. And discussing the sword's matter was not prudent. 10 minutes later, Zhou Guoqiang emerged, followed by several bodyguards clad in black, each exuding an intimidating aura. One of them carried an ancient wooden box, clearly containing the ancient sword that Zui Yunfei had purchased. Shaolin, here is the gold card for the China Merchants Bank issued in your name. The proceeds from the auction are all deposited therein, Zhou Guoqiang said, producing a golden card from his pocket. Recently, due to signs of devaluation in the dollar, all funds have been converted to RMB, totaling 65 million. The password is 6 ones. Please change it as you see fit. Lin Tian accepted the gold card, placing it in his pocket and then into his star ring. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Guoqiang smiled. You and Yunfei are friends. It is but a small matter. In his mind, Lin Tian instructed Xiaoling, change the account holder to Ling Tian. Though Lin Tian presented himself as an ordinary person, the identity of Ling Tian held a high level of confidentiality, ensuring that even if the bank attempted to investigate, they would receive a response indicating insufficient permissions to access the information. Xiaoling worked swiftly. As soon as Lin Tian issued the command, she informed him that the change had been completed. Father, weren't you supposed to remain in Hong Kong for quite some time? Why did you come find us? We are returning to Haitianshire tomorrow. In the car, Zui Yunfei addressed Zhou Guoqiang, with only the driver present alongside Lin Tian and the Zhou father-son duo. You little rascal, tell me, why did you purchase this sword? Zhou Guoqiang retrieved the rusty ancient sword from the wooden box. Zui Yunfei shrugged nonchalantly. It just looked intriguing, so I bought it. Did I ask their problem? Zhou Guoqiang sighed inwardly, realizing that Zui Yunfei had not discerned the sword's true value. Shaolin, please enlighten us. Zhou Guoqiang turned to Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained silent, glancing at the black-clad driver. It's fine. Speak freely. Zhou Guoqiang understood Lin Tian's intent and nodded slightly, clearly aware that the driver was one of his trusted confidants. Fourth brother, you have indeed acquired a remarkable treasure. Lin Tian gingerly took the ancient sword and asked, Uncle, what are your thoughts on cultivation? Zhou Guoqiang pondered for a moment. In the eyes of ordinary people, cultivation is merely a myth or legend. However, I possess a certain understanding of this matter, in our country. We have two prominent sects of immortality cultivation, Kunlun and Shushan, along with several smaller sects, such as the Five Elements sect. Practitioners of immortality generally refer to themselves as cultivators, and their powers far exceed those of martial artists. Nonetheless, most of them keep their mountain gates tightly closed, seldom venturing into the mundane world. Thus, it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to gain entry into these cultivation sections. The state has a secret organization that contains a handful of cultivators, along with various individuals with extraordinary abilities. It is rumored that ancient cultivators possess the might to turn rivers and seas upside down. However, it seems that some unforeseen event has occurred, and modern cultivators appear to lack such formidable power. Nevertheless, compared to martial artists like us, they remain significantly stronger. When the flying sword is unleashed, while it may not be capable of severing a head from 1,000 miles away, it is still quite easy for a proficient wielder to achieve such a feat within several thousand meters. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Uncle, this sword must be the flying sword of a cultivator, and not just any ordinary cultivator's flying sword, but rather one belonging to a sword cultivator renowned for its unparalleled offensive capabilities. Sword cultivators tend to be solitary, often embedding complete techniques and sword intent within their flying swords. Even if they should perish for some reason, their legacy would not be lost. However, this inheritance is not easily attained. One must earn the sword's recognition. Lao Si, being a sword practitioner himself, has acquired this sword, suggesting a significant connection that may enhance his chances of receiving the sword intense legacy. Even Zhuo Guoqiang, usually composed, could not help but be moved upon hearing Lin Tian's words. An ancient sword capable of transforming one into a sword cultivator is indeed priceless. Shaolin, how could you possess such a precious sword? Zhuo Guoqiang inhaled deeply. Firstly, Lao Si is my brother. I cannot covet my own brother's possessions. Secondly, I already have a suitable technique. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Old San, I shall refrain from further discussion. We shall always be brothers. Zui Yunfei extended his hand. Of course. Even if you have yet to become a sword cultivator, should you ever deny me as your brother in the future, I will not hesitate to give you a beating. Lin Tian firmly grasped Zui Yunfei's hand. Shaolin, how should the inheritance be passed on? So Guoqiang inquired. Using blood as a medium, one must immerse the sword body in blood, should the blood stain the sword. It indicates a connection. However, this does not yet signify recognition. One must embrace the sword and comprehend the sword intent within for 49 days. Should one grasp the sword intent, the sword will recognize its master. Lin Tian explained. Lao Si, do not return to school just yet. Find a tranquil place to accept the sword intent inheritance, that, if successful, your strength may rival that of Murong Shui. Lin Tian urged. Zui Yunfei nodded. Grinning. Now, I have hope of becoming a master as well. That little white fellow has always been stronger than me. If I succeed in receiving the sword intent, I could undoubtedly turn him into a pig's head. Impudent brat, do not get carried away. Even if you improve, do you think others will not progress as well? Zhuo Guoqiang shot a glare at Zui Yunfei. Boss, we are being followed, remarked the driver clad in black. Forget them. Return to the hotel, Zhuo Guoqiang commanded. Throughout the journey, there were no conflicts, and they soon arrived at the Peninsula Hotel. Dad, you truly are extravagant. We are merely staying in a modest little hotel. Yet you are lodging in the peninsula, Zui Yunfei exclaimed, cradling the ancient sword. Enough complaining. I have reserved rooms for you here, so Guoqiang retorted. When it comes to extravagance, I cannot compare to you. You spent enough on that door made of the newly developed HJK alloy to stay here for a year. The Peninsula Hotel, one of the finest hotels in Hong Kong, was a place Lin Tian had never before visited. However, with his current state of mind and cultivation, even if astonishment stirred within him, he would not betray any emotion on his face. Master, this is merely child's play. In the Star Realm, there are castles made of gold, and in terms of luxury, those palaces far surpass the Peninsula Hotel. Xiaoling remarked within Lin Tian's mind. Not far from the Peninsula Hotel, a figure named Vox remarked. Did you see those girls earlier? They are the purest maidens. Only they can serve as sustenance for my Lord Farland Dracula. Inside a luxurious black Rolls-Royce, a young man dressed in black spoke coldly. Capture them. Since arriving in Hong Kong, it has been days since I have savored high-quality blood. Young Master Farland, a middle-aged Caucasian driver, hesitated. Those girls are not ordinary, that if we target them, it will surely cause trouble. This is not Europe, but the mysterious East. We must proceed with caution, the young man in black replied. What if they are not ordinary? Does the Dracula family fear them? Of course not. However, we do have our own enemies in Europe. If we provoke an ancient family from the East, it could become quite troublesome. They do not warrant our fear. In the East, what truly terrifies us is not these ancient martial families, but the enigmatic cultivators. The young man continued, however, cultivators rarely make an appearance. This is Hong Kong, not the mainland. No major incidents should arise. Regardless, I hope my breakfast tomorrow morning consists of a cup of the fresh blood of those girls. As he spoke, a wicked smile revealed his sharp, blood-red fangs. Then let us capture just one of them. There is a girl among them who has not undergone training and does not appear to be an ability user. Her status within the family is likely low, so capturing her should not cause too much trouble. The middle-aged driver conceded. The young man in black nodded. Vox, I know you enjoy toying with women, but I do not want my food to be tainted. You know the consequences. Rest assured, young Master Farland. Await my good news. The middle-aged driver exited the vehicle. If your surname were not Dracula, do you think a mere viscount would dare to speak to me in such a manner? I could snap your neck with a single twist. The middle-aged driver cursed bitterly as he watched the car depart, lamenting that such exquisite maiden's blood should be enjoyed by only one person. After venting his frustration, Vox's eyes glinted with a thirst for blood as he entered the Peninsula Hotel. Lin Tian, having detected the pursuit thanks to Xiao Ling's vigilance, was fully aware of the situation. Damn vampires, Lin Tian cursed inwardly. Xiao Ling, what is the vampire's strength like? Master, the vampire's strength is comparable to that of Zhuo Guiqian. But if you do not take action, the chance of him capturing Zhou Yao and taking her away is as high as 99%. Damn it. Lin Tian strode toward the door. He occupied a separate room. While Zhu Yunfei and his father shared another, and Zhou Yao and her 3 companions had a large suite. Lin Tian frowned. Their rooms were on different floors, so he headed directly to Zhou Yao's suite. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Tian rapped rhythmically on the door. It was Nangong Wanner who answered. Lin Tian, why are you here so late? Are you plotting something? I warn you, do not harbor any ill intentions, or you will meet a most tragic end. Nangong Wanner looked up at Lin Tian, resembling a proud little peacock. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. The one with ill intentions was not him, but rather a vampire. Let me in, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Seeing Lin Tian's demeanor, which suggested urgency, Nangong Wanner stepped aside. Fortunately, the girls had just returned to their rooms, and no one was yet in sleepwear. Lin Tian, what is happening? Qin Ku, seated on the sofa while watching television, quickly rose to inquire upon Lin Tian's entrance. You are in danger. A vampire has entered the hotel, and his target is you, Lin Tian warned, deliberately avoiding mentioning Zhou Yao's name to prevent alarming her. Furthermore, none could ascertain that the vampire would not directly take action against Qin Ku and the others. That is a young man? Morong Shui asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No, he is significantly stronger than that fellow, comparable to Uncle Zhua. However, Lao Si is currently training, and Uncle Zhua is on guard and cannot leave. The hotel security personnel are not strong, so we can only rely on ourselves. Why would the vampire target us? Zhou Yao inquired. Lin Tian had not intended to reveal this, but since Zhou Yao had asked, he felt it necessary to be forthright. Vampires prefer the blood of pure maidens. You have caught their eye, and they have sent subordinates to capture you. Qin Ku furrowed her brow. I, Wanner, and Murong are all capable martial artists, and with your assistance, Lin Tian, we should not have significant issues dealing with that vampire. However, Yao Mei is an ordinary person. One misstep could harm her. Moreover, Yao Mei may be the vampire's primary target. If Lin Tian did not disclose his intentions, he could stealthily infiltrate and abduct Zhou Yao through the window without anyone being the wiser. However, now that we are aware of the situation, the likelihood of capturing him under the guise of nonchalance is considerably heightened. After a brief deliberation, Lin Tian and Zhou Yao returned to her room, while Morong Shui, Nangong Wanner, and Qin Ku waited outside, watching television as they anticipated the arrival of the vampire. Zhou Yao, fear not. He is but a mere vampire, Lin Tian reassured her. Lin Tian, do vampires truly feed on human blood? Zhou Yao inquired anxiously, sitting at the edge of the bed, uncertain whether her unease stemmed from the impending arrival of the vampire or the sudden ferocity she feared might arise in Lin Tian. Lin Tian let out a soft sigh. Do not worry. For now, let us remain silent and wait for the vampire to take the bait. In his mind, Lin Tian communicated with Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, can we not enter the Star Realm at present, but is it possible to exchange a bit of inner strength from the Tianlong Babu world? No problem, Master. The inner strength is not stored in the Tianlong Babu world. How many years of inner strength would you like to exchange? Xiao Ling responded, 20 years. Immediately, Lin Tian commanded. The 20 years of inner strength translated into 500-dimensional power, marking a significant investment on Lin Tian's part. In no time, the inner strength was converted into 500-dimensional power, combining with Lin Tian's existing reserve to yield a total of 566-dimensional power. His cellular vitality and strength were enhanced to 300, while his mental power surged to 200. Understood, Master, the enhancement will be completed in 5 minutes. Xiao Ling informed him that as she spoke, Lin Tian felt an influx of warmth coursing through his body, invigorating every cell and fortifying their strength and vitality. A similar warmth enveloped his mind, amplifying his mental prowess, and the world before his eyes gradually sharpened, allowing him to discern the fine hairs on Zhou Yao's face from 3 meters away. The silent anticipation filled the room with tension, yet there lingered a hint of intimacy. Zhou Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze fixed on the floor, too shy to meet Lin Tian's eyes. "Master, it seems you are smitten." Xiaoling teased within Lin Tian's mind that I am but a normal man. Can I remain unaffected with such a stunning beauty before me? Lin Tian retorted, slightly exasperated. But master, you did not say that before. Xiaoling countered. People change. I am no longer who I once was, and it is time for some transformation. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Tian replied. Congratulations, master. It appears your mindset has ascended a level. However, do not forget the words of your predecessor. Do not be ruled by power. Xiaoling cautioned, I am aware. I seek to act with a clear conscience, Lin Tian asserted. Meanwhile, a knock echoed at the door, causing Qin Ku, Nangong Wan'er, and Murong Shui to tense up. The door is not closed. Come in, Nangong Wan'er called out. Vox entered, surveying the room with keen eyes. Ladies, it seems you are aware of a guest's impending arrival. However, I do not see Mr. Zhuguiqiang here. It appears your fate is not particularly auspicious. Mr. Vampire, arriving at a lady's chamber at such a late hour seems rather impolite. Nangong Wan'er retorted defiantly. Withdraw from our room at once, and I, being magnanimous, will let you go. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivil. Vox paused, then burst into laughter. It seems you're overly confident, even neglecting to inform Mr. Zhuguiqiang. You all practice Chinese martial arts, do you not? Mastering it to a profound level is indeed formidable. Yet, each of you is under 20. How formidable can your skills truly be? The other girl must be inside. Deliver her to me, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I may very well indulge in the sweet blood of a pure maiden. Alas, I would hate to kill you. You are all so exquisitely beautiful. Imagine the delight of transforming you into my progeny. 1 sovereign and 3 consorts. Shameless. Nangong Wan'er exclaimed in outrage, having never endured such humiliation. A silver whip lashed out swiftly towards Vox's head. He dodged hastily, but Nangong Wan'er's sudden attack was too rapid. The silver whip grazed his face, leaving a long crimson streak. Enraged, Vox seethed. How could he, with his cultivation, be ambushed by a mere girl? You seek death, to harm the illustrious Count Vox. I shall make you all my lowly servants, enduring 6 hours of torment daily. No, 12, Vox declared, slamming the door shut with a flourish. Vox moved with astounding speed, leaving a phantom in his wake as he lunged towards Nangong Wan'er. The sword emerges, chilling the world. Murong Shui called, her sword darting like a viper toward Vox's throat. Sensing the danger, he retreated, but an inexplicable chill caused him to hesitate. In that moment, Murong Shui's soft sword left a cut across his throat. Simultaneously, a flash of crimson from his waist revealed a wound inflicted by a flying knife shot by Qin Ku. In a mere 10 seconds, Vox had sustained multiple injuries at the hands of Murong Shui and her companions. Yet instead of feeling triumphant, they were disheartened. In such a favorable situation, they had only managed to inflict minor injuries. Given the resilience of a vampire, such wounds were hardly significant. Good. You have truly provoked my ire. Vox's eyes turned blood red as he licked the blood from his fingers, hissing. And what if I have? Nangong Wan'er scoffed, her silver whip transforming into a flurry of illusions as it surged toward Vox. Having practiced the silver shadow whip since childhood, she had honed her skills, and with the specially crafted whip in hand. Even Zhu Yunfei would falter against her. However, her opponent was not Zhu Yunfei, but the far more powerful Vox. With a derisive chuckle, Vox's left hand flashed with crimson light as he reached for the approaching whip. You seek death, Nangong Wan'er exclaimed, pressing a button on the whip. Instantly, a powerful current coursed through the whip, striking Vox's hand and surging into his body. This whip, it turned out, was a weapon of considerable technological sophistication. Vox was engulfed by the electric shock, his hair standing on end, his body momentarily unresponsive. Murong Shui and Qin Ku were well aware of Nangong Wan'er's little secret and seized the opportunity. Murong Shue's soft sword lunged again toward Vox's throat, while Qinke launched 3 flying knives aimed at his eyes and heart. Vox's heart raced. He had not anticipated being caught off guard. And realizing the danger, he disregarded the risks of using his secret techniques. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a surge of formidable power from his core, dispelling the effects of the electricity. This burst of energy could only last a few seconds. And as Vox stomped his right leg down, he retreated 3 meters, narrowly avoiding Murong Shue's sword while using his hands to deflect Qinke's flying knives. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spilled from Vox's lips. To think that he, Vox, who had roamed for over a century, would be wounded by 3 mere girls. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he spoke coldly. However, I must fulfill my master's mission today. You are all too slow to hinder me. With a booming laugh, Vox transformed into a blur, charging towards the door of Zhou Yao's room. At such close proximity, he could hear Zhou Yao's hurried breaths, a mere mortal's, without issue. Yet he overlooked Lin Tian's presence. The door to the room burst open under Vox's force, revealing Zhou Yao seated on the bed not far away. Yet he found himself paralyzed with fear, for a dark gun barrel was pressed against his head. Mr. Vox, I apologize, but it seems you have lost. Lin Tian chuckled softly. Do refrain from making any sudden movements. I understand that the heart core is the most vital point for a vampire. However, I am quite curious to see if a bullet to the head would still allow you to live. Vox cursed inwardly, never expecting a formidable presence to emerge from a girl's room. Slowly back away, Lin Tian commanded coldly, pressing the gun against Vox's forehead, who had no choice but to comply. While it was indeed true that the heart core was crucial to a vampire's power, a shattered head would mean certain death. The heart core served as the source of a vampire's strength. Yet once in human form, their spirit concentrated in the head. Annihilating the head would equate to obliterating the vampire's soul. Survival would be a mere fantasy. As soon as they exited Zhou Yao's room, Lin Tian deftly kicked the door shut. Mr. Vox, how do you suggest I deal with you? Lin Tian asked with a cold smile, to seek blood nourishment on Chinese soil. You truly are living on borrowed time. I am a member of the Dracula family. Should you kill me, it will invite tremendous trouble. Vox protested. Humph. We shall return to the mainland tomorrow. Your Dracula family would hardly have the gall to commit crimes there. And I detest threats, Lin Tian declared, already tightening his finger around the trigger. Vox was taken aback when Lin Tian suddenly shouted kill and shot him, a powerful bullet from Silver Star striking him directly in the head. Nangong Wan'er, Qinke, and Murong Shue were equally startled. They had not anticipated that Lin Tian was armed and would resort to such lethal action. As Vox collapsed to the ground, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blood-red bat measuring about 20 centimeters in length. Lin Tian, the gunfire will attract the hotel's attention. Qinke expressed her concern. Not to worry, we can simply say that they failed in their service and that a bat capable of biting appeared in our room. Lin Tian shrugged, pointing at the blood-red bat on the floor. Remember, we did not shoot a person. We eliminated a bat. Although, to be honest, it's not a big deal even if we told the truth. But I prefer to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Nangong Wan'er was frightened by Lin Tian's demeanor. He usually appeared as an honest person, but she never imagined he would carry a gun and act so decisively. Lin Tian, open the door. Zhou Yao called from inside, wanting to exit upon hearing the gunshot. However, Lin Tian restrained her, deeming it inappropriate for an ordinary person to witness a corpse. Nevertheless, since Vox had transformed into a bat, it was not overly concerning. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's voice, Lin Tian finally released his grip. Are you all unharmed? What about that vampire? Zhou Yao asked urgently. Lin Tian pointed to the bat on the floor, saying, We are all fine. This bat here is Vox. How can that be? He was such a large man. How could he possibly turn into a bat of this size? Zhou Yao questioned in disbelief, her fear not overwhelming her. After all, a dead bat was far less shocking than a corpse. This is his true form. Since he is dead, he naturally reverts to it. This is the first time I've seen a vampire. Nangong Wan'er remarked, reaching out to touch the lifeless bat. Lin Tian chuckled helplessly. Nangong Wan'er certainly had an extraordinary amount of courage. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon. Qinke went to answer it. and several hotel security personnel entered, each surprisingly armed. "Good day, Mr. My name is Antonio. That we heard gunshots coming from this room," the leader, a black man, stated. "Indeed, a large bat appeared in our room, and my companion shot it. Miss, we need to conduct a search, and also, does your companion possess a firearm license?" Antonio inquired. "Please come in." Chinka thought of Lin Tian's mysterious nature, but did not overly concern herself with the question of his firearm license. Upon seeing the massive blood-red bat on the floor, Antonio quickly apologized, saying, "Ladies and this gentleman, we apologize for the fright we caused you. The Peninsula Hotel will provide you with an explanation regarding this incident. So please rest assured. You too. Please take this bothersome bat away, sir. May I see your firearm license? Follow me." Lin Tian moved toward the door, carefully avoiding the gazes of Zhou Yao and the others. He produced his special consultant credentials from the Dragon Group, hoping it would be recognized. Antonio's expression changed slightly upon seeing the cover of the credentials. He approached to examine it closely before promptly returning it to Lin Tian, saying, "Consultant, welcome to the Peninsula Hotel." Lin Tian tucked away the credentials, stating, "Keep my identity confidential. Otherwise, even if the Peninsula Hotel can withstand it, you will find yourself in significant trouble. I will certainly keep it confidential." "Consultant, rest assured," Antonio replied, his tone reflecting the gravity of the situation. As they entered the room, Antonio's two companions had already bagged the blood-red bat's remains, and any traces of blood on the floor had been thoroughly cleaned. "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincerest apologies once again on behalf of the hotel for this incident. Good night." Antonio and his companions exited the room, inwardly marveling at the special consultant who was, without a doubt, extraordinary, residing with 4 stunning beauties in one room. A most remarkable evening. "Since everything is settled, I shall take my leave," Lin Tian declared. Chinka furrowed her brow, saying, "Lin Tian, if they send more people, I would prefer to share a room with Wanner for safety," Zhou Yao added shyly, feeling frightened as an ordinary person witnessing such events. "Sure, I can sleep in the same room as you." "Sister Yao." "Lin Tian, you should stay in that room with Sister Yao. But you must behave yourself tonight. Otherwise, Nangong Wanner teased, glancing at Lin Tian's still visible handgun, her tone losing some of its assertiveness. Chinka nodded. "Lin Tian, what do you think about Wanner's suggestion?" Lin Tian agreed, taking his handgun and heading toward the room Zhou Yao had occupied, stating, "I have no objections, for now. I simply wish to lead an ordinary life. Thus, please refrain from mentioning that I possess a firearm and have killed a vampire." Having spoken, Lin Tian entered the room and closed the door. "What a peculiar person!" Sister Yao, does this count as his second heroic rescue?" Nangong Wanner teased, "I wonder if our beautiful heroine has developed feelings for him." "Wanner, keep talking like that, and I might tickle you tonight." Zhou Yao retorted, "If you dare to tickle me, you might find yourself returning to your original room." Nangong Wanner laughed. Chinka chuckled in exasperation. "All right, Wanner, enough of the banter. It's already past midnight. If we don't sleep now, daybreak will catch us." Zhou Yao had likely lain in bed, while Lin Tian, lying on his bed, inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, feeling somewhat distracted. For quite some time, he had been spending his nights in the Star Realm. Now that he had some leisure, it felt rather unfamiliar. "Xiaoling, has my body fully strengthened by now? Additionally, how much energy do I have left?" Lin Tian whispered. Master, you already know these things. Asking just serves to divert your attention." "Master, you seem to be love-struck." Xiaoling laughed heartily in Lin Tian's mind. "Love-struck? My foot. I'm trying to sleep. Keep vigilant around me. If any danger arises, alert me immediately," Lin Tian retorted, forcing himself to swiftly drift into slumber. In Nangong Wanner in Zhou Yao's room. Wanner remarked, "Sister Yao, you should have seen how cool Lin Tian was just now. He coldly shot that vampire with a single shot. What kind of person do you think he is? How could he even carry a gun?" Zhou Yao inquired, "A peculiar one. Just when you think you've seen through him, you'll realize that you've only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Sister Yao, if you like him, you should act soon, although he hasn't revealed much yet, and only a few of us are aware. He will undoubtedly become one of the most dazzling figures at Haidian University in the future. At that point, there will be no shortage of girls pursuing him. Nevertheless, even then, I still believe in your capabilities. Sister Yao, with your stunning beauty and delicate waist, you could surely captivate that peculiar Lin Tian. Nangong Wanner playfully placed her hand on Zhou Yao's face and gently teased her waist. Silly girl. Don TB inappropriate. Zhou Yao swatted Wanner's hand away. If you think Lin Tian is so great, why don't you pursue him yourself? You are one of the campus beauties of Haitan University. After all, your looks are no less than mine. With a sigh, Nangong Wanner replied me. I don't see that as a possibility. My grandfather arranged a marriage for me since I was young. Although I don't yet know who it is. I can assure you at 1 TB Lin Tian. Really, Wanner, your grandfather dotes on you so much, Zhou Yao exclaimed. Yes, he dotes on me, but being a girl born into a prestigious family comes with its constraints. I don't possess the courage that Murong Jie has, swearing never to marry until she could defeat her rival, Nangong Wanner said. But enough about me, Sister Yao. Although Lin Tian may not yet be able to defeat Murong Jie, I have a strong feeling that his strength will eventually surpass hers. Murong Jie might even come to develop feelings for Lin Tian and become your rival. Rival? That sounds so harsh. If Murong ever likes Lin Tian, wouldn't he compete with her? Zhou Yao replied. Nangong Wanner shook her head. Sister Yao, you're too kind-hearted. Some things are fine to concede, but love is not one of them. However, I truly hope our four sisters never find ourselves in conflict. Zhou Yao shook her head repeatedly. That won't happen. Don't say such things. Now, let us get some sleep. That night, Zhou Yao struggled to sleep, and upon waking the next morning, she had made a decision to eliminate her own feelings and minimize contact with Lin Tian to prevent future conflicts. The following morning, Nangong Wanner woke up to find Zhou Yao with red eyes and noticed the damp patch on the pillow. Sister Yao, what happened? Zhou Yao shook her head. It's nothing. I just wasn't accustomed to sleeping in an unfamiliar place. Is that so? Nangong Wanner expressed her skepticism. After Nangong Wan and Zhou Yao had finished their morning routines and emerged from their room, Lin Tian had already been up for some time. Noticing Zhou Yao's red eyes, he felt a pang of concern and asked, Zhou Yao, were you frightened last night and didn't sleep well? Zhou Yao nodded gently. Lin Tian approached her and instructed, close your eyes. Uncertain of his intentions but obedient, Zhou Yao complied. Lin Tian placed his right palm over her eyes and internally called out to Xiaoling, Xiaoling, please assist Zhou Yao with her treatment. This minor issue was indeed a piece of cake for Xiaoling soon. Lin Tian heard her voice in his mind. Master, treatment completed. Energy consumed, 0.5 dimensional units. Remaining energy, 70 dimensional units. Lin Tian withdrew his hand. And Zhou Yao opened her eyes with a slight blush. Nangong Wanner exclaimed in astonishment, this is truly miraculous. Lin Tian, how did you manage to restore Yao Jie's eyesight so swiftly? Zhou Yao chimed in. I feel like my vision has improved significantly. I used to have a vision of 1.0, and now it must be around 1.5. Thank you, Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled modestly. There's nothing extraordinary about it. My internal energy is quite unique and possesses certain healing properties. Zhou Yao's eyesight was merely a minor issue, so it was easily remedied. It sounds simple, but do you realize that some people suffer from poor vision and have to wear glasses for a lifetime? Lin Tian, with this ability, you needn't worry about going hungry wherever you go. Nangong Wanner teased. I could tea that moment. Qin Ku and Murong Shui also exited their room, seemingly oblivious to Lin Tian's presence in the suite. Clad in sleepwear, their flawless figures were tantalizingly visible beneath the fabric, leaving Lin Tian momentarily stunned. Sister Qin, Sister Murong, you should hurry back to your room. You might expose yourselves, Lin Tian cautioned. And you, stop staring. Nangong Wanner shouted. With startled cries, Qin Ku and Murong Shui swiftly retreated to their room. Seeing a hint of regret in Lin Tian's eyes, Nangong Wanner shot him a fierce glare. Lin Tian, you must forget everything you just witnessed. Otherwise, Humph, Sister Murong, and Qin Ku are far more powerful than you. I'll wait outside for you, Lin Tian said, making a hasty exit. After some time, Nangong Wanner, Zhou Yao, Murong Shui, and Qin Ku finally emerged. With a faint blush still lingering on their faces, Lin Tian chuckled inwardly. Witnessing such an expression on Murong Shui was indeed a rare occurrence. At that moment, Zhuge Yunfei rushed over. clutching an ancient sword. Old Four, where's Uncle Zwa? Lin Tian inquired. Why Dad received news about that star-shaped key and left in a hurry, telling us to return on our own. Zui Yunfei replied. What kind of news? Lin Tian asked. Intrigued, ITS said that the star-shaped key was first obtained by someone from the Cihang Jingjai and was then stolen by high-ranking ninjas from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Following that, experts from Cihang Jingjai confronted the ninjas, and chaos ensued, with vampires and members of the church appearing. I truly hope my dad doesn't get involved. I tried to persuade him, but he insists on going to I called Grandpa, only to find that he supports my dad's actions and plans to send more experts. Is a star-shaped key really that precious? If it weren't, why would so many factions fight over it? Zui Yunfei sighed. But that's none of our concern. We should return to Heishanshire, since you've begun your training. Old Four, don't stop to go into seclusion as soon as we get back, Lin Tian instructed. Zui Yunfei scanned Lin Tian and the four women. Old Three, why do I detect a faint fragrance on you? That's just your imagination. Lin Tian shot Zui Yunfei a glare. If I remember correctly, our return flight is at 10 o'clock. Let us have breakfast and head to the airport. They departed from Hong Kong International Airport at 10 in the morning and landed at Lantian Airport in Heishanshire by noon. It feels so comfortable to be back on this familiar land, Zui Yunfei exclaimed joyfully. Outside the airport, a vehicle sent by the Nangong family had arrived to take Zui Yunfei for his retreat. Old Three, tell Xiao Bai I'll spar with him once I return, Zui Yunfei said before hopping into the car. You're in charge of escorting the ladies back. Just don't get too hands-on. I don't want to come back and find you missing limbs. Just hurry and leave. Lin Tian glared at Zui Yunfei. That I'll settle the score with you when you return, Nangong Wanner scolded angrily. As soon as Zui Yunfei left, the vehicle to pick up Lin Tian and the others arrived, sent by the Nangong family. The two cars sped towards Heishanshire University. During this time, an event unfolded. Nangong Wanner arranged for Lin Tian and Zhou Yao to share a car, but Zhou Yao declined. Consequently, Lin Tian ended up alone in one vehicle, while Zhou Yao and the other three women squeezed into another. After escorting the four ladies to their dormitory, Lin Tian returned to his own, which naturally caused quite a stir. Zhou Yao and Lin Tian were both well-known figures, and when celebrities gathered, rumors inevitably spread. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Tian was surprised to find Xiao Bai and Wei Feng present. Old Three, your trip to Hong Kong must have been delightful with four stunning beauties by your side. Wei Feng chuckled. What about Old Four? Didn't he come with you? Lin Tian replied. He is the biggest beneficiary this time. He purchased an ancient sword at the auction, which turned out to belong to an ancient sword practitioner. IT contains the practitioner's sword intent and the legacy of their techniques. He has gone into seclusion for 49 days. Xiao Bai, he mentioned that once he emerges, he wants to have a good exchange with you. The legacy of a sword practitioner. Xiao Bai and Wei Feng were visibly moved, fully aware of the weight such a legacy carried. Old Four really struck it lucky this time, Wei Feng remarked. Lin Tian carefully observed Wei Feng and Xiao Bai's expressions, noting that while they exhibited a hint of envy, there was no trace of jealousy, which made him feel quite pleased. Xiao Bai, Old Wei, don't worry if the opportunity arises. I'll help you acquire a decent technique, Lin Tian assured them. He felt that having helped Zui Yunfei, he should extend the same kindness to them. With the star ring in hand, he believed finding suitable techniques for Xiao Bai and Wei Feng wouldn't be too difficult. However, Xiao Bai and Wei Feng merely smiled, not taking Lin Tian's words seriously. Although they recognized Lin Tian's mysterious nature, they understood that acquiring cultivation techniques was not as easy as picking vegetables from the market. 3 days passed in tranquility. During this time, Lin Tian attended classes punctually. Embodying the essence of a diligent student, he encountered Zhou Yao a few times, but she appeared somewhat distant, causing Lin Tian's feelings to gradually wane. As for whether they had faded entirely, only heaven knew. Riding northward, Lin Tian sought out martial artists of ill repute to absorb internal energy, eliminating about 10 notorious individuals, and thus absorbing 30 years' worth of internal energy. In a short span, his internal energy reached 60 years, surpassing the previous 50 by a decade. With 60 years of internal cultivation, Lin Tian was now among the elite within the martial arts realm. His reputation grew resoundingly, causing notorious figures to steer clear upon hearing of his movements. While this bolstered Lin Tian's heroic renown, it also made it increasingly challenging for him to absorb internal energy. One day, upon arriving in the large city of Lin City, Lin Tian checked into an inn, instructing the stable to take good care of Tiao Xue before retreating to his room to exit the Star Realm. Xiaoling, how many days have passed? Lin Tian inquired. Master, it has been 10 days since your return from Hong Kong. You have been busy absorbing internal energy in the Tianlong Babu world, not visiting other realms. Since time flows twice as fast in the Star Realm, you have spent 14 days there, Xiaoling replied. Master, during this time, you have not utilized dimensional energy to enhance your physical attributes. Therefore, your cellular strength and vitality remain at 300 each, with mental strength at 200 in the Tianlong Babu world. Your internal energy is at 60 years, with 170 dimensional units in the Star Ring, and you now have 5 chances for revival. 7 days had passed in reality, while 14 days elapsed in the Star Realm, and absorbing only 30 years of internal energy felt rather insufficient. Now that those individuals had caught wind of his itinerary, they were evading him even more, making it increasingly difficult to gather internal energy. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Master, they are frightened of you. It's only natural for them to avoid you. After some time, once they have grown accustomed to your presence, it will be time for you to resume your hunting, Xiaoling suggested. Hunting? That term sounds quite fitting, Lin Tian mused before exiting the Star Ring. Lightly leaping out of bed, he found Xiao Bai and Wei Feng deep in conversation. Xiao Bai, old Wei, what are you two whispering about? Wei Feng turned to him and replied, Tomorrow is Zhou Yao's birthday. She has already sent out invitations for us to attend her celebration. Zhou Yao's birthday? Lin Tian echoed. Wei Feng nodded. Of course, old 3. Has something transpired between you and Zhou Yao? It seems there's a certain chemistry. I can tell she harbors quite an affection for you. However, they exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor, and you were not much different either. Third brother, Zhou Yao is a kind-hearted girl. Please refrain from causing her any harm. Xiaobai suddenly interjected that no, nothing happened between us. Lin Tian also found it somewhat peculiar. Since that night, Zhou Yao seemed to deliberately maintain her distance from him. Third brother, this time Zhou Yao's Lin Wei. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Over the past few days, Lin Wei had already troubled him several times, but Lin Tian had easily evaded each encounter. He did not expect him to come again this time to assert his dominance. Lao Wei, Xiao Bai, let us attend Zhou Yao's birthday celebration together tomorrow. Xiao Bai, Lao Wei, you can take your time discussing gifts. I'll step out for a moment, Lin Tian said, reminding them not to forget to prepare a present. Wei replied. Lin Tian nodded, opened the door, and exited the room. The corridor was empty. Lin Tian's consciousness delved into the Star Ring. Choosing to enter the physical realm within it, Xiaoling, is there a way for me to learn dancing in a short time? Lin Tian inquired of the little spirit dancing before him. Master, do you wish to dance with Zhou Yao? He. Xiaoling giggled, her form suddenly shifting. Initially resembling a small angel, she transformed in an instant into Zhou Yao's likeness. To make matters worse, she was utterly unclothed. A flawless figure was displayed before Lin Tian, who stood stunned for 2 seconds before hastily shutting his eyes and exclaiming, Xiaoling, stop fooling around. Although his eyes were closed, the image of that snow-white perfect body lingered in his mind. Master, I put on clothes now. Zhou Yao's voice reached Lin Tian's ears. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that Xiaoling had not reverted but stood before him, vivaciously embodying Zhou Yao. Seeing Zhou Yao, clad in a maid outfit and appearing timid while calling him master, a sense of perverse excitement surged within Lin Tian, but he could not help but wonder what it would feel like to have Zhou Yao dress as a maid and address him as master. Xiaoling, stop it and change back. Xiaoling scrunched her delicate nose. I won tea. From now on, I shall embody Zhou Yao. Master, your heartbeat and other data indicate that you quite enjoy my appearance like this. Why must humans be so hypocritical? Lin Tian sighed in resignation. Being her master felt exceedingly humiliating. All right, you may adopt Zhou Yao's appearance, but do change out of that maid outfit. Furthermore, do not call me master. Simply use my name. Very well. I shall call you Lin Tian from now on. Calling you master feels somewhat awkward, As it reminds me of my previous master, Xiao Ling replied, I reject your first request. What I wear is my prerogative, and you shall not interfere. However, for now, I shall refrain from wearing this outfit. As she spoke, her maid outfit transformed into a pristine white dress. Lin Tian, learning to dance is incredibly simple for you. Your physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary individual, and with your practice of the Lingbo Weibo, your reflexes are unmatched. That I shall now transmit information about various dances into your mind. Your mental acuity has significantly increased, and digesting this information will not take long. With a bit of practice, you will reach a commendable level. As Xiao Ling spoke, a torrent of information flooded Lin Tian's mind. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian exhaled. Xiao Ling, you need not transmit dances of African tribes in my mind, or else I fear my head will be crammed full. How could that be possible? As long as you continue to practice, your sea of consciousness will expand infinitely like the universe. It cannot be filled by mere information, Xiao Ling asserted. Lin Tian, let us commence our practice. With that, the entire space began to transform rapidly. What was once a simple area with a few white walls morphed into a small dance hall of about 40 to 50 square meters. Beneath their feet lay a circular stage 4 meters in diameter. An overhead spun a colorful light while harmonious music began to play. Lin Tian exclaimed, Xiao Ling, since you possess such abilities, why didn't you change the scenery earlier? Those bare walls were rather uninviting. Xiao Ling, in Zhou Yao's form, rolled her eyes. That was to conserve spatial energy. All right. Do you think altering the environment requires no energy? Let me inform you, aside from my ability to change at will, the spatial transformations within the star ring require energy to sustain. While the current space is manageable, it only requires a single unit of energy for 10 hours. Should the area expand, you may need thousands of units of energy for even an hour of transformation. Energy, why is it necessary everywhere? Lin Tian sighed. Enough lamenting. Let us begin. Time is limited. We shall focus on the Latin dances of rumba and cha-cha, as well as the modern dances of waltz and tango. Xiao Ling extended her hand toward Lin Tian. As Lin Tian grasped her delicate hand, a stirring sensation coursed through him. Xiao Ling, how can it feel so tangible? It is merely a technique to render the ethereal substantial. Unfortunately, your mental capacity is insufficient for me to manifest outside, Xiao Ling explained. The music for rumba began to play. Rumba originated in Cuba, characterized by a 4/4 time signature and a tempo of approximately 27 beats per minute. The essence of rumba lies in its lingering music, graceful movements, and fluid steps. Cubans traditionally walk with items balanced atop their heads, using hip movements to adjust their steps and maintain balance. The dance steps embody this characteristic, merging primitive styles with modern flair. The movements are expansive, sensuous, and emotive, creating a romantic and beautiful dance that resonates with the tender melodies. Lin Tian, you are being foolish. Dance is a form of bodily communication. Furthermore, where are your eyes directed while dancing with me? Xiao Ling pointed out. Lin Tian, the cha-cha emphasizes flamboyant movements and crisp, tight steps, unlike the rumba. Lin Tian, the waltz is not performed in this manner. Time passed, and after 10 hours, amidst Xiao Ling's constant teasing, Lin Tian's understanding of dance deepened significantly, achieving a remarkable level of synchronicity with her. All right, Lin Tian, you are now barely qualified. However, whether Zhou Yao will dance with you remains a major question. Haha! Xiao Ling released Lin Tian's hand with a smile. Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. I am learning this merely as a precaution. That scoundrel Lin Wei will undoubtedly attempt to embarrass me at the party. If I cannot dance, it would provide him with an excellent opportunity to mock me. That is indeed true. Xiao Ling nodded. Lin Tian, will you be going out or entering the star realm? Lin Tian pondered for a moment and replied, I will send a message to Xiao Bai and Lao Wei, informing them that I will not return to the dormitory tonight. I Haven T directly ventured into the star realm for some time, so I will take this opportunity to explore. Xiao Ling, suggest a suitable entry. 10 days ago, a virus erupted within a modern society in the star realm. While it has not yet reached the apocalyptic level seen in other worlds, the situation is quite dire. Lin Tian, I recommend you enter to witness it firsthand. Within, you will profoundly experience the dualities of human nature, Benevolence and malevolence. Played out in real time. Lin Tian nodded. Then, I shall heed your advice. Xiaoling, why do apocalyptic scenarios frequently arise? Because humanity plays the role of God, carelessly probing into the forbidden doors of evil. In modern civilization, 2 or 3 out of 10 are veering towards apocalyptic societies. Lin Tian materialized beside a small grove adjacent to a 5-meter-wide concrete road. And no sooner had he appeared and taken in his surroundings than he heard a woman's cry and a man's pleading voice not far down the road. Please, we do not want food anymore. You may spend the night with you. If this continues, she will lose her life. Lose her life? How could that be? Your wife is quite resilient. After spending the night with us 3 brothers, she merely fainted 5 times. A man laughed heartily. Your wife used to be a white-collar worker in a large corporation, with an exceptional figure and face. The experience was incredibly exhilarating. Yang Kun, be sensible. Why don't we simply stay here instead of searching elsewhere? Let your wife accompany us for 3 hours of wild fun, and we will not only let you both go, but also give you 4 cans and 2 bottles of water. With food and water sources contaminated, a can and a bottle of water are sufficient for us to enjoy a woman. Do not be ungrateful. Big brother, why waste so many words with them? To be honest, I am more interested in experiencing the thrill of roadside assault. Another voice chimed in. SM sounds fun too. Once we lock up Yin Mei, we can play with her whenever we please. The lewd laughter turned Yang Kun and Yun Mei's faces pale. In the blink of an eye, it seemed the world had transformed. A virus leak from a laboratory contaminated the water sources. Those nearest to the outbreak were directly infected by high concentrations of viral gas, becoming crazed and biting anyone in sight. The spread was alarmingly rapid. Within days, the majority of the population in nearby cities had succumbed to the infection. The virus snatched away their lives, yet they did not succumb. Instead, they transformed into terrifying zombies, continuing to wreak havoc upon their former kind. The world has changed. Many once normal individuals have descended into madness, recklessly engaging in acts they previously wouldn't have dared to contemplate. Murder, robbery, and rape. Most food has been infected, and the water sources are tainted. The only drinkable water is found in mountain springs and bottled in the city. Hunger drives people to disregard all morality. For a cup of water or a can of food, many formerly lofty women would willingly lie in the beds of others. When chaos erupted in the city, Yang Kun and his wife, Yun Mei, were fortunate enough to escape in their car. However, in their frantic flight for survival, they had no time to gather provisions, and their meager supplies were consumed within a single day. After 2 days without food, Yun Mei, in tears, reluctantly found herself on the bed of the thug who had seized a gun and taken control of a grocery store. That night, she traded her purity for 2 cans of food and a bottle of water. Yang Kun, unaware of how he managed to eat that meal, felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury and obliterate this twisted world. On the second night, Yun Mei was subjected to the desires of 2 men, and by the 3rd night, the number had risen to 3. Upon seeing his wife return in the morning, exhausted and covered in bruises, Yang Kun could no longer bear it. He attempted to flee the refugee camp with Yun Mei, but they were pursued. Yun Mei, you must consider carefully. The wilderness is no safe haven. Aside from the scarcity of food, those infected beasts are far more dangerous than zombies. Zombies can still be outrun, but once those ravenous creatures set their sights on you, your fate is sealed. The first man spoke coldly. No, you beasts. You are not human. In just over 10 days, you have shed your humanity and become cannibalistic demons. Yang Kun shouted, tightly embracing his wife. In just over 10 days, your once lofty wife has obediently shared our bed. Cannibals? Let me tell you, we are still better off here, but I've heard that in the nearby city of Tianlin, incidents of cannibalism have already begun. Perhaps we, too, are not far from that fate. Once food runs out, it won't just be us. Everyone will turn into monsters. Even you, Yang Kun. If hunger drives you mad, you might not hesitate to consume a piece of human flesh. If that day comes, I would rather die, Yang Kun exclaimed. If you were truly so resolute, you wouldn't stand by as your wife shared our bed. Let me tell you, Yang Kun, at your core, you are weak, allowing your woman to barter her body for a meager sustenance. Why don't you just die? Ha ha. Brother Kuan, don't waste your breath on them. I've had enough of this. I will go with you. Even if we die, we shall die together. Yun Mei cried out, embracing Yang Kuan. Leave? Can you just walk away without giving us a taste of pleasure first? It's not that simple. Amid the maniacal laughter, Yun Mei's screams echoed in desperation. Yang Kuan, if you join us in a little wild play with your wife, we can allow you to be part of our group. You will have enough to eat at every meal, and you can indulge with any woman you desire. Young girls, beautiful college students, nurses you once dared not approach in the hospital, lofty flight attendants. Just imagine how thrilling it would be. Your wife is already tainted. Why bother seeking death together? The leader said, you must choose. Either die or join us in enjoying the countless women in this world. Brother Kuan, for you, I would endure humiliation. How can you? How can you? Yun Mei exclaimed, seeing a flicker of indecision on Yang Kuan's face. Yang Kuan's expression shifted as he suddenly pushed Yun Mei aside. Looking at her and murmuring, Yun Mei, forgive me. I don't wish to die yet. Ha. Yang Kuan, you've made the right choice. Now, let us have some fun with your wife that I promise you it will be a thrill unlike any you have ever known. Yang Kuan, how can you do this? How can you? Yun Mei cried in despair. Her gaze now filled with unfamiliarity as she looked upon him at that moment. Lin Tian emerged from the woods, coldly stating, Gentlemen, it seems you believe I do not exist. Ha, brother, I just saw you. You want to join us in playing with this wretched creature, don't you? No worries. More is merrier, but I doubt she can handle the affections of so many. The muscular man spoke, his eyes filled with malice. You all should go to hell. Lin Tian never imagined humanity could descend into such madness, his eyes brimming with a terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, the muscular man's companions shouted in terror. Brother, run, a flock of zombie birds is approaching. The muscular man looked up, and indeed, a dozen zombie birds were swiftly flying toward them. Get in the car, hurry, he shouted. Big brother, take me with you. Yang Kuan pleaded, realizing that facing the zombie birds alone would be perilous. Even a small wound could lead to infection. Take you with me? You can stay here and attract those zombie birds, the muscular man sneered, kicking Yang Kuan to the ground. Meanwhile, Yun Mei's expression was devoid of emotion, as if she no longer cared about the approaching danger. The muscular man's vehicle was open-topped, making them vulnerable to the zombie birds. To survive, they needed to drive away. Lin Tian and the others would distract the birds. However, fate often plays cruel tricks. Big brother, the engine won't start. Get out of the way, let me try. The muscular man shoved his companion aside and attempted to start the car. But at that critical moment, their stolen vehicle failed them. Cold sweat broke out on the muscular man as the zombie birds descended rapidly. Grab your knives and kill them, he commanded, but his two companions were paralyzed with fear, unable to cope with the swift onslaught of the zombie birds. The horde of zombie birds descended furiously. One of the muscular man's companions lost an eye, while the other had a chunk of flesh pecked from his face. The two zombie birds attacking the muscular man were struck down by a steel knife as they fell to the ground. Lin Tian, Yang Kuan, and Yun Mei were also under attack. Lin Tian successfully struck down the zombie bird, attacking him with two stones he picked up in the forest, sending it crashing to the ground. Although it could still flail about, it was no longer able to threaten anyone. The two zombie birds attacking Yun Mei met a similar fate, crushed under Lin Tian's powerful kicks. Generally, any ordinary person could handle one or two of these relatively weak creatures without panic. Lin Tian, much stronger than the average individual, easily dispatched two. However, two zombie birds were also targeting Yang Kuan. Lin Tian observed, showing no intention of intervening, while Yun Mei, though her eyes reflected a hint of compassion and her cheeks streamed with tears, remained silent. Yang Kuan attempted to swat away the attacking birds, but soon found himself injured by their relentless assaults. In a fit of madness, Yang Kuan seized one of the birds and slammed it to the ground, but another bird pecked out one of his eyes. With the muscular man and his two companions injured, Yang Kuan also wounded, and only Lin Tian and the expressionless Yun Mei remaining unscathed, the muscular man, seeing them unhurt, became frenzied. He screamed and charged out of the vehicle, swinging his knife at Lin Tian. Seeking death, Lin Tian roared. Dodging the incoming blade, he struck the muscular man's chest with a powerful palm and deftly disarmed him, seizing the knife. Die. Lin Tian knew the muscular man was already infected. Though he had just shattered the man's heart, it wouldn't be long before he turned into a zombie. Zombies cared little for heart conditions. With a swift motion, he severed the muscular man's head from his body, sending it flying 3 meters away. Seeing Lin Tian's ferocity, the muscular man's companions, though already infected, turned to flee in terror, drawing the zombie birds away from them. Yang Kuan lost one eye, and soon after, the other was pecked out as well. Please, I beg you, end his suffering. Yun Mei pleaded, collapsing before Lin Tian in tears. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Yang Kuan shouted frantically, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Tian nodded gently, swiftly moving to end Yang Kuan's torment. However, when he turned back, he found Yun Mei had plunged a dagger in her own abdomen. Why must it be this way? Lin Tian hurried over. Please, give me a quick death. I don't want to become that revolting zombie. Yun Mei looked up at Lin Tian with pleading eyes. That I can save you, Lin Tian exclaimed. Reaching to pull out the dagger and hoping to heal Yun Mei's wounds with the help of Shaoling, Yun Mei halted Lin Tian's advance, whispering softly, You cannot save me. My heart has already perished. You are a good person. Live well. Live on. Her utter lack of will to survive caused Yun Mei's vitality to dissipate in mere moments. A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered across Lin Tian's face. How fragile life truly is. Without delivering another strike to Yun Mei, he carried her to the nearby woods and, using his steel knife, dug a grave to lay her to rest. May you reincarnate soon and lead a peaceful life in your next existence. Lin Tian sighed softly before making his way to the road where a vehicle awaited. Shaoling, can this car still function? Lin Tian inquired as he approached the vehicle. If there is fuel, came the reply. Lin Tian inwardly cursed the muscular man. Serves you right for your misfortune. You should have filled the tank before venturing out. At that moment, the sound of an approaching vehicle reached Lin Tian's ears. Master, a car is coming, but it appears rather decrepit and may not travel far. Shaoling informed him. Indeed, Lin Tian soon spotted a vehicle approaching, but its pace was agonizingly slow. He estimated that he could easily outpace it if he ran. The road was narrow, blocked by the vehicle of the deceased muscular man. Forcing the battered car to come to a halt, we were attacked by zombie birds, Lin Tian explained, fearing that the strangers might perceive him as a deranged killer. Two individuals emerged from a vehicle. One was a middle-aged man, portly and likely in his 50s, brandishing a handgun. The other caught Lin Tian's eye, a girl whose beauty rivaled that of Zhou Yao and Qin Ku. Standing approximately 1.68 meters tall, she wore a purple dress, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her exquisite legs. Lin Tian, the fat man's gun is out of bullets, Shaoling warned in his mind. Are there zombie birds nearby? The rotund man asked, his voice tinged with panic as he surveyed the gruesome scene. They just left, Lin Tian replied. Upon hearing that the zombie birds had departed, the man visibly relaxed, particularly when he saw Lin Tian alone and unarmed. The gun was swiftly aimed at Lin Tian as the man grinned menacingly. Kid, if you're smart, hand over the food from your vehicle. Otherwise, don't blame my gun for going off. Lin Tian knew there were supplies in the muscular man's vehicle. You'd better lower that weapon. I don't take kindly to being threatened with a gun. He retorted coldly. The man laughed boisterously. Kid, you clearly don't grasp the gravity of the situation. Hand over the food. No, the entire vehicle, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences in a world like this. Losing a few lives is merely par for the course. Father, don't do this. There should be a human settlement ahead. We have some gold to trade for food. The girl interjected, her voice melodious yet laced with distress, clearly disapproving of her father's actions. The fat man, furious, barked, Silence. We've been starving all day. Who knows if there are any humans ahead? And that little gold should be saved for emergencies, if it weren't for your increasingly alluring appearance. I wouldn't have bothered to bring you along. Mark my words, at the next human settlement, I will claim you for myself. If others take advantage of you first, you'll have no chance of bartering for food with your looks. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had just heard the girl refer to the man as father. Was this truly the exchange of father and daughter? Lin Tian, the fat man, and the girl are not biologically related. He is likely her stepfather, but even if he were merely a stepfather, such words should never escape his lips. Lin Tian's heart seethed with indignation. I possess food, but I refuse to give it to you. He declared coldly. Kid, are you not afraid of death? The fat man stammered, his composure faltering. For a mere morsel of food, losing your life would be unwise. With a gun that has no bullets, Lin Tian countered. You know the saying. In this world, the death of one more is hardly a surprise. How do you know that? The fat man asked, disbelief etched on his face that on this journey, the gun once had bullets. But after dealing with several who refused to part with their provisions, it is now empty. Yet, with this empty weapon, I have snatched food from others before. I never expected to meet my match in you. How I know is irrelevant. Soon, you will become a corpse. Lin Tian declared, delivering a swift kick that brought the fat man to his knees. Spare me. I can pay you in gold. The fat man pleaded. Realizing Lin Tian was far stronger than he appeared, that Lin Tian's strike was precise and punishing, capable of subduing even the strongest of men, I do not require your gold. He replied icily, seeing Lin Tian's gaze shift momentarily behind him. The fat man seized the opportunity. Spare my life, and I will offer you my daughter for the night. I assure you she is still a virgin and will satisfy you. Slap. Lin Tian's hand connected sharply with the fat man's face, causing him to stagger, several teeth loosened by the force. I have offered her to you. Just let me go. The fat man implored. Sir, please spare him. I will be yours, the girl said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, yes, she is yours. Spare me. The fat man cried. Is he still worthy of being called your father? Does such a man merit your plea? Lin Tian asked the girl if he is still my father. Her voice faltered as she was overcome with emotion. Father, what father? From this moment forth, you shall have no father, only a master, the fat man thundered, then turned to Lin Tian with a sycophantic grin. Lin Tian approached the muscular man's vehicle, retrieving 2 cans of food and 2 bottles of water before pushing the vehicle to the roadside. For her sake, I shall spare your life today. The vehicle still holds ample supplies. Consider it a gift. Climbing into the fat man's car, the girl followed suit, remaining silent, with the keys in the ignition. Lin Tian quickly started the engine, and the car began to roll forward. Lin Tian, you're quite cruel. That car is out of fuel. The journey to the human settlement could be quite lengthy, and walking there may prove challenging. Xiaoling cautioned in Lin Tian's mind that I left him a bit of food. Whether he survives is up to fate. Truthfully, I would prefer to have severed his head, Lin Tian thought. You must be hungry. Eat this, he offered a can to the girl, who silently accepted it and began to eat, her manners refined despite her evident hunger. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Tian inquired once she finished. I am now yours. I shall do as you wish. She replied, her face still tinged with sorrow yet tinged with a hint of blush. You need not feel bound. You are free. It would be disingenuous to claim Lin Tian harbored no desires for the girl. Yet he was unwilling to exploit her vulnerability. Tears fell anew from her eyes as she spoke. Do you wish to cast me aside? Do you not realize in this transformed world, a girl like me alone faces a grim fate? Lin Tian was all too aware of the reality. Yunmei had at least had a man by her side, yet her fate was dire. This girl, with her greater beauty, would surely become a mere plaything for men. Xiaoling, do you have any solutions? Lin Tian pondered. Yes, you can expend 100 dimensional powers to store her within the star ring space that in the future, when you enter this world, you can bring her along again without expending energy. However, you cannot bring her to your own space. The consequences would be her instantaneous annihilation, Xiaoling explained. Why is it that re-entry requires no energy, and why can she not be taken to the real world? Lin Tian questioned. When you place her into the star ring space, it is akin to establishing a contract with the star ring. This contract allows her to traverse freely between this world and the star ring. However, it also binds her to the star ring for her existence. Should she leave, she would cease to exist. The world exists within the star ring, thus it does not count as leaving, Xiaoling clarified. Is it possible to send her to another world? Lin Tian inquired. That is not feasible, at least at your current state. You lack the capability to do so, Xiaoling replied. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment, and the young girl, believing he was about to dismiss her, tightly grasped his right hand, pleading, Please, don't send me away. I will do whatever you ask. The presence of such a stunning beauty beside you, requesting your compliance, would stir even a saint. Lin Tian was certainly no saint. He felt a rush of warmth, and the girl, her head bowed, blushed deeply, yet her grip on his hand remained unyielding. Let go. My driving skills are rather poor, and this vehicle is as temperamental as an old man. If anything goes awry, it could be troublesome, Lin Tian remarked. Noticing that the girl still wouldn't release her hold, he added, I want to drive you away. What is your name? Upon hearing Lin Tian's assurance, the girl finally loosened her grip and replied, I am Yang Shi. I am Lin Tian. You may simply call me by my name. He said, Yang Shi, let us forget the past. If you follow my lead, I assure you, you shall not go hungry. Thank you. Is there a gathering point for humans ahead in Yantian City? Yang Shi asked. Lin Tian replied, there is indeed a gathering point, although it is more aptly referred to as a refugee camp. That it is quite chaotic there, so do not stray from my side. I promise I will stay close. Yang Shi declared, clearly exhausted from their journey. Having been hungry and sleepless, she had managed to eat a little, and, with Lin Tian beside her, she soon drifted into slumber. The vintage vehicle moved at a sluggish pace. And after 3 hours, Lin Tian finally arrived at a human settlement, a small village where the zombies had presumably been cleared away, allowing some people to gather. Numerous tents dotted the open spaces, and many individuals sat on the ground, gazing vacantly into the distance. Yang Shi awoke to the sound of the car, drawing the attention of several individuals who approached, some wielding bricks or wooden sticks. Get out and hand over your food and water. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite, threatened a one-eyed man, striking the top of Lin Tian's vehicle with his weapon. And how do you intend to be impolite? Lin Tian retorted, pressing the unloaded gun he had taken from the fat man against the one-eyed man's forehead. Cold sweat broke out on the one-eyed man's brow. He had no way of discerning whether the gun was loaded. This is a misunderstanding, my good sir. The others who had surrounded them swiftly retreated. It was a fool's errand to provoke a man with a gun, even with mere sticks. Get lost, Lin Tian exclaimed, kicking the robust one-eyed man, sending him sprawling 3 meters away, which startled those who had contemplated a sneak attack. Yang Shi felt a flicker of joy at this display. In such a post-apocalyptic world, following a strong man greatly increased her chances of survival. She stepped out of the car and approached Lin Tian. His earlier show of strength deterred the predatory gazes directed at her, and none dared approach him with their weapons drawn. Lin Tian, I have a twin sister in Yantian City. Could you please help rescue her? Yang Shi implored. Lin Tian paused. Yantian City? Within the city. Are you certain she is still alive? Yang Shi explained. Yes, she's inside the city. When the chaos erupted, she did not flee with the crowd, but rather hid in our basement with some food that we spoke on the phone 3 days ago. She was fine then, but 2 days ago, I could no longer reach her. I believe you came to Yantian City to save your sister. However, your stepfather, I doubt he has such noble intentions, Lin Tian remarked. Yang Shi's expression darkened. When my mother remarried, my sister was sent away to a wealthy family. I told her there was a secret room in the basement containing much gold. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Your stepfather likely intends to seize that so-called gold for himself. Yang Shi nodded silently. All right, I will attempt to rescue her. Now I need to find a vehicle. Driving that old car into the city would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Tian declared, as a young girl. Yang Shi had no alternative ideas. She would follow Lin Tian's lead. Many had fled to this place, so vehicles were available, but Lin Tian dismissed the ordinary ones, setting his sights on a military Humvee. Remarkable! They even managed to acquire a military vehicle. With its capabilities, entering the city will be much safer, Lin Tian thought to himself as he approached the Humvee. Stop! Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Several individuals emerged from a nearby building, one of whom brandished a loaded handgun. The scar man looked intimidating, flanked by several younger companions armed with long knives. Boss, what a beautiful girl, one of the young men whispered, but Lin Tian's acute hearing picked up every word. Lin Tian, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly activated his skills, closing the distance of 5 meters in an instant. Before the scarred man could raise his weapon, Lin Tian snatched it from his grasp. My good sir, I trust you won't mind if I borrow your vehicle for a while, he said, pointing the stolen gun at the scarred man's forehead. Mind? You dare ask if I mind while pointing a gun at my head? The scarred man seethed with indignation but dared not make any sudden moves, recalling Lin Tian's remarkable speed. "Brother, take the car. I've filled it with gas for a quick getaway," the scarred man conceded. "You are quite agreeable," Lin Tian replied. "Now the keys." The scarred man handed over the keys. "Yang Shi, go and see if it starts. And check if there's enough fuel. By the way, you could drive, right?" Lin Tian instructed. Yang Shi nodded, took the keys, and climbed into the vehicle. "Lin Tian, the tank is full. It starts," she reported from inside. Lin Tian stepped back, directing his gun at a man with a knife measuring over half a meter. "And why, good sir, I apologize, but I've taken a liking to your knife. May I borrow it?" Of course, of course." The man, feeling the threat of the gun, quickly tossed the knife to Lin Tian. With a slight smile, Lin Tian caught the long knife in his left hand, swinging it lightly. The feel was acceptable. 3 minutes later, Lin Tian and Yang Shi were speeding away from the village in the military Humvee. The vehicle's performance was far superior to the old car, and they sped down the road, crashing through a few scattered zombies without hesitation. "Lin Tian, can we really reach the city to save my sister? The zombies there are far more numerous than outside." Yang Shi expressed her concerns. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid?" Yang Shi shook her head. "Even if you don't go, I will find a way to enter the city alone. She is my only family in this world. I hope your sister doesn't succumb to hunger and venture out of the basement." Lin Tian thought, but left the sentence unspoken. "How do you know how to drive?" Xiao Ling queried in his mind. "I worked in a repair shop for 2 years. After a while, I picked it up," Lin Tian replied casually. The distance from the previous village to Yuntian City was merely 20 to 30 kilometers. At the speed of the military Humvee, they covered the distance in just over 10 minutes. "Where is your sister?" Lin Tian inquired. In the Beehive Villa area, approximately 30 kilometers from here," Yang Shi responded. Lin Tian had scanned the map of Yuntian City, and Xiaoling promptly provided him with a route. 30 kilometers should be a swift journey outside the city, but given the urban conditions, their speed would inevitably decrease due to zombie attacks and abandoned vehicles obstructing the road. "Close the windows," Lin Tian commanded. Yang Shi quickly complied, shutting the partially open windows. Ahead, a group of 10 zombies appeared, unafraid and charging toward the vehicle upon sensing the scent of living beings, seeking death. Lin Tian let out a cold snort, pressed the accelerator, and the military Hummer first sent several zombies flying before crushing them beneath its wheels. This gruesome sight left Yang Shi's complexion ghastly pale. "Do not be afraid. They are merely a few zombies," Lin Tian reassured her. Yang Shi murmured, "Lin Tian, you seem utterly unafraid." Afraid? It would indeed be astonishing if Lin Tian, who has slain thousands of zombies over the years, were still frightened by these ordinary ones. The virus has only been spreading for just over 10 days. In such a brief time, even Y2-level zombies have yet to evolve. For him, dealing with these ordinary zombies is as simple as chopping vegetables, Lin Tian explained. There is nothing to fear. Although they may appear terrifying, in reality, they are pitiably weak. However, as time progresses, evolved forms may emerge among them. "And those are the real headaches. Can zombies really evolve?" Yang Shi asked. "Indeed, there's a saying that life will always find a way, although I do not entirely agree that these zombies are a form of life. In fact, they are. Zombies can evolve, and so can humans," Lin Tian replied. "Though we need to find some food out if your sister is still in the basement. She has likely been hungry for quite some time." Xiao Ling marked the location of a large supermarket in Lin Tian's mind. Perhaps due to the zombies still acclimating to daytime activity, there were actually not many on the streets, after crashing through dozens of zombies. The Hummer came to a halt in front of the supermarket. "Wait in the car. I will go find some food and return shortly," Lin Tian instructed. Yang Shi grasped Lin Tian's hand, her face pale as she said, "Lin Tian, I am afraid." Lin Tian patted her hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not fear. It will only take a moment, at most 3 minutes. The glass of the military Hummer is incredibly sturdy. Those zombies could never break through. And look, there are no zombies within 100 meters. Then please hurry." Yang Shi released Lin Tian's hand, unconsciously revealing her deep reliance on him. She felt utterly safe when he was present, and even a brief separation of just a few minutes left her anxious. Lin Tian nodded, opened the car door, and swiftly closed it behind him. "I entered to save time. He employed his skillful footwork, darting into the supermarket like lightning. Lin Tian had anticipated the presence of zombies within the supermarket. Thus, when one lunged at him, he was not the least bit surprised. He deftly sidestepped and continued to search for food and water, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements with them. Lin Tian, the food section is over there. Xiao Ling reminded him in his mind. Following her guidance, Lin Tian swiftly navigated through the horde of zombies. Many of them were likely former supermarket employees and customers present when the virus spread, while others may have come searching for food, only to lose their lives in the process. On the ground lay several bags, likely brought in by those who had come for supplies. Lin Tian quickly snatched one up, tossing a few bottles of congee and several cans of beef into it, ensuring he also gathered some water. After all, one could survive days without food, but only 2 days without water would lead to dire consequences. Lin Tian, several zombies are converging towards the entrance, Xiao Ling warned. Lin Tian nodded, grasped the bag, and leapt into action, stepping on the heads of the zombies as he made his way out. Though he lacked internal strength, his exceptional physical fitness allowed him to execute his agile footwork with precision. His footwork, capable of traversing waves, made walking atop zombies' heads a trivial affair. However, to avoid alarming Yang Shi, Lin Tian descended from his elevated position just before reaching the supermarket entrance. Deftly maneuvering past the zombies towards the waiting Hummer, that moment. Yang Shi was inside the Hummer, terrified to the point of tears, as zombies relentlessly pounded on the glass, their horrific growls echoing in her ears. Intensifying her panic, Lin Tian, "Hurry back, please come back," she whispered repeatedly. Outside the Hummer, Lin Tian sprang into action, kicking zombies away as they were sent flying several meters. He opened the door and slipped inside. Feeling a twinge of heartache at the sight of Yang Shi, who was crying like a child, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness at her overwhelming fear. Lin Tian, upon seeing his return, Yang Shi hastily wiped away her tears. They are so terrifying. It felt like they could shatter the glass in an instant. Lin Tian comforted her. It's all right, it's all right. They are merely a few little zombies. We shall go rescue your sister now." As Lin Tian mentioned her sister, Yang Shi's attention shifted, her fear momentarily dissipating. The vehicle roared back to life, heading towards the Baihai Villa area. Yang Shi, "What is your sister's name?" "Her name is Yang Shui. We both carry our biological father's surname." Yang Shi replied, "That we just started our first year of college, never imagining the world would transform into this. Now, college feels like a distant dream. College, the knowledge gained there is largely rendered useless in such a world. What we need to learn is how to survive in this new reality. The harsh truth will swiftly teach the survivors the skills necessary for existence in this apocalyptic time. However, many will likely perish in the process of learning." Lin Tian remarked, "Your sister is quite clever. If she had chosen to flee the city like everyone else, not only would the chances of escaping be less than 5%, but even if she succeeded, there would be a 99% chance she would become a plaything for men." "Wouldn't she?" Yang Shi replied softly, "But if no one comes to save her, she will starve to death in the basement. And even if rescued, can she truly escape such a fate? This world has changed, becoming utterly unfamiliar to me. That my sister and I are merely fragile women. How can we survive in such a world? We can only choose to rely on powerful men. Lin Tian, I hope you will not abandon me and my sister. Let us discuss everything once we find your sister," Lin Tian said, as the military Hummer barreled forward, crushing zombies in its path. However, a cluster of 200 to 300 zombies up ahead caused Lin Tian to furrow his brow. "Lin Tian, someone just fled into the street but was surrounded and attacked by zombies. They're now dead," Xiao Ling informed him. "Yang Shi, brace yourself." Lin Tian gritted his teeth and slammed down on the accelerator. The military Hummer roared to life, charging into the horde of zombies with immense force, sending them flying as the vehicle shook violently. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to maintain control of the steering wheel under such circumstances. However, Lin Tian was no ordinary individual. His hands gripped the wheel tightly, refusing to ease off the accelerator. If he did so, the loss of momentum could plunge them into the midst of the zombies. Although 200 to 300 zombies posed little threat, once combat ensued, it might attract far more than just that number. Blood nearly obscured the windshield, prompting Lin Tian to activate the wipers, clearing the gore, a truly horrifying scene. Yang Shi clutched her seat tightly, her small hands turning pale. Though it felt lengthy, it was merely a matter of seconds before the vehicle burst free from the zombie-infested area, having flattened nearly 80 or 90 zombies. Yet the Hummer speed had been forced down to less than 10 miles per hour. Even with the accelerator pressed to the floor. "All right, relax." Lin Tian gradually increased the Hummer's speed once more, freeing his right hand to pat Yang Shi's shoulder. "Lin Tian, I almost thought we were going to perish at the hands of those zombies," Yang Shi exclaimed, still shaken. Lin Tian smiled faintly. "They lack the ability to take us down, but if the vehicle were to come to a complete stop, that would indeed be problematic. That in that case, we would have to abandon the car, which would significantly slow our progress." After this, there were no further complications. In just 20 minutes, Lin Tian had navigated the vehicle to the Baihai Villa area. "Xiaoling, see if you can locate her," he instructed in his mind. "Lin Tian, it is that one. Let us hurry over." Yang Shi pointed to a villa nestled halfway up the mountain. "Your sister's stepfather appears to be quite wealthy. However, you mentioned that your sister was the only one in the basement. Doesn't Yang Shui's stepfather have family residing here?" Yang Shi shook her head. "For the first 2 years after moving in, my sister was very favored, but after 2 years, when she had a younger brother, she was no longer the apple of their eye and gradually became forgotten by that family. They are exceedingly wealthy and reside in another villa area. In this villa, only my sister and a few servants remain. Those servants hurried home to escape when the chaos erupted. I often visited to keep her company. That is how she managed to avoid becoming too solitary." As the vehicle ascended the mountain road, approximately a kilometer from the villa, Xiao Ling relayed in Lin Tian's mind. "Lin Tian, I have detected a girl in the basement, almost identical to Yang Shi. It must be your sister, Yang Shui, who still shows signs of life but has unfortunately succumbed to hunger." Lin Tiansong let out a sigh of relief, feeling faint from hunger, knowing that a little sustenance would soon restore him. His greatest fear was that Yang Shui, unable to withstand the pangs of hunger, might rush out of the basement or, in her desperation, take her own life. "Lin Tian, there are over 20 zombies in the villa," Xiao Ling exclaimed. "Just over 20 zombies," Lin Tian replied nonchalantly as he drove the Hummer directly to the villa's front. "Lin Tian, I'm a bit scared," Yang Shi murmured, and Lin Tian understood that her fear was not of the zombies rushing out at the sound of the car, but of the possibility that her sister had become one of them. He patted her hand reassuringly and said, "Do not fear. Fortune favors the brave. Your sister will be safe. I'm certain she is waiting for us in the basement." Yang Shi nodded softly. "Stay in the car for a moment. I will take care of these damned zombies." With that, Lin Tian exited the vehicle, wielding a watermelon knife that measured 50 to 60 centimeters in length. The zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, howled and lunged toward Lin Tian. Rather than retreat, he charged forward, swiftly severing a zombie's head with a single swing of the knife. His movements were precise and efficient. Within half a minute, all 20 zombies lay lifeless, and not a drop of blood marred his clothing. "Lin Tian, your swordsmanship and agility have greatly improved," Xiao Ling praised in his mind. "Xiao Ling, it's no small feat. I appreciate your lack of criticism this time." Lin Tian responded mentally as he made his way back to the Hummer. Yang Shi opened the car door and stepped out, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Lin Tian, how are you so formidable? Those zombies can be quite a challenge, yet you made it seem as effortless as chopping vegetables. It's incredible." "Enough with the astonishment. We must rescue your sister," Lin Tian declared, retrieving a bag of food from the car and locking the door behind him. The two made their way toward the villa. Although Lin Tian was already aware of the basement's location and how to navigate it, he allowed Yang Shi to lead the way. It would be rather peculiar for someone who had never been there to know where the basement was located. After a 5-minute walk, they arrived at the entrance to the basement, which was secured by a heavy steel door, providing a safe refuge from the outside world. Not even the most formidable of zombies could breach such a strong barrier. Fortunately, the chaos had only unfolded a little over 10 days prior, and it seemed that the power supply had not yet been disrupted. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to starting the backup generator to open the door. "This door requires a code to open from the outside, but once inside, you just need to press a button," Yang Shi explained, quickly entering the code on the keypad. The door swung open, and she rushed inside, entering a hall that connected to several rooms. Without hesitation, she headed toward room 1. It seemed that Yang Shui had mentioned during their phone call that she was in room 1. Lin Tian thought to himself, knowing through Xiaoling that Yang Shui was indeed there. After Lin Tian entered the basement, the steel door automatically shut behind him. He carried the bag of food toward room 1. Lin Tian. "Water! My sister needs water!" Yang Shui exclaimed as she dashed out, unexpectedly colliding with Lin Tian and inhaling his invigorating scent. Startled, Lin Tian stepped back and quickly retrieved a bottle of water from the bag. Yang Shui had fainted from hunger. After Yang Shui dripped water on her lips, her eyes fluttered open, and in a hoarse voice she asked, "Sister, is that you? Is this already hell? But even in hell, seeing you is a blessing." Tears streamed down Yang Shui's face as she replied, "No, it's not hell. I'm here, sister. I'm so sorry for the suffering you've endured. Please drink some water." Yang Shui was so parched that she swiftly drained the entire bottle. Lin Tian then opened a bottle of 8 treasure porridge and handed it to Yang Shui, saying, "Feed her some, but be careful not to give her too much, or her stomach won't be able to handle it after being empty for so long." Yang Shui nodded and carefully fed Yang Shui, who regained some strength after consuming most of the porridge. She looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Sister, who is he?" "I am Lin Tian, a friend of your sister." He replied, "A friend? A mere friend wouldn't risk his life to come into the city to save me, would he?" "Sister, is he your boyfriend?" Yang Shui whispered the last part into Yang Shui's ear. Yang Shui's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond. "Yang Shui, you are exhausted. You should sleep for a while," Lin Tian suggested, noticing her fatigue. Yang Shui nodded and instantly fell into a deep slumber. As evening approached, the number of zombies surged at night, making it perilous to venture out. "We will spend the night here. You take care of your sister, and I'll rest in the adjacent room," Lin Tian said before leaving the room and entering room 2. The room contained a large bed, and beside it stood a sizable wardrobe. Lin Tian quickly prepared the bed with blankets and pillows. However, after merely 3 minutes of lying down, he noticed the door creak open, and Yang Shui stepped inside. "Yang Shui, is something the matter?" Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Without a word, Yang Shui began shedding her clothes, revealing her flawless form before Lin Tian's eyes. Struggling to contain his desire, he said, "Yang Shui, I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please leave, or I may lose control. I'll call you Lin Dage, Big Brother Lin." "Lin Dage, I am here willingly," Yang Shui declared, stepping closer to him, her enticing figure radiating temptation. If Lin Tian could withstand such allure, he would surely be a saint. With a groan of restraint, he lunged forward, pushing Yang Shui onto the bed. Having never experienced such intimacy before, he had never even kissed a girl. Lin Tian found that instinct guided him. As he kissed Yang Shui's soft, luscious lips, the exquisite sensation nearly made him moan aloud. His tongue delved in her mouth, teasing her sweet tongue while their lips danced together. As his hands roamed, he marveled at the shape of Yang Shui's delicate form, kissing from her lips to her neck and finally to her bosom, savoring every moment. Yang Shui, overwhelmed by pleasure, let out her first moan, igniting Lin Tian's passion further. "Yang Shui, I want to enter." "Lin Dage, please be gentle with me," Yang Shui responded, parting her legs to welcome Lin Tian's advance. Lin Tian gazed deeply into her eyes, and with a forceful push, he entered her, causing a rush of crimson to stain the pristine sheets. The pain of losing her virginity brought tears to Yang Shui's eyes. Lin Tian halted, waiting for her shy nod before he began to move slowly. Her moans intensified, and Lin Tian, with his extraordinary vitality, fought fiercely. Yet, being a novice, he too reached his peak as Yang Shui climaxed for the second time. "Yang Shui, I am sorry for being so rough," Lin Tian whispered, cradling her in his arms and caressing her silky hair. Yang Shui wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest as she softly replied, "Lin Dage, do not blame yourself. Although it was painful at first, it became pleasurable afterward. You're just so strong, Lin Dage. I could barely keep up. From now on, I will belong to you, so please take care of me. I will speak to my sister tomorrow. She will likely choose to stay with you as well. Then, we can always be together." The thought of two identical beauties lying in bed, at his mercy, ignited a fire within Lin Tian that he felt a surge of desire pressing against Yang Shi's abdomen. Lin Dage, I cannot take it anymore. Please, spare me, Yang Shi said, looking at him apologetically. Lin Tian chuckled softly. No worries, just sleep. The next morning Yang Shi awoke early. As she stirred, Lin Tian also roused from his slumber. What is wrong, Yang Shi? Why not sleep a little longer? Lin Tian asked gently, noticing the wall clock indicated it was barely past 5. Yang Shi's face flushed slightly. It's about my sister. Understanding her concern that Yang Shui might walk in and witness them together, Lin Tian reassured her, it's all right. I will help you with any discomfort you have. With a playful smile, he reached his hand down to caress Yang Shi's smooth, flat abdomen. Although they had already been intimate the previous night, at this moment, Yang Shi's cheeks were still flushed with embarrassment. She tightly shut her eyes, feeling as though Lin Tian's hand possessed an enchanting power. His right hand lingered over her intimate area, a warm current flowing from his palm in her body. Swiftly erasing the pain left from the previous night's fervor, in astonishment, Yang Shi opened her eyes. Lin Gu, how is this possible? Did I not tell you yesterday that both humans and zombies can evolve? This must be a form of evolution, one that existed even before the outbreak of the virus. Lin Tian replied, his gaze drifting to Yang Shi's prominent bosom, a surge of desire igniting within him. Sure. Shall we engage in a morning exercise? With that, he rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Lin Gu, Yang Shi attempted to say something, but was silenced by Lin Tian's kiss upon her soft lips. In the next moment, desire flared anew, and the sounds of her moans echoed through the 2 doors and walls, reaching the ears of Yang Shui next door. Having rested through the night, Yang Shui was awakened by the sounds, her cheeks burning as she buried her head deeply into the quilt. After more than an hour, Yang Shi had succumbed 3 times, allowing Lin Tian to finally reach his climax. Lin Gu, are you too formidable? Or is Shi just too weak? Yang Shi remarked, feeling utterly exhausted. Lin Tian playfully grasped her bosom and chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. Yang Shui has already awakened. Yang Shi was startled and hurriedly struggled to sit up and dress. My sister must have heard everything. She rushed to Yang Shui's room, while Lin Tian lay back on the bed, contemplating how to arrange matters for the sisters, pondering if he could abandon them, an act he deemed impossible, as he found it hard to part with them. It was essential to expend some of his dimensional power to bring them into the star ring. However, the current space within the star ring was limited. It could accommodate brief rests, but they could not remain there indefinitely. Most of the time, they needed to live in this world. Yet, with the chaos that now enveloped it, finding a safe place for them was challenging. If he remained here, he was not overly concerned for Yang Shi and her sister's safety. But if he returned to the real world or ventured elsewhere, their security would be at risk. Xiaoling, do you have any good solutions? Lin Tian pondered in his mind. Method 1. Establish a certain influence. With power, protecting the 2 of them will become easier. Method 2. Expend dimensional power to enhance their abilities so that they can survive in the apocalypse on their own. However, this will consume a significant amount of your dimensional power. As compared to you, they will need to expend double the power to gain equivalent strength. For example, if you need 1 unit of dimensional power to enhance a single cell strength, they would require 2. Xiaoling, what is your suggestion? Lin Tian inquired. Implement both methods simultaneously, enhance their strength a bit, and also form an elite team. Xiaoling advised. It seemed that was the only way forward. Xiaoling, how much dimensional power do I currently possess? Lin Tian asked. You currently have 175 units of dimensional power, along with 60 years of internal energy. Lin Tian mused, needing 200 units of dimensional power to bring them into the star ring. Convert 10 years of internal energy into dimensional power. Understood. That will raise your dimensional power to 425 units, with 50 years of internal energy. In another room, Yang Shi and Yang Shui were whispering to one another. Lin Tian refrained from allowing Xiaoling to eavesdrop on the sisters' conversation. Upon rising, he noticed that Yang Shui's face had turned a deep shade of red. When he glanced her way, she seemed like a startled rabbit, quickly averting her gaze. Lin Gu, I hope you will treat us well. Yang Shi gently grasped Yang Shui's hand. Lin Tian smiled slightly. If you two would wear matching outfits, I might not be able to tell you apart. He continued, but let's set that aside for now, that I believe I spotted a hot spring next to the villa yesterday, and the water should be uncontaminated. Why don't you both go soak in the hot spring and have a good rest? Having not bathed for several days while in the basement, Yang Shui felt an immediate discomfort at the mention of the hot spring, nodding eagerly. The basement door was flung open, and they all exited together. Inside the villa, a few zombies had somehow wandered in from elsewhere, but Lin Tian dispatched them with a few swift kicks that snapped their necks. Yang Shui and Yang Shi bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, their clothes fitting them perfectly. After taking 2 sets of Yang Shui's outfits, the trio made their way to the hot spring, which was outdoors. In the past, one might worry about being spied upon while bathing. But now, according to Xiaoling's scans, there were no other living souls within a 2,000-meter radius. Xiaoling, is this water truly safe? Lin Tian crouched down to test the water while conversing in his mind. Yes, there is generally no issue with spring water, Xiaoling assured him. But if humanity could only survive by drinking spring water, how could they endure? Such water is not readily available everywhere. Lin Tian queried in confusion. As time progressed, humanity's resistance to the virus was strengthening. In about a month's time, even infected water might become drinkable. However, many organisms within the water would be infected, and one would need to be cautious of attacks from mutated creatures while gathering it. Lin Go, let us all bathe together, Yang Shi said, her cheeks flushed. Yang Shui's head was buried even deeper into her own embrace. You two go ahead and wash. I'll keep an eye on our surroundings. Although Lin Tian felt a similar desire, he restrained himself, recognizing that there was no need to appear overly eager. Of course, should Yang Shui eventually become his woman as well, he would not mind indulging in the experience of bathing with 2 stunning beauties. Not venturing too far, Lin Tian turned his back to Yang Shi and Yang Shui, sitting down. The morning sun rose, casting a golden glow upon the landscape. Beneath such beautiful sunlight, the scene remained reminiscent of hellish chaos. Lin Tian sighed, positioned on a mountainside, where the elevation allowed him to see zombies staggering down the street not far away. What was once a bustling human metropolis had now become a dominion for the undead. After approximately an hour, Yang Shi and Yang Shui emerged, both dressed in lovely dresses, one in a seductive black and the other in a pure white. While the dresses looked exquisite, they were not particularly suitable for fleeing. Indeed, wearing jeans would have allowed for swifter escapes in the event of a zombie encounter. Nonetheless, Lin Tian refrained from commenting. They could wear whatever they wished, for he was there to ensure their safety. Lin Go, you should wash up too, Yang Shi, clad in the white dress, urged. Lin Tian nodded. Although it was October in reality, this world still lingered in August, with the temperature remaining quite high, after the exertions of the previous night. He had worked up quite a sweat. His shower didn't require the time Yang Shi and Yang Shui needed. In under 10 minutes, he emerged before them. Both of your strengths are too feeble. Even minor troubles could lead to major incidents. I will first help increase your strength. Then we shall venture out of the city, for it is far too dangerous here. Even during the day, the number of zombies on the streets can rival that of the night. Returning to the villa, Lin Tian addressed Yang Shi and Yang Shui. Yang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Enhance our strength? Can it really be done in an instant without prolonged training? Lin Tian nodded. However, it cannot be increased too much at once. Otherwise, you may struggle to adapt to the sudden influx of power, which could lead to complications. Lin Ge, this will consume your strength, won't it? Yang Shui queried. Expenditures of dimensional power do indeed equate to a consumption of strength, Lin Tian acknowledged with a slight nod. Yang Shui replied. Then Lin Ge, please do not assist us. With you to protect us, we will be quite safe, won't we? If your strength is diminished, we might not even escape the city. Do not worry. A slight enhancement will not significantly impact my strength. Yang Shi, you shall go first. Lin Tian grasped Yang Shi's hand, a stream of warmth flowing into her body, enhancing her cellular strength and vitality. As for her mental strength, Yang Shi's was already at 60, above the average level, so Lin Tian did not intend to boost that this time. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian released Yang Shi's hand. Lin Ge, my cellular strength was originally 41, and my vitality 52. Following your guidance, Both have increased to 75, consuming a total of 114 units of dimensional power. Xiao Ling informed Lin Tian within his mind. Lin Gu, I feel invigorated all over. Yang Shi tightened her small fists. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Your strength now matches that of a robust adult male. In the gym, there are devices for testing strength. Yang Shui exclaimed, Sister, has your strength really increased? Let us go check. Yang Shi nodded, eager to discover the extent of her newfound power. A few minutes later, they arrived at the gym. Yang Shui, do you enjoy working out? Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings and remarked that the equipment here was exceptionally comprehensive, even surpassing that of some fitness clubs. Yang Shui nodded in agreement, saying, when one feels bored at home, it's nice to play around. The trio approached a machine designed to test punching power. Sister, I recall that during your last visit, your punching power was 60 kilograms. Let's see how much it has improved this time, Yang Shui suggested. Yang Shi nodded, positioned herself before the punching target, inhaled deeply, and delivered a powerful punch to the target. The machine announced, punching power, 110 kilograms. Unbelievable, Yang Shui exclaimed. Sister, your technique is rather unrefined. With a bit more finesse in your punching skills, you could easily reach 150 kilograms. As she spoke, Yang Shui took a deep breath and struck the target with a forceful punch. Her technique was significantly more precise than Yang Shi's, and the machine registered 90 kilograms. Sister, you have surpassed me. Yang Shui, come here. Lin Tian extended his hand. Yang Shui's face flushed slightly as she glanced at Yang Shi before obediently placing her small hand in Lin Tian's grip. The soft sensation of Yang Shui's hand stirred Lin Tian's heart. In truth, even from a distance, he could summon Xiaoling to enhance their physical attributes, but the notion of transmitting power from afar seemed too fantastical. Besides, how could he miss this opportunity to hold her hand openly? 5 minutes swiftly passed as Lin Tian basked in the softness of Yang Shui's hand. The enhancement concluded, revealing Yang Shui's cellular strength at 46, vitality at 54, and mental energy at 61, with no increase in mental power. The energy consumed for enhancing cellular strength and vitality to 75 totaled 100 units, leaving Lin Tian with 211 units of energy. Xiaoling communicated in Lin Tian's mind. Yang Shui, her face flushed, retracted her hand, and steadied her emotions before delivering another punch. Punching power, 154 kilograms. The machine's announcement left Yang Shui in disbelief. In just 5 short minutes, her punching power had surged by over 60 kilograms, a feat almost unimaginable. Brother Lin, you should give it a try and see how much power you can generate, Yang Shui suggested, glancing at Lin Tian, who stood smiling nearby. Lin Tian nodded. He had never truly tested his own strength and was curious to discover it, without any pretense, before Yang Shi and Yang Shui could fully comprehend. Lin Tian unleashed a formidable punch that struck the target with such force that the entire gym resonated with a dull thud. Punching power, 823 kilograms. Both Yang Shi and Yang Shui gasped in astonishment. Such an alarming figure was beyond even that of world-class champions. Brother Lin, you are incredibly powerful. No wonder you don't regard those zombies as a threat, Yang Shi remarked. Lin Tian smiled slightly. His disregard for the zombies was not solely due to his strength. Even someone with strength comparable to his wouldn't dare charge into a horde of zombies. That was his agility and strategy that served as his true advantage. Lin Tian said, you are still not accustomed to your newfound strength. There are provisions in the villa. Let us remain here for a few more days. These machines can help you familiarize yourselves with your abilities. Practice for now. Yang Shi and Yang Shui nodded in agreement, both feeling somewhat uncomfortable with their bodies and prone to miscalculating their strength. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he exited the gym, contemplating where to procure firearms. Firstly, they might come in handy when leaving the city, as wielding a knife would be inconvenient while driving. Secondly, he intended to have Yang Shi and her sister practice marksmanship. Having firearms would significantly enhance their safety should they leave the city. While others might not fear a girl with the strength of an adult man, they would think twice about confronting one armed with a gun. Sighing, Lin Tian thought about the stark differences between this apocalypse and the previous one, where he had entered a place resembling America, with firearms readily available. Here, it felt akin to being in China, where acquiring guns was far more challenging, Xiaoling, do you have any suggestions? Lin Tian inquired in his mind. 10 kilometers from here, there is a special rapid response team stationed in the city. They've already evacuated, so they should have left behind a considerable amount of weaponry. Xiaoling informed Lin Tian. Xiaoling, how do you know this? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Are you unaware of something called the internet? The apocalypse has only begun a little over 10 days ago, and much of the network is still operational. Xiaoling replied disdainfully. Lin Tian, you're not thinking of heading there now, are you? If zombies arrive here, they could return in less than an hour. What trouble could arise? This is halfway up a mountain. So the number of zombies coming here should be relatively few. Still, it's best to inform them first. Lin Tian muttered as he made his way back to the GYM.T. Oh, his surprise. As soon as he spoke, both Yang Shi and Yang Shui objected to Lin Tian going alone. Brother Lin, generally, there aren't too many zombies in this mountainous area. But who knows if they might suddenly go berserk and rush up here. We coming with you. Yang Shi insisted. We can be of assistance. Our strength has increased significantly, and we can help carry things. Besides, my sister has been hiding in the basement and needs to experience the terror of zombies firsthand. Otherwise, even if she gains strength, she might falter upon encountering those terrifying creatures. Yang Shui added, yes, Brother Lin, it's safer to stick with you. Even if no zombies attack, who knows if any survivors might come here. As my sister said, many humans are more terrifying than zombies. Lin Tian reluctantly nodded. All right, if you wish to accompany me, then do so, but do not stray from my side. Furthermore, should zombies appear, do not engage them. I will handle it. You both are still unaccustomed to your strength, and a single misstep could lead to a zombie being harmed. Yang Shi and Yang Shui readily agreed. With gasoline available in the villa, Lin Tian filled the military Humvee, and the three of them swiftly set off towards the location Xiaoling had indicated for the Special Forces team. The sound of the vehicle attracted numerous zombies. Their numbers significantly greater than the previous day. Lin Tian felt a heaviness in his heart. The zombies were rapidly adapting to moving in sunlight, a troubling development. Zombies were violently struck aside and crushed beneath the military Humvee. With blood splattering across Lin Tian's freshly cleaned windshield, as the haunting cries of the zombies echoed and the terrifying creatures charged the vehicle, Yang Shui, frightened, turned pale and clung tightly to Yang Shi in the back seat. Don't be afraid, little Shui. Brother Lin will protect us. These zombies are no match for him. Yang Shi comforted. Sister, why is this happening? Why has the world turned into this? Why have humans become such frenzied zombies? Were they not already dead? How can they still move and bite? Yang Shui wept. Yang Shi, equally bewildered, could only gently pat Yang Shui's back to soothe her. Meanwhile, Lin Tian drove, explaining, humans have gone too far. And heaven could not stand idly by a virus spread, directly infecting a portion of humanity. They transformed into zombies, their life force extinguished. As humans, they are dead. Yet the virus allows them to persist in a state resembling living corpses. For now, zombies possess no intelligence, driven solely by instinct, the instinct to consume flesh. Under such primal urges, the initially infected humans violently attack their former kin. Being bitten does not immediately turn one into a zombie. It takes several hours. The infected then spread the virus across various cities, leading to a rapid proliferation of the outbreak. Everything happened so suddenly that even the government could not control in time. Brother Lin, how do you know so much? Yang Shi asked curiously. Lin Tian smiled slightly. It's merely simple reasoning. You could deduce it too if you thought about it, as they progressed, colliding with and crushing 100 or 200 zombies. They finally arrived at the location Xiaoling had indicated. Lin Tian, go inside. You're at the right place. However, this is just the surface. There is a small base underground. Xiaoling instructed in Lin Tian's mind. Xiaoling, since there is a base here, wouldn't anyone have sought refuge down there? Lin Tian queried that you think everyone is aware that this is the station for the Special Rapid Response Team? Even if they knew, how many would be aware of the underground base? When the virus spread, everyone was focused on escaping the city. Who would think about this base? That Special Forces team likely evacuated to protect important personnel. Xiaoling explained that as the military Humvee entered the yard, 2 zombies staggered about in the middle and were immediately knocked down and crushed. Hearing the sound of the vehicle, 5 zombies rushed out from inside the building. Lin Tian swiftly exited the vehicle, drawing his blade in a flurry, quickly dispatching the zombies by severing their heads. Shouting, "Where's the entrance to the underground base? Many zombies will soon arrive here." Lin Tian Dao. Xiao Ling swiftly informed Lin Tian of the entrance to the underground base. "You just go ahead, and I will control the opening of the base door. Hurry, stay close to me," Lin Tian said to Yang Shi and Yang Shui. The two nodded and closely followed Lin Tian, for they dared not confront the terrifying zombies. Before long, they arrived at a steel door, which Lin Tian opened to reveal a staircase descending below. "Go down," Lin Tian commanded, shutting the steel door behind them. The power had not been cut. The area was equipped with voice-activated lights, so visibility was not a concern. They swiftly descended the stairs for about 20 meters, where another door came into view, this time a sturdy steel door. The door had already been partially opened by Xiao Ling, and upon entering, Lin Tian pressed a red button beside the door, causing it to close completely. Goodness, if there is food and water, this place is quite secure until those Y2, Y3 creatures emerge. Lin Tian mused, recognizing that such a robust steel door could certainly withstand any ordinary zombie. And being 20 meters underground, sound would not reach the outside, thus evading their attention. After a thorough inspection, Lin Tian smiled and announced, "There is no need to return to the villa. We can stay here for a few days. It is sufficiently safe, and there is ample food and water. Additionally, this underground base is stocked with numerous weapons and has a space for practicing marksmanship. Practicing firearms here ensures that the noise will not attract zombies." Unlike on a mountain, naturally, Yang Shi and Yang Shui had no objections to Lin Tian's decision, as they were well aware that such a military facility was far more secure than Yang Shui's villa. Yang Shui playfully remarked, "Lin Gu, aren't you glad we came with you? Otherwise, you would have to make another trip to the mountain to fetch us." Lin Tian smiled slightly. "That is true. Had I known there was such a secure little base here, I would not have left you behind." This small underground base was divided into 3 areas. A living area with 9 rooms, 8 of which contained 4 iron beds each, while the final room had only a large bed. Furnished quite lavishly, on the table lay 2 adult magazines, which Lin Tian shook his head at disapprovingly. It was evident that this room belonged to the captain of that special forces team. However, such privileges were quite unbecoming. The other 2 areas were a weapon storage area and a training area. The weapon storage area contained an array of firearms: handguns, automatic rifles, submachine guns, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, sniper rifles, flashbangs, tear gas grenades, and hand grenades, leaving Lin Tian in awe. Xiao Ling, merely a special forces team, how could they possess such high-level equipment? Not only did they have a base, but these weapons could hardly be afforded by a single squad. Perhaps Xiao Ling is not all-powerful. It is possible that the captain of this special forces team has significant connections and has utilized his privileges. Reflecting on a lavishly furnished room with a large bed and the casually tossed magazines, Lin Tian considered the likelihood of such a scenario. Typically, a special forces captain would not dare to indulge in such extravagance, as it could lead to disciplinary action. Lin Tian retrieved 2 handguns from the weapons area, gathered several boxes of ammunition, and beckoned Yang Shi and Yang Shui to the training area, handing each of them a handgun. He instructed, "In the coming days, you must learn to use various firearms: handguns, automatic rifles, and submachine guns. Mastery is essential, and you must achieve a certain level of accuracy, as zombies can only be killed by shots to the head. If your aim is poor, you will not hit the heads of the zombies when they are running." Yang Shi and Yang Shui nodded. Although they had never handled firearms, they understood that in this transformed world, possessing strength was crucial for survival, and learning to wield firearms was an excellent method to swiftly enhance their capabilities. "That I will assist you in improving your strength in the future, but it cannot be too much. So you must learn to use firearms," Lin Tian declared. "Today we will start with handguns. I will teach you how to load bullets." Lin Tian held up an empty magazine, methodically loading bullets into it one by one. "Have you got a good look? Generally, you should load the bullets in advance. When the time comes, you can simply swap out the magazine. The enemy will not wait for you to load bullets one by one." Lin Tian inserted the magazine into the gun. "Haha, when I first fired a gun, I forgot to disengage the safety. Do not make the same mistake I did." Lin Tian said, disengaging the safety with your current strength. You can fire one-handed, but initially it is better to use both hands for greater accuracy. Bang, Lin Tian said, pulling the trigger, and the bullet shot out at high speed, piercing the bullseye of a target set 20 meters away. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. All those rounds spent practicing marksmanship had indeed paid off, as missing the target would have been quite embarrassing. This handgun has an effective range of 50 meters. I do not expect you to hit the bullseye from that distance, but at 20 meters, I hope you can manage IT. IT should not be too difficult. Even I, with my poor shooting skills, can hit the target now. Bang, bang. Yang Shi and Yang Shui loaded their magazines, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the target 20 meters away. Their first shots both missed, which Lin Tian had anticipated. Beginners often struggle to gauge the recoil of the firearm, leading to a high likelihood of missing. On their second attempt, Yang Shi hit the 3-ring, while Yang Shui hit the 2-ring. On the third shot, Yang Shi scored a 5-ring, and Yang Shui hit a 4-ring. By their fourth shot, Yang Shi hit the 8-ring, and Yang Shui the 6-ring on the fifth shot. Both Yang Shi and Yang Shui hit the bullseye, and on the sixth, they repeated the feat. By the seventh shot, they both again struck the bullseye, and the eighth shot was no different. Lin Tian gaped. The disparity was astounding. IT had taken him thousands of rounds to achieve consistent accuracy within 20 to 30 meters. Yet Yang Shi and Yang Shui managed to hit the bullseye with fewer than 10 shots. Do you now understand the difference between talent and lack thereof? Xiao Ling laughed in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian retorted fiercely in his thoughts. Shut up? I have no mouth. Xiao Ling replied. Lin Tian asked, have you two practiced shooting before? Seeing their empty magazines, he inquired. Both Yang Shi and Yang Shui shook their heads. If they had never practiced, they must indeed be prodigies, Lin Tian marveled. But Ling, you can hit the bullseye too. Yang Shui countered. True, but you both managed to achieve that in just 5 or 6 shots. While it took me, you would never guess how many rounds I fired to reach this level. Lin Tian chuckled. 20 rounds, Yang Shui guessed. Lin Tian shook his head. 50 rounds, he shook his head again. 100 rounds, another shake. 500 rounds, still shaking his head. Ling, just tell us. We cannot guess. Yang Shi urged. I've only been practicing for over 10 days, but I have fired no less than 5 or 6,000 rounds. However, I was not shooting in such a controlled environment. I was firing at zombies. I must have discharged over 1,000 rounds just to land shots on the heads of zombies at 20 to 30 meters. You might wonder why I am not afraid of zombies at all. After you have taken down a couple of thousand, you will no longer feel any fear. They are quite manageable. One bullet is enough. Lin Tian explained that a couple of thousand zombies. Yang Shi and Yang Shui gasped. Such a horde would terrify anyone. You have a talent for marksmanship, but merely hitting stationary targets is insufficient. However, there do not seem to be dynamic targets here. Once we venture outside, you can practice by shooting zombies directly. For now, familiarize yourselves with the handguns and fire off a few more magazines. Afterward, we will try other firearms. Lin Tian instructed. Yang Shi and Yang Shui nodded. Reloading their magazines and resuming their shooting practice, IT must be said they possessed an excellent aptitude for shooting, as their subsequent 2 magazines resulted in bullseyes every time. Lin Tian brought over 3 automatic rifles. And after an hour, they switched from the automatic rifles to submachine guns. Half an hour later, Yang Shi and Yang Shui had mastered the submachine guns as well. You too, if there were enough space here. I would definitely bring over the light and heavy machine guns for you to try. This is simply outrageous. It took me countless rounds to achieve what you have effortlessly accomplished. Lin Tian chuckled, genuinely pleased, knowing that Yang Shi and Yang Shui's proficiency with firearms greatly enhanced their self-defense capabilities. Ling, this is thanks to your excellent teaching. Yang Shi exclaimed, I am aware of my own limitations. I cannot take credit for that. Well then, since you have mastered firearms, the next step is to adapt to the sudden surge in strength. Lin Tiandao walked into the armory and began to fiddle with several machine guns. Xiaoling, do you think it's feasible to mount a heavy machine gun on a Hummer? He pondered in his mind. Xiaoling replied, well, it is possible to install a light machine gun, but a heavy one would be better suited for larger vehicles. Lin Tian shook his head. For now, it's just me and Yang Shi are sisters. One Hummer is sufficient. Xiaoling, can a Hummer be stored within the star ring? After it's stored, does it recognize its master and thus require no energy to retrieve? Xiaoling responded, it can indeed be stored, and it does recognize its master, allowing for energy-free retrieval afterward. However, you likely lack the energy to store the entire Hummer. It requires over 3,000 dimensions of force. Damn, 3,000 dimensions? With that much, I could enhance my strength directly instead of storing that hunk of metal. Lin Tian thought to himself, feeling frustrated. Nevertheless, he still intended to store a few handguns. Oh, right, Xiaoling, I just recalled something. Didn't you say Yang Shi and Yang Shui cannot enter the real world? Yet I have used Silver Star in reality, which I stored during that apocalyptic era. Xiaoling clarified. Living beings and non-living objects are different. You can bring non-living objects into reality without issue, but living beings cannot. This is what the previous master stated. I don't quite understand the principle, but you may experiment with it later. Capturing a cockroach or mouse should work. Lin Tian inquired, since there is a distinction between living and non-living entities, can I use Silver Star in this world? Yes, but it will consume dimensional force. Specifically half of what it takes to store items in the star ring. Zhou Bapi, Lin Tian muttered, recalling that it took 4 dimensions of force to store those 2 silver stars initially. Right, that includes 4 magazines and 2 handfuls of bullets. Let us establish a connection with this world. All right, you will need 2 dimensions of force. You currently have 210 dimensions, Xiaoling confirmed. With a thought, the 2 Silver Star handguns appeared in Lin Tian's hands. And with another thought, they vanished again. He nodded in satisfaction. Although it cost a significant amount, it was far more convenient. Xiaoling, how much dimensional force is required to store a light machine gun? Along with a belt of ammunition? He asked. Xiaoling replied, storing a light machine gun requires 8 dimensions, and a belt of ammunition costs 2 dimensions. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, picked up a light machine gun, and loaded a belt of ammunition. Stored. This piece of equipment is far more intimidating than a phone in critical moments. In the next moment, the light machine gun and belt lay comfortably within the star ring. With a thought, the vanished light machine gun reappeared in his hand. Good stuff? Lin Tian once again stored the light machine gun away. With 210 dimensions reduced by 10, he now had 200 left. Storing Yang Shi and her sisters in the star ring would require 200 dimensions. Damn, I'd be broke again. Lin Tian felt utterly speechless. Dimensional force was indeed a valuable resource, but so difficult to sustain. As time passed, by 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Tian and the others had finished their dinner, which was marked by an unusual silence. Yang Shi occasionally glanced at Lin Tian and then at Yang Shui. Her expression quite complex. Yang Shui, on the other hand, had a perpetual blush on her face. Lin Tian sensed something amiss and quietly continued his meal without speaking. Sure enough, when Lin Tian entered a room furnished with a large bed, Yang Shui timidly followed him in. Her face flushed. I swear. Have you made up your mind? Lin Tian spoke softly. Yang Shui nodded slightly, and he ceased speaking, gently closing the door behind him, wrapping his arms around her and kissing her tender, alluring lips. Tea first. Yang Shui was a bit slow to respond, but gradually she began to reciprocate Lin Tian's movements. After an intense exchange, they found themselves sprawled on a large bed. Lin Tian gently pulled down Yang Shui's alluring black dress, revealing a flawless figure before him. Last night, he had possessed a body identical to the one before him. Now, seeing Yang Shui's perfect form, her snow-white, perky breasts ignited a wild fire within him. His hands roamed over the pure maiden peaks. And Lin Tian gradually lost himself in the moment, the shape of her high bosom shifting under his touch. Though Yang Shui initially stifled her sounds, the increasing stimulation soon had her moaning softly. Each of those soft cries only fueled Lin Tian's desire. Sensing Yang Shui's rising passion and the warmth growing below, he spoke in a husky voice, Shui, I'm coming in. Yang Shui remained silent but slightly parted her legs. A low growl escaped her lips, followed by a pained cry as Lin Tian deeply penetrated her body. Lin Tian's physique far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and having shed his virginity, he quickly brought Yang Shui to climax multiple times. Yet he felt no release himself. Aware that Yang Shui was a novice and could not endure his advances much longer, he battled against the flames of desire that surged within him. Yang Shui, observing Lin Tian's pained expression, closed her eyes and called out, "Sister, come here." In the adjacent room, Yang Shi, hearing her sister's moans, felt her own desires ignite. Upon hearing Yang Shue's call, she hesitated briefly before slowly entering Lin Tian's room. Upon seeing Yang Shi, Lin Tian let out a roar, leaping from the bed to push her down, swiftly disarming her. Two nearly identical beauties lay on the bed, and the thrill of it sent Lin Tian's desire soaring once more. With a growl, he plunged into Yang Shi, rapidly advancing. That night was one of wild abandon. Yang Shi climaxed 4 or 5 times, while Yang Shui, after Lin Tian tended to her wounds, shared the burden with her sister and reached climax twice more. Lin Tian erupted twice, once within each of the sisters, and he was unconcerned about the possibility of them becoming pregnant. According to Xiaoling, their union could never lead to such an outcome, likely due to the differences in their worlds. With one arm wrapped around Yang Shui and the other around Yang Shi, Lin Tian drifted into a deep sleep, fully satisfied, while the sisters, exhausted, fell asleep one after the other after him. The next morning, the three awoke, their bond even more intimate than the day before. Lin Tian, it's already 6 in the morning in the real world. Xiaoling reminded him, Shui, I have something to tell you. After breakfast, Lin Tian called to Yang Shi and Yang Shui, preparing to share some important matters with them. Big brother Lin, what is it? Yang Shui asked as she sat down beside him, wrapping her arms around his left. Lin Tian glanced at both sisters and began to recount his story, how he was not from this world, how he acquired the star ring, and how he entered this realm. Shui, I cannot always be by your side, and for that, I apologize when I'm not around. Would you prefer to enter the star ring space or remain in this world? Tears silently streamed down the sisters' faces. They knew Lin Tian was extraordinary, but they never imagined it to this extent. Big brother Lin, you will surely have many women in the future, Yang Shi spoke, her voice breaking as she wept. Sure. Do you wish to leave me? Lin Tian asked, a hint of concern in his tone. No, my sister and I don't want to leave. Big brother Lin, please don't think of sending us away. Yang Shui clutched Lin Tian's arm tightly. If there comes a day when you grow to dislike us, my sister and I will leave on our own, to a place where you can never find us again. A place where I can never find you again? Lin Tian's heart jolted. Within the star realm, once a world was established, if one truly wished, there was no way he could ever lose track of them. Sure, do you not realize how captivating you both are to me? How could I ever come to despise you? Lin Tian embraced both Yang Shi and Yang Shui tightly. Big brother Lin, take us to the star ring space. There, we would wait for a day, while here we would have to wait for 2. Yang Shi urged. Lin Tian nodded and informed Xiaoling, and the 3 of them vanished from the underground base. The space within the star ring now measured 6 meters in length, width, and height. Xiaoling, how does the dimensional force consumption change with the spatial alterations? Lin Tian asked Xiaoling, who appeared in the guise of Zhou Yao. It consumes 1 dimension of force per day, Xiaoling replied. Lin Tian nodded. Transform this space into a 2-bedroom, 1-hall apartment. Xiaoling complied, and suddenly, the space morphed into a beautifully decorated apartment. However, it was somewhat lacking, as it contained no furnishings. Xiaoling, what about the dimensional sphere and the items I stored here? Lin Tian inquired. Xiaoling pointed upwards. They are hidden above. There are actually 2 small spaces separated above. One container holds that ball, while another contains your belongings. Yang Shi blushed and said, Lin, if we reside here, will we cause pollution to this space? This question had indeed not crossed Lin Tian's mind. He turned to Xiaoling, awaiting her response. The star ring can directly transform waste into nothingness. So there is no need for concern, Xiaoling replied, giggling. In the past, I was all alone, but now with Sister Yang Shi and Sister Yang Shui here, I am truly delighted. I will quickly furnish this place. Sure, in truth, we have never been apart. Wherever I go, the star ring accompanies me. And naturally, you both will as well. Lin Tian stated, It is already 8 o'clock outside. I must head out. Xiaoling, you mustn't bully Shi and Shui. Otherwise, I shall be quite unkind to you. Understood. Master, you are so nagging. Speaking of which, they are now both my mistresses. How could I dare? Xiaoling transformed into the form of a little angel, spoke a line, then reverted to Zhou Yao's appearance. The moment Xiao Ling sensed that the corridor outside the dormitory was vacant, Lin Tian appeared at the dormitory door like a specter. If someone were to catch him, it would surely frighten them into a faint, he muttered, knocking on the dormitory door. The door opened, revealing Xiao Bai, who sniffed delicately and remarked, "Out all night, up to no good, and reeking of feminine fragrance." Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "Xiao Bai, are you a dog?" Once inside, Wei Feng leaned in to sniff and chuckled. "Old three, be honest, what did you spend the night living it up? Was there really a scent lingering on him?" Lin Tian thought to himself, then replied aloud, "Xiao Bai, old Wei, I see you both have been infected by old Ford. Oh heavens, what a tragedy. Two pure and kind hearts have fallen like this." Xiao Bai and Wei Feng exchanged glances, and Wei Feng remarked, "The one most infected must be you, old three. Old three, have you bought a gift yet?" Xiao Bai inquired, "I have business today. Can you take my gift to Zhou Yao?" Xiao Bai pointed to a beautifully wrapped box on his desk. "Gift?" Lin Tian was taken aback. He had indeed not prepared one. "Old three, you haven't forgotten to buy Zhou Yao a gift, have you?" Tizk, there are countless suitors for Zhou Yao. If you don't hurry, someone else might pluck this flower. Wei Feng laughed. "Old Wei, you really shouldn't make that lewd grin. It doesn't suit you." Lin Tian patted Wei Feng's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Get lost. You're the one grinning lewdly." Wei Feng swatted Lin Tian's hand away. "By the way, I've noticed you've grown a bit taller recently. You used to be around 1.75 meters, but now you're close to 1.8. Could it be a second spring?" Lin Tian scoffed. "Second spring, my foot? I've just gained some power since that incident. My body has been significantly improved." He said this half-jokingly, but indeed his height had increased, and this explanation would dispel the doubts of Xiao Bai and Wei Feng. "Can an increase in power also lead to height growth?" Wei Feng asked, bewildered. Before Lin Tian could respond, Xiao Bai nodded. "It is possible. Some martial arts techniques have a body-shaping effect." "Old three, old Wei, I need to go home for a while. I expect to be gone for 3 days." "Xiao Bai, you aren't going home to me a matchmaker, are you?" Lin Tian speculated. To their surprise, a faint flush appeared on Xiao Bai's eternally stoic face. "Haha, seems old three guessed right. A matchmaker, haha, Xiao Bai, well done, promising future." Wei Feng laughed heartily. "It's a family arrangement. No matter what, I must go back to deal with it," Xiao Bai said helplessly. "Old Wei, you need not laugh at me. Your family will likely arrange something for you too." Wei Feng chuckled. "Not at all. Since my grandfather's generation, our family has upheld the tradition of free love. My grandparents had a love match, as did my parents. I intend to uphold this tradition. However, for now, my focus is solely on improving my abilities." In truth, Wei Feng felt quite unsettled. Among the four, he was aware that he was the weakest. Moreover, he lacked a suitable martial arts technique and had only practiced a little external martial arts. If this continued, the gap would only widen, and with a strong sense of pride, how could he endure it? Once Xiao Bai left, only Wei Feng and Lin Tian remained in the dormitory. "Old Wei, do you believe in me?" Lin Tian asked, gazing into Wei Feng's eyes. Wei Feng was taken aback, then nodded vigorously. "As brothers, of course, I believe in you. Old Wei, I know you are concerned about not being able to enhance your strength. In half a year, or perhaps even sooner, I will find a suitable martial arts technique for you," Lin Tian said earnestly. Wei Feng's heart leaped with joy. "Old three, are you serious?" Lin Tian smiled slightly and nodded. "Indeed, but it will require some time." Wei Feng laughed heartily. "Good brother, don't say half a year. Even if it takes a year or two, as long as I can enhance my strength without falling too far behind you, I can accept that." With the matter of the martial arts technique settled, Wei Feng visibly relaxed, and his demeanor became more composed. He did not doubt Lin Tian's abilities, after learning that Lin Tian was a super VIP at the Sotheby's auction. He realized Lin Tian was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Moreover, he understood Lin Tian's character. He would never speak of things he was uncertain about. "Old three, what are you planning to give Zhou Yao?" Wei Feng asked playfully. Lin Tian harbored some feelings for Zhou Yao, yet this sentiment had diminished considerably due to her indifferent demeanor, now that he had the sisters Yang Shi and Yang Shui. The feeling was further diluted. "Just something ordinary. A small gift will suffice," Lin Tian replied. Wei Feng frowned. "Old three, a gift bought casually from the street may not convey your true intentions." Why not prepare something of greater significance? The birthday party was set to commence at 6 in the evening, and it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. There was plenty of time. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Zhou Yao and I are merely ordinary friends. Giving something overly extravagant would not be appropriate. Well, do as you wish, but it would be quite a pity to let such an opportunity slip by. Lin Wei is likely to attend, and given his nature, he may very well embarrass you at the party by mocking your gift. Wei Feng cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. All right, I shall prepare something a bit better. What a hassle. It should be simple to celebrate a birthday. Wei Feng chuckled. Zhou Yao's celebration is already quite simple. Her birthday was originally planned to be held at a five-star hotel with a wide guest list. But Zhou Yao opposed it, resulting in a change to a villa purchased by Qin Yao in Haitian City, with only a few friends invited. However, it is likely that many will come uninvited. And if someone of significant stature shows up, Zhou Yao and the others would find it difficult to turn them away. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He did not wish to delve too deeply into the tangled relationships of the wealthy. During the day, there were classes to attend, yet Lin Tian's dormitory had become a notorious example of absenteeism. The four of them collectively attended fewer classes than most individuals. Upon leaving the dormitory, Lin Tian headed towards the outskirts of the campus that he needed to purchase a house, as it often proved inconvenient otherwise. As he contemplated furnishing the star ring space, Lin Tian thought to himself that if he were to buy items, he certainly could not receive them on site. Furthermore, some larger items were unsuitable for transport to a dormitory setting. Having made up his mind, Lin Tian took a taxi to a real estate office half an hour later. They were selling upscale villas, naturally at exorbitant prices, but the location was not too far from Haitian University and the environment was exceptionally serene. Since he had the funds, Lin Tian was determined not to shortchange himself. Thus, he opted for a more luxurious residence. Sir, may I ask if you are here to purchase a property? Although Lin Tian was dressed quite modestly, his elevated stature naturally exuded an imposing aura. The saleswoman, though internally skeptical, dared not display any disdain. After all, there were people who bought villas in straw sandals, let alone someone dressed simply. Lin Tian nodded slightly. I would like a fully furnished villa, preferably in a quiet area with minimal disturbances. Price is not an issue, but the ownership transfer must be completed today. The saleswoman's heart raced. She realized her fortune had just arrived. Although the villas they sold were not the most upscale, they were still positioned at a relatively high market level, with even the more ordinary ones priced above 10 million. The top-tier villas that remained unsold were each priced at 30 million. Based on a 3% commission, selling just one would earn her at least 30,000, while selling one of the premier villas could net her a commission of 100,000. Sir, your request can certainly be accommodated. However, I am curious about the type you intend to purchase, that we still have 3 exquisite villas available, all situated in prime locations. The saleswoman inquired tentatively. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Allow me to see the plans for those 3 villas. Why time is precious, and I do not wish to squander it here. The saleswoman promptly produced the plans and began to elaborate on the properties. Moments later, Lin Tian pointed to the villa beside the small lake, saying, This one seems appealing, but I notice there is another villa adjacent to it. I must inquire about its owner. I would prefer not to have a neighbor with an exceedingly poor temperament. Sir, that villa has been sold for 3 months now. It is a tier below the one you have selected, priced at 20 million yuan. The owner is a beautiful young lady, reportedly a student at Haitian University. She typically does not reside there, only visiting on weekends with a few friends, the saleswoman explained. Noticing that Lin Tian remained unfazed at the mention of 20 million, she realized she might have struck gold this time. Lin Tian nodded. Take me to see it. If it meets my expectations, I will take that. 1.2 hours later, Lin Tian had paid 32 million yuan and received the keys to the villa. As he surveyed the luxurious residence, which harmoniously blended Eastern and Western styles, he couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable life can be. Just a month prior, he had been an ordinary individual, earning a modest living through various jobs. Now, he had nonchalantly spent over 30 million on a lavish villa without a flicker of hesitation. After a simple meal at a small restaurant, Lin Tian traversed the streets. Purchasing various decorative items for his new home, it took him 3 to 4 hours to complete his shopping. Were it not for the concern that the items he bought might not align with his vision, he would have gladly hired someone to assist him. All the purchases were delivered to his newly acquired villa by the lake, where they were moved in and subsequently stored within his spatial ring, transforming the previously empty 2-bedroom apartment into a cozy haven. Using 2 units of dimensional energy, Lin Tian had the 10-carat blue diamond in his spatial ring transformed into 2 5-carat heart-shaped diamonds, elegantly suspended on platinum chains, creating a pair of exquisite earrings. Lin Tian, you are truly squandering these. This pair of earrings is worth no less than $20 million, and yet you have chosen to encase them in a box you purchased for 10 yuan. Xiaoling voiced her discontent in Lin Tian's mind. The blue diamond, valued at $10 million, had actually increased in worth after being shaped into 2 identical heart-shaped gems, now valued at $20 million. Lin Tian had not originally intended to gift something so extravagant that, in his view, such earrings, even if owned, would hardly be worn in public. Flaunting $20 million on the streets, especially in plain sight, would be an invitation for trouble. Yet, after wandering the streets for half the day, he found nothing that truly satisfied him. Ordinary gifts simply did not befit someone as remarkable as Zhou Yao. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of being ridiculed by Lin Wei in public. In a moment of resolve, he thought, what is the big deal about a diamond? I have plenty of them. At least in my perspective, they are not particularly precious. If I choose to give it, so be it. The earrings, once crafted, could not simply be left unadorned. Lin Tian, in a rather peculiar choice, purchased a 10-yuan wooden box from a street vendor to house the pair of earrings valued at $20 million, prompting Xiaoling's lament. When you wish to elevate the value of an item, you should provide it with the most exquisite packaging. But do you truly believe these earrings require such embellishment? Even if wrapped in scrap paper, their intrinsic value remains unchanged. Lin Tian retorted in his mind. While that may be true, you are still wasting it. Xiaoling replied before falling silent, likely off to converse with Yang Shi and Yang Shui. By the time Lin Tian returned to his dormitory, it was already 6 in the evening. Goodness, you're finally back. You must have purchased a gift, right? You're not seriously planning to attend Zhou Yao's birthday party in that outfit, are you? Wei Feng remarked, bemused by Lin Tian's casual attire. Lin Tian assessed Wei Feng from head to toe and replied earnestly, not bad. Wait, in this formal attire, you have a certain charm. Charm, you say? Is that how one describes a man? Wei Feng exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Old 3, are you really not going to change? That outfit you wore when you returned from Hong Kong was quite nice. Lin Tian shook his head. It's a friend's birthday. Why dress so formally? As long as I show up with genuine intentions and we all enjoy ourselves, that is what truly matters. Wei Feng sighed. Old 3, I cannot match your mindset from a young age. I was taught the importance of maintaining an image in social settings, and I find it hard to change that perspective. In that case, shall we set off? Oh, don't forget to bring Xiao Bai's gift. Lin Tian nodded, retrieving the exquisitely wrapped box for Xiao Bai as he and Wei Feng descended the stairs. Xiao Bai is back. He handed me the car keys. Let us take his Phantom K6. Old 3, will you drive? Or shall I? Wei Feng tossed the shiny keys in his hand. Given your attire, it is evident I am the one driving. Lin Tian swiftly grasped the keys with a smirk. I've never driven a Phantom K6 before. I hope I don't damage Xiao Bai's car, or I might have to repay him with my life. Old 3, I've never seen you quite so audacious before. Are you feeling the pressure of attending Zhou Yao's birthday party? Wei Feng teased. Indeed, I am feeling the pressure. You'd best brace yourself for the ride, as the odds of a collision are 99%. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, entering the vehicle. Stay calm. Old 3, I entrust my 200 pounds to you. Wei Feng chuckled as he settled into the passenger seat. Where to? Lin Tian inquired, still unaware of the party's location. Wei Feng sighed in frustration. Old 3, how can you not know the venue? We're headed to Yunhu Villa District. If you don't know the way, perhaps I should take the wheel. Yunhu Villa District? Lin Tian paused, realizing that was indeed where he had purchased his villa. That the thought crossed his mind. The saleswoman had mentioned a villa next to his own by a beauty from Haitai University. Could it be Qingku? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Old 3. Why the days? Speak up if you know. Wei Feng nudged him. Yes, I know the place. Lin Tian pressed the accelerator, and Xiao by S Phantom K6 surged forward like lightning. Wei Feng's face paled, gripping the seat tightly. Old 3. Slow down. There are many pedestrians around. Lin Tian laughed heartily. Old Wei, I never expected you to be afraid of speed. How rare. The Phantom series is renowned for its speed. And the Phantom K6 is one of the fastest, capable of reaching speeds of 480 kilometers h. While Lin Tian would never drive at such terrifying speeds in the city, he was still traveling over 150 kilometers h. At such velocity, it was challenging for an ordinary person to maintain control. One misstep could result in a collision. However, Lin Tian's reflexes were exceptional, and even at this speed, he navigated smoothly, overtaking vehicles with ease. Wei Feng wasn't afraid of speed. Rather, he was concerned for safety. As he observed Lin Tian's driving skills exceeded his expectations, he felt more at ease, shaking his head. Old 3, with Xiao Bai back. I suspect he'll find a pile of traffic tickets waiting for him. Driving at such speeds, it was inevitable that they would attract the attention of the traffic police. Zheng, why aren't we stopping that car? Xiao Lu, a newcomer to the force, expressed his indignation at witnessing such reckless driving. Zheng, taking a drag from a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke. Stop him. With our patrol car. That driver's skills are commendable. I doubt he'll cause any trouble, that if you go after him, you'll likely be the one in trouble. And don't forget what kind of vehicle that is. Can we 2 traffic officers really stop it? I've already noted the license plate. We can issue a fine later. The wealthy don't concern themselves with such trifles. Are we just going to ignore his traffic violations? Xiao Lu frowned. Zheng patted Xiao Lu's shoulder. I used to be just like you, unable to tolerate any infraction. Until the day I stopped a speeding military vehicle and faced the consequences that I was confined for half a month and suspended for a month to reflect on my actions. In this world, people are not truly equal. Even if you were to stop him, what would you do? Can you impound his car? Do you have the power to arrest him? In the end, the best you can do is issue a ticket. So it is wiser to seek him out later. The originally 20-minute journey, under Lin Tian's terrifying speed, was completed in a mere 5 or 6 minutes, as the car smoothly entered the Yunhu Villa district. Indeed, the venue for Zhou Yao's birthday party was a villa located approximately 50 meters to the right of the villa Lin Tian had purchased, and that very villa had been acquired with funds from Qin Ke. Old 3rd, you are quite ungracious, knowing full well the location yet deceiving me by claiming ignorance. Rest assured, even if you inquire about Zhou Yao privately, I shall not mock you. After all, the desire for beauty is a sentiment shared by all. Wei Feng chuckled. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. He was aware of the reason for their swift arrival, which had nothing to do with Wei Feng's speculations, but rather the proximity of his own villa. However, it was clear that he could not disclose this now, lest Wei Feng link him to Qin Ke once again. Before Qin Ke's villa, there were already over 20 luxury cars parked, filling the area entirely. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and, with a swift turn of the steering wheel, maneuvered the car into the vacant space in front of his own villa. Hey, Old 3rd, that's someone else's private property. They might take issue with it, Wei Feng remarked, quickly noticing that the villa was of a higher standard than Qin Ke's, implying that its residents were certainly not ordinary individuals. Generally speaking, prominent figures dislike being disturbed without cause. No problem, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile, stepping out of the car. This was his territory, and if he had no objections, who would dare complain? Wei Feng shook his head in resignation. When the owner comes looking for trouble, you better handle it. All right, Lin Tian nodded decisively, locking the car doors as the two made their way towards Qin Ke's villa, 50 meters away. Qin Ke certainly knows how to choose a location. The environment here is serene, and living here must be quite comfortable, Wei Feng exclaimed in admiration. However, the positioning of the adjacent villa is even better. The blend of Eastern and Western architecture offers a delightful aesthetic, and the presence of a lake behind it allows for leisurely boating. Quite splendid indeed. Lin Tian inquired curiously, Old Wei, if the adjacent villa is superior, why did Qin Ke opt for her current one? Her family background is impressive, so she shouldn't be deterred by a mere few million, right? A few million? Wei Feng laughed lightly. It's easy to say, but even those from esteemed families cannot squander money thoughtlessly. Those like Old Fourth are fortunate. His uncle hardly monitors his expenditures, while Xiao Bai likely has a spending P.as for girls like Qin Ku. The limit is even stricter. Among Qin Ku, Murong Shui, Nangong Waner, and Zhou Yao, Qin Ku probably has the highest allowance because she manages several family businesses and earns quite a bit, contributing significantly to her family. Murong Shui is hard to gauge. I haven't seen her spend much. Nangong Waner has a doting grandfather, so her limit wouldn't be too low. The one with the lowest cap is undoubtedly Zhou Yao, whose annual allowance probably doesn't exceed $1 million. She enjoys gaming, often investing in high-end equipment, which adds up. Moreover, I hear she secretly helps a blind girl, so her lifestyle could be described as rather frugal. As they conversed, they arrived at Qin Ku's villa, where both she, as the host, and Zhou Yao, the birthday girl, stood at the entrance to greet their guests. Wei Feng, Lin Tian, you two are quite late. Where is Xiao Bai? Qin Ku asked with a smile. Xiao Bai went home for a blind date. He asked us to bring a gift and wish Zhou Yao a happy birthday. Wei Feng replied, handing Zhou Yao a gift box from Xiao Bai. A blind date? Qin Ku chuckled. No wonder he didn't even give us a call. Perhaps he feared our inquiries about his absence. Lin Tian, you haven't prepared a gift for our Yao Mei. Qin Ku glanced at Zhou Yao with a teasing smile. Zhou Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Lin Tian, don't listen to Qin Jia. Your presence alone makes me extremely happy. Lin Tian then pulled out a small wooden box containing earrings valued at $20 million. Smiling gently, Zhou Yao, happy birthday, just a little gift. I hope you won't disdain it. The moment the box appeared, Qin Ku's expression turned icy. She recognized at once that it was nothing more than a trinket from a street vendor, worth no more than $10, perhaps even $3 or $4 if haggled. With such a box to present a gift, how precious could it truly be? She understood Zhou Yao harbored feelings for Lin Tian and felt a pang of pity for her at this moment. Even among ordinary friends, one would not consider such a trinket as a gift. Zhou Yao accepted the small box from Lin Tian with an untroubled demeanor, softly saying, thank you. At that moment, Wei Feng nearly choked Lin Tian in frustration. Had he known Lin Tian would present such a gift, he would have gladly helped him choose something better. Lin Tian nodded slightly. It's best not to open the box in such a public setting. His implication was that the contents were too precious to expose in a crowd, which could lead to complications. However, Qin Ku and the others clearly misunderstood, interpreting it as Lin Tian's concern for losing face. All right, Lin Tian, you two can head in first. Zhou Yao nodded. Lin Tian and Wei Feng entered the villa. Old Third, what on earth were you thinking? You should have prepared a proper gift. Didn't you see the fleeting disappointment in Zhou Yao's eyes? Wei Feng's voice was low and grave. Old Wei, I know what I'm doing as for Zhou Yao. I'll just let fate decide. Lin Tian replied. Wei Feng shook his head. You always act as if you care about nothing. If you lose it later, regret will come too late. Lin Tian's heart trembled slightly. Do I truly care about nothing? It wasn't that he was indifferent. At least he treated his brothers well. Yet towards others, he maintained a facade of detachment, as if the world held little worth for him. He perhaps did not realize that he had constructed a thick protective barrier around himself, isolating him from the world. Have I built a protective barrier around myself? Lin Tian felt an overwhelming cacophony of voices in his mind, nearly driving him to the brink of unconsciousness. I need to rest. Lin Tian moved to a corner and collapsed onto a nearby sofa. Old Third, Wei Feng hurried over, gently calling out to Lin Tian, but hesitated to touch him, knowing Lin Tian seemed to be at a critical juncture that could not bear much disturbance. In his childhood, Lin Tian had been cheerful and optimistic, frolicking with peers as if in a frenzy. However, all of that changed when his parents tragically perished in a car accident, leading him to become reticent and withdrawn. Over the years, he changed jobs frequently and wandered to many places, yet he had no friends. Well, perhaps one, a girl he had once thought would be by his side for life. Yet, as promises echoed in his ears, she left him for a wealthy man, delivering a devastating blow. This drove him to study diligently, aiming to excel at Haitan University and earn a fortune one day. Upon entering Haitan University, he was assigned to the same dormitory as Zui Yunfei, Xiao Bai, and Wei Feng. Initially, Lin Tian distanced himself from them, but as they helped him repeatedly, he gradually accepted them. However, he still treated others with habitual indifference, to the point where he didn't even know how many classmates he had. Even if he encountered someone on the street, he likely wouldn't recognize them as a fellow student that AS for Zhou Yao. Part of his reluctance stemmed from his connections with Yang Shi and Yang Shui. But he was also afraid of being hurt again. Thus, he maintained a distance, lacking the fervor typical of boys pursuing girls. In the Star Realm, Lin Tian's demeanor shifted. There he felt more liberated in those worlds. He had no painful memories, and he did not exhibit the same resistance towards Yang Shi and Yang Shui as he did with Zhou Yao. This was partly because those experiences were more about physicality than love. He rejected romantic affection, and as a man, he was unlikely to shy away from physicality. Moreover, Yang Shi and Yang Shui had contracted with the Star Ring, making betrayal impossible. "Master, wake up! Wake up!" Xiaoling's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, urgently calling him back. Scenes from his childhood and life's journey flashed vividly in his mind like a film reel. The joy of youth, the sorrow of losing his parents, the loneliness of solitude, and the despair of losing the girl he loved. "Master, the weak submit to fate, while the strong seize control of it. As you grow stronger, your destiny can be entirely in your own hands." Xiaoling's voice resonated from afar, jolting Lin Tian's spirit. A silent roar erupted in his mind as the endless images vanished. The haze in his eyes cleared, and clarity returned instantaneously. To shield oneself is to harbor fear. No matter how powerful one becomes, without a strong heart, one cannot truly be considered strong. A flicker of enlightenment passed through Lin Tian's mind. "Master, congratulations! Your spiritual energy has just increased by 55 dimensions, now reaching a total of 255 dimensions. Xiaoling chimed his mind. "Xiaoling, why do you keep calling me master?" Lin Tian inquired mentally. "Did I do so on my own whim?" Xiaoling replied playfully. Lin Tian responded with a silent smile. "Are you all right, old three?" Wei Feng asked with concern upon seeing Lin Tian open his eyes. "It's all my fault for burdening you with such nonsensical talk." Lin Tian smiled faintly, the recent realization making the world appear more vivid and real before him. "Old Wei, it's nothing that I was just grappling with a thought, but I'm fine now that I should actually thank you." "Thank? For what? We're brothers. No need for thanks," Wei Feng exclaimed. Noticing Lin Tian's apparent well-being, he slapped Lin Tian's shoulder heartily. "I feel like you've changed a bit, but no matter how you transform, you will always be my brother. And that's what matters. Old Wei, kindly remove your bear PW. It would not bode well for others to misconstrue our relationship." Lin Tian chuckled. Wei Feng pouted. "You've picked up some bad habits from old four. Now, in our 306 dormitory, it's just me and Xiao Bai left as the pure-hearted ones." Lin Tian remained silent, merely raising his right hand to extend a middle finger. "Come on, you still refuse to concede? If you're not convinced, let us settle this one-on-one," Wei Feng declared, a phrase he often used with others. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was amiss. He might not actually be able to overpower Lin Tian. Lin Tian grinned. "Old Wei, you've brought this upon yourself. Let us find a time to spar properly. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I'll only give you a couple of black eyes at most." Wei Feng felt a surge of excitement rather than dismay. He had never seen Lin Tian truly unleash his strength. Though he sensed Lin Tian was likely stronger than him, he had yet to witness it firsthand. For someone who cherished combat, facing a powerful opponent was an exhilarating prospect. It was an exceptional opportunity for self-improvement. At the entrance of the villa, Qin Ke glanced at Zhou Yao, who was tightly clutching a small wooden box, and sighed softly. "Yao Mei, perhaps Lin Tian doesn't hold you in high regard that you've known each other for such a brief time. Forgetting someone is quite simple." Zhou Yao shook her head gently. "Sister Qin, please don't say that he and I are merely ordinary friends. His presence and the gift he gave me have already made me incredibly happy." "Ah, gifts aren't measured by their worth. However, his gift suggests he hasn't put much thought into it," Qin Ke commented, not urging Zhou Yao to open the small box. If the contents were subpar, opening it in front of her would only bring her sorrow. By 6 o'clock, the expected guests had nearly all arrived, while quite a few uninvited ones had also shown up. Zhou Yao observed the 20 or so intruders with a frown. They were a mix of men and women, all from distinguished backgrounds, making it difficult for her to turn them away. Such a refusal could bring considerable repercussions, both overt and covert, upon the Zhou family. Though she wasn't particularly favored within her clan, she did not wish to cause trouble for them. The attendees were all impeccably dressed, except for Lin Tian. Disdainful glances were cast towards him, particularly from several male peers. Lin Wei, clad in a white suit, strode over to Lin Tian and Wei Feng with a haughty demeanor. Lin Tian, I didn't expect to see you here again. It seems I underestimated your determination to court the unattainable. Lin Wei sneered. Wei Feng suddenly stood up, towering over Lin Wei at a height of 1.90 meters, almost half a head taller than him. Lin Wei, mind your tongue, or else don't blame me for being rude. Since arriving at Haitan University, Lin Wei had not showcased any remarkable prowess, and unlike Lin Tian, Wei Feng lacked the ability to easily gauge other strengths. Thus, he was unaware that Lin Wei was significantly stronger than him. Lin Wei's eyes glinted with contempt. He regarded Wei Feng's family background as decent but deemed his personal strength beneath his notice. Wei Feng, if you intend to stick up for him, you should first consider whether you possess the strength to do so. If it were Xiao Bai or Zui Yunfei, I might think twice, but I could defeat you with one hand tied behind my back. Wei Feng's fury flared, his fists clenched tightly. Old Wei, remember, this is Zhou Yao's birthday party. Let us not create a scene, Lin Tian urged, pulling at Wei Feng's arm. Wei Feng nodded slightly, releasing his clenched fists. Lin Tian, don't think that just because you have a few well-connected roommates, you can worm your way into high society by clinging to Zhou Yao. A toad will forever remain a toad. Your best bet is to stay in the sewers. Lin Wei mocked, scrutinizing Lin Tian's attire. Dressed in such shabby clothing, you dare to show up at an event like this? I truly admire your audacity. If you're in need of clothing, you could have simply asked me beforehand. Being from the same Lin family, I might have been able to lend you a few old outfits. Even those would be leagues above what you're wearing. Lin Tian retorted coldly. To have someone like you within the Lin family is truly a disgrace. Though you may appear respectable, you cannot hide the beastly nature that seeps from your very essence. Having identified Lin Wei as an adversary, Lin Tian saw no need for restraint in his words. However, to avoid disrupting Zhou Yao's birthday celebration, he kept his voice low, ensuring that only Wei Feng, Lin Wei, and a few others with keen senses could hear. Humph, those who oppose me, Lin Wei, have never met with a favorable end. Lin Wei hissed coldly. There were once 10 or so individuals like you, but they all ended up in the underworld. 3 of them I personally dispatched. Lin Wei's voice was low, so only a limited audience caught his words. Lin Tian sensed the genuine menace in Lin Wei's tone. He could feel the faint aura of bloodlust emanating from him, an aura only those who had taken lives would possess. Lin Tian harbored a similar bloodlust, but with Xiao Ling's assistance, he had managed to conceal it effectively. Throughout the apocalypse, he had slain thousands of zombies. While zombies may not be human, they bore human forms. Thus, each kill had contributed incrementally to his bloodlust, although each instance of killing a zombie generated less bloodlust than killing a human. The sheer volume of his actions rendered his bloodlust far more potent than Lin Wei's. Lin Tian discreetly instructed Xiao Ling. In an instant, his bloodlust surged forth like a tempest. Lin Wei found himself ensnared by an overwhelming presence, akin to being locked onto by a primordial beast, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Several perceptive individuals nearby cast puzzled glances in Lin Tian's direction. Master, as I mentioned. Everything has its pros and cons. Bloodlust can influence your temperament. However, occasionally, a sudden outburst of it can diminish your opponent's strength significantly. Xiao Ling conveyed in Lin Tian's mind. Given your current strength, you might struggle against Lin Wei. But as you just demonstrated, a sudden surge of bloodlust could very well lead to a decisive victory. The recent surge of bloodlust had slightly affected Lin Tian's temperament, igniting an impulsive desire to draw his silver star and shoot Lin Wei in the head. Xiao Ling, unless absolutely necessary, it's best to refrain from using this bloodlust. Why rapid increase in power and excessive killing make it easy for my emotions to become unstable. One day, when I'm strong enough, I will refine all this bloodlust away. Lin Tian thought, shifting the topic. How are sure and Shui are doing? I'm watching a movie with them, master. Why not invite another one in? With just the three of us. We're missing a player for Mahjong that IT feels rather lacking. Lin Tian was left speechless, AKT that moment. Qin Ku's voice echoed through the sound system. Dear friends and esteemed guests, welcome to my sister Zhou Yao's birthday celebration. I wish you all a delightful evening. Now, let us hear a few words from our birthday girl. Qin Ku passed the microphone to Zhou Yao, who stood beside her. Hello everyone, I'm thrilled to see you all here celebrating my birthday with me. And I extend my gratitude to my sisters who helped organize this event. Zhou Yao spoke briefly before placing the microphone down, leaving Nangong Wanner and Murong Shui slightly puzzled. Zhou Yao had prepared more than just these few sentences. But Qin Ku sighed inwardly, understanding that Zhou Yao was not in the best of spirits today and lacked the enthusiasm to elaborate further. A grand 5-tiered cake was set on the central table of the hall, and Zhou Yao carefully inserted 19 small candles into it. One for each year of her life. As the lights dimmed, the candles were lit one by one, their bright flames illuminating Zhou Yao's charming face. Lin Tian felt a subtle stir in his heart as he approached. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Nangong Wanner began to sing softly, and the others joined in harmony. As the birthday song filled the air. Zhou Yao took a deep breath and blew out all the candles. Yao Jia, happy birthday! Nangong Wanner exclaimed, quickly, make a wish! Once you've made your wish, we have a plethora of gifts for you. Zhou Yao nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and softly began to wish. 10 seconds later, Zhou Yao opened her eyes. Yao Jia, what did you wish for? Do share it with us. Nangong Wanner said. Zhou Yao gently shook her head. If I say it out loud, it won't come true. Nangong Wanner stuck out her tongue. How stingy. With both hands drawn from behind her, a small silver box appeared in her grasp. Yao Jia. This is for you. Happy birthday. Thank you, Wanner. Zhou Yao replied as she accepted the small silver box. Placing it aside one by one, others presented their gifts, some wrapped like Nangong Wanner, while others opened their gift boxes directly. Those who unveiled their gifts tended to offer something substantial, relishing the astonished gazes of the onlookers that Yao. This piece of jade was purchased at an auction for over $108,000. I hope you like it. Lin Wei opened an exquisite jewelry box, revealing a heart-shaped jade that shimmered brilliantly under the reopened lights, eliciting gasps from the crowd. After all, this was merely an ordinary birthday celebration. While many gifts were precious, most did not exceed $10,000 in value. Lin Wei's extravagant gift overshadowed the rest, causing some who harbored intentions toward Zhou Yao to secretly resent their own choices for not being more generous. Zhou Yao furrowed her brows slightly and said, Lin Wei, please call me Zhou Yao. Moreover, your gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Lin Wei's expression stiffened. Yao, it's merely over $100,000. How can it be considered extravagant? As long as you are happy, even if I spend more, I am more than willing. Wei Feng grinned. Lin Wei, since Zhou Yao refuses to accept it, you might as well keep it. Zhou Yao's happiness does not hinge on the value of the gift, but rather on who the giver is. Alas, for someone of your age, to not grasp such a simple truth is truly lamentable. Lin Wei, who had not received an invitation from Zhou Yao, had specially spent over $100,000 at an auction upon learning of her birthday. Little did he expect to face such a scenario in the end. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wei spoke solemnly. Yao, you truly won't accept it? Some people, lacking in shame, continued to address her as Yao despite her disapproval. Tsk, witnessing such a scene makes this trip worthwhile. Lin Tian remarked with a faint smile. Lin Wei's expression darkened. He could tolerate Wei Feng's mockery, but he could not endure Lin Tian's. Lin Tian, I wonder where your gift for Zhou Yao is? Surely you didn't come empty-handed? Zhou Yao interjected. No, Lin Tian has already given me a gift. Already given? Lin Wei sneered. IT must be something unworthy of display. Otherwise, why wouldn't you present along with the others? Zhou Yao, why not show us what Lin Tian gifted you? Let us all admire the grand present he bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao, Qin Ku, and Wei Feng's expressions all changed. The box Zhou Yao had not yet opened could very well contain mere trinkets purchased at a street stall for a few coins. Although Zhou Yao felt a flicker of annoyance at Lin Tian's lack of effort in choosing her gift, she certainly did not wish for him to be embarrassed in front of everyone. "I'm sorry. The gift Lin Tian gave me is something I wish to keep to myself," Zhou Yao stated, her cheeks slightly reddening. "Zhou Yao, aren't you being a tad inconsiderate? It's merely a glance at the gift. It won't vanish," someone in the crowd, noticing Zhou Yao's unusual demeanor towards Lin Tian, chimed in with jealousy, supporting Lin Wei. "Exactly. Even if Lin Tian's gift is mediocre, it shouldn't be hidden," another echoed. Wei Feng shouted angrily. "Everyone be quiet. Zhou Yao has said she doesn't want to see it, so why pressure her?" Lin Wei sneered. "Wei Feng, you really think you have the authority here? Today we must see it, right, brothers?" With someone leading the charge. Although they knew Wei Feng was formidable, they still loudly agreed, "Yes." Zhou Yao, at a loss, looked towards Lin Tian for help. "Zhou Yao, go ahead and show them. You probably haven't even seen the gift I gave you. Before you do, can you agree to one condition? No matter what is inside, you must accept it." Zhou Yao pondered for a moment and nodded to her. Even if the contents of the box were worth less than the box itself, she would still accept it. Wei Feng was correct. What mattered was not the value of the gift, but who presented it. Despite her decision to distance herself from Lin Tian in favor of Mu Rongshui, it did not mean she disliked the gift he had given her. "Let us wait and see. Lin Tian, if your gift's value reaches even 1/10 of mine, I shall call you grandfather 3 times. Otherwise, you shall call me grandfather 3 times. How about that?" Lin Wei laughed maniacally. "I have no such unworthy descendants," Lin Tian replied coolly. Lin Wei's face flushed with anger. "Coward! Are you afraid to accept such a trivial wager?" Lin Tian wore an expression of helplessness. "Why must you force me to accept your gift?" The calmer Lin Tian appeared. The more Lin Wei was convinced that he was afraid to gamble. "A real man should agree. And we should add one more rule. Whoever loses shall never pursue Zhou Yao again. I know my gift exceeds 1/10 of yours. I find it unfair to gamble when I am assured of victory." Lin Tian shook his head. "It no matter. Even if you know, I still wager," Lin Wei retorted. "Are you certain you want to gamble against me?" Lin Tian asked. "Absolutely. Stop the nonsense." Lin Tian pressed. "What if you back out?" Lin Wei pointed to the jade in his hand. "If I back out, I shall compensate the other party 10 times the value of the gift. Everyone here is a witness. This piece of jade is valued at $108,000. If you don't want to call me grandfather 3 times, then you must pay me $1,080,000. However, I believe calling me grandfather 3 times is worth that amount." Zhou Yao anxiously interjected. "Lin Tian, don't gamble with him," Lin Wei insisted. "Zhou Yao, present the gift Lin Tian gave you. I must see what rare treasure he has gifted you." Zhou Yao looked at Lin Tian, who nodded. Hesitating, she retrieved the small wooden box Lin Tian had gifted her from her pocket, which she had yet to open. The box was still tied with a delicate ribbon, which remained intact. Upon seeing the small box, Lin Wei first froze momentarily, then erupted in laughter. "Ha! Lin Tian, is this your gift for Zhou Yao? That box must be quite valuable. It's probably worth more than $10. Lin Xiao, it's likely worth less than $10, as such boxes are clearly purchased from street stall. I bet you could get one for $3 or $4. With this remark, many in the crowd burst into laughter. Wei Feng, feeling anxious, noticed Lin Tian standing still and unflappable, and a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that what lay inside that box was truly precious? The more he contemplated Lin Tian's mysterious nature, the more he felt it was possible, and his anxiety began to dissipate. "Hey, why are you so smug? The box hasn't been opened yet. Perhaps the contents are quite valuable." Nangong Wanner snapped, unable to tolerate Lin Wei's arrogance. Lin Wei ceased his laughter. "Then let us open it. I want to see what kind of rare treasure can fit inside a box worth less than $10. Lin Xiao, I think you should prepare for someone to call you grandfather 3 times for a $10 box's contents would hardly exceed $100. $100, which wouldn't even amount to 1,000th of your gift." Lin Tian, Zhou Yao hesitated, knowing Lin Tian was extraordinary and wealthy. However, her confidence in him providing her with an excellent gift was lacking. "Zhou Yao, open it that I hope you will like it. Remember, you must not refuse." Lin Tian smiled encouragingly. Perhaps Lin Tian's smile gave Zhou Yao strength as she nodded slightly, trembling hands untying the ribbon. "Open it," Lin Wei exclaimed with excitement, as dozens of eyes fixated on the small wooden box in Zhou Yao's hands. In his heart, he silently prayed as Zhou Yao slowly lifted the lid of the box. Two soft blue lights leaped out from within. Inside lay a pair of nearly identical heart-shaped diamonds, luxuriously crafted with boundary power, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Heavens, I can't be mistaken. Those appear to be diamonds, and not just any diamonds, but exceedingly precious blue diamonds. Earrings fashioned from two identical heart-shaped blue diamonds. A voice cried out from the crowd. Zhou Yao stared blankly at the earrings, not contemplating their worth, but rather repeating a single thought in her mind. So he didn't just buy a random gift. Lin Wei widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! It can't be. They must be fake." Blue diamonds are so rare and precious that it's unlikely the world holds two nearly identical stones, let alone in such a rare heart shape. They must be synthetic fakes. Clearly, many in the crowd shared Lin Wei's skepticism, yet they too were irresistibly drawn to the earrings, with men and women alike captivated. Qin Ku was equally astonished. She had speculated that Lin Tian's box might contain something of considerable value, but she never imagined it would be a pair of heart-shaped blue diamond earrings. Estimating the size, she guessed each diamond was around 5 carats. Even a single 5-carat blue diamond would be valued at $5 million, while a heart-shaped blue diamond could easily reach $8 million. Thus, she quickly concluded that the earrings must be worth no less than $20 million. She never entertained the idea that the blue diamonds could be fake. Since Lin Tian had presented them, their authenticity was beyond question. Moreover, she recalled that just days prior, Lin Tian had auctioned a large diamond. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. "Ah, what beautiful earrings, Sister Yao. I envy you so much," Nangong Wanner exclaimed, reaching for one of the earrings. "Sister Yao, may I take a look? Is that all right? Blue diamonds, truly blue diamonds. How exquisite! Wanner, don't lose it. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay me back even if you sold yourself." "Ha ha!" Qin Ku chuckled. Nangong Wanner scrunched her nose. "What are you talking about? Am I not worth a pair of small earrings? Sister Qin, isn't one of the businesses you manage a jewelry? How much do you think these earrings are worth?" "Their intrinsic value is around $20 million, and in an auction, selling for $30 or $40 million wouldn't be surprising. After all, these earrings are likely one of a kind in the world," Qin Ku replied. Upon hearing the estimated value of $20 million, Zhou Yao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Tian, this is too precious." Lin Tian blinked, smiling, "But you promised to accept it. But how can I accept such an extravagant gift from you?" In Lin Tian's mind, Xiao Ling exclaimed loudly, "Foolish master, such gifts are too extravagant for ordinary friends. Hurry and confess your feelings to Zhou Yao." "Confess? But I don't want to be caught in an emotional whirlpool right now. My primary focus should be on enhancing my strength." "Foolish, foolish. While improving your strength is important, you must not neglect other aspects of life. The old master guided you to climb step by step, not only to lay a foundation, but also to encourage you to enjoy life. He often said, 'I lack strength, but I have lost joy.' Ultimately, that is a loss. Now that you have opened your heart, why hesitate?" With determination, Lin Tian took 2 steps forward, embracing Zhou Yao and fervently kissing her alluring red lips. After a long moment, he pulled away, asking "Will you be my girlfriend? I promise to take good care of you." Zhou Yao's face flushed crimson, her body softening. Had Lin Tian not held her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Sister Yao, what are you still considering? Just say yes." Nangong Wanner exclaimed, "Wow, how romantic. But Lin Tian, you actually kissed Sister Yao without permission. We'll settle this later." Lin Wei shouted, "No, Zhou Yao, you can't agree to him. You should be with me." Wei Feng glared at Lin Wei, saying, "You've already lost the bet. The second rule is that you cannot entangle yourself with Zhou Yao anymore." As for the first rule, haha, will you choose to call Lin Tian Grandpa 3 times, or pay 10 times the value of the gift he gave Zhou Yao? TSK, let's say the earrings are worth $20 million, so 10 times that would be $200 million. That's mere pocket change for you, right, young Master Lin? $200 million, mere pocket change? Wei Feng's words made Lin Wei's face darken ominously. "Sister Yao, happiness must be fought for," Qin Ku asserted, Zhou Yao looked towards Murong Shui, who smiled slightly and whispered to Zhou Yao, "Sister Yao, you wish to matchmake me with Lin Tian. But that's impossible. My life is dedicated to the path of the sword. I have no desire for anything else. I once said I would only marry a man stronger than myself, which was merely an excuse. Furthermore, Lin Tian has a cold demeanor, and I am the same. How could two such individuals ever truly connect? You and Lin Tian are the perfect match." The sound waves of Murong Shui's message were accurately captured by Xiaoling. Lin Tian tightened his embrace, softly saying, "Yao, promise me. Let me take care of you." Zhou Yao shyly nodded, her pretty face aflame as she buried her head in Lin Tian's chest, too bashful to look up. "All right, it's time to cut the cake." Lin Tian gently patted Zhou Yao's back, and she agreed, as he felt a rush of sweetness in his heart. He also sensed a newfound responsibility. The earrings were carefully stored back in the unassuming wooden box. Yet now, no one dared to call it trash. Lin Tian, $200 million. Once I gain control of the Lin family, I will repay you, Lin Wei declared as he stormed out of the villa, secretly adding, "I only hope you live to see that day." Whether Lin Wei would truly pay $200 million was of little concern to Lin Tian, with a vast gem planet at his disposal. Wealth was inexhaustible. Once Lin Wei left, several others who had come with him also slunk away, harboring similar thoughts. Now that Zhou Yao had agreed to be Lin Tian's girlfriend, remaining there had lost all meaning. It was better to leave than to witness the discomfort. Wow, with those guys gone, the atmosphere is so much fresher. Nangong wanna laugh, Sister Yao. Stop indulging in sweetness with Lin Tian. Hurry and cut the cake. Zhou Yao nodded, blushing, and handed Lin Tian one of the two cake-cutting knives, saying, "Help me." "At your service." Lin Tian accepted the knife, chuckling. The two quickly divided the massive cake into small pieces. "Hey, Zhou Yao, since the third one is my brother, shouldn't you call me big brother now, haha?" Wei Feng squeezed in beside Lin Tian and Zhou Yao. "Old Wei, is it that easy to call someone big brother?" Lin Tian laughed. "I just gifted Yao or something. If you give her a gift of similar value to those earrings, then she might just call you big brother." Wei Feng dramatically shouted, "Old three, you're too ruthless. You could sell your blood and still not earn 20 million. Lin Tian scrutinized Wei Feng, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. Before he laughed, "Selling blood and flesh certainly won't suffice, but selling yourself? With your physique, you might just manage to earn it." Wei Feng rolled his eyes, disregarding Lin Tian's remark. "Brother Wei, don't listen to his nonsense." Zhou Yao interjected, playfully pinching Lin Tian's waist with her thumb and index finger, twisting it gently 90 degrees. Lin Tian was astonished. Could a girl like Zhou Yao also possess such a skill? He had thought only someone like Nangong Wanner could wield such techniques. Master, if Nangong Wanner were to use it, she wouldn't be so gentle. Zhou Yao lacks inner strength, but Nangong Wanner possesses it. So if she were to twist it, she might turn it 360 degrees. Xiao Ling chimed in. The most ruthless one should be Murong Shui. If she has a boyfriend in the future and he angers her, the consequences could be dire. She might draw her sword immediately. From this perspective, her resolve to never marry someone weaker than herself makes perfect sense. If someone is weaker, a careless moment could lead to a broken limb. Haha, old three, it's still better to have a sister-in-law. Wei Feng laughed heartily. The cake was finished, and perhaps because Qinke's place wasn't suitable. There was no grand ball as Lin Tian had envisioned. Everyone gathered in small groups, quietly conversing. "Old Wei, I'm taking Yao out for a stroll. I'll drive off in my car, so you can walk home," Lin Tian said, pulling Zhou Yao along. Wei Feng exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you're taking the main character away. What sort of party is this going to be?" Lin Tian pursed his lips and remarked, "Their primary concern lies in how much closer their conversations can bring them to one another and what benefits they can confer upon their families. Whether Yao is present here makes little difference. All right, I can see that you have a point. Shall we return to the dormitory tonight?" Wei Feng suggested. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Accompanying Zhou Yao for an outing would mean he might later have to venture into the apocalyptic world with Yang Shi and the others, which he would refer to as the Apocalypse 2 in the future. Remaining in the dormitory seemed rather inconvenient, that I won't be going back to if their essay dorm check, Old Wei. Could you help me handle it? Lin Tian replied. Wei Feng chuckled. Then enjoy yourselves, old three. Do keep your wits about you, as there are quite a few who might seek to trouble you or your younger siblings. Lin Tian nodded and, hand in hand with Zhou Yao, made his way outside. After exiting Qin Ke's villa, they walk a little over 50 meters to reach Lin Tian's own villa. Xiao Linzi, why did you park the car here? What if the villa's owner gets upset? Zhou Yao teased with a playful laugh. Yaoer, come on, Xiao Linzi. What an odd name. It sounds rather strange. Lin Tian responded, somewhat vexed. That mischievous girl, Nangong Waner, must have made you call me that. Rest assured, no one will cause any trouble, for this villa belongs to your husband. Me? Who is your husband? How shameless. Zhou Yao replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Of course, my precious Yaoer, Lin Tian exclaimed, embracing Zhou Yao and gently kissing her soft red lips. Unlike their previous kiss, this one lingered much longer and was far more passionate. Drawing upon his experience, Lin Tian's tongue breached Zhou Yao's defenses, savoring the sweet aroma of her mouth. Initially, Zhou Yao's reaction was somewhat hesitant, but gradually she began to reciprocate, relishing the exquisite sensations that accompanied their kiss. After a long while, they parted. Xiao Linzi, when did you purchase this house? Zhou Yao inquired. Just today. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I hadn't anticipated that Qin Ke's house would be right next door. Yaoer, where would you like to go for fun? Lin Tian asked. Zhou Yao looked up at him with sparkling eyes and said, I wish to visit a child. She's quite unfortunate. In the past. I told her about my birthday, and to my surprise, she remembered and called me today to wish me a happy birthday. Lin Tian pointed to the small food container that Zhou Yao had clutched even during their kiss and said, I presume that contains a piece of cake, does it not? Zhou Yao nodded. Yes, is that all right? Of course, Lin Tian replied as he affectionately stroked her hair. Yaoer, your kindness fills me with joy. The Sanyun orphanage was a modest establishment, founded by the 3 Yun brothers who named it accordingly. Presently, only the youngest brother, Yun Hai, remained, single-handedly sustaining the orphanage and ensuring the basic needs of the dozens of children living there. Maintaining an orphanage alone is no trivial task, especially after losing income from a factory closure. Initially, the orphanage relied entirely on the profits from the factory run by the 3 brothers. Now, with the factory shut down, they could barely scrape by on donations from kind-hearted individuals. Fortunately, while this world harbors its fair share of unscrupulous people, it is equally populated by those with compassion. Thus, the orphanage has not been forced to close. Over time, the once robust Yun Hai has aged into a man in his 60s. His relentless dedication to the orphanage making him appear far older than his years. Zhou Yao recounted all of this to Lin Tian while in the car, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. Xiao Linzi, may I sell the earrings you gifted me? Zhou Yao asked softly. Sell them? You intend to use the money to aid the orphanage? Lin Tian felt a flicker of annoyance mingled with emotion. Zhou Yao nodded slightly. Those children are so unfortunate. Without the orphanage, they would struggle to survive. Lin Tian shook his head. That is precisely why you need not sell those earrings. They were my first gift to you and hold great significance. You needn't worry about the orphanage. I, too, am an orphan. Although I did not grow up in an orphanage, I fully understand the suffering they endure. I shall assist them. Moreover, such noble deeds should not rest solely on my shoulders. Wei Xiaobai and Lao Si must all participate. Yaoer, are you in need of money? Zhou Yao shook her head. I do not lack money. The orphanage is the one in need that my funds suffice for my usual expenses. Yaoer, you are aware that the orphanage hasn't been established for long, correct? Lin Tian inquired. By the way, what happened to the notebook we found last time? It hasn't been long. I only learned of it a few days before school started. That notebook, it got lost again, Zhou Yao replied. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Yaoer, you're quite poor at lying. Your face turns red the moment you attempt it. That notebook must have been sold, right? Zhou Yao fell silent. If she still possessed the notebook, she surely wouldn't have been willing to sell the earrings Lin Tian had given her. Why do you not seek assistance from others? Among your dorm mates. Who among them lacks money? If you explain the situation regarding the orphans, they would likely help. Lin Tian suggested, shaking his head, that I believe the money from selling the notebook should last me a while longer. So, I haven't approached them yet. If the orphanage truly cannot sustain itself, I will definitely seek their help, Zhou Yao replied. Lin Tian handed her a tissue. All right, dry your tears for now. We will arrive shortly. It won't do for those little ones to see you crying that if they think I've bullied you. I certainly couldn't fend off dozens of them. Not at all, they are quite adorable, Zhou Yao said as she wiped her tears. The Sanyan orphanage was situated in a remote area, and after 2 or 3 decades, the once pristine establishment had fallen into disrepair. Now, it was 9 o'clock, and a warm orange glow emanated from the orphanage, where a small figure sat at the entrance, gazing intently in Lin Tian's direction. It was Xiao Shuang. She must have been waiting for me, Zhou Yao thought. She has some vision issues, and it was through her that I learned about this small orphanage. As the car came to a halt, Lin Tian exited and opened the door for Zhou Yao. Sister Yao, is that you? The child named Xiao Shuang exclaimed excitedly. Sister Yao, I can smell your fragrance. It's lovely, she added, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Sister Yao, I'll go tell Grandpa the director. Xiao Shuang, the director, surely already knows I'm here. There's no need for you to inform him, Zhou Yao said, quickly grabbing her hand to prevent her from tripping. The once quiet orphanage suddenly buzzed with activity as lights flickered on in various rooms, and the sound of joyous laughter erupted from the children. It was already 9 o'clock. Typically, they would have been in bed by now. Zhou Yao wore a radiant smile that left Lin Tian momentarily mesmerized. Silly, what are you staring at? Hurry inside, Zhou Yao said, her cheeks slightly reddening as she pulled Xiao Shuang along. Well, now I have another title, Lin Tian thought with a wry smile as he followed after them. Miss Yao, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Had it not been for your assistance last time, these children would have suffered greatly. Yun Hai, despite appearing aged, maintained a spirited demeanor. Xiao Shuang mentioned you would come tonight. I truly did not expect you would. It's quite late, and this place is rather remote and unsafe. Is that young man your boyfriend? He seems quite dashing. Zhou Yao shyly nodded. Director, my modest contributions could hardly sustain these many children for long. This time, I brought a great benefactor who will ensure the children live better lives. Yun Hai's expression turned serious. Miss Yao, you must not sacrifice your own happiness for the orphanage. We can never accept funds obtained at your expense. Zhou Yao shook her head. Director, where do you think my thoughts lie? I am with him because I genuinely like him, not for any other reason. Lin Tian, who had maintained a respectful distance to allow Xiao Shuang to take in his presence, gently addressed her. Shall I call you Xiao Shuang? I promise that the next time I come, I will help you heal your eyes, all right? Before Xiao Shuang could respond, Lin Tian rose and approached Zhou Yao and the director. Greetings, Director Yao has shared your remarkable story with me, and I find it truly inspiring. However, casting doubt on her character is quite unjust. How could she ever engage in such foolishness? Yun Hai nodded. What this young master says is correct. I should not have doubted you, Miss Yao. Director, this is Lin Tian. You may simply call him by name, Zhou Yao interjected. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed, I am no young master. I hardly deserve such a title. Sister Yao, happy birthday. The little girl named Xiao Shuang approached slowly, clutching a greeting card in her hand. Tears shimmered in Zhou Yao's eyes as she approached the simple greeting card and said, Xiao Shuang, you are truly wonderful. Thank you for your gift. It brings me great joy. Director Yun Hai remarked. Xiao Shuang, do you know today is Miss Zhou Yao's birthday? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Director, Yao Jie instructed me not to say anything, Xiao Shuang replied. Zhou Yao smiled and said, Director, please do not blame Xiao Shuang. I asked her to keep it secret because I was uncertain if I could come. Happy birthday, Yao Jie. The other children chimed in unison. Thank you. Thank you all. Zhou Yao responded joyfully. Yes, she gazed at the smiling Zhou Yao. A singular word flashed in Lin Tian's mind. Angel. Director, let's discuss matters over there. Lin Tian proposed. Yao, please stay and play with these children for a while. Both Zhou Yao and Yun Hai nodded in agreement. The orphanage boasted a modest courtyard, equipped with simple amenities, yet there were still 2 swings. Lin Tian and Yun Hai settled at the edge of the yard. Director Yun Hai, this orphanage has aged considerably and is in dire need of repairs. It's quite prone to accidents, Lin Tian stated. Yun Hai's face bore an expression of helplessness. There is little we can do. The orphanage's funds are limited, and we cannot even afford to repair it, let alone build a new one if it weren't for Miss Zhou Yao's generous donation. We might not have been able to sustain ourselves much longer. I fear the day will come when the children have no place to call home. Director Yin Hai, it is evident you are a truly good person. I have complete faith that the funds entrusted to you will be utilized for the children's benefit. Lin Tian paused before continuing. I plan to contribute 10 million, and I will also enlist a few friends to contribute as well. I believe that should suffice to construct a better orphanage. Yin Hai was left dumbfounded. I must be mistaken, right? 10 million? Over the years, donations of 10 or 20,000 have been made, primarily from those who had once resided in this orphanage and achieved some success. The largest donation had come from Zhou Yao, who had previously contributed 300,000, enough for some repairs and to sustain the orphanage for half a year. That a sum as colossal as 10 million had never been donated before. And such an amount could indeed build a very good orphanage, allowing for the accommodation of even more children. Lin Tian nodded with a smile that if we were to build the orphanage, we should select a better location. This area is too remote, and it poses safety concerns for the children. It is also unsafe for Yaoer to come here. Director, if you have a piece of land in mind, let me know. If it is not attainable, I am confident the leaders of Haitian City will grant me some favor. As the hand crossbow was brandished, there was no army equipped to wield it. Night Yang, he took the lead, stepping out with the hand crossbow, when suddenly a child lunged at him. The children of Lot County had lost their wits, displaying ferocity without weapons, akin to rabid dogs. Baring their teeth to bite, I heard that the leader of the Ming sect has now ascended to the throne. Do the members of the sect bow thrice and prostrate 9 times, calling him your majesty, or do they still refer to him as a brother? However, this haunted abyss lies at the juncture of the Peace Valley and the Southern Heaven cultivation realms, specifically to the west of the Southern Heaven realm. Though 2 sects jointly sealed it with formations, no sect was willing to guard it times. When the formations weakened, peculiar occurrences would ensue. It is no wonder that the cultivators were driven to madness. These spiritual herbs are of great value, and it is highly likely they contain a type of herb used to concoct foundational elixirs, known as spirit foundation ginseng. This is precisely what many chi refining cultivators yearn for the most. The individual in question is Ku Yixiong, a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, who currently scrutinizes the turtle treasure with a countenance that shifts from anger to delight. Recalling his sorrowful past, Wei Hui lost interest in conversation. The travelers fell silent, with only the sounds of birds, water, and the rustling of wind through the bamboo groves filling the air. Feng Guang lay on the ground, helplessly watching as the cross was submerged in water, feeling as if her heart had been crushed. Recently, Wang Shun had been preoccupied with military endeavors in Hunan, unaware of how Du Chang's proposal to relocate the capital to Jinkong was faring. Should the plan come to fruition, Du Chang's authority would likely amplify beyond its current stature. Whenever Feng Guang thought of Xiao Xiao, her heart would swell with joy, while Lu Chen's eyes, though smiling, held a tinge of melancholy. To achieve his objectives, Chu Yuan had to pay the price of his soul and was preparing to cast a curse upon Hong Ling when Shi Chizum made her appearance. As discussions unfolded, Long Yu struck a mountain peak with a sword, plunging the surroundings into an instant silence, as if time had ceased. Go now. If you linger any longer and are discovered here, I too shall be taken to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Bai Fu said, lowering her gaze, her voice wearied. I am truly exhausted. The exhaustion was palpable. The child has been saved, but for the following month. You must remain bedridden. Even if we have managed to preserve the child for now, there is no guarantee the child will remain safe going forward, the doctor whispered solemnly. However, this is the mature Shura king, while the one before us has yet to transcend his tribulation. Moreover, the Shura king, after crossing the tribulation, is left in a state of utmost vulnerability, devoid of any means for self-defense. Upon reaching the vehicle, Ning Jinyin did not allow Qi Anlua to enter, but instead instructed her to open the door herself, directly placing her inside the car. Looking around, Mu Shu's residence was shrouded in darkness. Yet typically at this hour, Mu Shu would still be awake. Upon hearing Jiang Yining's words, my hand holding the medicine box trembled violently, and I spun around to look at Jiang Yining, astonished. Afterward, Jiyan and Gu Liqing sought to express their gratitude to the emperor, thanking him for his generous assistance. Without the emperor's support, they would not have easily located Su Su's wet nurse from years past. It was said that the person who delivered their earlier correspondence was also the emperor, and their gratitude was overflowing. Jiyu Chinga slowly descended from the altar, and as she passed by the man in white, her gaze met his. It was utterly speechless. This should not be a moment for experts to duel. Yet shadowy figures darted about. The military king, Qi Yuan, coldly declared his defeat, but before he could finish his sentence, the teacup in his hand was already hurled away, landing on the bluestone steps with a resounding thud. Tu Lu was about to keep silent when he felt his mouth being forcibly pried open, stretching wider than its original limits. "What are you doing? You look so serious. It's not handsome at all." In truth, she could not claim to be afraid of him. It was merely that she often found herself unjustly placed at a disadvantage, rendering her somewhat diminutive in stature. Seeing him like this, she approached, pinching his face, attempting to soften his stern countenance. In the courtyard, he was unaware of who else was present. There were moments when he too felt dazed, only recognizing that the lollipop was circling his feet. Following him? No, following her into the room. The icy blade pressed against her face, sending a sharp chill coursing through her. Lucia and Mu Lei went to check on others, noticing that everyone seemed immersed in their own worlds. Prompting them to hurry and awaken the others, a unicorn galloped across the ground, breaking free from the palace, racing toward the clouds, where the vibrant blossoms were in full bloom, each flower radiating beauty and exuding an enchanting fragrance. "I hear you are going to the dragon's remains." The second prince directly perched upon Guchinga's bed, leaning back as he inquired. Yin Yu looked tensed. "It's different. Third brother. I think I might be starting to like His Highness." Yin Yu had not yet unraveled her emotional turmoil, but in that moment, she felt as though a light had dawned upon her, providing clarity to her feelings. Previously, Yin Yu had disliked grinding ink because she felt it was laborious. Writing alone was already a task that strained her hands, so she left the ink grinding to Sir, and upon noticing the increasing awkwardness on the face of the boy opposite her, Shen Shuyu found herself at a loss for words, remaining silent. When Ishan stood at what she deemed the high ground, waving the banner of Class 7 and even the entire First High School, attempting to expose Song Jinyu's misdeeds to Shen Wang, she boasted with an air of superiority. Meanwhile, Shen Shu casually summoned an employee to inquire about the location of the conference room and then proceeded with ease. The two maintained a stable relationship, prompting Mama Fong to periodically inquire about their plans, subtly urging them toward marriage. The greatest skill of the eagle dove was its ability to flee, apart from its claws. Its genetic traits relied solely on speed, especially when it came to escaping. Only after online revelations surfaced, suggesting that Su Qi might merely be reminiscing about his late wife through a substitute, did she feel a flicker of comfort and fairness. However, upon seeing Lin Jiujiu in the classroom, utterly unaffected, a sense of dissatisfaction arose within Hiyu. She gazed at Li Fei, already having heard Lin Haisheng speak of him. His physical capabilities surpassed her expectations, and ascending was undoubtedly within his grasp. Not to mention, the flavor was indeed delightful, with delicate fish flakes floating in the congee and the bottom of the bowl adorned with ginger shreds and pepper. With each mouthful, fine beads of sweat emerged on her forehead, and a refreshing warmth dispersed the chill that enveloped her. "Why not take a seat over there? You are the assistant to the sect leader, correct? I recognize you." Lin Tian initiated conversation, attempting to establish rapport. His skin appeared even more fair and luminous, his muscular lines more refined and precise, while his countenance was handsomely striking, exuding a masculine vigor. Simultaneously alluring and evasive, he disregarded her overtures while reluctantly accepting them. Gong Yanghua trembled in fright, his facial flabbiness quivering in response, as he quickly exclaimed, "My lord, you have misunderstood," although it was indeed the hand that posed a threat. What concerned Su Fuxing more was why the Lin family seemed plagued by incessant misfortune. He had committed a fundamental error, yet stubbornly believed himself blameless, eternally positioning himself upon a moral high ground. Exiting the courtyard of Di Machin, Shichi cast a sidelong glance at Huang, reminiscing about earlier events, his eyes deepening in contemplation. "I could see this moment. He Guoqin commanded his brethren to feign an assault while instructing Cui Yaolin to meticulously observe the enemy's movements through binoculars. Upon encountering Ye and the others, Yuya was filled with joy, as if reverting to the innocent demeanor of his childhood. It was akin to two weary souls finding warmth in the icy wilderness, or like travelers in a desert offering solace to one another in dire straits. Observing the intensely cold expression of Shimming, Lung Mofing finally understood why he had sensed something amiss. When Yan returned at noon, she had already procured the ingredients, and Lu Yu entered the kitchen with the groceries to prepare their meal. The heavens had just begun to crumble, only to be swiftly restored, and no matter how they attacked, they could only inflict wounds upon the colossal octopus, unable to tear apart the fabric of space. Longdu, located in the southeastern region of the ancient Longhun Kingdom, was a picturesque water city, entirely encircled by azure waters. Yet later, when someone spoke similar words to him, his heart softened unexpectedly, as if infused with a warm, sweet essence resembling freshly brewed milk tea, causing him to involuntarily smile, his brows dancing with charm. Unable to suppress a laugh, It wasn't until the lights stabilized and the elevator experienced no mishaps or malfunctions that he exhaled in relief, crouching down with his head in his hands, one fist rhythmically pounding against his skull. In that case, I must express my gratitude to you. Xiao Hung naturally disbelieved, his grip tightening on Yaohua's wrist as he forcefully yanked her down, pulling her into a seated position beside his sickbed. Not only they, but the newly arrived He Air and He Si were also startled, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Otherwise, based on the reports from the second level, should Fong Haoyan emerge from the snow-capped mountains, he would undoubtedly ascend to the third level in a single breath, heralding a cataclysmic blow to the demon clan. However, the elder's words only deepened Xiao Cheng's confusion. If one were sage, capable of attaining such a status, they must have made significant contributions to this realm. Why then would they leave behind something that could threaten the existence of the celestial realm? This old steward was no mere external steward of the various halls, but belonged to the inner hall of the Yuanwu sect, an individual whose strength and experience were not to be trifled with by Yi Tianlong in the cold, desolate streets under the night sky. The frail Ming Min found it increasingly arduous to walk. Accompanying colleagues from the sales department to the negotiation hall, I was more curious about which client had specifically requested my presence. After dinner, she felt unsatisfied, initially intending to save a piece of cake for a late-night snack, but later found herself no longer hungry. Thus, that piece of cake remained untouched in the kitchen. Upon reflection, Guanjing sensed that many matters were quite suspicious, such as Yang Liqian's complete indifference during his incarceration, and how, after he painstakingly obtained Chila's quote, she readily handed it over to Ji Qingnan. He Xiao dusted off his clothes and then sheathed his soft sword, preparing to continue the journey with Mo Zidai and Lin Xian. Yet, the man behind him cast a glance at Xiao, a glimmer of calculated intent flashing in his eyes. Su Xian's eyes lit up, promptly bringing Zhang Xuening and Kai Chen home, while the remaining classmates, upon hearing they had to work, promptly scattered. Tu Shanya had always admired her sister, whose words and actions served as her model for imitation. Thus, her worldview was quite upright. Against invaders, she would first deliver a thrashing, then heal their wounds before sending them back. It turned out that her demonic aura net had just exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist, which Zhang Xian inhaled a few times. His uncle, Qin Jinshan, had erred in the past, indirectly causing the death of his parents. Though not fatal, he faced the inevitable consequences, being exiled to the desolate northwest, a punishment befitting his actions. Under the bright sun and serene sky, the young lady's intense gaze upon him left him at a loss for how to respond. Just as Yin Yu scrutinized the man, he teased her once more. "Speak, what would you like to eat?" Qin Lang inquired from across the dining table, observing her reaction. "However, I have already consulted a high monk and found that I do not possess the fate of a wife. So please do not fear, Miss Hua," Wan Yin Xiao quickly clarified. Shortly thereafter, a chill wind swept through and a delicate autumn rain descended from the heavens, the dense raindrops twisting and falling at an angle, soaking the ground in a shroud of coolness. Zung Dafa, Quickly take your people and leave. I could never marry you, Yulan declared loudly from within the room. Like tea that moment, the four old acquaintances emerged from the palace, still playfully teasing one another, appearing quite content, each bearing a new name above their heads. Old years. After the four of them wandered through several academic departments, the time had nearly reached dusk. Mo Wushuang shook her head, utterly bewildered by the recent events. She had not anticipated Li Mingfen's aggression, nor could she believe Han Mingqiao would profess his love for her. Had she not been momentarily stunned by Han Mingqiao's words, her nature would have led her to have already tussled with Li Mingfen. Just as Tang Cheng lost consciousness, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. By the time he awoke, the world would appear entirely different to him. John, do you know why I suddenly returned? Did I choose to come back at a time when Ming Chao's life was uncertain? Mo Wushuang inquired, her beautiful yet vacant eyes wide with curiosity, aware that this question had likely troubled John for quite some time, though he had merely asked himself without speaking out. 3 hours had passed, and as the clock struck midnight, the luminous moon had shifted to the western sky, its shimmering reflection on the sea obscured by thin mist, creating an enchanting, ethereal scene of silence upon the island. This task might have been utterly bewildering to the former Zhang Luyan, who would not have known how to approach it. However, it was different now, as he could immediately discern the way forward. Compared to the agricultural metropolis of Mingyang, Nanyang boasted more advanced technology. Last year, Nanyang had just been approved for a national-level high-tech development zone, significantly contributing to its economic growth. The reason they were deemed peculiar lay in the fact that their outward appearance bore no resemblance to the formidable strength they had previously displayed. A Feng wielded his dark blade, cutting through the surrounding thorns and disturbing serpents while gradually advancing. In truth, Liao Fan was slightly astonished by his own heightened perception. Years of instinct and awareness from his time as a special forces soldier endowed him with extraordinary sensitivity. However, since the awakening of extraordinary abilities, this capability has become even more acute. Liao Fan listened attentively, and upon hearing Chen Yi's name, an image of her cunning smile involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Before Lin Yu could finish his words, Lin Hao waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Beyond 3,000 miles of ocean, a majestic mountain range, its peaks piercing through the clouds, gradually came into view for the onlookers. Some European nations began to make their entrance, and the medieval treasures they brought forth left Li Yong in awe. Yet he thought little of it, for it was not his concern, and he strode towards the encampment with a sense of bravado. Meanwhile, the wisteria bracelet lunged towards the beast. Angered by Jiu Luo's destruction of its spiritual fire, the creature attempted to evade the oncoming green vine that slithered towards it like a mystical serpent. It succeeded in dodging once, but failed to escape a second time, its massive form ensnared by the verdant tendril. The emissary turned to glance at the person behind him, who was none other than the father of this youth. Deng Jiogong, the chill radiated from Xing Yu's eyes, coursing through Yi Xian's entire being, refreshing his mind that, in truth, it mattered little whether it was entrusted to Rongzhan, as Su Mianmian's memories only included interactions with him and Annie Jean. He was evidently aware of Xiaolong's presence, and had already prepared to deal with him. Of course not. How could I possibly keep that from you? Su Mianmian replied sweetly, taking a few steps forward to console the boy she had overlooked. Xiaoyu, ding dong. The notification of a text message rang out, revealing a bank deposit of 50 million. Xiang Ming's lips slowly curled into a broad smile. AS for being included in the death row team. What a joke. Not to mention, wouldn't they resist? He lowered his head slightly, adjusting her collar and bow tie, his long fingers feeling somewhat cold. Occasionally brushing against her skin sent a shiver through her heart. A sensation unlike any she had previously experienced. He searched the inn thoroughly, but found no trace of the three. He then grabbed Nyo to inquire, leaving the fellow in a state of shock. After much explanation, the situation was finally clarified. The young demon lord dashed out like lightning, unwilling to be trapped in the cave or crushed into a pulp. Ju sighed and followed suit. The demonic spirit Dugutan was no fool. Remaining in the icy plains was one thing, but escaping the cave was entirely another. As the beast suddenly swooped down from above, Yuan Hua Dao Zun felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly retreated to stand beside Yi Jing. Urgently shifting the winds, Zhu Fu directed the wrath of the Summer Martial Emperor towards the Ministry of War, leaving the officials and generals there quite incensed. Moreover, since Tian Kuei's demise, the Ministry of War had been in a position of weakness among the various departments. And with the Summer Martial Emperor's attention now focused on them, these officials and generals were likely to become restless. Subsequently, 30 riflemen quickly secured a lit fuse to the fuse clamp and transferred their rifles to their right hands. Their left hands swiftly picked up a forked stand from the ground, and as they stood upright, they set the right-hand rifle upon the left-hand stand. Upon mentioning this matter, the sword spirit fell silent. Though it was only for a few seconds, it was enough for Lu Qi to ascertain that the sword spirit was concealing something. She understood that his previous words to Qin could not escape the ears of their ancestor. Truthfully, she had no intention of hiding anything from the ancestor. This was merely an opportunity to publicly declare that her relationship with Qin would no longer be as it once was. Yang Ku had already developed a theoretical understanding conducive to significant improvement. Only practical application remained. When Yang Ku combined his skills in ball control and speed with this understanding, he would transform into a formidable spear of offense. The true disciples of the Flying Immortal sect looked on in astonishment at the Grand Hall, bewildered by the unexpected emergence of the Grand Elder. Why would he appear so brazenly in such an obvious place if it were not a trap? A voice questioned earlier. Lin Fan gazed around, noting the numerous beasts scattered about, exposed without a roof overhead. No matter how well they concealed themselves, it was of no avail. That very night, and Bang and his companions entered the city of St. Petersburg, finding a spot on the outskirts to rest for the night, awaiting the influx of funds tomorrow from Su Man, the 9 cold pulse physique. That young lady actually possesses such a constitution? Truly remarkable. She is destined to become a top figure traversing the sands, Su Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. Moments later, they witnessed 2 tombs enveloped in golden light, which gradually faded as Qing Yan approached us with her hands withdrawn. Although the silver-haired youth was imprisoned on Donghua Mountain like a captive, Chun Ting would not turn a blind eye. If this individual was indeed the reincarnation of the Donghua Holy Emperor, he certainly concealed even more secrets. This was an unprecedented issue in the ledger of life and death over the years, among those existing in the realm of the underworld and the mortal world. There could be no case of a name being vague with an entirely absent history. 300 meters was hardly a distance for Chun Xingyang and the others. Yet at this moment, the malevolent spirit was already charging forth, with death looming perilously close. Even a half-second delay could cost them their lives. "You all shall perish," the Empress of the Unreturned roared, and as her voice echoed, the celestial artifact descended with overwhelming force. Not transformed into any other object, but pure power. The attendant said nothing further, tidied up, and returned to the kitchen, seemingly with more preparations to undertake. Sephiroth refrained from questioning. Wishing for no inquiries from others, for the first time, Liu Shang recognized the true meaning of effort. In comparison to Zoro, his previous self-assessment of diligence now seemed laughable. The war between angels and demons raged on for an extended period. With Karl's support, Liang Bing was more than a match for Kaisha in a battle of attrition. However, if she did not borrow money from Li Xian, she would miss out on this exquisite sword, potentially regretting it for a lifetime. Mai Yi expressed her indignation, and although Li Xian could not see it, he could certainly feel it. Yet when he noticed that both Mei Qin and Shirho Saki were equally furious, he could only shake his head in resignation and sigh, and no tardiness allowed. A gentle voice whispered in the ears of the 3 of them, while Roland's graceful figure had long since vanished. Kasha no Oka Poem and Machida Enko approached, halting their steps upon hearing the song, "We shall abide by the Bodhisattva's decree. The land is merely a lowly deity, akin to mountain gods, unworthy of ascending to the heavens. They have no right to refuse. Any deity of slightly higher cultivation must obey, merely striving to survive within this realm. Mr. Lin, you may not realize that what you are casting away could amount to billions. Tens of billions in pure profit." The young man looked at Lin Yun, speaking loudly with a sense of desperation. Eli Zhong was unaware that in the dilapidated shed, after Lu Zhishan and Leng Shuer had shared an intimate moment. The long-repressed flames within him had ignited, spiraling out of control, leading him to become inseparable from Leng Shuer, treating her as his very heart and soul. How could he bear to harm her? The scene transformed into a chaotic animal kingdom, with hundreds of wild beasts congregating on a patch of grass, including tigers, lions, elephants, leopards, foxes, wolves, wild dogs, and rabbits. Despite the multitude of creatures, they moved in an orderly fashion without any conflict. The force of the divine whip was even more overwhelming this time, golden light illuminating all directions. Wherever it passed, mountains and stones crumbled, and the peaks beneath the sky seemed to shrink that a torrent of mud and stones surged forth, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The void ahead was ruthlessly torn apart, revealing a vast gash for which a flicker of bloodlight darted out with a whoosh, racing towards another direction. Long Tongue, feeling helpless, took a swig and suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. His gaze fixated on the heavens that it was not until he choked on the liquid that he regained his senses. Pointing at Ling Yanzhong, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" The eternal celestial fire's ambition to rule the 3,000 universes was no longer secret, following the annihilation of Lu Shangyan and Yu Ingyan. The followers of the eternal celestial fire openly referred to it as the Emperor Above. The term Emperor Above merely hinted at being above the celestial emperor Su Feng, wishing to mock further to vent his frustration for being ridiculed by Long Tongue. Suddenly noticed that Xia Ke had vanished without a trace. Behind Zhang Lingwei were enormous wings of vital energy. After all, Zhang Lingwei was a genuine martial emperor-level powerhouse. The sheer volume and refinement of her vital energy allowed her to manifest such wings. Everyone was acutely aware that the champion Marquis Ing Fei was a killer, and no one dared to bet their lives that they could restrain him when his wrath erupted, let alone save his most trusted generals. Was there a formidable being possessing countless powerful artifacts, yet never revealing any magic, rendering their strength inscrutable? I thought you were going to marry Wu Shang, yet it turns out there's this unexpected twist. One remarked that Mrs. Hua lamented with a sense of regret that in the following days, upon discovering that this phantom trading house had simultaneously emerged within numerous other factions, countless powers were left deeply apprehensive. If even heaven could no longer tolerate it, then the fate of the Eastern Han dynasty could no longer bear the Lu surname. This was indeed in accordance with the will of heaven. Without a care for the consequences, Dehe boldly proclaimed to Hua Wushang, 3 times 7 equals 15 thus far. This dragonborn had yet to unleash any elemental magic. One could only wonder whether he was concealing his elemental aura or lacked the strength to merely overwhelm others with magical artifacts. Nevertheless, as he beheld the thousands of skeletal knights, warriors, and mages rushing towards him, Lin Ao found no opportunity for hesitation. Apart from revealing his identity as a wild boar knight, he continued to shout in the roles of a peacock knight and a royal dragon knight. Brothers, if you have flowers, please send them to Star Ring. Thank you. If you are capable of subscribing, please do so. Every one of your subscriptions and every flower is a tremendous support and encouragement for Xiao Tian. I thank you once again. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yanhai grew curious about Lin Tian's identity. Haitian City was no small place, and anyone capable of commanding respect from its leaders could not be an ordinary individual. However, recalling that Lin Tian had casually produced 1 million, it was not entirely surprising that he could command such esteem. After all, money holds immense power. Very well, I shall thank you on behalf of these children and those who may one day reside in the orphanage. Yanhai said, Lin Gongzi, Ms. Zhou Yao, although you come from a prominent family, you do not seem particularly wealthy. You have donated to the orphanage a few times, but those amounts were never as substantial as the last time. Lin Tian, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, She sold something dear to her. Please do not mention it to her, Director. Yanhai nodded, I see. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Both turned to look at Zhou Yao, who was joyfully playing with dozens of children, her laughter ringing out like delicate chimes. After spending nearly an hour at the orphanage, as the children began to drift into slumber, Lin Tian and Zhou Yao finally exited. Yaoer, you seem to adore playing with the little ones, Lin Tian remarked with a smile as they sat in the car. Zhou Yao nodded slightly. Children are so genuine, if you treat them well. They reciprocate with kindness. unlike adults who, though mature, have learned to wear masks and disguise their true selves. Lin Tian, though we have confirmed our relationship, I know little about you. Your air of mystery sometimes frightens me. I understand that we have moved too swiftly, astonishingly so, but now that we are together, opportunities to learn more about each other will surely abound. Now do not dwell on such matters. Allow me to drive you home. Lin Tian said as he started the car. However, after traveling but 500 meters, the road was obstructed by a thick wooden beam. As Lin Tian halted the vehicle, a group of 10 or so ruffians rushed out from the nearby darkened buildings. Yao, do not be afraid. Stay safely in the car, Lin Tian assured, patting the hand Zhou Yao had clasped around his right arm. Zhou Yao nodded slightly. Just be careful. They all wield knives. Fear not. Your husband is quite capable. Lin Tian joked as he exited the car. Listen, mate, if you know what's good for you, cough up 100 or 80,000 as a toll. Otherwise, your valuable car may very well become a heap of scrap metal. Moreover, I might just have to make a few holes in you. The speaker towered a few centimeters taller than the now 1.80 m Lin Tian, clad in black and wielding a steel knife over a foot long. A faint scar crossing his face as a cruel smile adorned his lips. Sensing the faint aura of menace emanating from the man, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Have you taken a life? The man, taken aback, barked, Enough with the nonsense. Choose one of two paths immediately. Do not think to delay. In this time, it's possible no vehicle will pass for half an hour. Even if one does, it would merely be another plump sheep for us to feast upon. Inside the car, Zhou Yao had already dialed the police. Boss, we need to act quickly. That girl might have called the cops, said a youth in a jacket. Damn it. Every time we strike, we end up paying a hefty price. Drag that girl out and take the car. Selling it would keep us living lavishly for a while. The youth in the jacket nodded in agreement and attempted to open the car door. With a sharp crack, the sound of a bone snapping echoed as the youth's hand, poised to open the door, fell limply to his side. Ah! He screamed, agony seeping through his voice as the bone was brutally shattered. You little brat dare to resist? Get him! A dozen men lunged towards Lin Tian simultaneously, having faced countless zombies and emerged unscathed. Would he fear mere common thugs? Without even employing the technique of Lingbo Weibo, he relied on his superior speed and strength, and within mere seconds, all the assailants lay incapacitated on the ground. Their knife-wielding hands broken, and their legs shattered by Lin Tian's kicks. Do you still want me to give you $1 million for the toll? Lin Tian quipped as he crouched down, patting the leader's face. Demon, you are a demon, the jacket-clad man cried out, his voice laced with palpable fear. Smiling as he broke the hands and legs of more than 10 individuals. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Suddenly, the wailing sound of police sirens approached rapidly, yet the faces of the 10 or so fallen thugs bore no expressions of fear. Instead, they wore sneers, recalling the prior leader's remark. Lin Tian surmised that these men dared to brazenly rob with knives. Likely due to collusion with the police, with a cold laugh, Lin Tian did not rush to flee, but stood there awaiting the arrival of the police cars. Soon a police vehicle arrived, and 4 officers disembarked. Upon seeing the injured sprawled across the ground, they swiftly drew their guns, aiming them at Lin Tian. Officers, I call the police. They attempted to rob us, and were subsequently subdued by my boyfriend. Zhou Yao emerged from the car. Upon seeing Zhou Yao's ethereal beauty, 2 of the 4 officers were visibly taken aback. Your boyfriend has used excessive force, resulting in multiple injuries. Both of you will need to accompany us to the police station, stated a rotund officer, one of those who had been captivated by Zhou Yao's beauty. No, you must arrest them for attempted robbery. This is a serious crime. Zhou Yao protested defiantly. The little girl has spirit. But your boyfriend has done this, which is also a serious offense that, if the handling is lenient, he may pay a fine and be released. If severe, he could face years in prison. It would be wise for both of you to come with us. If we enjoy ourselves, perhaps we might speak favorably on your behalf. The emphasis on the word enjoy was deliberate, and Zhou Yao, being innocent, failed to grasp its implications, while Lin Tian certainly did. You are unworthy of wearing that uniform. Lin Tian coldly retorted. Call your chief. I want to see what kind of scoundrel leads a department with such beasts under his command. You brat, come with us to the station, and you shall meet our chief. He has a fondness for young and beautiful girls. If your girlfriend pleads for you. Ha! The fat officer leered, his desires igniting at the thought of being close to someone as exquisite as Zhou Yao. Lin Tian pointed at the side of the car, sneering. Do you know what this car is? This is the newly released Phantom K6. Fewer than 10 exist globally. From the outside, the Phantom series did not look vastly different, especially in the dark of night. The officers could hardly discern that Lin Tian's vehicle was the Phantom K6. That cold sweat broke out on their brows. They could afford to offend someone who drove a regular Phantom. But the owner of a Phantom K6 was undoubtedly a figure of considerable influence, far beyond their chief's reach. With a bang, the fat officer unexpectedly fired his weapon at Lin Tian at such close range. Lin Tian never anticipated the audacity of the officer to shoot. Even with the finesse of Lingbo Weibu, evading a bullet was impossible. However, Xiaoling's reaction was evidently swifter. Expending dimensional energy, she erected a small defensive barrier at the bullet's trajectory. The bullet pierced through the barrier, yet its force was greatly diminished, only causing Lin Tian mild discomfort as he swept his right hand across his chest, seizing the bullet. Very well then, fearing they might shoot Zhou Yao. Lin Tian's form blurred as he dashed towards the four officers, swiftly disarming them. The officer who had fired was met with a swift strike that shattered the bone in his right hand. Pulling out his phone, Lin Tian dialed 110, demanding, "Connect me to the chief of the Haitian City Public Security Bureau." A female voice answered, "Sir, please state your issue directly. Immediately connect me to the chief of police of Haitian City. I have significant case details to report. If you delay, you shall receive your termination letter by tomorrow morning." Lin Tian spoke coldly. "Sir, this is against protocol. Protocols are rigid, but humans are alive. Please connect me at once." Lin Tian raised his voice. Fine, and I hope you truly have substantial information to report. Otherwise, I shall indeed receive my dismissal notice by morning. After half a minute, a deep male voice came through the receiver. "I am Lin Tian. Please proceed. Chief Yu, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Please arrive at the 9th District Police Station within half an hour. If you fail to do so, you may find yourself returning to your hometown to farm come morning." Lin Tian's words sent chills down the spine of Lin Tian, who had just settled into bed, while the four police officers and the numerous thugs sprawled on the ground stared wide-eyed. Taken aback by the tone, was this truly how one spoke to a chief? Moreover, Lin Tian was notoriously formidable, known as Yu the Tiger. The mere mention of his name sent shivers through those entrenched in the underbelly of Haitian City. Lin Tian opened his mouth to respond, but the line went dead with a busy signal to "My dear." "What is it?" Lin Tian's wife inquired, turning on the bedside lamp. "Stay in bed. I must step out for a moment." After a moment's reflection, Lin Tian quickly dressed, sensing the gravity in the caller's tone. It was no jest. There's something urgent at this hour. It could be nothing, or it could be of great import. Lin Tian replied. "Enough questions. I must hurry." Dressed hastily, Lin Tian neglected to call for a driver, opting instead to speed towards the 9th District Police Station himself. Meanwhile, 2 ambulances arrived to take the injured thugs lying on the ground. The 4 officers, including the overweight one whose wrist Lin Tian had broken, sat in the police vehicle en route to the station, with Lin Tian following closely behind. "Xiaolin, do you think you were a bit too heavy-handed?" Zhou Yao remarked, unable to contain her concern. Lin Tian shook his head. "Do you realize what our fate would have been had I not possessed martial skills? They have likely engaged in such acts numerous times, and several among them exuded a hint of murderous intent. They have surely taken lives before. I do not believe they are here to protect the people, given the proximity to the orphanage. A careless move could endanger those children as well. This matter is far from over. They will pay the price for crossing us. I will ensure that Chief Yu, upon his arrival, thoroughly investigates the collusion between police and criminals. While not unprecedented, this is no trivial affair. Xiaolin, do you truly believe Chief Yu will come? He is renowned for his toughness. I have heard whispers about him." Zhou Yao expressed her apprehension that if he does not arrive, won't we be walking into a den of wolves at the police station? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "Yaoer, you worry too much. Those in collusion with the chief within the police station will certainly not be numerous. Although darkness exists in this world, the forces of light are by no means weak." After about 10 minutes, The police vehicles and Lin Tian's car came to a halt in front of the 9th District Police Station. Assaulting an officer and seizing a firearm. No matter if Chief Yu arrives, he cannot save you. The overweight officer spat bitterly. Lin Tian cast a cold glance. If you continue to waste my time, I shall shoot you on the spot. Xiao Lin. He turned to Zhou Yao, a subtle smile playing on his lips. I was merely joking. I was only trying to intimidate him. While Lin Tian was indeed capable of pulling the trigger, he would never do so in front of Zhou Yao. Though he claimed it was a jest, the overweight officer dared not dismiss his words as mere folly. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian had enveloped him in a palpable aura of menace, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It was evident that the police station had received word, as numerous officers stood at the ready. Even Wu Yi, the chief of the 9th District Police, who had just climbed into bed with his mistress, hastily arrived on the scene. Faced with dozens of guns aimed at him, Lin Tian remained unfazed, stating calmly, "Chief, you will be here shortly. I advise you all to refrain from any rash actions. Otherwise, you may find your futures jeopardized, and do not blame me for not warning you. Sir, we must apprehend those nefarious criminals. Perhaps it would be best to cease this matter here. It is quite late, and we would not wish to trouble Chief Yu." Wu Yi wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, his demeanor suggesting a hint of unease. Lin Tian observed him with a knowing smile. "I stand upright and act justly. How could I possibly feel uneasy?" Wu Yi forced a laugh, though deep down, he was well aware of the truth of his own actions. Whether you act justly or not is a matter you know all too well. Lin Tian responded coolly, "Good lad. Even if Yu Xintian comes, without irrefutable evidence, he will lack the ability to bring me down." Wu Yi stepped closer, speaking in a tone only Lin Tian could hear. Lin Tian was not surprised by Wu Yi's connections. It was clear that Wu Yi's misconduct was not unknown to Yu Xintian. Given Yu's formidable reputation, if he could have toppled Wu Yi, he would have done so long ago. The delay in action only indicated that the evidence at hand was insufficient to deliver a decisive blow. The standoff continued, given Lin Tian's imposing demeanor. The officers were reluctant to forcibly take him into custody. After a quarter of an hour, a phantom K2 swiftly pulled up to the police station, and the tall figure of Yu Xintian emerged from a vehicle. "What on earth is going on? Lower your weapons," Yu Xintian commanded. The officers, eager to comply, were more than glad to lower their guns after holding them for so long. "Chief Yu, I apologize for troubling you at this hour," Wu Yi greeted with a smile. Yu Xintian nodded curtly and turned to Lin Tian. "This gentleman, did you summon me here?" "Chief Yu, my girlfriend and I encountered an intriguing incident tonight and wish for you to hear about it. We were confronted by over a dozen armed robbers, which is quite unusual, but tonight seemed particularly rife with them. The leader even uttered something absurd, claiming that each time they acted, we would owe them a hefty sum. I possess some martial skills and was fortunate enough to subdue those thugs, yet the 4 arriving officers chose to aim their guns at me instead of the criminals. Upon realizing I had some standing, they attempted to silence me. Chief Yu, I wonder,